record because 33 has already got 2 rings to his name and he has the chance to add a third. But the specialty with this one is, Winter, that it could be the third with a different team once again, because the first 2 are also with different teams.
Yeah, he has to change his name if he wins it third with a different team, 333. I think that's the special part about Neta right now. I think he has been absolutely one of the best offlaners, I don't know, since 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I think he has brought the offlane so many different type of novelty play styles. I think he's also the type of offlaner that he's the captain from the offlane. I don't think you can say this for a lot of offlane players. A lot of the offlane players, they're not the captains. I think maybe you can shed more light on this. Like basically yourself as the offlaner, Saberlight, what do you feel like if you have to also play your hero and you also have to captain the team? How much does that stress you out in a team environment?
It is not easy. It is for sure not easy. I feel like there's so much to do as an offlaner that usually the supports end up being the captains, because they will usually draft and they often like set up the moves in the early game, whereas the offlaner, he's just a bot who's farming creeps. 33 especially, he loves farming his back camps, so maybe that is what enables him to also be the captain, because he's like too creative. He's not really laning, there is no pressure, so he just pulls the wave, brings it back to him, similar to what Malrine does, and you know, that maybe gives him like the mental space to be able to also call in the game. But I think he is honestly just really smart and very talented at the game, and that kind of gives him the build to be able to like do everything.
But would you say that's also like a downside? You know, if your offlaner is farming, and usually I would like to say that you start the game from the offlane, you attack. That's the point, you attack first and you open the tower first. And if your offlaner is farming the back camp, isn't that kind of considered like a bad thing in some situations?
Well, I thought it was that way until 33 started winning everything. So I think whatever works is the good thing. Then Iron Wing, they play in a way where Pure really loves winning his lane. Ari really loves steeping to the safe lane and helping them. So it works for them that they play through the safe lane. 33, he farms back, he's very safe, and you kind of out-farm the enemy offlaner while yeah, you're just chilling, and your safe lane is like doing way better than their safe lane.
And so far, 33, of course, has had a lot of success. We'll see if he can get his destiny fulfilled at this year's International. Now, there's 3 other players we'd like to highlight that also, they've come so close. They've come so close multiple times in some cases, as we take a look at Ace, Tofu, and No One. 3 players, 2 of course on the same team. Ace and Tofu has been second twice. No One has had such a long career, being so successful in previous teams with back in the day Virtus Pro. Now back on a team where he's doing well again, and somehow he's able to stay on top in the mid lane after all those years.
Honestly, I can't believe it. But I also think, you know, you're playing with such a talented group of people, and also you're playing with youngins, okay? So, like, to talk about another team randomly off the cuff here, like Miposhka mentioned that one of the reasons he went to coaching is because he felt like it's so hard when you have such young players with you that it feels like they're breathing down your neck. Like, you're playing maybe 10 pubs a day, they're playing 15. So it's, like, hard to keep up. But, you know, No One is now here. He's on Team Vision. He's got Satanic, for example, Youngblood. And it's like, this is good. It's like good motivation to keep you pushing. It's like his own talent on top of that. And it's like this massive, beautiful mix, bringing in that extra legendary coach for this year too. I mean, this is totally a recipe for success. Yeah,
and these 3 people, they have what it takes also, and definitely in case of No One, they've got the recipe with the old blood, the young blood. For Ace and Tofu, maybe 3 times the charm if they make it into that grand finals. I feel like we've done a decent job at setting the stage here. Obviously, the stage is already quite gorgeous. But I would like to have some final thoughts, Rhea, before we get this thing kicked off.
Thoughts on what, Shiva? How exciting and amazing it is to be here? How amazing and fun and awesome it's going to be? How we're going to have an opening ceremony? It's going to blow your minds. It's TI. It's the best time of the year.
It is. I mean, how can you top that, Winter?
Well, winning TI would definitely be if you're playing the tournament. Obviously, if you can go back with the Aegis, that would be great, you know, especially for 33. I hope it happens.
How about you, Saber?
You want me to hype them up as well?
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys, grab your popcorn. TI is beginning. It's gonna be awesome!
It is going to be awesome. Of course, we had a incredible coming your way, the spectacle coming your way as the horn sounds. I could not be happier to get this started. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get it started in style.
The great loom is always weaving, stitching each moment into the tapestry of time, forever binding the sum of what was, what is, and what might yet be into the hidden folds of reality. The loom remembers what the living forget. It carries the great chronicle forward. It trims away the frayed ends of dreams that never found true shape. But some legends will not simply be carried. They draw their own golden thread through life's labyrinth, guiding the strands of destiny to give their dreams a shape. Until the great loom is forced to weave around them, locking their triumphs into the tapestry for all of time to see. The Aegis of Champions. It is the master pattern. The template of triumph. A sigil stitched from the threads of countless battles waged around the world. It is the shape that we strive for. The composition every hand aspires to create. The point where all paths converge as we bend our own lines of fate ever closer to the perfect design. It is proof of endless possibility. A record of realized dreams. A pinnacle of mastery whose pursuit transcends the boundaries of time. Now we gather to witness those worthy of the weaving. Those bold enough to seize the golden thread. To intertwine the strands of every victory, failure, and hard-learned lesson into one immortal design. Always knowing that every challenge, every choice, every risk pulls the pattern tighter.
They stormed through these 3 games.
And every mistake they make threatens to tear it all apart.
Team Falcon!
The Aegis of Champions await in Shanghai, China. A living tapestry that chronicles the legends of our past. 8 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins. And now, introducing the finest Dota teams in the world. Team Yandex. Iron Wing. Team Spirit. Boom Boys. Team Falcon. Enigma Galaxy. Team Liquid. Team Vigil.
"15 years ago, I had the pleasure of welcoming players and fans to the very first International. A lot has changed since then. Dota itself has changed. It's always evolving, and the best players and teams evolve with it. The Aegis of Champions itself has changed. 58 players have etched their name on that epic trophy. Those players have left their mark on the Aegis and on the game we all love. But there's one thing that never changes. Whether you're at the arena in Shanghai or watching from home, the skill, the passion, the talent of these players is always worth celebrating. And that's what we're here to do. So thank you to the fans for joining us. Thank you to the city of Shanghai for hosting us once again. And thank you to the players for giving us something to celebrate. Today, the finest Dota players in the world will strive to claim the Aegis of Champions. To all of those in the arena, to all of those who are joining us from around the world, I am honored to say, welcome to the International.
Absolute goosebumps every single time. We have started our main event in the International, and we are getting ready to get the spectacle started with the DotA teams duking it out on that very gorgeous stage. And for us, it is the honor of talking about our first upcoming series. We have none other than Ironwing versus Spirit to take the lead in our 4 series that are coming your way today. And I want to just start by just setting the scene a little bit before we dive into these 2 teams. Winter, what's this series? What's it going to be like for the people at home? Are we going to look at explosive? Is it calculated? Is it a mix of both?
I think it's going to be like a very slow-paced game. Both teams are kind of like very greedy. They look to go into the late game, especially like Spirit. And I feel like a lot of the pacing of the game is going to come down to the early game, like the laning phase, you know. I felt like if you do well in the lane in this specific matchup, it's going to give you a lot of leeway to farm. And I think playing the map, being able to have a bigger map to farm and just get more resources is going to be a very, very key thing. The resource management is going to be very, very important for both teams.
Yeah, and we know that during the group stages, Rhea Spirit does like it when the game goes a little longer than average.
A little longer, but I also feel like sometimes they trip up on their drafts, you know? Like picking Drow Ranger into Earth Spirits and struggling there. It's like, I think the drop will be just as important as the in-game play, because what's the point of having these late-game heroes if you can't win the matchup in the late game?
Yeah, actually, you know what? You know what, Saber? Both of these teams, their average match duration is just seconds apart.
Yeah, they both really like to play it long. But to be honest, so does every other team here at the International. Every single game is so close and such a nail-biter. I personally am looking forward to seeing how they match up strategically, as both of these teams seem extremely smart, like strategic-wise. Team Spirit with the way they can come back from any kind of situation, whereas Ironwing with their incredible and insane strats, especially coming from 33. I'm looking forward to if they like figured something out during this break in between the group stage and the main stage. I don't know, it's gonna be incredible.
Do we have a favorite coming into this? Because I'll be honest, my predictions have, I think, Ironwing making it out on top here.
I think based on playstyle, I would say Spirit is better with the current heroes, where they actually have a very hard carry, and whereas for Ironwing, whenever they try to play like a really hard carry, they don't really play very well as a team, because I think in the early stages their cores are very greedy, so one of their cores need to stand up and fight, and usually it's Pure. And if Pure is playing a very greedy hero, I kind of feel like they have problems finding moves in the early stages, whereas for Spirit, I feel like it's not the same for them. They're very comfortable sacking Lao. Lao doesn't really get a lot, but sometimes he still figure out a situation where he can actually survive and move and make space for the other core players. So I felt like the patch suits Team Spirit a lot more, so they should be the favorites in this matchup.
Yeah, focusing our attention on the Ironwing. This is a team, Saber, that has done so well this entire year. We've had a long list of Tier 1 tournaments, and to be honest, this is the year where it's been super spread out in terms of results, but there was one team that definitely does a little better than everybody else, and that is Ironwing.
Yeah, it's incredible. I remember them winning all of the Blast Slams like ever since they began, and they kept at it even this year. They got 2 first places from Blast Slam 4 and 5, and they just, I don't know how they do it. They seem to just win tournaments that, I mean, maybe they do have business of winning, but they just seem to do it even against the other really good teams. They also managed to win Birmingham, so even though they have some a little bit worse results, such as Wallachia, it doesn't really matter as long as you win the big one. And I would say Ironwing has certainly won the big ones. I think they have like amongst the most wins out of all the professional teams.
They do.
Which is incredible, especially if we look how many good teams there are right now.
Yeah, there's not a lot of teams that have multiple wins. Actually, there's only 4 teams that have won multiple, but Iron Wing has won 4 Tier 1 tournaments, with the close second being Yandex. And then, of course, later on there was Vision and Liquid still in there as well. But they have done really well, and there's one player in particular, Winter, you would like to highlight when talking about this team, and it's Whitemon.
Yeah, of course, it's my SCA partner. I want to highlight him because I already mentioned that Iron Wing is a very greedy team, so they need their support system. And Whitemon, you know, he's one of the best position 5 players. Some may say his play is not exactly very scripted. He's kind of like a randomish player. He does a lot of things that no one else would do. He walks around and he finds a kill, and nobody understands why he does that. You know, I think his hero pool and his strength is in the laning phase. And I mentioned about how important it is for Pure to get a good start. So Whitemon.
Yeah, Whitemon is fantastic, and so is his team, so let's get them on the stage. Fantastic group stage where they have faced 5 opponents and all 5 of them made it to the main event, so they definitely had brutal training. Let's see their opponents now. Spirit. So well in the group stages until the final few days. They were near undefeated, and then 2 hard series where they were on match point of making it to the main event, but they still got there in the end. Let's see if that little stumble they had was enough to help them learn from it and grow from it and take this international all the way. You can see the smiles on the players. Who'd have thought it's Yotaro that has been adopted, Rhea?
It's classic. I mean, Team Spirit, I was so surprised to see how many people in that line with slacks were just like, yeah, Team Spirit.
Yeah.
I think Team Spirit are like just a classic team at this point. And you have these absolutely iconic players with their TI wins. They're just so good. This is also a team that actually updates their YouTube channel, by the way. They release videos all the time. Shout out, because they are so fun to watch, and they even do English dubs, right? They are actually making content for the community, giving you a mind into the players, who they are, what they're about. It makes you feel connected to them. So it's no wonder that everyone loves them.
They are loved, and they are not very consistent in their roster. I do want to talk a little bit about Team Spirit there, because they've had some moves here and there to be finally into their final form as they are right now. Saber, Team Spirit has had a little turbulent year.
Yeah, you gotta change a few things around until it finally clicks. They also had a bunch of stand-ins, and we talked about it during the group stage that I think Team Spirit is one of those teams that take breaks very seriously. If one of the players needs to take a break, such as Collabs, they just allow him to. They get a few stand-ins, and even though they don't have as good of results as with Collabs, it's very nice for him to be able to step back and now come back and be ready for TI, and as we could see, they are ready for sure.
They are for sure ready, and I think the newest name when we're talking about Team Spirit, it's not me, and that is the name of the player. It is not me. This is, of the 10 players on stage, the only player here that is having his first TI performance, and he is smashing it, Rhea.
Oh my god, if you didn't know about this guy before this event, I'm sure you knew him after that insane Aegis steal in the group stage with his Rubik Sleight of Assist. It was unbelievable. This guy is so talented mechanically. It just, blows my mind. But this guy is more than just his plays, right? And thank you to Team Spirit. They made a little interview with him, and he got to talk about himself. Because where did this guy come from? I think usually a lot of pro players have like family members, like, oh, my brother played Dota. He taught me. His his mother plays World of Warcraft. Fun fact.
Hey, that's cool.
But yeah, he's so cool. He was about top 90 on the ranking boards in like mid 2023, which was when he joined his first team. This guy went around to everyone. He's like, guys, can I join your team? Like, would you give me a little chance, give me a little try? And when a team finally brought him on for the first time, I think he's like, he played really badly, he said. He was like, I went like 4 kills, 20 deaths on a techies. It was really bad. But eventually he made his way up to like, Yellow Submarine. And obviously we know that Yellow Submarine originally was where Team Spirit came from. They took these players from there, turned them into Spirit. And now here he is too, on the same team. This guy has performed incredibly well. So far, I think as a character, as a player, as a person, the community has taken really heavily to him. I would like to share this fun fact. If you've seen Team Spirit playing, you might have seen them throw down a little sticker with this guy's face on it and some Russian text underneath. Let me bring you into the meme now so you guys can connect with the Russian community. The text is his name. So this guy's real actual human name is Alexei, but a nickname for that is Lyoha. And that is what the text says. It says Lyoha. So it's literally a picture of his face with Lyoha written under it, and they just spam that everywhere. Apparently, according to him, it came from his friends spamming it all over forums, and now everyone on Telegram just posts this sticker of this guy's face everywhere, and they put it in the game, and everyone loves this guy. He's super nice, he's super chill, down to earth, doesn't get tilted type player. Like, this is a guy that you should be rooting for.
And I think, Winter, you're no stranger to scouting talent and to trying them out and seeing how they do. Having a guy on your squad that is supported like that by experienced players, that certainly brings out the best.
Yeah, it helps the young players settle in. A lot of the times, young players, when coming into like a very experienced team, you kind of feel like you have a lot of this pressure. You don't want to let them down. They're TI winners. You want to make sure that they can do well in the tournament. And with your teammates just giving you support, it definitely feels very, very nice. And even in the initial stages when he just joined the team, I felt like instantly he was already very comfortable with the team, and that's a very, very good sign for the young player.
A very good sign, and we've seen him pop off as well, so I'm looking forward to seeing if he can do the same on the main stage, because Saberlight is his first international, and it's his first international main stage. And it was nice playing in the group stages, and you're playing from a hotel room, so that's lovely. It's obviously nicely set up there, but it's not that. It's not a booth.
It's not. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, so far he doesn't stop surprising us. He's not managed to not choke when he joined Spirit. Now during the group stage of the international. So honestly, I think he's gonna do just fine. I feel like he's in really good hands. He's got amazing teammates that are behind him, that got his back, and he's been playing incredible. So I just hope he keeps this confidence for the main stage as well.
Yeah, I hope so as well. I want to talk a little bit about which players we are going to keep our eyes out for during the early stages of the game, because Not Me is going to be one of them. But there's been a lot of conversations about mid lanes, and then in particular, how much help will they get from their position 4s and 5s, Winter. How do you feel like this matchup is going to go down with that in mind?
I think the difference in style is going to be very, very crucial. Lau is a person that he doesn't really need too much from his support, even though it's nice if your supports can come over to help you secure the runes. Whereas I think it's more important for BZM to get the supports, because he is the greedy player. If he's playing his greedy heroes, like the Invoker is one of his favorites, or Tinker. Hopefully you get to see a Tinker. I know not everybody, most of the players, they don't like to watch Tinker, but I really like to see players play their signature heroes, and I feel like BZM, he's going to need his supports more to control the runes and get stacks done for him, and he's going to need a lot more resources on the map. So I feel like the lanes is going to be very crucial, because if your lanes go well, it means that your supports are going to have the freedom to go and stack and do whatever for the mid laner. If your lanes don't go too well and then you leave, your cores are going to be crying.
Yeah, I know you don't want crying cores. That's never a good sign. That does mean a lot of pressure on those supports, and we have gotten a couple of trends that we saw throughout the group stage in terms of heroes played, and not every support, Rhea, leans towards being able to rotate to the mid lane. Any heroes in particular you want to see? I mean, personally, I want to see Not Me on his Rubik, but you know.
Oh, I would take that, yeah. I do feel like it's nice to see duo that I think usually we see like a kind of a saving support, like some kind of Ringmaster or Wyvern, and then we see something that does more damage, like your Hoodwinks and your Dark Willows. And I really like when they're paired together because I think it just gives a nice mix. Anything that can move on the map, though, I like. As soon as I see a support duo where it's like a Kotl and maybe a Ringmaster, and it's like, what? They have damage and they can do stuff. It's like, is it enabling your cores? Are your cores going to be able to do things without it? Are you going to be able to hold your map space? Hopefully. But supports get a little bit tricky, and it makes me happier when they have more things that they can do on the map. When they can go and kill. When
I know Tusk is not a very good hero right now, but Iron Wing has been one of the few teams that utilizes this hero, and this hero gives you a lot of options in the early game. You mentioned like the support duo. Usually when you have Tusk, either 4 or 5, the other hero kind of becomes very flexible. You can pick anything, and you can swap your lanes around. So I think this hero might be a hero where we could see both teams want to get themselves on this hero, so you can actually have the advantage in the early game in terms of rotations. He's one of the best heroes to move around and create kills. Yeah,
and it enables the play that Iron Wing loves to play, which is play through the safe lane, bring Ari on his Tusk to the safe lane, and I feel like all of their games kind of devolve into this gameplay of like, let's try lane through the safe lane, 33 is farming the jungle, and then the enemy team, you either have to match it and bring 3 heroes to the off lane and fight them, or you kind of have to commit to their style, and your offlaner is also farming back. So I'm interested to see how Spirit One decides to respond to this, as it's like kind of, it's a very bullying playstyle.
But how about bringing the play to mid? Like try to make them go mid to fight at middle lane.
That is also a play. They could easily just, while Iron Wing supports are in the safe lane, you can have your supports on the mid lane pressuring BZM. Because I do feel like, as we mentioned before, Iron Wing, they have 3 cores who kind of all need their game to get going, and they rely on it a lot. Whereas for Team Spirit, I feel like they're easily, like we had some stat where Yetoro, he's not even in the top 5 net worths at minute 10. He can easily play from the back. Collabs can easily play from the back. And Laurel, we all know him. This guy, he doesn't need anything. He's going to cook with water, and he's going to make the best soup you've ever tasted.
Yeah, I would agree. I also feel like with Iron Wing, I mean, just through the group stage in general, through this tournament a lot, it feels like we're seeing offlaners farming the triangle more often than the carries. Like, I'll see a carry Sven, and I'm like, oh, they're sacking for him, and then the offlaner comes and just takes it. But the reason they can do that is because if you look at the map, the carry is literally just farming up and down. Like, they push out their safe lane, they go and farm the camps, they push out the safe lane, they farm the camps, they're just farming the camps in the bottom of this map so much. So if you take that tower, and you can restrict that space from the carry, like, you're kind of ruining 2 causes games at once, because they can't safely farm this line anymore, especially if you put a ward down, which a lot of teams do, and then your offlaner is then forced to also maybe then farm disadvantageously.
And this is why I mentioned maybe the runes are going to be more important, because if you secure the runes for the mid lane, you're going to be able to just run into wherever jungle the enemy is farming and just control the jungle. And if you're greedy, there's nothing you can do. And you just have to play defensively. And on the side that controls the runes, you just farm their camps and you sit on their jungle and you take all their camps and you take their bounty runes. And it's going to create a lot of problems for you, especially if you're Iron Wing and you have 3 greedy cores and you don't have your main jungle to farm.
It seems like we're going to have the battle of the greed coming our way with this upcoming series. And I do want to touch upon some things here and there we talked about already. I want to compare 33 and Collapse. A lot of, like, 4 TI rings between the 2 of them, It's crazy. But Saber, they have such vastly different styles to play the game.
Yeah, I would say most offlaners have different styles than 33. Yeah, Collapse, he's more of the classical offlaner, the initiator kind of guy. Whereas 33, he obviously can play those heroes, but he has his own niche. He has a really nice centaur, which I'm sure we'll see either picked or banned in this series. But he has some unique heroes where he doesn't focus too much on winning the lane. He instead just, does his own thing and lets his team, play the game in the way they want.
You speak a little bit about the dagger hero, and right now I feel like in the off lane, like the dagger heroes kind of feel like they're a bit more underwhelming because of the helm heroes. They're just better because of the map being bigger. The dagger heroes just kind of feel like they just don't really find a place in the meta. Yeah, the meta kind of developed into, if you are playing a dagger hero, you just kind of end up buying the dagger later. Like you on some centaur, you're gonna go helm, then maybe heart or lotus, and then you're gonna get the blink. There's other like some dark seer
or tight, where you would also get like 1 or 2 items and only later you get a blink, which I'm sure has something to do with the fact that the games are going so late, and the blink dagger doesn't really give you anything. It doesn't help you farm. So you want like the other items that give you stats that help you, let's say, pull waves with the dummy. And then eventually, once you're really fat and outfarm the enemy offlaner, then you get the blink and then you can fight properly.
Yeah, I remember seeing like an Mars in group stage, which went blink like first or second item, and it just looked like there was nothing to do. This hero doesn't do any damage with his blink. It's like no one cares about fighting.
But do you think you should buy helm
anyway.
on Mars right now? Do you think that's the build? Like you have to? Do you want to buy helm on this hero? Is it possible
Probably
to actually
not.
buy?
Pick the hero at that point.
On Mars, no. However, there is a very cool build on Mars that you can do at home as well.
Okay.
And that is, you get Armlet first item,
Yes.
which is awesome. And then you get Blightstone. And then when you turn on your Armlet and you press your shield slam, it insta-kills a wave. And then you farm real fast. And then you get your blink after.
Why don't we see it right now, Jonas?
I feel like Amar might do it, to be fair. He seems like the type.
I mean, Collab's played Mars in the group, but I don't know how he built it.
I'm not sure either. I would assume he bought some like Yule's blink, because usually you would pick Mars for the control. Like the arena is just amazing for team fights. When teams pick this Mars hero, it's for the purpose of let's have team fight and let's have initiation. So you usually can't get away with the
I mean,
the
in
amazing...
theory, he's very good against the Drow SF kind of heroes.
Yeah, exactly.
But he just can't really get past the lane.
The lane is usually the problem, and the secondary problem is this hero does not jungle, so if you lose the lane, you are in big trouble, and it is very easy to lose the lane in this meta.
Well, it sounds like there's a lot of focus on the farm coming out for also when talking about hero item builds, when talking about what to do in the early stages of the game. Like, you want to blink dagger, go for it later after you are able to farm, but that does mean that we should put some attention on the 2 carries. We already talked about them separately a little bit, but Winter also here. We got Pure and Yatoro with 2 different styles, because Pure is not about that hard carry style that hides in the jungle for 30 minutes before he comes out.
He has to come out to fight the runes. I think we've seen Yatoro do it a lot. Like whenever he's playing even his Luna, I really like it when he plays Luna. He comes to the rune, he has level 6, he has ultimate, and he just comes over to fight and just helps the mid laner get the rune. I think moves like this are going to be very, very crucial. And Pure is also no strange to coming to help his team. But I think a problem with Pure is he tends to sometimes be over aggressive and he dies, you know, or he plays in a way where he's not supposed to come to help. I remember this one game he was playing Juggernaut and he was just coming to help with nothing, and he just dies, you know, and he just feeds. And it tells you a lot about the mentality of the players. They understand their role, and it might look silly to the audience, like we are watching the game, we're figuring why is this carry coming over, but it tells a lot about the team dynamics, where he is needed to help the team, because his other 2 cores are farming and they need somebody to come and make space, and he's the one. If his lane is bad, if he loses his lane, if Whitemon doesn't stabilize the lane, and I think they are going to have a lot of problems.
Unironically, we'll talk more about them later, but with Team Vision, one of the things Puppy noted that he was helping Satanic with is the fact that when Satanic was playing at his worst scale, it was when he was joining too many fights, when he was going for kills that wouldn't advance the game, even if it was, you know, a kill that he could get for free or whatever. It was kind of like, you could have been farming all this jungle or doing all this stuff instead, and he's been training that boy to go and hit more camps, to go and hit more creeps and raise that net worth up. That's why he's top in GPM every game. So it's actually, at least to that team, to that coach, to that player, it seems that farming more is better than killing and joining.
I mean, that's actually a really good point, because you need to choose which fights to come to. You can't just blindly go to every single fight, and the fight that's good for you, you go for it, you know. You don't blindly just take every single fight.
It's funny because the way it works is, especially for these mid runes, is by default, right? It's just the 2 mid laners, and then one team brings 1 support, and then you're gonna win the fight if you bring 2 supports. So then the first team brings also 2 supports, so then you need to bring the offlaner, and then if the offlaner comes, you also want to bring the carry. But if the offlaner doesn't come and you bring your carry, you overplayed your hand. You brought 4 when you needed just 3. And then it's just about learning, or like getting a read in the game of how many numbers you need to bring. And I would say throughout TI, as it goes later and later, I feel like this number increases and increases. I feel like at some point we're just gonna see 5 versus 5 on runes, minute 6.
How long will it take for us to get there? Is it gonna be today? Does it need a couple,
Maybe
you know, for the meta to progress?
I saw it a bunch of times in group stage. It's like 5 heroes minute, 7 minutes. I'm like, what is happening?
Yeah, it's some grand finals game 4 stuff where you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna outsmart this guy. I don't think they will expect the 5 heroes. We've been doing 4 so far.
And then you have to do the non-committal, right? You poke, if you know your opponents might bring so many heroes, then you poke them, and maybe you lose the support, they bring too many heroes, and then you just farm the side lane.
Yeah.
You have to be calm. Like, you have to read the situation properly. And that's why the games like this are very, very difficult to assess. Like a team being in a more, I feel like, tense mental state, they would just react and bring heroes no matter what. They'll just play, you know, they don't think too much.
And that's the beauty of DotA. It can work in any scenario, however you decide.
It is quite fun to talk about how that might develop, but I think I'm gonna not hold my breath for a 5v5 mid in this game, at least, as we are getting closer to getting our series underway. Don't worry, we will get there soon, but you know what? We need to properly start this game. So let's do that right now.
Iron Wing versus Team Spirit. Game 1.
It's time to talk about the Dota 2 that is coming our way. It's time to talk about the draft that is coming our way. For Game 1 on the main event, we have got Team Spirit on the Radiant side, Iron Wing on the Dire side. First pick going the way of Team Spirit, so the Radiant team, and that means Iron Wing has the strategic advantage of overall last pick, so they get to close out the entire draft. Let's see. We have got a couple of key heroes we want to keep our eyes on at the start of the game. One of them we've mentioned a lot already is the Earth Spirit. Now, it might not be bad because sometimes teams think, you know what, game 1, we're going to let it through because we think we can counter us, and we don't know what happened in the scrims the last few days, and never mind, we do. Earth Spirit has been winning.
You know what, Shiva? Maybe they just think their opponents suck at the hero.
Yeah, that could be. It could be. Nah, it's going to get banned out. So we got a Largo banned out, Alina banned out, and an Ember Spirit banned out inside of Team Spirit, with the Dream Protector, Bane, and Earth Spirit banned out by Iron Wing. They get one more ban before Team Spirit picks.
And yeah, Team Spirit first pick as well. I was gonna like bring up, oh, we've seen so many first pick Centaurs. Will Spirit take it? Because I feel like Iron Wings would if it was their turn for first pick. But Collapse has not played it that much in comparison to other heroes.
I'm excited to see some Team Spirit Draw Ranger or Lone Druid. They seem to love it on their first pick, and I think Iron Wing are not as punishing of a team against Draw. They usually just let them do their thing. And we got the Undying, even nicer. This hero is absolutely busted. Once you get the shard, you can just hide people with Tombstone. Yeah, you open your draft with a very strong support. I think this is very solid.
Keeps your options open, that if you do want either Lone Druid or Draw Ranger later down the line, Undying fits in any kind of archetype, basically.
How about the offlane? When would be an ideal scenario to move him potentially to the offlane?
Trust me, Winter, I would love to see Undying offlane. However, these guys, they do not like it for some reason. I have not asked them why.
Yeah, I want to know why, because it looked so powerful like just a little while ago. When you get this, because obviously with his ult, it's so powerful because when you hit someone with it, you're doing so much more damage amp with your whole team. It's not just Undying. So the ability to buy like a blink and just go on someone and be this massive flesh tank and add that damage amp means that you can just burst heroes so easily. And this is a meta as well where people are buying like HOTS and stuff. So you have so much HP that you have to get through.
Yeah, I think it's very strong. I'm assuming that it's a little bit of a cheese pick. You kind of need to destroy your lane if you're offline Undying, and that becomes a bit harder at TI. And I believe all the teams, or like the meta developed in a way where teams just want this Undying for his Tombstone safe later on, and they just want to get like a lane secure for a turret kind of hero, which Team Spirit like a lot, you know, such as the Drow. Lina's already banned, but
Shadow
you know,
Fiends in
Shadow Fiend, exactly, some Lone Druid, stuff like that. And we also got the Invoker from Iron Wing, which is very scary. BZM, one of the best Invokers in the world. They're not afraid to first pick it.
When you say one of the best, Who's better? Would you not say the best? Put you on the
big
spot there.
statement to make.
I know.
A miracle invoker.
You should see my invoker. I can invoke here and there. I can Sunstrike. Yeah. So, but okay, fine. BCM is slightly above me.
Nice.
Yeah, honestly, probably the best invoker in the world.
Yeah, but I also want to talk a little bit about why Invoker, in my opinion, should be in the first phase. Because I think this hero, he kind of sucks in the lane. So there's actually very little point for me to pick this hero later if you wait to see your matchup. Because it doesn't matter who you lane against, you're just going to get dumpstered in the lane. So why not just pick the hero early?
Very true, yeah. And they decide to cover it with the Slardar ban, which is, it's very nice against Invoker. Once you don't have much armor, if you get amplified damage, then or corrosive,
because he kills the Forge in the lane.
He does kill Forge in the lane. Yeah. It does, however, give them an opening to pick the other Invoker counter, which is Puck, which is also a very hard matchup for Invoker. But perhaps Spirit, they don't like Puck as much. We'll see if they decide to answer it like that.
The Hoodwink comes out for Ari. That is the hero that he has basically learned how to play Dota 2 on. He has been very open about when he first started playing Dota. Wasn't too great. He was a core player. And then at some point he's like, hey, you know what? This girl lady, I'm going to try her. And he rose to the top. And he is one of his best performing heroes. And we also saw the record. He has played it a lot successfully. So obviously to be here on this main stage. And as a bonus, the hero itself seems to be very good in the current meta. It's another one of those heroes, Winter, that seems to fit always.
It helps you set up your Sunstrike. I think whenever you have Invoker, you need supports to have like some kind of setup. Bane, for example, or Hoodwink, any sort of stun. And right now, Spirit, I think the reason why, I was thinking like, you mentioned, Jonas, about the Puck. Maybe they can just pick the Puck right away. But the other reason why I feel like they chose to go for the Pango is that they probably wanted to keep like the Pango as a flex because he can go off and can go mid. And they want to show, force their opponents to show more heroes before they decide what they want to pick in the mid lane. And this Wind Ranger as well, one of not me's hero, like a very, very strong laner. I think there's a lot of emphasis for the lane. Undying Wind, you're going to be very, very strong in the early stages. You're going to be very good at fighting at the runes.
Yeah, they got like the double flex with Pango and Wind, because both of those heroes can be played in multiple different roles, which makes it a bit harder to draft for Iron Wing. But I imagine their draft is just, they just want heroes that make sense together. They got the White One Ring, very exciting. He's one of, okay, I will not say one of the best. He is a very good ringmaster.
No, he's the best ringmaster.
He is the best.
Wow, this team's the best at everything.
How can they lose?
How can they lose?
I mean, I will say it feels like with Wind Ranger, isn't it sort of pigeonholed into support here because you're playing into Invoker. You have a very easy dispel against if it's core.
It's very possible. I feel like they sometimes don't even care. They just, they want like, you know, you're like fast enough to dodge the tornado unless it's coming from like right beside you.
Like a ghost wand.
It's an okay hero against Doom in lane, but they could also easily pick their draw, which is also super good against Doom. But I do feel like Team Spirit, they love picking this this physical damage lineup with the Pango with minus armor, which is probably also...
They could just pick a Kez and do 1 billion physical damage.
I love 1 billion damage.
1 billion damage.
Yeah, every offlaner loves Kez.
Yeah. Well, Doom is one of the few that actually is okay against Kez, as you just Doom him and then he will die because he's Highlands. Sometimes.
Sometimes he is.
But so far, very strong lanes from Iron Wing. Like, both of these supports are kind of picked to win the lane. You also have Sunstrike from mid, and both of these supports have like a slow or...
Which matchup would you actually prefer? Do you want like the Ring against the Undying? Like, I feel like Ring is probably better than Hoodwink against Undying.
I think either one of them is okay. I would imagine they will put the Hoodwink top, but you can play either of them. Undying, he doesn't really like these range heroes that can just keep hitting him forever. Okay, and we got the Laundry. Very nice counter pick to Doom, as you will never really be in the fight and you don't want to Doom a bear, so this kind of covers it for them. It also split pushes the map against the Invoker, so
Do you feel like they have an issue here, though? For me, when I look at this lineup and I've looked at how Lone Druids have been playing, they are very AFK. Like, they sit in that jungle for a very, very long time. And that means that right now, your other heroes playing on the map are Wind Ranger and Undying potential duo support and a Pango, and I don't feel like they do that much damage. Like, you don't have this nuke from Hoodwink or Dark Willow. It's...
I mean, but good news is Invoker is also kind of like an AFK hero early game. Like, he's throwing Sunstrikes here and there, but generally he's like just farming and pushing waves. So you don't really, I don't feel like they're going to get pressured too much. I think in some games, I agree with you, like the Lone Druid in the early game, he's going to get punished. But in this game, I'm not sure if he's going to be punished by Iron Wing unless they can find a pick here to prove me wrong. But then again, because you have this Undying and Wind support though, which I feel like is going to give them the stability in the early game. If your early game is stable, it's going to be very hard for you to attack the Lone Druid in his jungle.
Yeah, I feel like so far I'm liking the Iron Wing 4 heroes much more. Because I feel like with the Sunstrike, you can easily bring 3 heroes top. And if you manage to land the Bushwhack on this Lone Druid, he might just die. They have so much damage with just these 4 heroes. But, you know, luckily you get to pick a 5th. So,
I'm favoring them too. Just, I feel like Invoker, whilst you say he is AFK, when I've watched them, they are buying this like Meteor Hammer, then they're able to farm ancient stacks using the Ice Wall and the Meteor Hammer, and then, you know, you have the Ghost Walk to go and scout for the Lone Druid on top of that. I mean, they have so many ways to like give vision with this hero and find this hero, and with the Meteor Hammer they can also rotate that to push in this safe lane tower and restrict Lone Druid's farming space. On top of that, you still have a carry hero that might also then be able to go through the gate and come and connect to push this tower. I think they could restrict Spirit space really heavily right now.
So with that in mind, you would like a carry for Pure, for this last player of Iron Wing that has not yet has a hero, unless they do some shenanigans with the Doom, but you would like one that is active early on.
Yeah, Kaz probably, or I don't know if he wants to pick something that has a stun for the Sunstrike like Elk, or something that can help them get more kills, but they'll have the overall last pick to decide. Whereas Spirit, they're gonna need to figure out where to put the Pango. Are they happy putting the Pango mid, or do they have a better offlaner, or do they want to just, you know, pick another mid hero? Like, what would you like to play here, Jonas? Do you think, like, do you want to take the Pango here, or you have something else you feel like could accelerate the game for you?
It is not easy, because you need a hero that doesn't get counterpicked too hard. They did ban the Draw Ranger and TA for whatever they're going to pick, which are good bans for Pango offlane as well.
Ooh, we talked about the Taz.
Interesting. So, I'm guessing it's Wind core.
Or Undying core.
Undying offlane!
Or maybe. That would be hype.
I guess they could decide after they see the carry matchup.
Yeah. That is the beauty when you flex this much on first pick. You can just decide after the draft is completed, what do you want to send where? And now it becomes a bit harder for Pure to pick his hero.
And this Tusk is going to be one of the best heroes. Like I already brought up, like Tusk could be a very critical hero in this series because both teams are very greedy. And a hero like Tusk, you can just make a lot of rotations in the early game, especially against an Evoker, and kill him and put the pressure on the other side. Sure, he's going to want to get his Meteor and his Shard and push out waves, but you got to get there, you know. If your early game is going to be bad, you're going to have a worse timing and you're going to lose a lot of control on the map. So I really like the Tusk here to run up their draft.
Yeah, you want some of these like assassin heroes against Invoker and then just keep coming mid and keep killing the Invoker. He doesn't have many ways to survive. If he's like too far up in the wave, he's just gonna die. And yeah, you don't want that to happen. When you're Invo, you just want to farm.
He's probably not going to be getting any runes here. Like, he needs to kill the runes with the Forge. Yeah. Not going to be too easy, you know. I think just looking at the supports, I feel like Spirit has a very, very good supports to take the runes. And we're going to see the Cass here to round everything up. But I personally feel like, based on like the tempo, I'm favoring Spirit. I like to be on the Spirit side. I think they have the lineup that can play fast, they can control the runes, and they can just run Iron Wing over and not let their greedy draft come online.
I'm so glad we get to see an offlane Undying.
Yeah. Me too. I can't believe they finally did it.
We made this happen. We made it.
You made it happen.
We willed it into existence.
Hey, I was the one who suggested it right at the beginning.
All right, so well, with that in mind, you guys have been talking the whole draft about how you slightly favor Iron Wing's draft. Is that still the case now that we have both drafts complete and we see who is playing what?
Now I see that it's a core Undying and we have damage coming out from Rue on the Tusk support. It basically fixed every issue I had with it. Obviously, there's still the Kez problem. That hero is just stupid, and that's, you know, stupid factor can always win. But I think the early Undying timing is going to allow them to just kind of roll these guys. They have so much kill.
Okay. Strong words, strong words. Strong point for Team Spirit. How about you, Win?
I agree. I think the Tusk and Undying, you get the tag team plus the Flash Golem. You're taking Tom, you're taking Roche. You're going to run them over. Sure, you have a lone druid which needs to AFK farm 20 minutes. But I think after that, they're going to take all the objectives and they're going to take control of the map.
You have to be the odd one out with Saber, and you have to keep it concise.
Let's go, Undying. I love it. Oh yeah, it's gonna be epic.
Oh, still going for Spirit. That might be the jinx that we needed for Iron Wing to take game one. But let's see what's gonna happen as we head over to our commentary duo. It's Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Shiver. And for the intro for this game, we want to do something a little bit different, as it's the main stage first game for TI. Dota is a game that's best enjoyed with friends. Those friends that we have, they're from all over the world. There are people that are tuning in right now, late at night, from North and South America, people that are waking up early in EU, Africa, the Middle East, and of course, those of us in Southeast Asia and China, we finally managed to get a good time zone. You probably remember who it was that first introduced you to Dota. You may not have played with them in years. You probably have friends that you only talk to when you're playing Dota together. And probably, while I've been talking, there's someone or someones that you've been thinking about. They might be somebody who you log on and look for their name first when you look on your friends list, or someone you haven't played with in a long time. So I'd encourage you, if you feel so inclined, shoot them a message. Say you were watching the International and you thought of them. Let's strengthen this community together. Now, with all that said, let's get into this weekend, celebrate what makes this community so awesome. Trent, we got a hell of a game. Let's talk about it.
We do. Thank you very much to our panel for bringing us into this. Thank you all for watching. And yeah, we have a hell of a matchup to start things. All the matchups today, of course, it's top 8. You know, we're at the main event. They're all good matchups, thankfully. So, so much to dive into, and they're already into it in this one.
Oh my God, Yurno, he's going down early, they got him! Yadaro gets first blood, looks for another. Oh, give him another kill. Why not a third? It tastes so yummy for the bear. But Whitemon able to unicycle his way out of there. 33 might not be so lucky. The blocks coming in from Laurel. The crowd is liking what they're seeing, and as they count on up to 5, he gets rooted, he gets body blocked and killed.
Yeah, what you're hearing right now, Shiver was not kidding. Let me tell you that when Team Spirit is shown on the screen, the cheers are very loud in here. They are clearly the fan favorite of this event.
Oh yeah, they are absolutely, definitely the new team that's been adopted by the region, we can say.
Did they adopt them, or did Team Spirit adopt the crowd, you know?
That's a good point.
I feel like they're the ones who've been putting all this effort to, like, get fans and everything, and it has worked, and they are behind them right now. And that's such a good buff. Like, you know, I was talking to people about, like, the idea of just having the crowd, right? Listen to them. They're getting hyped.
33's in trouble again, and Yadaro on a killing spree here at sub 1 minute.
All right, well, I'm not a lone druid expert, but I believe that's good to be happening on the hero that's rather greedy and a little absent sometimes in the early game.
Well, definitely will not hurt them. You know, it's one of those heroes that just can kind of get done what he wants. And, you know, throughout the group stage, there had been a lot of focus on Laurel and him not being able to sort of have the impact that they wanted. But, man, if your bottom lane is going like this...
Another one.
What else is going to be able to set you up for success?
Jeez. All right, well... I mean, Iron Wing fans, before you enter total panic mode, there's one thing that kept being brought up by both players, talent, anyone I talked to about Iron Wing. It's like, yeah, but BZM's not going to get Invoker. That's what I heard every time. Anytime this was brought up, it's like, well, he's not going to get the Invoker because they'll just ban it. So you have the Invoker, all right? This is your backstop here, okay? This is what's going to provide the safety of this game for you on Iron Wing.
They're going to definitely need it, because if you get off to that type of start with a core Undying lineup and draft, the push that's eventually going to come is going to be pretty significant. But we'll see how they're able to deal with that 6-1 start here at just 2 minutes.
I think the Undying is a masterful way to play this draft for this matchup, because both of these teams, well, particularly Iron Wing, really want to play the Undying. They really want to use this as a 5. It's very frustrating to play against. Whitemon is already this player who's so good about controlling space and understanding what are the high value areas in the game. And controlling those with Tombstone is obviously very easy. He loves to fight at the 7-minute rune, right?
Yeah.
He loves to come in and take your stacks. Like, how much are teams stacking up their mid camps here to try and help their cores? And he's always ready to deal with that. So they grab it early, and then they flex it back to this offlane, which offlane Undying has never stopped looking good. I think it still seems like a very good role for the hero.
And definitely in a type of matchup where you want to just run at them and keep going fast. I mean, look at this. The pressure that you can put on early to Kez. Pure is not comfortable in this lane, although it's 7-3 versus the 16-6. They're taking him down, man.
And we were only blessed with a few Not Me games in the group stage to cast. But when I was going around and watching their games, it was the Not Me Wind Ranger that kept impressing me here.
So he's going to need it right now. He's already used Wind Run. Not Me in a little bit of trouble. They get the turnaround. Silence is there. Sunstrike not going to connect.
You're welcome.
Collapse can find a little bit of a cleanup as he's going to run down Whitemon. One more punch is all he's going to need. Does have Stick and Decay, so he'll get it.
Okay, so we can confirm the caster curse works when we're not the main audio in the arena. We can infer that now.
We can do that from anywhere. That's a specialty.
I've done it during a replay before. You know, it's all powerful really here. So,
wow.
Oh my goodness, we're bringing up the numbers early.
I mean, look,
just throwing it on the screen.
It is a good start. That is what we can say for sure. And obviously, Iron Wing is making a change up as they rotate heroes out. But that means BZM now won't have anybody to rotate to help him. So the one lane that was going good is going to fall apart.
And this is exactly what Saberlight brought up on the panel. He said, you know, you're going to see these heroes rotating in mid lane to the Invoker. This is the vulnerability of this hero, though, up top.
That's nice. They need that one. So
and that's 2 kills. That's 2 heroes. 125 on the Tombstone. Like, give me that gold.
I'd like to see that one for sure. So, again, whenever they start rotating these heroes out of there, it tells you that they're needing to make some type of a change because Iron Wing is not liking what they're seeing. And Laurel is kind of gonna start bullying BZM if Rue sticks around.
Yeah, as long as he's got some friends. But now it's Rue who gets caught with a TP from Ari. Very quick rotation.
Laurel's gonna get over and help us. Burns with a slowdown, and that's what BZM needs. Can they do anything else to Laurel? Doesn't look like it.
Looks like meanwhile Whitemon and Not Me were duking it out or something up there. As Not Me retreats back and Whitemon is all the way back to this tier 2, but has a Sal, so he can stay in the game. 3-3 has given up on the lane, and well, Yadro doesn't want to just give it up for free, though. He's going to TP to the tier 2, bring the bear. They're going to TP in Rue.
Okay, now he does already use the stun. 33 does have a TP if he wants to use it, but now that the root is there, it's not going to happen. So they manage to continue to bully 33. 3 deaths for him already. That's not the 3-3-3 he wanted this event.
No, not what he's angling for at the moment, is it? And not really that costly on Yadro, right? Like, I mean, Rue's very happy to make that rotation. The wave was already pushed out. Yeah, he's going to catch this wave at his tier 1 tower. So really good opportunity to find that kill, push out the Doom, but not take away any of your own farm. Keeping him at the top of the net worth by like a 1,200 gold right now. Yeah. Yadro is massive.
This is a serious problem. And do they get lucky with the rune? Doesn't look like it's Illusion up top. BZM does not have a Forge Spirit over there, though, so that one is likely going to be going to Laurel, unless he's doing the long wraparound with it right now. Regardless, though, it does look like a great start for Team Spirit, and
it does.
Iron Wing trying to pick up the pieces a bit.
They have some stuff that's going to come online soon. I mean, Ari, one of the heroes coming into the series that you were probably thinking you might not see will be the Ari Hoodwink. It has been his best hero. If you ban the Hoodwink, he's going to play Dark Willow. If you ban the Dark Willow, he's going to play Lion. So they've just given him the Hoodwink in this trade of heroes in the draft. And when he hits 6, he's going to be looking to really get some kills around here. Like Bushwhack, into Sharpshooter, into Sunstrike, people are going to die.
And the plus side of 33 dying so much of this, Ari is actually already level 5, and now as they move in Yadro, he doesn't walk back into the Sunstrike. You gotta hit those with the Bushwhack, and
this
now
is 7 minutes.
They're gonna be able to take this Wisdom away. Undying's holding the other. Iron Wing really not feeling good about this.
Okay, they needed that one, Gabe. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. That's a tough one. Right when, because that's when you get these levels, right? That's when you get the 6 on the Hoodwink. That's what brings it back. And now 3-3, not again.
He just saw him. They're not letting him breathe. There's nowhere to go. 33 Doom was feared so much, and Spirit seemed to have come up with answers to it. They're going to bushwhack a bear.
That's cool.
It's not going to do anything. Man.
Oh boy, all right. Well, 4 points in Exor right now. Time to start doing some calculations for these other heroes. Collapse, okay, in trouble here.
Yeah,
It is a Kez right up top. Not a fun time for any offlaner.
Yeah, and that is a bonus. Like, you can see these cores are still getting relatively farmed. Not quite enough to get the kill there with the Sunstrike from BZM, but this could be a good move. Unfortunately, not level 6 on 33, so they can't just drop the Doom on them. They do secure that the haste rune will not go to him, though, as Whitemon getting ran at by Collapse the Zombies, just chasing him down. A good whoopee cushion to try and get him away, but it doesn't look like it's going to end up mattering.
Unnecessary TP from Laurel, I guess, just in case there was some backup. Rue was there, too. Man, they are putting so much effort into keeping him alive right now.
Oh, yeah. And in the meantime, tower taken by Team Spirit. Pure thinking to himself, there's not really anything else to do there. Still just working on the Perseverance. I mean, are they going to be able to come online in time? Like, the Kez going in for this item, you know, trying to play with the Invoker. Doom has not been able to do anything. Like, who's going to do anything for Iron Wing?
I mean, Ari really needs this level 6. I mean, that's the truth of it. Like, Whitemon's still level 4.
Yeah.
He's hoping that they can get some plays up here to maybe get him a little XP, but I imagine it's Ari picking up a little bit. There he goes. Level 6. Unfortunately, it is spotted under an Observer Ward by the Radiant that they left near that previous Tier 2 down bottom, so they're going to be aware that Ari has hit 6 and will definitely be looking for a maneuver. Not Me's a pretty hard target to go for. Laryl's playing really far back right now, just farming the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, this Doom also hitting level 6 now, so there is an opportunity there, but I mean, it's pretty hard to just walk up and Doom these heroes. Cue to like 5 minutes from now when he walks up and Dooms the hero.
Yes, you know,
there's no doubt that
it do be like that sometimes.
But we'll see. He's got the little Ogre Smasher creep as well. Love to see that. Yeah, eyes on a Midas. I mean, that's the type of game it is. Iron Wing understanding early, like, we need to just sort of dodge and get to our items. We'll see if he decides to fully commit for that or not, as the stacks are being built. The other plus side is Team Spirit does not know about these yet.
That is the real question mark, right? Because you have the Meteor Hammer done for the Invoker. We know we need this recovery for pretty much everyone on this team, so any stacks are amazing at the moment. And the fact that Collapse on this core offlane Undying is not able to rotate in here is very good news for them. So here's what the panel discussed. Ice Wall, Meteor Hammer. Go ahead, do this in your pubs.
It's very nice.
Get some gold.
It is a lot of gold, and Doom there to help out. Take a couple of these along the way as well. This is, you know, their sort of catch-up mechanic. You can see it's not really fully caught up, as Team Spirit has had a really good early game, but it's something. It at least starts getting them to that next item, those next levels that maybe are going to allow them to prevent some of this snowball from continuing to roll. As Maelstrom is done for Yatoro already.
And the next stage of that is taking the top towers. We got big rotations coming from Iron Wing up top. They want to defend this tier 1.
Tornado does connect. They've got the Meteor Hammer after the fact, but finds the shackle onto both of them.
I like how
he control.
He stops for the power shot anyway, even though it's not going to do anything, you know?
And they do lose the tusk.
Yeah, Rue's forced to snowball, ends up dying. They're going to keep chasing here. That is not going to hit from Pure. Oh!
Very nice collapse. So 12 to 6. And again, just trying to defend this. Like, we've got two cores in the hard camp.
Being hit by a power shot by Not Me as well.
That feels so bad.
Yeah, that we're sharing the hard camp together, and somehow the support is stealing some of it from us. Meanwhile, they're smoking up. Now, where do you even go, though? Like, do you try and wrap around them? They're scanning to see if they can get up onto this high ground right now.
I mean, if they get around and find Invoker up there, Collapse is sort of hanging out with his tiara there. Oh, cuts the tree, too. They do manage to hit the Sharpshooter. Sunstrike, walk back into it.
Okay, here comes the wraparound.
Sometimes you get it freehand, but this would be a nice kill to get in turn. BZM disarmed for the moment. They decide to go for the Rolling Thunder forward, find and kill BZM. Pure, can he get out of there? Does. Got him under control. Shackle will not last, but I think they have enough damage anyways. Backs away, fear down. Laurel is in trouble and going to die to this. But they got what they came for. Is it going to be any more? Yes, they managed to find Rue. In the meantime, Yatoro is losing, or sorry, they're taking down that tower.
A nice use of the space. I will say that. Not a good trade except for the tower. That part of it is good for Spirit. But that is not what they drew up, right? Collapse was hoping to bait them into the engagement and sort of take it at the same time. Instead, he dies first. Now, in the end, they're also going to lose Not Me, so
Yeah.
Costly take of a tier 1 mid. Collapse does get a revenge kill onto Ari here as he starts heading into a the modern day Largo build.
Right.
Can't, name this hero. Could be either.
I will say it does look like things have gotten a lot better for Iron Wing over the last couple of minutes. Like, yes, Yadoro is still immense, but there has been a couple of these trade fights that look pretty good. Now, this would be pretty bad if Pure gets brought down. Do they have a way to chase him any further? Dust out. Does not have anything but the slowdown there and a punch. Ooh, but the save coming. Pure caught.
Much?
And they just have enough.
Too much chase and catch happening right now. And we're going to have that early Essence Distiller on Not Me as well. That'll be the first choice here. We see it a lot versus the Kez. Keep tracking him down for this ulti. Very annoying.
Another tier 1 tower taken. Sub 14 minutes. And we have not been able to get similar success on these buildings across the rest of the map. Laurel thinks about going up high ground. Ari not quite going to be able to get him there with the bushwhack. I mean, it is a lot. Like, if you get a bushwhack with the, finding the sharpshooter into a sunstrike, somebody will die to that.
It's true, but they're playing defense in their own jungle right now, just trying to hold them back. He's trying to provide a space for BZM and 3-3 to farm, but they're losing their own Wisdom Rune.
Yeah.
And now, we got Wisdom trying to also be taken on the Radiant side by Collapse, so they've lost all 4 of the Wisdoms so far this game.
Yeah, the experience difference is definitely a problem. Somehow Not Me is still just level 7 on the Wind Ranger. That's fine. He's been running around trying to do a lot. But yeah, the big difference maker is going to be between that lone druid and the other heroes. And you've seen what this hero can do when he's left to just his devices. Look
at BZM right now. My guy has been sitting in the jungle. He's just hiding behind his tier 2, lasting with Forge Spirits.
Yeah.
He is having a bad time.
It's very true. I mean, he's got eyes on the Boots of Travel. In the meantime, there's a smoke going towards Kez. And Ari, Whitemon, are they going to try and pull him into this and make a go at somebody?
They do need someone here to kill, though.
I mean, look, like, that's the thing. He needs to farm, too. If they miss on this smoke, it feels really bad. So, yeah.
And look what Rue's doing, right? We're seeing this a lot this TI, especially near the end of the group stage. The supports, if you are winning, they're just doing a lot of this.
Yeah.
A lot of finding a buddy. If you get lost in the woods, you're supposed to hug a tree. That's what you're supposed to do, so that, you don't move around too much and the search and rescue can find you. Rue is hugging a core, He wants to keep them alive. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, and now they know. Now they know they're heading down this way. Are they going to try and fully commit for taking this? I mean, they brought 4 heroes for Iron Wing, so it feels like this is going to turn into that, but I don't know if Spirit are going to give it up for nothing. There are the smoking.
The glyph hits on the Meteor Hammer, though. Feels good.
Starting to make the move. Not me.
There goes a lot of heroes.
Ooh, Collapse nearby. They get the tower. Can they get out? Iron Wing trying to run. They find one. It's Whitemon. I think if you're Iron Wing, you're going to be happy with just losing him. So 3,000 gold lead here at 6 minutes. Staying steady as Collapse almost has that first item, Octarine, done.
Oh, yeah.
What a shackle from Not Me. Finds him, gets him, kills him.
I heard Not Me had a deal with the manager that if he plays well enough on Wind Ranger, they're going to buy him that statue.
Oh my God.
And so far, he's 5 out of 6 on the shackle. So
and
I hope they pre-ordered one.
I mean, I feel like if you... Oh, as the Doom comes out of Collapse, is he actually going to die here? Oh, they're bringing in a lot of numbers. He's low. Sunstrike not going to hit Collapse. He lives through the Doom. And now 33, the double shot through with Not Me. Oh, it's pretty. It's very pretty. Wow.
Oh, yeah. That's the Agnum Scepter now finished as well for this Lone Druid, by the way. We have entered the problem zone right now. The Essence Distiller as well for the Wind Ranger to try and deal with this Kez. Problematic issues arising now for Iron Wing as they, again, just try and get some gold on these heroes to try and find a spot where they can actually fight, because there are uncertainties in Dota. You don't know where the enemy core is farming in the fall. You can't be sure of it. But you know that the Tormentor is going to spawn at 20 minutes. Do you think you can fight that Tormentor right now as Iron Wing?
Oh, God, no.
It doesn't look like it, does it?
I mean,
you would like to.
Right. The other thing, though, too, is that, like, as the map is getting more and more constricted, it's feeling like they're really pushing Iron Wing into a corner where there's only going to be a couple of places where they're able to farm. If they can keep this sort of pincher move going and keep them stuck in a certain area, the pickoffs are going to be relentless. But time will tell how this one ends up working out. Iron Wing definitely have some late game potential if they can handle this storm of pressure coming from Team Spirit. And it's worth noting, this is not what Team Spirit is like known for.
I was about to bring that up, actually. We have a reversal of roles right now, right? This is typically, it's Team Spirit who are down maybe 4K around 20 minutes, but you got this faith that, like, they'll win a big team fight.
And they don't, I mean, they're ahead now, so it's pretty dang good. Ari throws out the sharpshooter, not going to connect in a meaningful way. And in the meantime, the bear is found, but with Rue nearby, it might just end up being Invoker who goes down first.
Yeah, not much you can do about that bear. Time to just back it up. But yeah, it's Team Spirit that are known for these comebacks. It's not really an Iron Wing thing. Iron Wing are used to having some sort of a cheeky little part of their lineup. They grind their way into to a lead, and they just hold that lead. They don't tend to make really aggressive moves either to, like, really grow that lead. They're very happy, like, holding a 5K lead till Roche, and then they get their Roche, and then they feel more comfortable moving forward. But when they're behind like this, it's a different game for them.
Right, you had that sort of thing that you were talking about of, like, sort of the highlight plays of Team Spirit.
Yeah, that's their go-to. I mean, they are making highlight plays right now for this game for sure. Like, Team Spirit is a team that they might be behind a little bit, but you see these individually efforts and these, like, 2 or 3 hero skirmishes that really impress you, or the way they take a fight after immediately losing the Aegis is, like, classic Team Spirit. Maybe they just aren't as used to playing from ahead, and that'll hurt them.
Okay.
That's the cope right now if you're an Iron Wing fan.
Well, they start the Doom right away. Snowball save on everything. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? Tornado after the fact. Ari is already dead. Now it is going to be enough to kill off the Undying. As the ice wall is down, tries to stop any extra aggro, and it's a blink away from Doom understanding the danger.
Good trade.
Yeah.
Support for a core. I mean, Ari, you are kind of hoping to scale him a little bit in his classic way, so that hurts to be losing him, but you still get a better trade out of it. Not if you lose your Kez, though.
This one feels mighty bad as you're nowhere left to go. Laurel and Collapse make their move, and even a little bit of retribution as they take down the bear. It never feels as good as a real core kill, though.
No, there's 2 heroes this tournament that have had this very frustrating impact, I think, to play against, of they're dead and then suddenly they're back. And that's the Ember, who can immediately buy back into the Remnants, and it's this Undying with the Ceaseless Dirge. Like, you're supposed to kind of gain something when you kill a core hero, and he was just back and just immediately killed Pure.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he's just out on the map farming again with his Octarine core. Oh, that is, I did not make the connection with the Ceaseless Surge. That's very funny. That's cool. Very clever.
I like it.
Everything else about it's already really good. I didn't even consider that.
Well, they are going to move on into the Roche now with a 4K gold lead. Team Spirit just before Wisdom. Maybe this means Iron Wing is finally going to be able to get a Wisdom rune. It looks like it as Whitemon is heading over that direction. And yeah, you can see just the idea is immediately into a Ghost Scepter and a Blink Dagger.
All right, they got a Wisdom Shrine.
Let's go.
Woo! All right, the good news, it is only a 4K lead. And
yeah.
Like, this is the classic of, we seem to be getting these big leads right out of the laning stage, and the leads often stall out. Part of that is because the map is very big, right? There is a lot of places to farm. So if you don't invade and take away these really, like, tight areas near the tier 2 on either side for heroes to farm, then they can keep up. And we're a little slow getting some of the towers as well. So it slowed down the progression to taking those zones away, as, say, with Whitemon fall. But again, this is the issue where the Tormentor's up, the Roche is up. They can definitely take these very easily on Spirit if they ever want to bring in Yadro for them. The longer you wait, the better chance Iron Wing do have to defend them as well.
Right.
So I think there is somewhat of a pressure here to go after these objectives.
Right, to keep the ball rolling.
Like, not just the Aegis, right? Get the Tormentor as well.
I mean, this right here is going to be a little scary. If the bear does that to your carry, just to steal away a Centaur, speaks to how comfortable they're feeling in the game. And now Blink Dagger done on the Tusk. So bringing Pure a little bit low with the bear, and now hunting in with more. Pure gets immediately caught by Laurel, and yeah, 2 salvos, he's down. Whitemon not going to be long for that world either as they move in with Laurel. Get that kill too.
Keep in mind, I think Lone Druid's at like a, what, 35 or something % win rate? Am I crazy on that? I feel like this hero has struggled actually. Like, it was a hero, we all know it's very powerful, but some teams were struggling to succeed with it because it felt like it didn't do a lot early.
Right.
We have 9 kills on this bear at 22 minutes. So either Team Spirit really thought about that in terms of, you know, we should get some connections with the hero and like try and be aggressive a bit early and utilize this. I guess that must be part of it because it kind of makes sense that this is the hero you would offer up in the draft after seeing the whole group stage as a unit, right? And recognizing, you know, what heroes did really well, like that Earth Spirit, and what heroes seem to be struggling, like the Lone Druid.
Well, and some of that is the early kills, but also I think just the laning setup and switching that Undying to offlane really changed the dynamic of what the draft was looking like, and Iron Wing were not able to adjust quickly enough, obviously, and just kind of got ran at so far. It's not out of this world that they're going to be able to make something happen, but these types of moves are a little scary. The fear is there. Looking for a Doom, maybe, 33. Thinking about a chase. They've got the Tusk already onto the Invoker, but the turnaround is going to be there.
Nice.
So an overextension from Spirit. Iron Wing, they capitalize.
I think all of their good moments have just been turnaround plays. Like, have they initiated much of an aggressive maneuver at all in Iron Wing?
I don't think so.
It certainly hasn't been their forte, this one.
Like maybe one Doom down bottom onto Collapse, but yeah, it's not been a whole lot of that.
So there is this forced pressure coming out here from Team Spirit, and whenever you make those moves, you have to be very certain that you're going to connect and at least get a good trade.
They were very ready in that area. So Team Spirit, Laurel and Collapse heading down bottom. We'll see if the Bear decides to come and join them. He already has 3 components of an Aghanim Scepter along with Blink Dagger. Laurel, I mean, there.
We have that shard on the Undying too with the Snowball, so trying to kill these heroes is going to be very tough because that Ag is going to add even more HP to the Tengu already. He has his barriers going. He's going to get pushed in the Snowball, put in the Tombstone. It's very difficult to get a final kill here, and they've struggled to link together all their abilities, right? Like some sort of a Bushwhack into the Wheel of Wonder, try and lock them all down. It's not all hitting right now. The Shiva's Guard will be great if they can get it here onto 3-3 as he gets punched up. Forced to BKB. He is worried about there being more heroes here. Turns out it was just a little goblin.
But Whitemon, they find him. Now going into the box, Laurel was looking for more, can't quite get it. Collapse does get brought down by BZM. So a big kill there. Are they going to be able to do so? I mean, he's got Doom. Oh, this would be such a big get if they can get it.
Get him.
Right on top. Oh, no, that was your moment.
Oh! He didn't know. Well, he did the math.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, I would have to, like, it wasn't going to work. It wouldn't be enough.
Oh, BZM does manage to get out of there.
It is very funny to find the fake hero. This Lone Druid just off hermiting his way into the small little camps on the edge of the map by their base.
Right. I mean, it was probably, not enough time on the Aegis that it would have mattered anyways, so just now expires. But 26 minutes, and you can definitely feel it is a game of cat and mouse going on right now. Team Spirit trying to hunt and kill Iron Wing where they can, and Iron Wing just hunting creep waves, stopping Team Spirit from pushing these out and getting pressure onto the towers. They've done a good job of keeping them off their tier 2s.
They've done an excellent job of keeping this lead stagnant for Spirit.
Yes.
Like, it is not a great sign. It feels like Iron Wing are still able to move out pretty freely on their side of the map and get a lot of the camps that they want. Now 3-3. Has to be careful here.
Finds him.
Has his BKB.
The punch is there. Now catching him in the shards. That's Doom down. Essence Distiller already expended. Does he have enough to live through this? That don't work, buddy.
Should be all right on this Doom.
And now with Yadro forward, they find the shackle, the latch, the connection, and 33 going down.
No backup in time here from the rest of Iron Wing. Now, again, this is 3-3, like, kind of playing a little bit ahead. He's giving the space to his Kez and his Invoker so they can be farming in there, because Kez is really good.
Right.
Like, Kez is a hero that, if they don't start snowballing early, they tend to struggle to catch up here as they just drop another. But that's his BKB, so Kez can now play the game.
BZM, they pop the dust. See him there. Collapse walks forward. Don't know what he thought was going to happen there. A tornado barely keeps him alive. And now going to be able to find that kill. With Pure in the area, hops back inside the tombstone for Collapse, thinks about walking into him. Draining mana, stepping forward. Not me, Yatoro, they're right on top of Pure. Pure needs to get out of there. They slow him down a bit. Do they have enough though? Not quite. The Wheel of Wonder will not get any hypnotizes out. So it's going to be forced to TP away.
Instantly back to pushing out this mid lane as BZM.
Yeah.
They dive pretty deep, but Yataro's still working on that top tier 2 tower. The heroes are going to come in here, though. I don't think he's going to get a chance to finish this off. They're not sticking with the bear. They're worried about the fight after. Or not. Or the bear's just going to get it, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, never mind. All right. We're just going to let it go. It's fine.
Yeah, not a big deal.
Who wants a tier 2?
It's all good. So a gem picked up now for Wind Ranger. You're still wanting to get into that Aghanim Scepter that gives you so much more freedom to make moves. Iron Wing, they finish a Shiva's Guard, but it's a BKB now done for Lone Druid as well. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely feeling like they're going to need to win a fight at some point, or like hope that Team Spirit overextend in weird ways, because I don't think they can win 5-on-5s at this point.
No, this bear with a BKB is a problem. Like, he is just going to run in. What is going to happen to him? What are they going to do? He's just going to start eating somebody.
Yeah. Disperser looking to be next. Team Spirit playing around. Potentially the 30-minute Tormentor. We'll see if that's what they decide to do.
They took it very late.
Okay.
We're waiting for them for a while.
Got it.
Yeah.
Keeping this gold lead steady. Iron Wing playing opposite side of the map. They could potentially start pressuring the top side. I mean, you're not going to be able to trade towers.
Yeah, they know Roche could be up right now, so this is the let's get our wards down and let's just guarantee it, and yeah, that feels bad. There goes the Aghanim Scepter for quite a while on this Kez. Did he? Oh, he still the rest to buy, right? He finished the PK. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. That's okay.
The bear comes in, gets another tier 2 tower
just for
in mid.
free?
Yeah, no response at all. God, I mean, you've got to kill this bear here, surely.
I mean, they've made a decision in terms of when they're not going to fight.
Yes. Ari, Adoro looks for another. That ward. Get out of there, buddy. The woodlandness of you will not save you from the bear.
I mean, that's lore accurate. I don't think a bear is very good at catching a squirrel.
That's a good point.
You know?
Yeah, she should get a buff for Hoodwink. Definitely a hero that needs it.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, second Roche is up now. 33, still sitting pretty with his Midas. And being hemmed into their base.
Yeah, they just had a Sunstrike there from Iron Wing to scout the fact that Roche is up.
Okay,
so
up.
They know they're coming down. This is it. This is their aggressive maneuver. They're going to move carefully, with purpose, to potentially find their first real aggressive maneuver of the game. Lyrical, it's not progressing very forward.
No.
It appears to be just
it's
a
lateral
on their own. We've gone from the North American football to rugby.
Yes.
We simply throw the ball to the side. I understand.
They would really like to catch this bear, and he's gone. Yeah, that one hurts. That doesn't feel great.
The sideways smoke.
Okay. Okay.
They have more smokes. They do have another smoke. They actually have many smokes. They haven't done it. They have 3 smokes right now. Okay.
Dude,
all right. So this is it's kind of like when you throw a dart the first time and you're way off. But you know, that was just like a calibrating dart, right?
Yeah.
You're understanding. Now they understand their side is clear. They can smoke slightly further.
Yes.
You know, a smoke gank begins with a single smoke gank that's bad.
Well, let's see if they can get one here on Spirit. They are running directly into the area that Iron Wing is at.
The bear.
But a TP away from the Invoker. I mean, yeah, I think they just recognize that they still can't really fight this easily.
Oh, he just blinked.
Yeah, Ari is going to get caught and killed here, but...
It's sad that blinking to his own jungle is considered an aggressive blink right now, but that was an aggressive blink.
I mean, Team Spirit is just, they're so good at this type of, this point in the game, reading the map, understanding where their opponents are going to be, and then, of course, playing around objectives. This is where Team Spirit, you know, It's their bread and butter.
Yeah, and they're not messing around. Roshan has roared. They instantly drop the tombstone. This is not a place you can fight as Iron Wing. And, okay, safety first.
Yes. He got hit by the Essence Distiller, so had to BKB to get out of there. Meanwhile, Kez, is he going to be so lucky? BZM Whitemon retreating, understanding what could be coming their way. Not me, still on the chase. He's a little bit ahead of the rest of the heroes on the team, except for Yatoro on the bear, who's going to run right into Pure. Broken, feared, rooted, damage out. That is your carry. That is your carry. That doesn't feel good at all. Pure, can he manage to get away? They drop the Doom onto the Wind Ranger. Yatoro does not appear to be giving up. Just chase him down. The solo kill.
Mr. Yatoro, I don't feel so good.
Look at this guy. And now another.
Okay,
oh, another. You need more heroes to deal with the bear. It is eventually going to get brought down. Oh, the crowd likes that.
Yeah, not a button he's had to press too often this game. Summon Bear.
Yeah. You're not wrong.
Jeez. All right, the new model is out. That is absurd.
A very, very strong bear. 32-15. And
but Lyrical, he had a BKB.
He did have a BKB.
Why did he still die?
I mean, you know,
the hero seems quite strong.
I will say, Lone Druid just got a little bit stronger with the finished disperser now done. And I mean, okay, if they can kill the bear right now, actually, this could be an issue. Will they be able to? They're thinking about it, but they baited out. Now the Walrus Punch 33 nullified, roll through from Laurel. They know he doesn't have a BKB because he used it down bottom. BZM jumps in, finds the Undying, good damage out, gets the kill. Another overextension by Spirit. And now
they have to chase. This is so desperately needed. They've cut the lead down a little bit here too.
Laurel got to get away. He doesn't have much mana at all to use his abilities.
Ari's still trying to find him. They see the creeps where they are moving, but the tier 2 is still up. Maybe a bit too far to chase. They will regain control of their outpost. That relieves some of the pressure. And not me seeing his friends dead. Just get a little bit of farm at the top of the map.
Notably, did not have to use resummon again, as the bear did get out. So we'll have it for a little while. But yeah, showing in that last instance how strong the EMP can be from the Invoker, just burning through the mana of several of these heroes. It's a big issue.
Iron Wing exploring a new territory here, the Radiant side of the map. I think the first time they've actually gone through their Ancients at the moment. Unfortunately, they don't find anyone to kill. They will now find Not Me on his way back over to his own side, though.
Now silenced and dead.
And keeping their numbers advantage right now. This can keep them a little further on the map than maybe they should be. Bear forced to BKB.
33 decides not to drop it there, and the bear gets away. So yes, a 5K gold lead. It's sort of dwindling back and forth a little bit here. Team Spirit, for the last several minutes, have taken a couple of hits. Still in a strong and comfortable position, but we'll see if that continues to change.
Yeah, for me right now, the gold lead isn't really the factor. It is the saves. It is the layering of the saves that are still available here on Team Spirit that gives them the edge in these team fights. And that's what I'm looking for Iron Wing, is how do they deal with that? Again, going to use another smoke. They are burning through their stockpiles right now.
Visca's got to work for him and collapse the first person they run into. KB response, gets the ulti off, immediately doomed. Laurel rolling around, doesn't quite connect onto Pure or Ari, but 33 is in pretty far, and now Laurel is going to hunt the Invoker while 33 gets gobbled up by the Lone Druid. BZM, BKB out, throws out a couple good meteors, manages to burn through that Aegis. Okay, 1 for 2 so far. Collapse is going to be able to live through most of this, but eventually, he gets saved in the tombstone. Yatoro there, right on top of Pure. Is Collapse going to go down? Yes, but now Rooted, saved by.
All right, what are they going to do?
Ringmaster.
Is it time to leave? Are they going to chase?
The Shackle lands, a really good one connecting from the Force Spirit. Pure going to pop the ulti. Yatoro continues to run in with the bear. It's low, and eventually it dies.
All right, summon forced out here again from Yatoro. More gold going the way of Iron Wing, and the insta-doom on the Undying. That is the key target, right? That's definitely the hero that's going to have the most impact on. It removes one of the saves, since he's got that shard on the tombstone, and also reduces, obviously, his just ridiculous amount of healing and everything. The problem is he is surviving through it, but he is a little bit weaker as he engages into the rest of the fight. So that helps them bring him down.
We talked about BZM being the answer for this lineup. And Iron Wing, if they could manage to come away with a victory here, this would be one of the more impressive wins that we've seen from them. Because as you said, this is not a team that's, you know, known consistently for coming back like crazy. Obviously they can do it, but team spirit in the late game is a difficult beast to battle against.
We saw in the panel, right, talking about the match duration and the averages that they have.
Yeah.
They're very similar, averaging around like 46 minutes, I believe, in terms of their games. So both of them very confident heading late. They both had some late games already in this tournament. And late game is when you get a little bit of time. You know, the idea of the game becomes quite a bit clearer. You learn all kinds of new things every game of Dota that you play in terms of interactions and ways you can deal with a certain combination that is afflicting you.
BZM.
They're afflicting him with some spells.
This is the Basher reveal from Laurel. Do they have a way to break it? Yes, they do. So BZM finally going to be punished as Laurel picks up that key item.
I got a bear. I got a Basher. We're going to have a hard time BKB TPing out of this one.
Oh, yeah. So that is the type of kill that Team Spirit need to feel confident moving forward here. And it looks like they're going to try and pressure this bottom
Collapse
tower.
Collapse has moved the banner into his inventory.
Okay.
We are getting aggressive.
Let's do it.
We're moving in. High ground is on the menu.
Well, we'll see if they decide to make this move. Again, 60 seconds with no buyback. Yeah, they're cutting waves, it looks like, or wanting to at least. But they're going to need to deal with this one. Banner down. Buildings open. 33. What can you do to try and stop this bear? Throw out a boomerang. They are smoked behind. So, yeah, Iron Wing need to find a way to get to the real heroes because Yaro is just going to take an entire set of racks.
One range creep.
Yeah.
Gloriously attacking.
And they get it. And honestly, I mean, Iron Wing left. They need to address this.
Well, they can't do anything here.
Yaro is going to keep hitting these buildings. Pure is not in the base right now. And I'm not sure what exactly it is that they're waiting for or think is going to change.
We give up the tier 2s, we give up the tier 3s.
All right, Invoker,
We give up the tier 3s? We give up the tier 3. What? We give up 2 tier 3s? I don't know. They don't have to consider it at the very least. The lane was very far pushed out.
Yeah.
So they will go back, regroup, and I'm sure they have some lovely items to add to their inventories right now.
Right. That's fair, yeah. I mean, and I guess as Invoker was respawning, Team Spirit were not going to fully commit to it. So just get some good damage onto that building, then head out of there. Butterfly done for Kez.
Okay, that's big.
I feel like Pure really has not been able to do a ton of damage this game. It's been rough for him.
Yeah, he feels like he spends most of his fights just running away. And that has made it rather difficult. Yeah, that level 25 Lone Druid with the Demolish and with a Butterfly. He does not have an MKB. That's pretty much the only thing he doesn't have.
Yeah, that number is not where you want to see your Kez at this point in the game, especially compared to the Lone Druid.
That appeared to be the lowest number.
There's Tusk in there, you know.
Oh, I meant on his team. But
oh,
yeah,
true.
40 Thank you for finding the hope that they have.
Yes.
He is out damaging the enemy Tusk.
I mean, if you consider the damage amp that he's given to Wind Ranger, it's, you know, maybe. All right, the bear. The bear hungers. Ari, get out of there, buddy. And Pure are going to get some separation and immediately TPs out, also on the Invoker. Yeah, Iron Wing definitely just trying to delay this game as much as possible. You can Team Spirit getting those items to shut down that split push.
And they instantly smoke up and say they're going to move up into this top lane as well. So they want to get full control of this area. Just keep seeing the drawing on the map here.
Yep.
First it was from Not Me. Now it's from Aris saying, hey, they're all going to be in here because they want to control the area between the 2 tier 3s that they're pushing. So it makes sense.
Coming from Iron Wing as well, though. Are they going to try and go on this bear? If they do, there's going to be a lot of heroes to join them very soon. Backs away for the moment. Oh, it's a little sketchy here. Iron Wing still kind of thinking about the idea of going in. Dire scanning, not hitting onto anybody. But into the pit, Not Me will go. Now this is going to roar.
Yeah, he's forcing out the roar himself, which is very interesting. But unfortunately, he's not able to get it.
MKB achieved now as well by the Lone Druid. So the Kez Had a couple sparse minutes of having Butterfly ready for himself, and now it's not even going to matter.
Yeah, it's tough. Doesn't really help him out very much versus the other matchups either, unfortunately. This is also the big Roche. Third Roche, it drops this lovely thing called the banner.
Oh, love this.
Some cheese and a refresher shard. So
very nice.
That will be a great way for Iron Wing to get back in the fight, because if you had those items sitting on the high ground, even with a lone druid, that can be a tough one to push into just because it is an invoker.
Yes.
The guy already has a lot of spells. If he gets to throw them all out twice, it can be quite a hurdle to hurdle over.
Sunstrike sees that Roche is up. And you can see the Conjurer's Catalyst. All right, so BZM.
The what?
He's 25. He's got Conjurer's Catalyst. If there was ever going to be a hero that could pull you back from the brink, it would be this Invoker.
BZM on his Invoker. Has a Linken's as well to try and stay alive. Has to, infest fairly defensively in this one, unfortunately.
And again, for anybody that's not aware, it's as you deal damage, it continues to deal amped damage in an AoE around the target. So it really just amplifies everything. A Team Spirit
it's kind of just good on everyone, but it's really good on Invoker.
Sunstrike looking for the snipe there, can't quite get it.
Very close right now on Iron Wing.
They are. Do they want to go? Ari could think about a bushwhack when they're walking up high ground.
What does he do, though? Does he just force a BKB and try and get back? Is that what he's thinking? Because he does not have a team for a fight right now.
No, it's looking a little bit dubious there. Invoker is going to go hunt the bear again. BZM finds it. Yadro gets hit on the bear. They bring in some more. Tries to get away. EMP out. Oh, it's so annoying. God. Lone Druid, man.
I mean, little known fact, they can surf, as you can tell by him going so fast.
Wait a minute. Oh, but the snowball save is there. Now Pure is in pretty deep. Looks for the punch, saving Laurel. Sunstrike does manage to connect. BZM on target. Not Me now also found. Team Spirit, are they in a little bit too far?
Where the save?
Off the 2 onto the Windmanger. They find themselves 1. It's Whitemon gone. Pure trying to get out of there. They nullify the amp damage. Collapse continues the chase. They have anything else left in the tank? It's a trade of 1-for-1 with a lot of BKBs used, and now BZM, he might be just ready to play.
I think it's time to find something here.
They're thinking about it. Tornado left up onto 2. Yadro, he waits to save this BKB, though, so they can't go in. Broken now, Sunstrike out, not going to connect onto Rue. BZM runs back forward, finds Collapse. Big meteors down. Oh, look at that damage! BZM with the double kill takes them both out. They're buying back to try and get back into this one. There's no way that can be good, as Not Me in trouble. Found Sunstrike, that one's off the mark. But the hits coming out from BZM. Oh my God, the damage is gonna be nuts.
Yeah, Pure had to tip him, because Pure just got insta-dead.
Oh.
Like, he went back into that fight, he got blown up in 3 seconds flat. But it set it up, right? It gave the space for BZM to cast all those spells, and yeah, this is exactly what they have been waiting for from their key player on the Invoker. Yeah, he just died.
I mean, look, there's an issue that's coming out here if they're not careful. BZM, if they can bait out the BKBs, the BZM feels like to carry this.
Instantly back down, though.
Brings him down to about half HP, but then gets out. Oh, man. All right, we got a good game. 5K gold lead at 46 minutes means we're going to see some wild stuff here. This is what you want on the TI main stage. Day 1, game 1.
I mean, the tornado, if you guys keep seeing the tornado keeps hitting on the bear and he just immediately comes back down, it's because when you have the Shroud on the Lone Druid, you can just use your Roar, and then that brings him down, instantly dispels him. So that's why they're instantly trying to follow up, assuming he's instantly going to do it every single time. So they're playing a little mini game here. And yeah, that refresher shard that we talked about, it is being held on Yadro right now. So if you thought 2 bears were bad, what about 3 bears?
Right. I mean, you're not wrong. I feel like so much of this game is going to be, can they catch and kill BZM on Team Spirit? And then likewise for Iron Wing, can they bait out those BKBs? But we are getting into the area where could start to look a little bit sketchy. Also, since they've taken the tier 2 tower in that mid lane, Iron Wing do have some potential and chances to try and turn this around and, you know, make a quick run down mid.
Yeah, maybe get themselves the outpost too at some point. Bushwhack hits on the bear. BKB is up though. If they could force it, that would be great. But once again, the roar comes out. He'll back himself away.
And a scythe done for Ari. So more ways to control these heroes.
One big, relatively recent buff to the Pangolier is that we can no longer refresh BKBs. You know, much heralded change across Dota 2. Pangolier, obviously, someone who struggles a lot versus BKBs, especially because in the late game, people would often go for refresher BKBs versus this hero all the time, because you just become immune to his constant rolling and stunning about here. But with his own refresher shard sitting on the Pangolier now, and building into a refresher, he's going to have some ridiculous rolling thunders that after the first BKB, there's just nothing you can do.
Right, and you know, there is going to be that issue of, for Iron Wing, there's a lot of like little poke that can force that out. You know, you've got the bear coming in, obviously, as the Tormentor moves in. They're going to get it.
They're going to instantly TB back home because the side of Team Spirit is approaching with a creep wave mid.
Tornado's super annoying to deal with. Yadro pops the BKB, just starts hitting the building. All right, we don't want to fight anymore. We're going to start taking buildings there. Brings it almost all the way down. That's a problem. That's not good for you, Iron Wing.
Okay, but mentally, you know.
Yeah.
Mentally, you're like, look what they have to do to match us.
They're afraid.
They're so scared. They're BKBing the bear and just trying to take our buildings. Guys, we got them on the ropes right now. They can't grow this lead.
I mean, it
has stalled out.
It does depend on mentality a lot. You know, how are these teams going to handle the pressure of TI main stage? You see a bear just run in and take a full set of racks, or just about. How do they respond to that? Are they going to feel like, oh, we have to fight now and then take a bad fight? What's going to be the mentality shift? Is there going to be one?
Well, now his own MKB picked up here on Pure to match the butterfly that's on the Lone Druid, so now we can just shake hands and agree to sell both of those items and buy cooler stuff.
Yes. Okay, I like that.
So you watch Yadro one-tap a Mud Golem.
Oh yeah, the breakout of the Silver Edge. That's funny.
Aghanim Scepter. Now on the Invoker and ready to be blessed.
Needs just a little bit more. The creep wave is going to die here in the mid. The Conjurer's Catalyst. And do they find him when he heads out? Thinking about it. Steps forward. Team Spirit. Real close to a couple of heroes here. They're going to break it. Laurel steps in. They don't quite connect onto 33.
All right, the bear is coming, they know.
And onto Whitemon. He's just going to hit the buildings. Do they have any way to do this? Or he's going to hit Kez, force out some reaction? We'll see. Half HP already there. The Doom connects onto two separate heroes. Cannot get in with the save. They do manage to get the
bear down.
So Tusk now in trouble. Collapse walking in. He's going to back away. And now the Panko is gone. Laurel in trouble. Another one dead.
This
Iron
is a
Wing.
one bear fight.
Yeah, they're taking this fight perfectly. Collapse now also wanting to do something, but it's a TP away from 33. Understood the assignment, gets out before there's trouble, and suddenly this lead is cut down to nothing.
It's bad. It's real bad.
Oh, man.
It was a one bear fight. They missed out on getting the kill onto the racks. Right?
Yeah.
And then in the back line, they managed to catch onto the Pangolier. The scythe is there from Ari. They don't use the cheese. They don't use the refresher shard. It wasn't their full power from Team Spirit. They can think of it like that. But if they were hoping to just steal away a Rax and maybe lose a couple heroes, that ain't happening. They were ready to defend on the side of Iron Wing.
I mean, it's a bold play, and you can start to lose out a little bit more. Definitely, as we can see this replay here.
I mean, that's a full HP bear. Look at them go to work on this thing.
Oh, yeah.
Through the BKB, this stinks of desperation, Lyrical. That's what you say is Iron Wing.
I think honestly, you're definitely not wrong. When the team stops wanting to fight, it does raise some questions. What's happening? What's going on here? And now they find EZM, though. This is the perfect fight if they can do it. No, the bear is dead, though. Broken and getting out of there, not me. Not able to connect. The Tornado barely manages to find him. And now this Wind Ranger, another death. And Iron Wing, for the first time in this game, are going to take the gold advantage.
Say the line, Lyrical.
I don't know.
Say the line.
I don't know.
What's your voice line? Say it, Lyrical.
Oh, welcome to the late game.
Welcome to the late game. It's Iron Wing's late game. They have got the Ags on the Doom. They have the Ags on the Invoker. They have waited for this. All right? They got some big heroes. All right? They have analyzed the situation. You know, 3-3, he plugged it into the computer in his brain. It actually prints out a big paper thing, just like the old PCs. And he's like, we need the Aghanim Scepter on the Doom. That will solve our problems. BZM, get synth your Aghanims. Get the Sunstrikes. The Cataclysm will bring us victory. And here they are.
This is very scary territory. They have delayed this game as long as they needed to, and 52 minutes in, what are Iron Wing going to decide to do now? Are they going to try and take the aggressive front foot forward? Now, Wind Ranger is dead for 50 more seconds. Buyback status, there's a couple heroes on Radiant that don't have it. Collapse has been playing without buyback for a while now. Obviously does have the Ceaseless Dirge ready to go, but Team Spirit, it feels like they need another, like, mentality moving forward of how to deal with it. The Aghanim Scepter on the Doom is clutch.
Yep. The problem is they still only need one because of the bear.
Yeah.
That is a big fear that you still have to hold in your heart as Iron.
And look at this! They're right onto him right away! Pure getting hit. He's brought somewhat low, but they jump in with the Doom. It's not going to matter. That Aegis down one time.
All right, bear down.
33. Does he decide to go anymore? Shards keeping 33 out of the fight. He can't blink in. Instead uses the force step forward. And now they find that second Doom, but now they've turned a bit too far. The refresher out from the Pango. Oh, that's the turn that they needed to get the control. Pure in trouble. 33 in trouble. Iron Wing. What else do you have left on the tank? BZM, you're going to need every little bit.
He's out of here. He escapes.
Gets away for the moment, but still the chase is there. Laurel finds him, cuts him down.
His last bear out here on Yadro after the refresher.
And the slowdown onto BZM. He got him with the overwhelming blink. Can BZM manage to get some separation? Does it look like he's going to be able to escape? But this lead, it's not insurmountable. Iron Wing have to be careful. They don't have buyback on their Keds.
That is a little scary. I mean, there is no Roche to deal with right now, obviously. So that is a bit of an issue. They can't just grab that and go high ground with it.
They want to try and force some buybacks out here and see what's happening on Spirit.
The Bear's back in 50 seconds. They can definitely go for a push here as Team Spirit.
See if that is indeed what they want to do.
What is your what's your pick, though? You know, how do you get this kill as Team Spirit?
I mean, I don't know. Yadro steps up. They have the banner down. They haven't placed it yet, but they have it on the Tusk if they want to use it.
Like, is it a blink shackle from Not Me? Can he find? Oh, the roll. They're going in.
The roll onto BZM.
Right, force them back and just kill the buildings.
That's right. Focusing the buildings where they can. The bear takes down one.
They didn't get the BKB, though. There was no panic from BZM. They're going to hold it.
And the Hex is already out from Ari. The bear down to about 3/4 HP. Saved by Collapse. The Wheel of Wonder already used. Can come out of it in a moment. Shackle not going to latch, but messing a little bit with BZM. And now the BKB, Yadro hitting.
Interesting.
They don't have the Kez for another little while here. Yadro hits, destroys, and now it's going to look to take down the range racks as well. Can't quite get it, but substantial damage dealt to Iron Wing's base. Talk to me, Trent. What do you see him?
I mean, can't quite get the range racks, right? So they get pushed, they get forced back. They're happy to sack that bear. I think that's okay in this moment. Just fine with that for now. Team Spirit, you just say that, you know, that was good. Like, we got those kills near our base. Killed the Pure on the Kez. We move in. We get, we essentially get a win condition, right? We got the tier 3. Now we're just looking for Megas. That is the play here. They get both Shrines again. A late game snag here for the 56-minuter. That's really nice for Team Spirit, but look what's happened on the net worth chart, right? Like, it is the Lone Druid, it's 3 Dire Heroes.
Yeah.
And Kez finally getting over top of the Undying and the Pangolier, which he's been behind pretty much the entire game. Pure has struggled to keep up. It is, as you would hope for, pretty much dead even heading into 60 minutes in terms of who's got this one. A Scouting Cataclysm erupts here out of Iron Wing. They have a Refresher Shard sitting on the Doom. That could be just the one tap you need. Imagine if he dooms the Pango. Like, that could be something that really catches them off guard here.
Look at this, though. So the bear also in mid, while this smoke is happening, is wrapping around to go towards the racks.
Yeah, because the creeps hit bottom.
Yeah, so he's going to go for it. The Doom shows up there for just a moment, but they're immediately going to go in for it. And with
Not
the
like
BKB used without even a fight, do they quite have enough? No. 190 HP left on that melee rack. But this is the problem. They're going to get megas.
Yeah, and the bear's back in 15 seconds. They're going to have to find a better solution than this. Not me. What are you doing? What are you doing, Nami? What are you doing?
Nami, he's going for it. Oh, why not? The big man up on his first game on the international main stage. The support player comes in and gets the job. A little smile for the job done.
Sneaky. Oh, that's a painful one to give up here as Iron Wing. Now the pressure's really on.
I wonder if they're going to try and make a move while Wind Ranger's dead. I don't know. It's just, I think that they've just got to keep holding out now. Man, a sick play. First time at TI. You love to see it. Not me. He's having a hell of a tournament.
I mean, there was a question, right? He is the only player on this stage who this is their first TI, by the way. Not that you can tell after a move like that.
They see the bear for a moment. Ari hunting, not quite able to get him. And so it looks like they are going to probably get to 60-minute items now. Iron Wing hunting, finds the bear, jumps in. They've got the Ags already down. Laurel finding Kez, keeping him under control.
They're so cautious about their BKBs. They don't want to pop them.
Can do so much damage if they're found by it. Collapse, blinks forward, Shiva's guard out, the slow is there. Yadro sending in the bear, the Doom is down, he has Refresher Guard if he needs to use it. BKB is finally popped. The stun, the bash in the midst of it. Still has Refresher on Doom if he wants to go for it. Laurel taking a ton right there from him, and look at this head.
Oh, the snowball!
Ripping him to shred. The snowball save is going to be there. He gets the blink out on Laurel. Rue, though, now is in a bit too far as well. The BKB out. Iron Wing surging forward, now finding another kill. They're TPing in with a couple of heroes as the Tusk is going to be found.
The Doom is there.
Right on top of him. That's not where he wanted to be, and now the power shot, the slowdown is there. Oh, have to blink away, good decision, but they move forward onto the bear. Saved by the Tombs.
Now back out.
Can't quite do the damage. The zombies are chasing, they're running after him. Yadro moving in, Sunstrike. It's on to this Wind Ranger who finally gave out. No! The Shackle and Latches! They break it and now got him caught! Not me! They thought that they had him for the finish, but now BZM is in too far. And with Collapse running in, with Yadro there, they find the back! They get their man! 3 dead Iron Wing. They have buybacks and they're gonna need them.
They got creeps coming to the mid lane. I mean, it's mega creeps. They got creeps everywhere. Ari hits the 2-hero bushwhack. Can he get out of this?
They're chasing, nullify, control, couple more hits. Ari in trouble and Ari dead. They have buybacks again on everybody at this point in the game.
It's been used by the Invoker, used by the Doom. They're moving out of the base.
Keep in mind, they do not have BKBs right now on Team Spirit, so this could be a big window for them if they can find the right fight. Laurel ulti out. He's trying to buy a little bit of time for his bear to get out of there. And Laurel going to retreat. Looks like, well, they find the bear. Okay, not bad. They're going to find it, and that actually is going to be no bear for 30 more seconds if they can kill this one. So Yadro loses another one.
Man, the creeps, though.
Yes, they need to deal with this.
They got some issues happening back at the base.
60-minute items. We're up, we're ready, we're bobbling for Collapse. What did he actually end up even taking there? He went, it's the movement, speed, and evasion, and the mana. But yeah, first time getting a Wind Ranger Hex online in this tournament. Iron Wing playing forward on the map, managed to kill off a courier, which had fairy fires on it in 61 minutes.
You know, sometimes you need a little bit of help.
Still has one more in inventory. Love to see that. Okay.
The big late game items that start coming out. We see stacking of Aeon discs, trying to add an additional layer of save. Save is something they don't have on Iron Man. You know, they have the Ringmaster box. It should be fair. He doesn't have the Aghanim Scepter yet for the second one. That is their one big save that they're working with. But if you can add an Aeon disc, having an additional layer helps a lot.
Right. We also get the Minotaur Horn for the Pango.
That's good.
Collapse. Jumps up high ground, finds his man. Ari died just a little bit ago and with the meteor hammer out, but look at Yadaro. His eyes are on the buildings. He's starting to hit the tier 4 towers. This could mean that it's actually a good fight for Ironwing, though. But if they lose their base, maybe it doesn't matter. They're trying to TP back now. They realize they can't do it. Oh, no! The Pango's rolling. They don't have the TPs that they need. Through backdoor protection. He's ending the game. Yadaro's had enough. The Hex is there, but there's no regenning at this point. As the bear gets bushwhacked, he's going to try and end this game. Team Spirit have had enough.
Woo! Well, is that what you would like to start a game on the TI stage? I think we can all agree yes.
What a performance from Team Spirit. They come in, get several kills before the horn, and manage to come away with that victory. Not me with a clutch performance in 33.
That one hurts.
What could have been?
I mean, you could feel it. They were making the comeback, but that late game potential of the Bear. It's so interesting. It's like the early game of the Bear went so much better than usual. Then this struggling mid game, but the late game tactics of the Bear were too much.
Unbelievable performance. Team Spirit take the first game on the main stage.
Oh my gosh, what a treat. That was only our first game of the main stage. It was over 60 minutes. It was a backdoor lone druid bear. Just one little bear against the world, and he made it happen. What a fantastic way to start this series, Saber.
This was incredible. I hope that every single TI game is as good as this one. I feel like both teams have played absolutely insane. Spirit obviously with their lead, but also Ironwing with being able to play the game despite the horrible start. I don't know how, but 33, he came back from such a bad lane. He was so farmed, and then, I don't know, this ending was just pure cinema.
It was. I think it could have been either team's win right until the very end.
It could have been. I was so impressed by Iron Wings and how they held this game out. I mean, you can see the way they're playing the map is so beautiful with how they're, stacking their triangle up, so much to try and bring back that net worth deficit. I mean, the net worth stayed very, very close for like most of the early game, despite all the kills happening. The way they were placing their wards on the map as well was so defensive. They had wards at all of the entrances to their jungles. They had it in the mid lane. They were covering everything to try and feed as little as they could. I think they punished everything perfectly. They held this one out. Even like Spirit played fantastic, of course, but Iron Wings have to be commended for how well they did in such a situation.
I mean, this game is a really good example of why laning phase just doesn't really feel like it mattered as much, Like the early game, Iron Wing just lost their lanes. They lost the 7-minute Wisdom Shrines, but it just didn't really feel like it was a huge deal. They were still able to farm because there's just so much camps on the maps to farm. They slowly played, they were really patient, and they found the right openings, and they were able to really slowly, allow this Doom with the Midas as well come back into the game.
And I also think it's 33 choice of neutral, and maybe we will have more to talk about that, but he can just farm waves and stacks with this Ogre Smash. It's very smart from him.
And it did so much. And at this point already, we're like, okay, Iron Wing, they waited it out long enough, and now they are the team that takes the lead. But I think later on, obviously, Iron Wing did a great job at being in this position to begin with, but this is when the fights are decided by just who fights
It's
best.
the role. I think a couple of fights, Spirit took bad fights because they were chasing beyond the role. So they were able to identify the situation, which is if Lau has no role, he kills a target, they need to back, they need to play with the role. And you could see in the later fights, they were able to understand that. They were only playing with the role, we get one kill and then we back off and we reset. And the moment they figured that out, that was when the team fight started to sway towards Spirit's favor. So kudos to them for being able to figure out what was the problem during the game. It was such a tense game, and I don't feel like every single team would be able to figure that solution quickly.
I think so either, and I think, Winter, you already mentioned at the very start of the day, this Tusk, speaking of roles, he had some brilliant ones as well.
Yeah, in the early game, you could see like the power of the Tusk. So I'm sure we're going to see some clips later on. But the hero gave Team Spirit the lead they were able to accrue in the early game because Tusk is a hero that could do so much in the early game. He's the only hero that was able to gank the mid lane at 4 minutes. He killed BZM. He was able to just snowball the game. They were able to take the 7-minute Wisdom Shrines, and that set up Team Spirit in a very good position in the first 10 minutes.
18-0-9 on Yatoro in a 63-ish minute
You say
game.
that like it's impressive. It's Lone Druid. He was across the universe in a little
When
camp
he had
somewhere.
0 deaths.
Yeah.
I think that's impressive because you know he was hunted. He was hunted at times.
I will say it was
never
nice to
successfully
see the
done.
way he swung across the map because like usually sometimes you see the Lone Druids play just in those like 2 camps on the side of the map and then it becomes a bit predictable, but I think he also still moved with his team as they moved on the map. So he always had that layer between him.
Yeah, very well played. I think maybe if you want to contest him being the MVP, which I don't think a lot of people would, but maybe Collapse would be a close second. He played fantastic on that.
Yeah, the Undying, you can't go wrong. I'm so happy that we finally had offlane Undying, and he cooked. He was so good. He was left alone by his supports because they played with Yatoro, and he just 1v2'd this lane. And I also love his build. I'll talk about it a bit more later. He's so smart and so good at the game.
It was a fantastic showing of Team Spirit and Iron Wing, to be fair. A lot of people might be talking at the start of this game about how that would impact the rest of the game that played out. Because the start of the game, Team Spirit had a fantastic momentum going. And to learn more about that, we're heading over to Purge.
Thank you, Shiva. Yes, that early game moment was super, super impactful for how the game went for Lone Druid. Check this out. Before they even got across the map, Team Spirit instantly moved to this spot to put a ward. They hoped or anticipated that Iron Wing would use the gate to come through to get aggressive, and they spotted the enemy smoke. That's what led to that early fight as they crossed the map. They posted up on this cliff. They didn't show up there, so what they did instead is they sent the bear around the left side to break the smoke. That told them that their opponents were still here, and this allowed them to get ready, and they did this little juke move with Tusk going like this to say, oh no, it's just me by myself. Nope, surprise. It's actually a trap for you instead. So they kill 3 heroes, only losing 1, which gets them off to an amazing start here. An instant Band of Elven skin here for the Lone Druid, which is giving him 6 damage and 6 attack speed. And check this out. This part was really cool as well. The camps are about to spawn, and for support, it's super important that the Radiant blocks this camp and the Dire blocks this camp. So there's usually a little support battle that goes on here. But Rue is going to end up blocking the camp and instantly ditching to go start a gank here or a kill on the Doom, which they're successful with. So they basically get off to a great start here. They kill Hoodwink shortly after this, and it just continues. 2 minutes into this game, he's got power treads. He's got 35 attack speed and movement speed advantage over his opponent. And a short moment later, 4 minutes, Doom is just zoned from the lane. He can't be here anymore because of how amazing this early game went for the Lone Druid. He even does this creep cutting thing here where he thinks, there's no way my opponents will come here. It's so far out of their way. They teleport both heroes because they don't want him to get any farm on this map at all, and they run him down and they kill him. Very, very tough early game for 3-3. They even try to kill Lone Druid here a bit with the Wisdom Shrine spawn, but they win this fight as well. So take a look at this net worth advantage here. Heroes are supposed to be about the same. Look at this giant advantage that Yatoro had. He had basically the best early game Lone Druid performance of the whole tournament, and this really carried them throughout the game.
Thank you very much, Purge. That is insane to see, and I love that little ward. You talked about the wards already. That little ward at the very start of the game, Ray, I can only imagine that comes from them having studied Iron Wing. It's like, hey, sometimes they do this.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen lots of silly little plays from different teams where, like, you know, sometimes they wrap so far around they're, like, behind the tier 2 looking for a first blood, and then, like, that was a really nice play to call out and keep a watchful with the ward. So yeah, I think this just goes to show the amount of prep. This is the gap as well that we've seen between the group stage and now the main stage is like this kind of thing, this kind of edge. It does, and it leads to big advantages in favor of Team Spirit. Now, we had a couple of fights after that were very Spirit favored. No surprise there with the Lone Druid being so far ahead with Yatoro there. Winter, you have one you'd want to highlight with that a little bit later on in the game, minute 16.
Yeah, so it was like when I think it was Iron Wing trying to attack the safe lane tower of Team Spirit. They got the tower, but they couldn't really escape, you know. They lost, I think, a couple of heroes. Team Spirit smoked from the river. They were able to kill, I think, 3 heroes. I think this is the start of the game where I felt like why I favored Team Spirit, because their heroes are much stronger in the pre-20 minutes fights. It's very difficult to run into the roll and the tombstone. You're not going to be able to take those fights. So as Iron Wing, you can only just run every time you see the enemy coming in, and that's why I didn't really like their overall setup. I felt it was really greedy. They did a good job holding the game together, but I feel like they don't really have a lot of say in the game for the first 20-25 minutes. They could only respawn. They did a good job, but I don't really like playing Dota like this.
I don't think anybody likes playing Dota against the Lone Druid either. So yeah. I think maybe that one might be addressed, because I think maybe that would make their game, Iron Wing's game, a lot easier next time around. It is a hero that normally gets removed. And I think, Rhea, you have another one where the bear is the focal point.
Well, this was the nice thing. I wanted to highlight how Iron Wings were trying to play around it, because there was a moment when Yotaro sends his bear top lane, as you can see here, to try and push this in. He goes a little bit too far, and whilst the bear lives here and gets away, which is a criminal, by the way, the fact of the matter is the bear is now low. And after this moment, after he gets away, after TP's away, it is too low to join a fight, right? And now mid lane, Iron Wings are going to take this fight engagement instead. And this is now so good for them, because there is no bear here to follow up on what Team Spirit can have, right? They get the Aegis, which is, their massive power spike now removed. They're going to go in, they're going to use their role, but there's no bear. There's no bear. And as a result of them taking such a smart fight and not losing heroes, they lose the Ringmaster, right? But they're going to peel off, they're going to move back, they're trying to get out. And then now they're going to choose to take a second engagement afterwards and now go back in now that they know there's no role. The bear's here, but it doesn't matter, because now Iron Wings can come in. BZM's gonna do so much damage with his Invoker. Look at this combo. It kills the Pango and the bear, gets those kills, gives them an advantage. And this all happened because Yotaro over-pushed with his bear, and because Iron Wings were able to split their heroes appropriately to deal with that push and then take advantage of it on the mid lane.
Yeah, it's crazy to watch this back. I think, Saber, when you see Yotaro play a game like this, and there were a lot of bear shenanigans in this one, was that needed? Because he was backstabbing and taking those buildings a lot, and a lot of people would say, just go for an honest, even fight.
And that's the beauty of Lone Druid. You can feed your bears. It doesn't even matter. Obviously, if the enemies fight you right after, it's a little bit of a problem. But since you're not playing a real hero, but you're playing this bozo hero of Lone Druid, where your real hero is the bear, and if it dies, it's fine. You just resummon it. It is not fun. Yeah.
Refresher to resummon it again.
Yes, and he got Octarine as well later on. So that's even more bears. As if you
Why pick Rave King when you have Lone Druid?
Exactly.
That's true. Let's focus our attention on the offlanes here, Saber, because these two definitely were also shining stars for both their teams.
I wanted to point out how amazing both of these guys itemized. You could see on the Doom, he bought the Shiva, he had Axe or the Ethan, and the Octarine. So he just blinks in, he has a massive Doom around him. It sadly didn't help, but this hero late game is an absolute menace once he gets to this point. And on the other side, we have the Undying, which I really love his build. He went Face Boots into Octarine first item. You don't see that very often, but it just helps you farm. It reduces the cooldown on your innate, which is the free respawn. So it goes from 6 minutes to 5 minutes, and that's good. And then, yeah, he just becomes really tanky. He got his strength blink. He has the bigger AoE from Shiva as well. So he's just DKing left and right. He's farming super fast. This is how you play offlane, ladies and gentlemen.
And this was, as far as Undying goes, that was the overall first pick coming out. Do you think that this will be something that will be run back? Because this was a flex pick, but now Collapse has proven he's very capable of playing it on the offlane.
I sure hope so. And I feel like these tournaments, they have a tendency of once you see a hero work in a certain position, other people will copy it, and it gives everybody else confidence. Oh, I see this Undying, we can probably run it offlane. If Collapse can do it, I can also do it, is what all the other offlaners are saying. So I will expect more Undying picks, but also more Undyings that will turn to be offlane.
But in this series, I don't think 33 wants to play Undying. He's not a type of hero.
He's not an Undying player. I think he'll stick to his guns and hope for a better early game than this game.
No Lone Druids.
No.
Yeah, hopefully.
Maybe that's is that indeed, Rhea, where you would take this? You would just say, well, ban the Lone Druid, go again.
Yeah, I think the Lone Druid was more of the problem. Or maybe just being more aware of Tusk's ability to run you over. Because if you don't give it to him, it's not like he scales that well into the late game. And I think, yeah, they just kind of gave away too much. Even then, it was more on the mid games. And you still have this you can't just be reactive about like Undying. You can't just ban that because then you're giving something else away. It's hard, man. Drafting's hard.
Drafting is very difficult, which is why oftentimes the coach comes into play. You know, he has a helicopter view and he'll know exactly where to take things as the players are once again ready to take the stage for the second game of this best-of-3 series. Luckily for us and for everyone watching, neither of these teams will get eliminated as this is still the upper bracket. The first matchup these two teams are playing on the main stage and the first series that Not Me is playing on any TI stage to begin with, and I think that he crushed it. I want to take a second to applaud his I want to take a second to applaud Not Me's Wind Ranger, where the barracks were super low already. You know, the bear had already died, so he couldn't finish it. We know it's Not Me's first time in the booths, in the international booths. And we talked about it. We don't think the pressure would get to him. We think he'll be fine with it. But I think we saw it in action there, Winter, being able to just go for that play, go for that barracks. You know, he gave his life for it, gets the mega creeps. That's when you know that nerves are not an issue.
Yeah, that's exactly what would you do in a pub. You know, you see the wreck and you just go dive for it. And that's great, you know, seeing that from him. You know, he's playing like he's in a pub, he's relaxed. And that's great for a young player. And I do want to go back to what Alex mentioned about like the support duo. I do feel like the Tusk could be something that's really important. I do think that it's good on both sides, where it allows them to play their game either on Ari or on Rule on his Tusk. And I think this hero is going to be a very key hero. It's not a very imbalanced or like OP hero, but I think in this particular series, comparing how both the teams are playing, it could be a very critical hero.
It could for sure, as we are seeing if BZM can have maybe also more impact. He had a good Invoker, don't get me wrong. But if we compare the Invoker and Undying, those were the first two picks for both teams respectively. Overall, first pick Invoker does not leave Rhea any room for flexibility. And that might be a handicap in this one.
Potentially, but also it is sacrificial in a nice way. You're like saying, you're stating this is the hero I'm going to play, I can do stuff with it, right? And you give more to your teammates. So really, we should be blaming everyone else. Because they got the later picks.
Yeah.
And they didn't win with it.
No, I feel like he cooked. Like, BZM Invoker is something else. I think he is the only reason why they were able to stay in this game for so long. Honestly, this Ghost Walk in dealing damage is a little bit busted. He's just pushing every single wave. In the fight that we saw when he threw the triple meatball, that is also not okay. How does it deal so much damage? When you get your Chasm Stone or Shiva, your AoE on all your spells becomes bigger. However, it doesn't actually become bigger in reality. So you don't see how big the meteor is. You're just getting meteored and cooked from inside, and you don't even know where it's coming from.
We'll have to see if he gets his hands on that again then, as we are very soon ready to get game number 2 underway. I think game 1, both teams, they're not going to be too sad about how things went. Team Spirit took it in the end, but Iron Wing fought valiantly, and they almost made it happen. Let's see what happens in the next one.
Iron Wing versus Team Spirit. Game 2.
Drafting time, and we get to see what changes the teams have talked about in the break and what changes the coaches feel like is necessary going into this next game. As we are having Iron Wing on the Radiant side, Team Spirit on the Dire side, so that swapped around. We also swapped our pick order, meaning it is Iron Wing with first pick and Team Spirit with overall last pick. Heroes to look out for on the bans are the Lone Druid from the previous game and still the Earth Spirit, as well, as we will keep talking about that as long as it's not banned, because that is still a menace. Other than that, though, curious if that Undying gets addressed, but it's Iron Wing's first pick, so they get to dictate how it will go down. Ember Spirit, or sorry, Earth Spirit still banned out. Ember Spirit actually still in, even though we did see it banned out in the first phase of the previous game.
We might see Spirit choose to ban the Undying here if they feel like Iron Wing will cause a problem with it. But I honestly wouldn't be against an Invoker first pick again. I mean, they can take Centaur because they've really favored that throughout the tournament, but the Invoker was really good. It actually did 86,000 damage last game. It did the most in the game.
All right.
And they already removed Slada, so it probably means that the idea is there, you know, for Iron Wing. They want to open with the Invoker.
Okay, well, I guess that's what Spirit were tossing up. Sorry, BZM.
It's a good ban. I like it. You don't want to. Yeah, you don't want to give BZM his Invoker. You kind of want to force them to play something else.
Oh, look at our boy in the crowd.
Mira has been spotted. All right, Iron Wing with the overall first pick. So, do they want to steal that Undying? Does Team Spirit even... You know what? You're coming into this best of 3. Okay, they do want to steal the Undying. Because I was curious, like, do you even want to do the same plan 2 times in a row, or want to just completely change it to keep the enemy team on their toes?
I think you can just run it back, to be fair, especially when the hero is flexible. So they could easily just play it 5. But yeah, Iron Wing decided to take it. Whitemon does have a super strong Undying. I don't think they will play it offlane. But I don't think you need to.
So in the group stages, I think I remember seeing Spirit utilize Death Prophet against Undying lane. So do you think that that's practically the only reason why you would pick you want a range offlaner against Undying, if you know Undying's on your lane?
You want at least one range hero. Either it's the 4 that's just gonna keep hitting the Undying and keep you away from the offlaner, or you can just have the offlaner be the range hero, such as the Prophet, who can heal herself with her Spirit Siphon. And we got the Lina, very nice pick against Undying. It's very high range. You can kill the Tombstone. I am hoping it's gonna be carry, but they could play it mid as well. But I think that carry Lina is a little bit better answer to Undying, as you don't really rely on bursting someone. You're just kind of dishing out tons and tons of damage.
I think another important thing to note, like last game, we saw Team Spirit able to pick up every single Roshan, like kind of as soon as it was available for them. And you can do that with Undying, because you can place the Tombstone like on the Roshan and it will hit the tomb, and then it's just kind of free. But when you do that multiple times, you get Roshan's banner. And I feel like last game we saw that it was really difficult for Iron Wings to be able to actually destroy that banner. Lina is a hero that now, if Iron Wings were to implement that, take Roshan's early and have that banner up, like Lina can help deal with that too.
It's true. Yeah, you can. Lina is good hero, like both with and against banner as well.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see if Centaur gets banned out. It is a very nice hero both against and with Lina. Against because you don't really want to hit him because of his retaliate, and with as he is able to like save her with his axe, and also...
So you're saying they should just pick it right now, right away, as soon as they exit this ban phase for Team Spirit?
It is not as easy to play it against Undying, so I feel like Spirit might be a little bit more wary, and they might just pick like double sub here to address the Undying. But I think for Iron Wing they could easily just pick it after this ban and get their offlaner going. They already have a support.
Yeah. So probably it's better for them to just ban it. I don't know, not to worry about it, since it counters Lina so much.
Yeah.
They're taking some time to think about what they should be banning at this point. The center surely will be part of the conversation.
This ban is super critical for the second pick side, when you ban and you pick the next hero here. So usually you see teams take a lot of time at this phase. But they opted to go for the Kotal, so they're worried about this Kotal Undying lane.
Yeah, it's a strong hero. You can stack camps with it. As we saw from the first game, even though they were behind, they had a massive stack in their triangle that they farmed later on with the Doom and the Invoker. So you kind of avoid having to deal with that if you're not against Kotal. And yeah, it's just a strong hero. Nice pairing for BZM if he's gonna play some Spirit.
Clockwork coming out. Looks like that will be our safe lane. This is a common pairing.
Yeah, this is probably going to really discourage the Undying offlane. You don't want to be playing Undying offlane against Clock.
You do not. The mana burn is too annoying. Yeah, I think Spirit just decided to have a very solid safe lane to start off the draft. You want like something that protects the Lina. It doesn't necessarily address Centaur too much on Clockwork. They can easily pick that on Iron Wing, but perhaps they want to get a little bit more exotic with it. We'll see.
And another hoodwink coming our way for Ari.
Yeah, I think he played very solid last game. There's no need to change it up too much. He had very solid performance on Hoodwink. You can't really go wrong with this hero, and it pairs really nicely with Undying. You have like a teamfight guy, and then you have a pick-off guy that's just gonna, you know, set up kills, and you have a stun.
That's an Ember Spirit coming out. I have a question. We have not got Lone Druid banned, and I know there is flex potential on the Lina. Is this anything we should be worried about for either team, to be honest?
So I'm not sure about how the matchup goes, Lina against Ember. I imagine it's okay for Ember, because you survive all the Lina spells with your Flame Guard. So that would mean that Spirit does not want to put Lina mid. They would need to put it carry. So they can't pick the Lone Druid. However, Pure can still easily do it. I'm not sure if he wants to play it against Lina, but it's not bad. Once you get to the Silver Edge and you manage to bring the bear on top of the Lina, she is in big trouble.
I imagine they have to like put the Lina on carry and just counter this Ember right now here.
Yeah.
Probably feels more suitable. I don't think there's any flex heroes remaining on the mid and the off lane. I guess if they wanted Pango, but Pango's not really that great against Ember.
Yeah, against Ember you have to decide to go one or two ways. One is you counterpick the Ember and you try to just demolish him in lane, and that kind of enables you to play the game. Or the other, since Ember is such a strong mid laner and teams usually play through him, you want a hero that doesn't do the same thing, because you will lose it. Like, okay, we got the Underlord. That's a nice counterpick to Ember. You have like your root.
Another hero that really counters Ember from the support is Willow. I feel like Willow is one of the crazy strong heroes against Ember, because you catch him in the root and the Terrorize, you can always kill him in the early game. It kind of works with Underlord and Clock too. They can set up for your Bramble.
It's a nice pairing with Clockwork for sure.
I do think they have a very nice, robust lineup on Spirit right now as well. With Iron Wings picks, I just see them now having a lot of kill threat on the map. I was honestly wondering if they might like to take the Dragon Knight, because we've seen it come up more and more prevalence in the group stage, and I really like it because it's like you have so many heroes like Spirits in the mid lane that it just provides you that extra bit of catch, but also it gives you a really nice way to just take the tower if they do want to rotate with runes, so you're not like as...
And on top of that, when you have Underlord off lane, you like your mid laner that has a stun, so that you can actually ulti. And if you have a mid laner which doesn't really initiate, it doesn't feel very good playing Underlord in a game like this. And I think Underlord is the type of off lane, maybe you can tell me if I'm wrong, whenever I see this hero, I feel like you need a mid laner that pairs well with him. You can't just pick the Underlord for just wanting the Underlord and just pick another mid hero that doesn't really work with him.
Yeah, you're totally right. I think for both of the global offlaners, which is Underlord and Dawnbreaker, that want to connect globally with their ults, you want a mid laner that's a playmaker, that's gonna like set up things on the map for you, and then you're just like farming, pushing out lanes, and then eventually you connect with the gate. And we got the Lifestealer counter pick. Very nice against tough Underlord.
Very tough lane.
Yeah. It could go both ways, to be fair, because you do have like 15-20 more damage on the Underlord than on the Lifestealer. So if you're really good at last hitting and you manage to outlast it pure, then it can go...
Is this the lane where you should get Aura early as Underlord?
I don't think so. I think you still keep the Firestorm. It's a very strong spell, and he's not gonna wanna rage every single Firestorm. So you can just secure your range or a range deny, or like enemy range. With the Firestorm, he kind of needs to calm down with the Lifestealer. It just gets bad a little bit later on. Like, once he gets phase boots, level 5, then I think Underlord will just go jungle, which is fine. I think this is fine matchup for both teams. Team Spirit at least have a hook shot, so that's one BKB piercing stun that they have against the Lifestealer. I don't think they're too sad or like too distraught about the Lifestealer pick.
It seems like Ironwing is keeping their options open, or rather Spirit's options open. They ban out the Morphling, so they remove another carry from the pool.
The Lifestealer counter.
Yeah.
And also against Undying, you steal the Tombstone. It's not fun. So that's a very good ban actually.
Yeah, what else is good against Lifestealer and Undying? Kind of feel like they need a mid hero for sure, right? I don't think they want to have the Lina as mid.
Yeah. I mean, he could play some Viper on Laurel. That's like a hero that absolutely smashes Ember Spirit. However, it's not really a playmaker. We'll see which way they decide to go, if they want to just dump.
So you're saying the choice they have here is whether they want to counter the lane or they want a hero that rounds up their whole
Yeah,
line.
exactly.
Or they could have a hero that does both, which kind of probably doesn't feel like there is one right now.
Oh, actually,
Maybe Tiny could be at that. It makes plays, it's okay in the lane.
I do have the hero. It is Slark mid. We have been seeing it a little bit.
I saw that. I didn't like it.
You don't like
I'm going to be a contrarian. When I watched that play out, Ember went basically even in net worth against the Slark.
It was just noob Slark.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay,
Another carry banned by Ironwing as well. They keep the flex potential open on the Lina. It does seem like on the other side we need an offlaner for Ironwing. Any thoughts on what that offlaner needs to be able to do? The Doom that 33 played in the previous game is still in the pool.
Do they want a Helm hero here? To run the Lina down? Like something that can, like some Lycan type hero?
You could do Lycan, yeah. It's good against Clockwork. However, I think they need something that's a bit more active, as the Lifestealer will just kind of be farming. The Centaur is still in the pool. It is not the best against Underworld, however, as he has percentage damage for you, and he also roots you, so you don't really... It's harder to stampede out.
Every time we reach this, I always think of 8 different heroes, and they end up picking Doom.
Yeah. He does like Doom.
Every time!
Every time.
I'm like, look at all these fun offlaners that exist, and they always pick Doom!
But it's comfort. We did see him having a... Like, he was heavily focused in that previous game, right? They knew where he was going to move. They tried to slow down his farm as much as they could.
Yeah, I mean, he had a great game last game, and he's probably going to have a great game again. I do wonder how they're going to IMIze, because last game we saw 33 buying Midas and going, like, Devourer, and I've seen Lifestealers, you know, go between, sometimes buying Midases themselves, and sometimes not, just going straight for the Radiance, so I don't want them to get too greedy, because Spirit could punish that.
And the Shadow Fiend as the final pick for Team Spirit. And that means we are going to have the mid Lina on our hands, and Yatoro will play Shadow Fiend. Is that, because both teams are kind of considered turret heroes, as we call them. They just stand, they hold their ground, they just hit. Is that a little bit too much of the same thing, Saber?
I don't mind this pick. I think Lina plays in a way where you're just going to get your axe and you're going to be flying around the map looking for pickoffs. And it is very nice, like both against Lifestealer and Ember, because you can just pick them off if you have enough damage and if you have your Dark Willow with you. Yeah, I don't mind it. I'm a little bit worried about this Lina lane. I think he can get ganked by Hoodwink and Undying very easily, and then it's going to be very rough. However, if Laro survives the laning phase, I think it's a very nice Lina game.
Do you feel like they have like too greedy of a setup, since they don't really have a way to, I guess, utilize the Underlord ulti in the early stages? It wouldn't be so easy, not impossible.
Yeah, it is. You don't necessarily have to do it. I think this Underlord will be utilized much more defensively, holding towers, getting some Auras or Lotus, and making sure that these other two cores have a good game going.
Thoughts, Rhea, on what you think will happen on this one?
It could be a little bit too greedy.
Yeah.
But maybe Underlord could get Ags Rush going, and then you just control Ember with the pit and make it so we can't sit on your backline turrets, and that would be nice.
That would be nice. Are we going to a Game 3, Winter?
No.
Whoa.
Actually, no. I don't think so.
Wow.
I think it's too strong.
I mean, there's a chance, but I feel like Spirit's early game, like, even though I feel like they're a bit greedy, but they should be able to secure the runes. It's going to come down to the runes, and they have the best support at the runes, Clockwork.
But I've been told that Lina versus Ember is not necessarily swaying in the way of Lina.
That is what I've said,
Yes,
and I stand by it. I think it's gonna be fine for Ironwing. That is, like, I think they have much better mid lane setup. So it just depends how hard they cook. If they manage to push it to the limit and kill Laro.
Okay, that seems like a lot of pressure on that mid lane. I will also remind you guys that those first 10 minutes of the previous game didn't really mean as much as later we got, but we're going to pay attention to how Ember versus Lina is going to play itself out. But before we get to see that, we are going to check if it's Slacks. He's found Maposhka.
Thank you so much, Shaver. Yes, we are here with Maposhka. So good to see you here on the TI Grand stage again. How are you feeling being back here once more?
I feel great. No, I really like the crown, and I feel like I'm kind of excited when I'm not playing. So I really enjoy.
Oh, absolutely. Fantastic. Well, I did want to ask you a little bit about Not Me. Now, Team Spirit obviously does amazing in front of a crowd. You guys get a lot of energy. That was his first game. It was pretty good seeing the Wind Ranger steal that last Rax. How's he doing in there? Is his mental good? Is he like the rest of the team or a little nervous? How's the man feeling?
I would say that he still improve with every game, and he not stable as like a new player on tier 1 scene, but I guess like, he improve very fast, and everyone is helps him with that. So we believe in him, and we just trying to let him do what he wants to do. Always, maybe sometimes even too much.
Great. Well, definitely seems to be working. All right, I'm going to ask you one quick question. Any chance for a game 3?
I think yes.
Yes, there might be a game 3. All right, let's find out as we throw to our casters for this incredible game 2.
Thank you so much, Slack. Apparently, there might be a game 3. We'll have to see what indeed does happen as we're out to that one.
Was I supposed to say that?
Like, did we win? What happened there? Yeah. But yeah, did manage to find that victory, and love to hear also about Not Me and how he's sort of dealing with there, saying, you know, maybe not as stable, but trying to make sure that he feels as comfortable as possible doing what he needs to do. And it's good to go into something like this with maybe a little bit of adrenaline.
Yeah. I mean, he was fired up. As he said, you know, he feels a little nervous, a little excited being here with the crowd because they are cheering for him like crazy. Brew attempted to get them going even more with the Chinese DotA baby line, so he's really trying to sway the whole crowd here. That's his plan right now.
You know the other thing, and this was something that's always stood out to me about DotA, right? If you look at other forms of, you know, ball sports or whatever that are out there in the world, you start playing at a young age, and you got your parents on the sideline.
Right, yeah.
And then you're like in middle school, and maybe there's some people doing it. TP away! First blood, Whitemon draws it. And then as you just keep going up the levels, you get more and more used to a crowd. But for many of these players, it's the very first time that they're playing in some of the biggest tournaments of the world, and suddenly they're surrounded by people. It's a lot to deal with in a way that many other people haven't.
Yeah, usually the only large crowd they're used to is their avoided list. You know, that's the biggest group of people they've ever seen in their lives.
Fair enough. Well, we'll see how they're able to do in this one. Ari getting chased down, brought down by Roos, so 1 kill apiece as they reopen up that camp. 33 will manage to get the pull over in front of his tower, though, most likely. As Collab getting chased down by Whitemon, drops a pit to drag the creeps back for a moment, and then is going to see it back to base.
Yeah, let's go all the way home because of his resource situation right now. And this is just the life versus Undying.
Yeah.
Right? But, you know, you work with Not Me as well. They're going to keep dragging waves, trying to reduce the speed that they're moving at here. So hopefully Collapse will get back there in time to get some of this XP and gold.
Annoying as he did manage to connect those waves before he pulled it around the side. So yeah, that's going to be a little bit tough. I think Pure is going to be off to a hot start in that bottom lane is what it looking like so far, at least.
Yeah, a couple denies there already. Well, you know, at least it's going better for Ironwing the last game because Yadro doesn't have a killing spree at this point in the game.
Nobody smoked. They did not smoke out to try and take a fight. That is for sure.
Yeah, a little reset option here.
As Rue, they decide to turn now onto Yadro, but the Cogs push back, buying some time. And quick goes for a second salvo with Not Me right there. Oh, he missed on that raise, though. Needs to get a little bit of separation from 33. Turns, hits, gets the kill. Now they're still on to Whitemon here, and wow, the hoodwink comes in, manages to finish that one off.
Yadro saw it coming, but couldn't get the distance in time by juking up to the north there, and such early rotations into the enemy safe lane there. Like Whitemon comes through the twin gate, TP immediately from Not Me, sorry. So they know that this is coming. Or at least they're very prepared to have those TPs up and ready to try and engage. So losing their SF, unfortunate there for Team Spirit. Collapse finds a few more last hits here, but obviously still struggling more than any of their core in the game right now.
Yeah, it's not going to be a good time. I mean, Lifestealer is already annoying, and obviously Undying. This is what you do to heroes almost every time. Does manage to pull this wave all the way back to his tower, though, and that's going to force Whitemon away. And in the mid lane, we'll see how that one goes, is there's a big pull, 33, not wanting to lane like normal.
This is such an interesting mid matchup because, you know, you heard Saberlight talking about on the panel this idea of like, does Lena really win that hard? And I would say that out of all the mids in this tournament, Larl and BZM tend to be the ones that don't really push their advantage that hard in the lane. It's not often I watch a lane and be like, oh, they're dominating the lane. I feel like they're both kind of eke it out mid laners, get to some farm, and then make plays with their team. Right. So I want to see if Larl can actually take advantage of this matchup. You know, can he find the edge that may or may not be there?
Well, Collapse goes down, but yeah, that's going to be something to watch for. And already you can see 31-9, definitely a better time over this Ember.
Yeah, the creeps are dying right now as he's back home regenning.
Yeah,
and he has the TB to the tier 2. He's scared.
That's not where you want to be.
No,
he's jungling here and pulls him up to the high ground for a moment. Will still manage to get a hit off as they're trying to just continue to mess with Ari here. Not Me is still chasing him, and I guess, yeah, with the Brambles out and already finding a couple more hits. Does he go for the courier snipe? He decides to TP away instead. That's not going to work, sir.
A couple options there.
At 33, brought down again. Team Spirit, wow, their early game.
What?
He was.
Hey, what happened there? He got caught by the cogs from the rapid. Oh, because where he was pulling the creep wave. Because Rue was camping mid for the longest time, waiting for BZM to get back. But then he hits a flare to help with the gank onto the Hoodwink, and then he walks up the river to catch cogs on the Doom. I felt like he was wasting his time.
These supports are doing a really good job. BZM will manage to get that illusion rune and needs it playing on this Ember. Collapse. Oh, it's just out of range. Oh, that's annoying.
Oh, did they? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This is Iron Wing is doing this every single game. If you guys watch the replays, Whitemon will run up here every single game and block this camp. If he's Radiant or if he's Dire. And yeah, likewise on the other side, you're seeing a block over there too. This is certainly the meta right now. Every game, especially heading into the 7-minute Wisdom Rune.
Ooh, even dropping down another sentry there. And it feels like they're trying to maybe get set up to contest that Wisdom again. There are many heroes over on the left-hand side of the map. Not Me begins to move over.
Doesn't really look good for Spirit here. I think Nami's just going to get forced out. Well, okay, Rue's coming.
Yeah, they're bringing people. Finds Ari. Goes for the cogs, a little bit of a miss, lines that one up, pushes him into another Bramble. BZM kills Collapse in the meantime, but Ari will die, and now they're going to give this to Yadaro. Swap for triple raise, immediately down, and then some extra gold. Why not? Oh, that is not the way they thought it was going to go.
Yeah, I mean, they saw this coming, right? But I think they had the read, much like I did, it kind of looked like they were going to back it off.
Well, in the meantime, they did manage to take the other Shrine of Wisdom with Pure.
Yeah.
So all is not lost for Iron Wing there. But they did lose their tier 1 tower mid.
Man, it's so active on these Team Spirit supports so far. I mean, immediately, like, look where Rue is. Like, he is still just in their Ancients right now. Isn't he supposed to be helping the Shadow Fiend have a good lane?
I mean...
Why is Yadaro a top net worth right now? This Clockwork hasn't been there.
Doesn't need to be.
Is this the Doom issue? The freedom of the Doom lane?
I mean, yeah, and pulling other supports around to other parts of the map. And now moving in mid, look at this wraparound. Yeah, BZM is going to back away, and unfortunately not able to get anything done there. And Invisor picked up for Rue. But yeah, hard to make any type of real kill happen onto BZM at this stage. Ari spots Collapse, Whitemon there too. Now Rue. They managed to get the root, push him back. Laguna Blade, does he get rooted again? Yes! That is not an easy kill to make happen. Very well done.
I mean, you're trying to abuse your mobility this early in the game, assuming, they can't get me. You know, that's the life of the Ember right now, but got indeed.
Wow. And they drop down a tombstone, Not Me. Healed up a lot. But still, as they chase underneath the tower, it will be enough to take down that Dark Willow. You're looking towards that Radiance while Collapse is going to be upset that his camp has been blocked out.
Weighted dice as well as you can see, picked up by Yadaro. He's got 1 goal this game.
Yeah.
10 goals.
Well, and Lifestealer is going to be a bit of a weird matchup there. There's definitely some stuff that you can do. You get invested him in like the super late game. Can be very annoying, and we've seen Shadow Fiends at times be somewhat frail if they're able to, you know, get jumped upon. I do worry without a hard save on Team Spirit's lineup how that's going to go for them in the mid to late game.
That's true. We've also been having a lot of like pretty hard jumps versus the Linas and the Shadow Fiends, and particularly Earth Spirit. This game, it's not too crazy, you know? Like, the Ember gets in, but he doesn't necessarily have the sustained damage to take down one of those two larger core heroes. He's a little bit stronger at picking off the supports. So I'll be curious to see how they link that up. Like, maybe we'll see a lot of Infest bombs. Maybe we're going to wait for Ari to get a hit first on the Bushwhack. Rue has built a fort and a camp in this tree line, and he's coming out once more.
He's going to find BZM. Gets the slow down there. But as we're getting close to the 10-minute mark, it's going to be a battle for the runes. And Laurel gifted and amplified damage.
That's pretty nice. I mean, they've already gotten the mid-tier one. They could maybe use that to pressure one of the side-tier ones, perhaps?
Yeah. I mean, it's worth saying, again, a lot of the early success of Team Spirit in this game has come at the expense of Collapse. Like, Collapse had a really good game last time. He is not feeling good right now. This is a very poor offlaner.
But they do have a Boots of Travel Lina, and he has the gate. So the way back into this game is going to be kills.
Yes.
Or just even joining in on tower pushes can be nice. It also means that you have to be cautious about any aggressive moves you want to make on the side of Iron Wing. Like, Ari's obviously getting pretty hungry, right? Like, he wants to set up plays for BZM so they get something going, but he's aware that every single time he's thinking about the Lina TP and the gate.
Meantime, 33 continuing to just farm up for himself and work towards that Midas again. Can also opt to go the Blink Dagger route first if he feels so inclined. But yeah, Laurel farming up, taking some camps, Collapse, trying to dodge away from Pure and White on. But they hook shot in and they find him. 33 caught. Yadaro, couple more hits is what he's going to need. Rue still there with the chase down and has to give it up. Meanwhile, Laguna Blade dropped down bottom. Good damage onto Whitemon. He's hidden, but the Infest to keep him alive. Turns, Decay, still surviving. Hitamalis down. Tombstone also out. In the end, it's enough for the finish.
Okay, kind of guarantees they can't just instantly chase after Pure, I suppose, but it was likely going to get away with that one anyway. Rue once more. Just he's refusing to believe that he's on the Dire this game. We'll find a very late D ward on that Observer here from Not Me, and TP out successfully. Does leave space here for a stack for Ari, though. He did miss the Ancients, unfortunately.
But yeah, that's going to be something to watch for, because obviously now Rue knows that that stack is built up there. You got a haste run on Laurel, you've got this Underlord for early aggression. If they ever get an inkling that people are heading over to clear out that stack, they can maybe think about a contest.
Yeah, Yadaro really likes playing in there. And he's on, big AoE ulti with the Requiem. That could definitely be the hero. You can keep flaring it as well from Rue, one hook shot in. And even if the flare is just hitting you as Iron Wing, you're going to have to decide, like, is this worth going for right now? Like, how much vision do we have on the other heroes in this game at the moment?
Right. Well, and it's not a necessary move for Team Spirit. You don't need to, like, shut down those stacks, but if you could,
I mean, they're pinging it.
Yeah.
So this is the plan.
Ari, they're bringing numbers. I think, yeah, Iron Wing understand what's going on. The pushback kills Ori, though. It happened so quickly. And now, BZM TPs to try and make some type of a fight happen. So Rue is going to die. A pretty heavy committal for that.
Yeah, they forced the Ember to rotate over here. Lina was keeping an eye on it, thinking about rotating in for that, though. So if they had, like, let's say they killed the Doom, like, they immediately would have ran in there and started farming up the two camps that are there. So I think it's a good decision because it also gains Iron Wing these camps by winning that fight, even if it feels like you're overcommitting with the heroes.
Right. Lina drops the Laguna Blade, not able to do anything more to Pure. They're going to lose the bottom tower on Iron Wing, but do, like you said, get those camps.
Stabilize this game a little bit more than here. It's a pretty big lead starting to build onto the Shadow Fiend. And obviously we're going to get a Radiance finish up pretty soon, and they'll start to speed up. But the full commitment comes out with a Tombstone and everything to lock these down for Iron Wing. And Laurel is closing in on a Kaya. Get himself a little bit more damage here.
And that's going to be a completed Midas also at just about 14 minutes for 33. Rue does come over, not going to try and make a big move for the Shrine, though. And so, yeah, I mean, again, thinking through how that last game went, we remember Iron Wing being able to pull it back into their favor. The sort of counterpoint is that there is no Invoker in this game, but also there's no Lone Druid. How do you see the differences in this game 2 working themselves out? Do you feel like Iron Wing are still going to be like very comfortable going into that late game? How comfortable are both of these teams?
I think if you break down the last game, we see that lead for Spirit probably should have grown more from the 10 to 25 minute mark. I feel like it's stalling out at 4 to 5K was a bit of a liability for them. The only reason they basically cheese out the win is the lone druid. As right now, Rue in a bit of trouble. I would worry that without that super solid late game potential of the lone druid, like they had lost control of that game. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
You know, like they had to just beat the buildings down, which of course is a win condition you think of when you draft the bear, but it's not exactly the ideal one.
Right.
And so I think making sure that doesn't happen again for Team Spirit is pretty key here. So my idea would be trying to secure the really important objectives and trying to take away some space from Iron Wing, because I feel like that's something they consistently stopped doing, even when they had a decent lead.
Right. Yeah, 2,000 gold lead doesn't mean a ton at this point in the game at all, and in fact, Pure is going to run into several of them as Rue makes the move around. Not me, RE playing footsie here to the side. They find him, they catch him, and going to kill the Hoodwink. Collapse gets involved.
Yeah, he needs it. He is going to be a serious threat when he gets the Aghanim Scepter eventually, though. We've seen it time and time again. An Underlord can be behind, but when you're playing this hero like the Ember Spirit, it's just that one route, and it can really cause problems for you.
7 to 6. And slowed down game is definitely what feels pretty good for Iron Wing right now. A shield room for Laurel. Hook shot in. Understanding the decay was there. Didn't quite manage to get him with the push on the cogs. And Laurel gives up on the fight. Decides, I do not want to be up there. I'm trying to make something happen. 33. Hunting collapse, but hit a Malice down. Gets away for only a moment though. Now with the sharpshooter and the Doom dropped. A lot of hate head his way. Could not get the deny.
Ooh,
on those
look at that though. A little bit of a double tap, and that's into the Blink Dagger. Midas Blink 16 minutes.
Okay.
Very good here for 3-3.
Pure.
He is feared. Do they have follow-up?
Follow-up is there. The damage, yes! Nice. Oh, just a terrorize coming from where he didn't expect it, and now a tier 1 tower gets taken.
Massive stuff here for Iron Wing, or for Spirit. You would imagine Iron Wing is just trying to get that armlet finished up on the Lifestealer, and then maybe make a play with BZM. Join up together, Infest Bomb in on top of one of these squishier ranged cores of the Shadow Fiend or the Lina, but now you go down, that's going to slow down your Lifestealer. You're going to have an Aghanim pretty soon for Laurel. Once he's flying, that gets more and more difficult. Double roots? Again?
Damage out of the hook shot! No!
Where are they coming from, Lyrical?
They get him!
Why are the dire supports coming from the radiant angle every time?
They're surrounded, and they find the cogs break of the TP for Whitemon. Team Spirit. These supports are just owning.
It's crazy. Like, Rue has spent more time on the radiant side of the map than the dire.
Very impressive stuff. Pure, a few more hits and showing that right now, Yatoro is definitely the stronger carry. 4,000 gold up on him. A monstrous series. I feel like this is the, Satanic's not the only one that can do this moment.
Oh man, I mean, if you're on the side of Iron Wing right now, you gotta think of a plan with this Lifestealer. Like you gotta get involved, make something happen together. Try and find a good Doom. All right, he's running on Yatoro.
God just triple hit with the cogs, catches BZM too. Rue did so much right there. He had 4 cogs in a row.
Yeah, Pure's like trying to test things out as well versus the Shadow Fiend and just getting absolutely obliterated.
Yeah.
Has to just turn into the dragon. It went so poorly.
All right, well, those cogs, not as much. And Rue forced a hook shot to get away. Do you have enough to survive? No. BZM, enough with the Spirit Vessel to bring him down there.
No charges, though.
That's a little... God, yeah, I mean, if I was BZM, every time I get rooted now, I'd just be a little bit terrified. Will dodge away from the terrorize, does get hit by the stun, but then gets out of trouble.
All right, very much back. 2 kills here on those dire supports. And this is certainly a very vulnerable part of the game right now for BZM. He really wants to get into that BKB, so he doesn't have to worry about the double, triple roots that are going to be coming out once you have this Aghanim Scepter finished up on the Underlord. Meanwhile, Pure has been doing some farming up top as the Ancient Black Dragon to give himself an extra layer of protection and has now finished up his armlet. So, be prepared for some infest plays. We got 4 points in the Tombstone right now for Whitemon. So if you want to try and fight Iron Wing at an objective, it is going to be a little bit tough, but We do have that Lena. We do have a Shadow King. We definitely got some Tombstone hitters.
Does almost have the Aghanim Scepter completed on the Lena now, and the wraparound is coming.
Oh, wait, they're going to run into Team Spirit.
Yeah, they will. They're going to see him right through and finds him immediately. What more could you ask for? The Doom is already out. They're going to drop the ulti coming in from Collapse, but the turn and hit. Wait a minute, Yadaro's still strong. He's still so strong. He finds 2 more kills before he dies. Oh, Ari barely surviving from that, actually, and Laurel comes in for the cleanup.
They just beat them on the numbers game because of this mobility. I mean, that wasn't even TPs from the Lena. That was just anticipation and good coordination on the map together.
Yeah, congratulations, you found me.
Really did.
Yeah, Shadow Fiends. Yeah, he's doing a lot. That's really scary. If he gets to the point where Doom is not, it might still kill him, but he's just a glass cannon.
Yeah, being doomed isn't his biggest concern, eh?
Well, an Aghanim Scepter is being delivered for Collapse. More avenues to get into the fight and to disrupt it. These little tiny things that come in and start messing with Ember. It's very annoying to play against, especially as we've seen we have the follow-up hookshot or LSA or these other disables that have just really made it tough for BZM to play.
So the waves on the side lanes are in a really bad spot right now. Like they're getting them pushed out as Iron Wing, but they really need to, I think, get a Tormentor, honestly. I feel like a Shard on the Hoodwink or the Undying would both be absolutely massive right now. But every time they try and push these waves out past the river, this happens.
Look at this. Finds him. Pure tries to get out of the cogs. He manages to just barely get some separation, but 4 staff forward, Yadaro destroys Pure. And Not Me think about chasing this one if they want. Whitemon hits the 3-hero decay. A few more punches are coming in. Fast and Furious takes down the zombie man. They can go back and clean up the tombstone if they want, or they can keep going. They find 33 also.
The Aghanim Scepter from the Underlord. Instant kill provided to their team. Nami was holding the Terrorize that entire time. So if anyone else had decided to join that engagement, they're just going to get feared away.
Trent, they have bigger circles than them right now, and they're showing them.
Big, huge circles, and now they're going to a circular zone known as the Roach Pit. They're going to get that Aegis. And 2, maybe somewhat squishy heroes occasionally of the Shadow Fiend and the Lena. Not going to feel very squishy. We're already up to Pike Manta now for the Shadow Fiend. We already have the Flame Cloak for the Lena, giving her a lot of magic resistance against a pretty magic-heavy lineup.
Yeah, Team Spirit coming in, looking good. They will find, at this point, Collapse, but won't go all the way in for the commit. They didn't want to end up dying, so they keep the Underlord alive, and Ari manages to get hookshot across the river, walks it back in. Why not?
That's going to be the Kaya Yasha now done for Laurel.
Maybe another.
5-0 and 5.
Maybe another.
Not another one.
They're thinking about it. He gets rooted. He gets feared. The damage out. Look at him. BZM. Ooh, doggy. Okay, they turned that back around. And now maybe have an opportunity to jump onto Laurel. But 33, he gets stunned. He gets killed.
He doesn't even get a Doom off. Like, there's no chance to fight here.
Team Spirit, they showed up in more numbers. And BZM is going to keep back Yadaro from finding a kill onto Pure.
And the only good news is that BZM survives, and he's like 100 gold away from his BKB. So these Yule setups aren't just going to be free from Not Me anymore, but it's just been so devastating for him to try and play in these engagements. And then right after the Roche now, Team Spirit are going to get this Tormentor. It's going to go to Rue. So, already hitting some fantastic hook shots. It can be very difficult versus the Undying. The fights are very blobby and whatnot. So getting at extra angles is very good.
Well, I think some of it, too, that's just a little surprising to me is that this Team Spirit lineup has consistently been on the front foot.
Is Rue going to hook shot? I'm like,
oh, no. Yeah, they got him. They got him. Oh, jeez. But, you've got Hoodwink. You've got Ember. You've got these heroes that want to jump and find that first target and set things up. And it feels like they've never started a fight almost.
No, both games, truly. They have been put on the back foot in both of these games, and their ability to move on the map has just been very, very minimal. It's such a similar story to last game, where the Dire, Team Spirit, are just quickly deciding, we are crossing the river. We are fighting for these zones. And they're just not able to do the same. It feels like they're always just trying to push them back, let alone gain any territory as Iron Man.
Well, Team Spirit certainly rising to the pressure of the moment.
If we're waiting my BKB, guys, then we can strike back.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean...
They're waiting.
It's there. I mean, we got there, right? Like, they lost that last fight while he was still waiting for his BKB. Now he has it. Now it is time to strike back, as BZM said. And that, you know, that strike back, I imagine it involves Cure infested inside. It probably means we have to hit some glorious bushwhack here from Ari.
It's important though, right? Because it speaks to this issue that if Iron Wing were waiting for this key item and then are going to start making these moves, if this doesn't work, it's really scary. But it also should look better than it's looked throughout the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, they're also very close to BKB now on the Doom, just 350 gold away. So 3-3's trying to rush that. He's got a Midas cooldown coming up in a second. I don't know if you really want to give up this tier 2 without any sort of a fight. I mean, it's just 3 heroes pushing. They gave up so many towers like this last game to just a bear. Will they give it up to just a solo Shadow Fiend here? You know, we know, yeah, he's probably got some backup there, and indeed he does. But they just know they can't fight it. They're, you know, this kind of comes back to this idea of them playing like the machine. They really like to have their specific items. They have a plan. They like to make an idea and stick to it. So they're going to wait for the BKB. It's flying out on the courier now to 3-3. What can they get done though? Can they kill this Lina? Can they blink Doom her? Can they bushwhack her? Larl? Oh, the camps aren't there. That might save his life.
Oh. Or does he stick around for this?
I mean, they see him on this ward. They know where he's going. Rue's intercepting now.
I mean, look at this. Yeah.
Running away.
They're waiting for the perfect fight.
What do you think that circle?
Absolute perfect fight.
What do you think that circle on the map from BZM means? That giant squiggle all over the bottom half of the map.
I'm not sure. Play there.
It didn't look like a happy squiggle.
Laurel shows on this wave again. Rue is up front and center though. The bodyguard keeping him alive. Yadaro steps forward, finds Whitemon. A couple quick hits is all that they're going to need, and now they're cooked. So they move in, they take him out, and wait a minute, Cure pops the enrage, trying to run, but no, the hook shot's there. Rue's got him, stunned for now, rooted. This cannot afford to happen. Yule Scepter lift up, they gotta save, they gotta save, they gotta keep him alive. The stun is there for a moment, but no, Pure is brought down. Team Spirit relentless with their chase. Collapse runs forward. They can't hit the brambles. They don't need to hit the brambles. They take down the Undying.
Whitemon was trying to get close enough for an infest save because he doesn't have the Tombstone Shard yet. But he can't quite get there. That ends up costing him his life as well. A little Save Your Buddy syndrome in action here on the TI stage.
What are they waiting for now?
We got to find a new item to wait for, huh?
Apparently. I mean, I don't know. It's tough. A 12K gold lead right now. Team Spirit, this squad that come in and looked incredible on the main stage is doing it again.
Last game was a very, like, you know, with the tough place.
Oh, lift up. 33, TP's out. They'll just throw a few items out there, but that's the BKB used.
In the first game, they had this Tusk, and they were instantly making plays, right? Like we saw with Yadaro on the Lone Druid. He doesn't have to wait for anything. In this game, it was a little slower to start, but the second that Rue got into the hookshot, it's been ridiculous. Like, he is just the ideal clockwork that you want on your team. And the same thing with Not Me and the way that he's playing aggressively, too.
We've known that, you know, obviously Collapse, Afuro, unbelievably powerful talents, but to see it also out of the supports is really impressive. Okay, Iron Wing. They got to get back into this one now. They're just, if they would have gone up right then, they would have run into the Lina. Unfortunately, they won't see her there. Now, Zoro is showing on wave. It's not quite coming together there for Iron Wing. Spirit a step ahead of them. When it doesn't connect, feels quite bad sitting on these BKBs.
Yeah, in this game, this gold lead that we talked about has not just been, you know, flat.
Yeah.
It has been up and up and up, just constantly growing here for Team Spirit because of the way they're playing aggressively with these supports, because they have the global teleportation of the Underlord and the Lina. They're just always opening up these opportunities. And I think we should also mention the fact that Yadaro has played very aggressive this game.
Yes.
Like, he is constantly on the other side. He's not just doing backwards farming into their camps, because what's better than farming your own camps? Farming the enemy camps.
All right, that's exactly right. I mean, they saw all of these heroes walk through here underneath a ward placed down by Rue. A Hex is now done for Lina.
if they catch Rue with that, I mean, or even just BZM, obviously, like, it means that once he sees that Hex, he can't allow himself to ever just get hit by a single, like, root or any sort of a Cursed Crown after. Like, he can't play that little greediness with his BKB. He's just going to have to let it rip.
Yeah, 100%. Roche, now 25 seconds. But you can see the danger that's coming there. I mean, again, you look at this, Laurel actually doesn't even have the BKB. He's gone all out aggro. So there is an opening there, but we just haven't seen Iron Wing be able to find him in these fights at all.
No, he is big chilling right now, 6-0-7. No concerns for his KDA in this one.
So it's going to be 1 minute and 35 seconds is now the Roche timer.
I mean, blink daggers for what, you know? Blink on Ari, blink on 3-3, not able to play aggressively with them at all. They are now, you know, across the river. They're sitting up here together. They got Pure on the wave. If there was ever a chance, it's now. Yadro walking in invisible. Do they have any way to spot this?
Jumps inside. Ari out. Now they see him. The pit is down. Trying to chase some of these heroes. Do they understand that 33 has the lifesteal inside him? Follow-up pit is out. Hook shot off the mark. Meanwhile, though, he's able to get the Doom back on him. The Lotus Orb reaction. Yadro thinking about a chase. They cannot catch onto 33, but do manage to kill the Hoodwink.
Meanwhile, they just have BZM down bottom. Like, there was no chance they actually wanted to engage there. Maybe they're just happy to get a move from Team Spirit.
Right.
They've got this gem on BZM. And, you know, maybe hoping that Yadro will go a bit too far because, you know, as you pointed out, there's no BKB on the Lina. There's no BKB on the Shadow Fiend. Roshan is back up in 30 seconds. This does have all the makings for a possible fight win here from Iron Wing, but it's going to have to be a fight where there's some sort of an infest save, right? Like, you need to min-max every single thing in this engagement if you want to get this win. The Tombstone save would be incredible if they could get it ready, but it's still like a couple hundred gold away here for Whitemon. He's only at 800, so...
BZM, they break the smoke and blink away.
Oh, the Tombstone gets dropped.
Pure on to Rue. Does he have any way out of there? Force staff down to the low ground. Is there anybody that can chase him? BZM is there. So they get the kill onto the clock.
They got a proc on Not Me. They know he's around.
Yeah, Laurel shows up. Not Me in very deep right here. That was a interesting choice. So they managed to get 2 support kills as Roche respawns. Maybe an opportunity as the MKB comes out for the Shadow Fiend.
Can they actually seize this right now, though? Like, do they feel it's that desperate? The problem is it is a top Roche right now.
Yeah.
I feel like if it was bottom right now, maybe they would just insta-go. The best thing they could hope for is a bit of pressure on this tier 2 bottom, but classic Ember lineup and hitting a tower, it's a bad time.
I mean,
he needs friends to do it.
As much as this is like, you know, 13K gold lead, Team Spirit looking good, I don't think that Iron Wing are out of this by any stretch of the imagination. And considering how patient they were last game, I wonder if they just feel confident going to the late game no matter what.
Part of those stuff like this, like Rue just TPs back to his outpost.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
And there's the Cog, and the Hex, and the Find, and the kill. Yeah, that can't feel good. BZM caught, and now they got the Squirrel too. So Ari goes down.
They kill 2 supports bottom. They can't pressure the bottom tower. They can't reclaim their own outpost. They got nothing out of that double kill. They instantly lose a core and a support, and they're going to lose the Roche now.
Yeah.
Like, they are just getting outmaneuvered like crazy by Team Spirit at the moment. They have an exact read on this. They have constantly been playing on their side of the map. They are constantly getting down good vision. And just refusing to get, like, look what Navi's doing. He's blinking in here. He's defending. He's warding. He is just delaying and ensuring that you have nothing. And guess what? You can't kill this guy. He's just going to set up for a kill because we got global mobility.
The pit, they move through it. Collapse. He finds that kill onto Whitemon with Laurel in tow. 17 gold lead. They are owning.
And the coordination here with the Underlord is just grotesque. Very well done. And when you get rolling with a hero like this, it feels so good to play ahead.
So they're going to step up. They're going to take high ground. First tier 3 tower. Yadro claims it. And with nary a fight, Team Spirit looking to close this one out. What's the answer, Iron Wing?
The answer is never buy a BKB.
Apparently.
Look how well Yadro and Laurel are doing, guys.
They don't need them. You don't need them.
You don't need them. Okay, what if you're just better? You ever thought about that? Oh, see, Laurel. We bought the BKB, Lyrical. Maybe this is the turning point.
The turning point, yeah. The BKB.
Buying the BKB will be the turning point here. I mean, it hasn't helped Iron Wing.
You're not wrong. My goodness. What a performance from Spirit. I mean, whatever else you can say, Iron Wing has not responded the way they needed to in this game number 2, and Team Spirit have put the pedal to the metal. 35 minutes. Are they going to go for more?
I mean, they're ready for any sort of a play here. They're holding this high ground. They're watching for smoke angles. They're keeping an eye on who's pushing out what. And Yadro continuing to play very aggressively here with his Silver Edge, obviously having some confidence with this Aegis.
Who's he going to run into?
He gets spotted here.
They see the Shadow Fiend. He is standing on a Remnant underneath a ward. No cares.
0.
Maybe.
Double catapult wave coming in.
I mean, again, it's 3 minutes on Aegis. Like, do you really want to try and do a big jump and fest play onto this Shadow Fiend right now? There's no way it ends well for them. I feel like they need 2 Dooms.
That might help.
They need a lot.
All right, well, they're going in. There's the vision from the Shiva's Guard.
Finds some, pulls it back. Bushwhack, sharpshooter, connection, not me dead. Okay, that's something. Can they turn it into more? The Crozier, he's Crozier'ing. BZM in some trouble, tries to run away, but the right clicks follow him. Didn't stand a chance.
And Pure, he just has to sit there and watch.
There is not much else to do as they have built up a gold lead. They are taking these lanes. A second set right now. Team Spirit indomitable in this game number 2.
Pure is just trying to find anything. He's just running in here right now, thinking, I have to start something. This is their desperation play. He just goes in.
The Light Killer walking in never feels good.
No, that's not the play.
You do not want to see that. The Hex is out now. LSA connects on the edge.
Ooh, what a manta.
To do what they can. Okay, big 33 jump in. Lincoln's popped. How much more do they have? They do not have much, Trent. It is not looking good for Iron Wing. Things look bad, as a matter of fact. Doom waiting for his Blink Dagger to come back on cooldown. But in the meantime, Pure gets brought down low. Not dead yet. Laguna Blade out. Needs to infest to survive.
Okay.
Gets into Ari. So they take down the Clockwork. Now, I do have some bad news about their top lane.
No, that part's not great.
Their top lane is entirely dead. No.
It was a noble effort from Pure to just get in there and try and make something happen. And he did barely escape after being hookshot there by Rue.
Yeah, this is despair mode right now for Iron Wing fans.
It's time for more of the Conjurer's Catalyst.
Oh, yeah.
Now for the Lina here.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, Basher on the lifesteal is actually pretty big.
Throw it into the hands of RNG. Please save us is the call. Because they need a lot. They need kills. I mean, again, you win a couple of fights in sort of a triumphant fashion for Iron Wing, and that pulls this all back into their favor. Things could start to look very differently, but winning those fights, how do you do that at this stage of the game?
I mean, BZM last game had it a lot easier on the Invoker. He's a hero that scales a little better and gets this immense amount of burst damage right around this time of the game. Ember, unfortunately, is a little bit more item dependent as well. His Aghanim's also a great tool for that. Particularly, it's very good at just giving vision over the entire fight, especially when you have the Shivas. But as a poor Ember, he's just going to have the Ags to work with. If he can't there, to be honest.
Right.
But that's their best hope, is that he's able to get in the backline and maybe mess around with Rue and not me, because they have truly been the backbone of these fights.
Flaps pressuring out this building. Has the Crozier try and mess with the regen and everything else coming out. Well, just keep himself alive against the Lifestealer jumping onto him.
Yeah, great game for the Crozier for sure, especially because of that Lifestealer. Very hard counter to the Underlord, so any ethereal abilities are always very handy, and this addition was a great one in this matchup.
Okay, this was the turning point last time. 33 finishes the Aghanim Scepter. We've got Abyssal Blade done on the Lifestealer.
He also has that Shiva's Guard on the Zoom for the big AoE bonus on his Zoom, which is nice.
You know what else?
We don't have to roll the die with the Abyssal. What's that?
There was also the game, they were down 2 racks when things started to turn. Look at all the pieces are coming together, okay? Iron Wing They're looking for a comeback.
So do you have Iron Wing winning too in this prediction? Or is you that desperate?
I did put Iron Wing winning in my predictions. You are not wrong. That doesn't have anything to do with what I'm saying.
Right, okay. No, I was just making sure.
Not me. Smoke breaks. Back away, don't hit anybody. And retreat, no Essence Distiller connection. No, I mean, it's true. This is a really good performance from Team Spirit so far. And I think doing it in this way, like we've talked about in Game 1, it's important, I think, for this roster. Just come in and dominate. Not needing to constantly come back from the 20 minutes. BZM finds one. Tries to jump in, not able to find anybody. Hook shot connects. 1-2. Rue decides to go through, then force staff back away. Jetpack out of there. Rooted.
Something here.
BZM, BKB is down. Needs to be careful. Ari, they got their sights onto Pure. Can they chase down this Life Stealer? They want to. Pops the Rage, now turns, hits onto Collapse. The right click's going in onto this guy, but he's living through it. Now Rooted on the backside. Root finds another one. It's 3 with the cogs. On the land, the hit, the kill. They jump in with 33. Is it going to be enough damage, though? No! He dies so rapidly. Look at the hits coming in from Yatoro. 4 dead for 2. They're still doing it.
Man, what a cogs there. Rue just playing out of his mind this game, separating Pure from the rest of his team so they can't keep going with those saves. They can't try and bail him out of that fight, despite all the healing he was getting there. As you can see, it is not enough. And they're going to march down. SF in the mid, Lena on the bottom lane, only a single lane remaining. BZM forced to buy back, but he just can sit and watch the double catapults go to work.
Trying to close this game out right now. It's going to be Mega Creeps at 40 minutes. Team Spirit on a spree. There's 30 seconds until Doom is back up. I don't know if Iron Wing can hold in that amount of time.
There's a Fiend's Gate in 5 seconds and a buyback on Collapse. He might get cheesy here.
They're thinking about it. The hits, they move in. Whitemon dead, does have buyback, but he's going to get the Ceaseless Dirge first. Now the hits onto the Tier 4 towers. Buildings start to fall. How comfortable are Team Spirit walking in without Aegis? With Doom respawning, they're going to take the safe route and go bomb back home. Okay.
Collapse buys an Abyssal. All right, so I'll gate, Root, come through the gate and Abyssal you.
That's pretty awesome. I love that. Well, Roche, it's going to be a relatively long respawn, 2 minutes. If they get that, I can't see how it happens. A Parasmodon on Laurel. Iron Wing are going to have to dig deep for some type of a salvation here.
Yeah, BZM, he's got a Ghost Scepter, he's got a Kai and Sanj. He was forced to buy back, so that Ags is a complete pipe dream at this point. It's such a big power up for the Ember, especially if you want to play that style where you're trying to interrupt the backline. It's so hard without the Ags. You just don't have enough mobility. You're not as fluid with your movements.
Yeah.
And now Rue, he's already been throwing his body into the fires of these battles, but now has the Aeon Disc, so didn't go for the Blink Dagger build. Still much more of a classic Clockwork in this one.
You can see Team Spirit hold in this high ground and just letting the waves spam in. An illusion is out. Pure realizes it now and still can't really fight it that effectively.
That's probably not a good sign either, huh?
Now there's smoke behind him.
All right, 3-3, he's thinking about popping the Doom. He's pump faking it, he's ready.
Backs out. Nullifier completed. So
okay, so Collapse might just die if he messes up something.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, look, Nullifier, Abyssal Blades, Iron Wing have the tools to kill a hero if they can get on top of him. There's lots of ways to take down this Lena if you get that first jump, if you can find that right target. 33 jumps up and he's immediately rooted. Oh, that's not the way they wanted it. And no detection means Yatoro's tucking away. He tries to escape and the LSA connects onto several. The turns, the hits, he punches him down dead. 33 is gone. Iron Wing, they don't have a prayer. They're trying to chase forward for more. Whitemon gets up onto the cliff. He tries to TP away. Not going to happen. Collapse. Drop in the voice lines. As they turn, they hit BZM. Nowhere left to go. GG is called. Team Spirit takes a 2-0 on the main stage.
Dominant performance for our first series here on the main stage by Team Spirit, and not in their typical fashion necessarily. The power of the crowd is real. Let me tell you, Yatoro pops up on that camera, they cheer. Every single time. And every time he's getting a kill, they're also cheering. They love him, and I think he loves them too.
Absolutely. Feeling good in that booth. On the other side, Iron Wing, not the way they wanted this to go. Oh, Ari, another one of those players that was looking to prove it here up on the main stage, but it's Team Spirit that managed to get the victory, and it did not look particularly close.
I feel like Team Spirit were struggling a little bit coming in, like, end of the group stage, right? Like, you're like, okay, couldn't quite get it together, then they're playing against Resilience, and it was close, you know? There were some issues. Whereas Iron Wing were really finding it at the end. I feel like they kind of figured out their drafts, and it seemed like they had the heroes they wanted, and they got those heroes here, you know? They got their Hoodwink in their game. They got their Undying, but it wasn't able to carry them to the victory. So Team Spirit coming with a very good plan as to how Iron Wing wanted to play and adapting really nicely in the draft. I feel like they did an excellent job just predicting what they were going to do and countering it.
A really, really solid performance indeed as Team Spirit were able to get that victory there. And again, thinking forward to what this means, I mean, Iron Wing dropping down, it's going to be a scary lineup to go against in that lower bracket, whoever they end up facing. But again, the victory today is Team Spirit that were able to take it. It went long and late in that first game number 1. This one, much less so.
Yeah, a little less back and forth here, unfortunately, for the side of Iron Wing. So they're going to have to take a look at this, figure out, you know, we got our heroes, so what wasn't good? Well, let's see what they did for Spirit.
观众朋友们，欢迎来到赛后采访。那现在在我身边的是刚才获胜 Team Spirit 的 Yatoro， 以及我们可爱的主持 Snacks。Hello, China. How are you guys doing? And thank you so much. All right, let's get started, Yatoro. I gotta say, I know how much you love the crowd. I know how excited you are to be here. You told us earlier this year you were bummed you didn't get to go main stage. Here you are again. Must be feeling pretty good. 好的 ，Yatoro 也是首先恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。那么在今年的早些时候呢，你也是跟我说过，你很期待队伍回到最好的一个状态。你觉得现在感觉怎么样
？Yes, I love Pro, love this arena. I'm glad we won.
我喜欢现场所有的观众，我也喜欢这座场馆。谢谢大家对我们的支持。Ton of Team Spirit fans out here cheering your name. Are you surprised by how many there are? 现场有很多观众朋友们都在欢呼你的名字，你有感到意外吗
Yes, I am.
是的。Good to hear. All right, Game 2. I don't really want to talk about it. Not much to talk about. Game 1, the Bear, very impressive. I have to ask, what was more enjoyable for you to kick Iron Wing's ass with? Was it the Shadow Fiend or the Lone Druid? 我不想聊太多第二场的比赛，因为内容的话太过残暴了。想问问，相比于第一场的熊德和第二场的影魔，你觉得今天用哪个英雄去打爆对手感觉更爽
？First game for sure. Yeah.
I'm surprised that they did not ban this bear. Why is that? Why'd they let you get away with it? 其实第一场肯定是更爽的。然后 Slacks 追问的话，我很疑惑，为什么对方没有ban掉第二场的熊德，也没有人选，是为什么
？I think they just forgot about the laundry when they pick Doom and thought it's not a problem, but it was pocket pick, so we're happy we got it.
我想他们可能第二场比赛的话忘记了有熊德这个英雄存在，然后他们选择了 Doom。其实对我们来说的话，这也不是一个问题，但最后的话我们还是有自己的考量。Thank you. Now a lot of people are saying this is the most competitive TI ever. Do you agree with that? Do you feel like any one of these teams could take it? 有人說這次 TI 我們的8強是歷史以來競爭最強烈的一屆，你是怎麼想的？你覺得你們戰隊有沒有機會拿下這次的比賽
？Yeah, I think a lot of good teams and tournament who can win, so we're gonna try to be one of these.
我覺得這是一次不錯的比賽，有很多的強隊，我也希望我們能夠成為奪冠熱門。好的，那也是感謝 Slack 以及 Yatoro 接受我們的採訪，我們把剩下的時間交給我們的分析台。
What a series that was. Team Spirit, they do this one very easy compared to Game 1. This Game 2 was a bit, compared to Game 1, a little bit like Luster Saber.
Yeah, I think the way supports played on Team Spirit was just incredible this game. You could see Notmi being everywhere. He was like picking them off, surviving everywhere. The way they moved in the early game, I feel like when you play against Iron Wing, they kind of force you to play this game, and they're usually the ones making the moves first. However, Spirit in this entire series, they were able to like turn it on them, and they were the ones making the first move, forcing the tempo of the game. Such as this moment, it was just incredible.
Yeah, this is one of the many moments here, Winter.
Yeah, they were just kind of really uncomfortable with this setup. Yeah, like whenever I watch Iron Wing, whenever I see BZM is playing like a spirit hero, a hero that needs to move, they just don't really feel like they're comfortable playing the game. Like here, I don't know like what happened. Like Ember didn't really have a way to get to this fight, and I feel like this is the type of fight that you need to be able to connect to as an Ember Spirit in the early game.
Yeah, the game was all too quickly in the hands of Team Spirit. And this is without the funky shenanigans they of course did in game number 1, where they were able to get a great start on the board already before the horn sounded. But it felt way more grounded, if that makes sense, Rhea. This is a lead that you could see Iron Wing try. There was no way of them getting out of this.
Yeah, I do think it was hard, and whilst they were greedy with things like Midas on the Doom, they didn't opt for a second Midas on the Lifestealer, and he got a Radiance in good time. They attempted to make plays with the Infest, but I think that Team Spirit, especially given they were playing these two long-range cores, they just were better at positioning on the map. Like, if you were watching the mini-map throughout this entire game, you would kind of see the, like, swings and roundabouts of Team Spirit moving in this formation where the supports are always out in front, and then there's, like, a Shadow Fiend kind of a bit behind. Lena's then a little bit further back with her Boost of Travel ready, and then Underlord is all the way on the other side of the map, ready to go with his ult at any time. And it felt like they were always moving in this way where Iron Wing could just never get any kind of fight that they wanted.
Yeah, and we have previous game, of course, it was it was Yutoro without a single death to his name. This time it is Laro on his Lina. It was a hero that for Team Spirit was picked in that first phase. It was their first pick. And that did mean that it was Iron Wing, and with that BZM, that could pick a hero against it. They went for Ember Spirit. We talked about this, Saber, about that it should be not that bad for Ember. Why did it turn out this way?
Yeah, so what I enjoy more than feeding in my pubs is being wrong on the panel. Oh. It is actually good for Lina. I was talking to Quinn backstage. He said, yeah, it is mainly like 60-40 for Lina. Embers can survive this. However, you're just range hero. You have enough to like harass him down, and we could see it. He was absolutely zoning him and destroying him. Laro for sure the MVP this game. Absolutely perfect gameplay. 10-0. What more do you want?
I mean, what I would want is I would want to know, Winter, why they felt comfortable picking Ember into that to begin with. Because was it just a hero that would be then better for the game after the laning stage? Because after the draft was done, we said there was so much focus on that laning stage already.
The pick sequence, they felt like they couldn't really pick the other heroes, the other cores, and they needed more time to reveal the other cores, so they had to pick a mid hero, and they see Lina. So the immediate thought process is we just pick a mid hero that could just play the lane. And maybe you could also buy Mage Slayer later. I don't know if that was part of the plan, and they have some kind of hero to lane against the Lina.
Yeah. I wanted to point out here how incredible it is they killed the Ember here, because as you can see they have like 2 stuns, and now he gets stunned by an Ogre, if I'm not mistaken. So even the DotA itself is working for Spirit. As you can see, he's like, not the Ogre, no!
Unaccepted.
Yeah.
It was like it's incredibly impressive that they were able to get these Ember kills. Another one here, beautiful root into stun, into another root, and then a hook shot from Timbatu, and they managed to get him. It's really good if you manage to get these Ember kills, because it kind of snowballs you forward. If you're not able to get the Ember, he's able to just play the map, push all of your waves. It's a big problem.
Yeah, that's why when they picked the Wheeler, I mentioned Wheeler was one of the best heroes against Ember. So it always creates opportunities for you because you have enough lockdown with the hero. And after those 2 kills, like the 15-minute kill on Lifestealer and that kill on the Ember, I feel like they just kind of almost lost the game there after the 2 core kills.
Yeah.
They couldn't control the map. They just had nowhere to farm.
Yeah, they got the Ember Spirit on control, and you want to highlight how they got the Lifestealer under control as well.
Yeah, I think he just got killed by the SF at top. Like he didn't really expect the damage, and he just went there trying to defend the tower. And as soon as he died there, they lost the top tower, and the map just became really small. Because after they lost the top tower, they lost the mid tower, and you have no access into your Ancients area after that point.
Yeah, and that was definitely a tough position for Iron Wing to be in. And then later on, Rhea, towards the end of the game, obviously there were maybe chances that Iron Wing was trying to get a foot in the door, but there were two people stopping that.
The two supports, look, I don't know why we're saying Law's the MVP. I think it's pretty freaking obvious it was the supports this game. We've talked about them more than anyone else on this post-game panel, and they were delivering in every single way. Like I talked about earlier, this formation, there's always a support out front. Like it doesn't matter if Iron Wings just want to move forward on the map or they want to smoke out on the map. It's always this Clock and this Willow that are catching these moves. They did it bot earlier as well, and you see here how they try and go on this Dark Willow. She's unfreaking killable. She gets out because she has a net worth advantage from their team playing so damn well. You have this like 4-star Yules and her own spells that make her so elusive, and that gives their team all the time in the world to set up and come and respond to these moves. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, end of the game where it's so dominating in their favor. But this was happening all game long. Like the way that they warded, the way they put their supports out, it just meant that they had constant coverage and ways to protect their cores, which is how the Shadow Fiend Lina duo core were able to thrive in such a beautiful way.
I mean, to add to that, I think the reason why the supports were able to do that is because whenever you have Underlord just shoves all the way, so it's easy for your supports to just move together and play the map. Whereas you compare it to Doom can't really do that. You kind of have to show your hero until you have the shard and you eat the dragon. So I think the early game was better for the supports on the Spirit side because they had Underlord, even though he lost his lane.
And then the game spirals out of control, and before you know it, it's a 2-0 in favor of Team Spirit, who now move forward in the upper bracket, top 6 confirmed, whereas Iron Wing will drop to the lower bracket. Both teams, of course, still unsure of who they will face next, but that's okay, because we're gonna figure that out as the day progresses, because we are ready to go to our next series, our next best of 3 here for the main stage of the International. It will be Team Vision versus Boom Boys. And to get started with that one, we are gonna hear from Miero and Save.
Our journey in the group stage was starting from a little bit problems, and we got some mistakes that we need to work on. So we'll keep improving on it. But eventually we knew that in the elimination match in Decider, Aurora picked us. We knew it's going to be a different game, So we won, and we were super happy. When we played against Team Vision on the group stage, we gave them too much respect because we lost to them on the previous tournament. And now on the playoffs, we're going to prepare for this match. They're considered as the best team of this CI. I will sincerely think that my team can win. This is the only way you can play in the TI playoffs. Otherwise, they're just eliminating competition, Of course, everybody in this tournament want to win TI. As for me, this thing is the same one. But for me, going through the playoffs and play on this arena, my family watching me and our fans, most important thing. I mean, it's my dream to win a TI, so obviously it feels very special all the time. It's my 5th TI, and obviously I want to win so hard. That's my 4th TI in my DotA history, so for me it's the most important one, for every player. So for me it's just my aim and purpose to achieve the age. I think our expectations were always the same. Before the tournament, we wanted to make it to the top 3, something like this. I think it's kind of the same, even though we didn't have a really good group stage. It's still the same. Playing on the crowd is really good, and it gives you more feelings about this tournament. So this tournament, it's different between other tournaments, of course. I'm super happy that we have this possibility to play in front of the people that cheer for us. So yeah, I'm super happy and grateful for the support from all the fans.
More feelings, more emotion when it comes to playing on the main stage, and I'm sure we're going to see that translated in some epic moments for our upcoming series. And you hear Miero and Save, and they talk about, the rocky road that for them was the group stage, and they are going up against a team that had no rocky road at all, because it's Boom Boys versus Team Vision. Focusing our attention first on Team Vision, I feel like you guys got to be aware of something that some of you at home might not be aware of, because there is a person that is back at the TI stage. Rhea, it's none other than Puppy.
He's back. He's coaching. He's better than ever. Somehow, I don't know. He's just good at everything. What can you do? This team will not stop talking about Puppy. Anytime you ask Vision, how's it going? How's the improvement been? What's been the biggest influence here? Puppy. Puppy, 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 Puppy. And especially Satanic has elevated to a brand new level off the back of his mentorship. He talks specifically in his team's vlog about EWC about how Satanic is a carry player who plays so much on instinct. This youthful, like, instincts, and they understand what to do. Their reflexes are better. Their mind is sharper, but he has no idea what he's doing, apparently. So Puppy's like grabbing him by the head and making him understand, why is it that you're making the moves you're making that are working out? And he has to actually think, and he's like, oh, I understand now. And then when he's consciously making those moves, he's now even better than before, and he's ironing out those mistakes like bad Satanic. Don't join a fight you don't need to join. You have to go farm more, and that's why GPM is skyrocketing. This little boy is being molded into a TI champion that we might see bloom this year.
Yeah, this youngest player on the stage of the main event here for the International, 18 years, and to be able to translate into Instinct Saber into understanding, that's quite a big feat.
It is, and I cannot believe he is this good. I am watching his replays, and he is somehow always the highest net worth and always 3,000 ahead of the pack. I have a suspicion that it's because he's also making all the moves and making sure that he gets every single last hits, whether it's a kill or a tower or anything else, because I can't believe how farmed he is.
Yeah, and this team had a smooth road in the group stages, so they made it here 4-0, the only team to not have a series defeat under their name. We'll see how they fare here against Boom Boys. Boom Boys have been trying to breach that final stage of the International time and time again, Winter. They have not yet managed, but this surely is their best shot so far.
Yeah, I think they've already kind of figured out something about what they need to do as a team, and what I realized is they have one of the most, or the highest hero pool on their offlane. Miro, he played 11 different heroes so far, and most of the offlaners play 6 or 7.
Wow.
And Collab is the second at 10.
Is that intentional?
Yeah, and he kind of also always gets the priority pick. The 18 pick, the 24 pick, he gets priority in the draft, and if you get priority in the draft and you have a small hero pool, usually that's not good.
Yeah. And he has been doing well. We heard him talk about being, being filled with positive emotions just now. This main stage for them, this is a team saber that, you can attest to as well. In the past, this main stage vibe was their hindrance. They kind of struggled with it a little bit.
Yeah, but to be fair, it also just gets harder and harder as you progress through the tournament. So they kind of have to start playing against Vision, which is not an easy opponent at all. So I feel like if they're able to get this win, I think they're set up for success. They can easily go into the top 3, top 2. If they don't win, that's okay. You face off one of the strongest opponents, maybe the strongest, and you still have the lower bracket to run through there. So they just need to stay strong, and hopefully they take this first win. That would be amazing for them.
That would be amazing. I will say, Rhea, that would probably be considered an upset, because I think this might be, from people's prediction point of view, it might be the most skewed matchup coming.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's also recency bias. It's not like this team's never been beaten before. It's not like they didn't have any games taken from them in the group stage. So to say that it's impossible, I think is a stretch. So we can believe.
We can believe. And they will take all that energy that the crowd brings as well. And of course, for this very series, we're going to have a fantastic series. But first, the teams will take the stage.
Team Vision!
Team Vision will take the stage, and this team is a favorite for the championship, a favorite for a spot in that grand finals. but they still have to make their way with a bullseye on their back. And the first one to take a shot, Boom Boys. You, and that is something that has propelled them to this playoffs. And guess what? There's another team that they have faced before, and it is Vision. And it did, unfortunately for Boom Boys, also result in an 0-2, but the last time they got 0-2, they were presented with the opportunity to come back, and come back they did. They might have learned those same lessons from having already faced Vision in those group stages, and they might now be able to take them down as they take their place in the booths. It's time to talk about the playstyle of both teams, because Winter, I want everybody to be able to understand how, let's start with Vision. How come they are considered to be so strong? Obviously, we've seen their gameplay. What makes them so unbreakable when it comes to their gameplay?
I think they have a couple of ways of like approaching the game. I think at the moment the strongest play styles, you have like a spirit mid, and you have your carries on the side lane, you have a hard carry, and then your support kind of just plays around mid and you make space. And you can also see them sometimes going for like the counter matchup. Like no one likes also to play the counter matchup. I mean, he wins the lane, the support also plays through him, and then when he is on a more greedy hero, you see them make adjustment on Notice. Maybe Notice plays something like a Slada, he's less greedy, and he's the one moving around the map. So they have a lot of ways of approaching the draft, which makes it very, very difficult for a team to choose, you know, what do we do against Vision, because they can do anything. They can pretty much pick any hero and play anything. And I would say that if you ask me, the critical pick might be the IO in this series.
Yes, I know, Rhea, this IO, you wanted to talk about it as well when it comes to Boom Boys, because they are the IO team.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by their IO. Kiritich, honestly, I think has been such a blessing for this team. I've really enjoyed watching him play. And his IO is something that apparently was running amok in pubs, but he legitimized it on the pro scene at Essence 2 and has had a lot of success with it. He's played it one time so far at this tournament to a win. And it's a really cool hero. Have you seen this ball? I don't know what the rest of the graphic is. It's missing. Well, I'll do you it. His IO is fantastic. The way that this hero works essentially is it doesn't matter if you're going safe lane, doesn't matter if you're going mid. There are two camps that you can basically go and hard farm, and this hero will basically run in a pattern between going to lane and going back to these camps and farming them on repeat over and over and over again till he gets his helm, and then his speed of farm just increases so much. Like the way that he functions is similar to Underlord, right? You can be at any fight anywhere globally. You can cut waves. You can be at team fights. You can farm more. It's like so versatile. I think teams, hopefully in this break, maybe took a little bit more focus at how to shut it down. Like maybe blocking the camps. I feel like we don't see much blocking of camps anymore.
So the secret to the hero is farming, knowing how to farm on this hero.
Yeah. He's a very good farmer.
He's a great farmer, and it's worked so well, and we've heard Boom Boys talk about it as well in their winners interview. Once they won from Aurora, it was a close series. Let's just say that. And they were very confident, like as soon as IO has his timing, it's over, it's done. It doesn't matter what Aurora is doing, we win. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and then the second problem is like when you play against IO, he gets his axe timing and then he's super strong. But then every single item he buys afterwards just makes him, or you know, the IO more strong and just more unkillable. And eventually you hit the 25 talent and you're just shooting left and right. Your reload is like no cooldown and no cast time. And it's just really hard to play the map. It kind of reminds me of Laundroid, and with how difficult it is to play the map against the Zero.
But how much of it is also because of the pairing? Like we saw the IO Slug, IO Largo.
Yeah, preferably you want like a carry hero on the mid lane, so you have two heroes that scales really well into the game. One of them the IO and the other your mid laner or the off laner, which to be fair, both Miero and GPK can play this type of hero, and they scale both really well.
Which is funny considering we're talking about Boom Boys in the later stages of the game. You want the in this case the carry style mid laner with the IO paired up, but historically Boom Boys has always been especially strong, Rhea, in the laning stages of the game. That's where they normally is like, okay, they'll have a great laning stage and then they'll either fast win or fast lose. That's different now.
Yeah, I mean, the early stage, like, I think Winter said it best, the early stages feel so irrelevant for the most part. Like, even in the first game of last series, we saw them devastate them in the, beginning with Tusk, and it still became a close game. And I'm glad it's kind of moved away from that. I also think that that's kind of reflected in Kiritich's hero pool almost. I think he used to play so much more sacrificial, and now they pump so much more farm into him. And I do, it's a good sign of change, right? Adapting to your patch.
Yeah, I think that is what makes Boom Boys now also, just like Vision, versatile, Winter. Because you mentioned the versatility already coming out from this offlane. How will we see that reflected in the game? Because that's something that Vision is not going to necessarily be able to prepare for because they don't know what's coming there.
I think the draft is going to be very important. Like, you have to understand that laning phase is not as important, and you want picks that would actually function well. And something to do in the mid game, like when you can look at the draft, is like hero pairings. When you're playing the map, you need specific heroes to kill specific heroes. So what do you want to pair together? I think this is something that is very, very important right now in the draft. So, for example, if you have an Ember and you have a Hoodwing, so together these two heroes, you walk around the map, you get kills. Yeah. So I think a lot of the thought process in a draft is on this. Because when you have two heroes on top, two heroes on bottom, like one hero should be the body to protect the carry, and the other is the kill combo. I think you see it a lot with Ember and Hoodwing. And how are you using these heroes on them? Where are you going? I think all of these things would play out in the draft. So having the right draft to allow you to do moves like this is very important. Who's going to push out? You do not want to only have catch heroes. Like, who's going to push out the waves? That's why the Helm heroes are really strong right now, because they push out the wave and your Hoodwing gets to find a kill.
That it almost feels, Saber, like both teams are right in this tricky balance during the draft of how much are you drafting for the game and for being able to win the later game of Dota 2 versus how much are you able to not lose too much in the lanes, because there's a little bit of a sacrifice that is being made there.
Yeah, and to be fair, I feel like most of these teams, they kind of play to have a lineup that they're comfortable with. They don't really play for counter-picking too much. I've only seen maybe Falcons do it here and there, even though they also like to stick to their heroes. I think for Vision specifically, their free course can kind of play anything, so they rely on that. And the fact that they're all incredibly skilled, Satanic especially, he can play all the carries. You can just get him a good hero and then do what Winter said, make sure that you have a good pairing for your support so it lines up nicely. You want some lane push, you want some stuns to set up kills, and you want to make sure that your lanes make sense.
Yeah, and we talked about Miero already being the most versatile offlaner of this international. I want to focus our attention on his counterpart a little bit, someone who a lot of people might not be too familiar with. Rhea noticed, has not gone unnoticed. Had to do it.
It was a good one. This guy has been very, very impressive so far on Vision. He was, playing like on trial. I guess they were comparing him against other offlaners, but he just had so much success and he fits really well into the team's playstyle. Like, I think we haven't really touched massively on 9class yet, who is an absolute animal on the map. And whilst I believe some of his wilder tendencies have been maybe curbed a bit by puppies joining, he's still playing fun heroes. He's still playing things like Bounty Hunter. He wants to run around the map. He sees an opportunity, he goes for it. That's what Notice kind of resigned to. He says that fan will do what he wants, and so I will adapt and allow it for him. And I think that is a beautiful thing. I think if you can let your Pospo flourish and just pick heroes that are kind of reliable and sturdy and can play on their own, it's a good thing. But they have been playing a lot together on the lanes. It's not been as bad as people make it.
I mean, was he also the one that started the fad of the 4 gauntlets? Notice?
He might have been, yeah. He did have some very strong builds. And it's funny because Vision and Yandex and one more team, they were rotating the free offlaners. It was Notice, SSS, and DM, and they kind of switched around the teams, and now this is how it landed. And, as we can see, Notice probably he got the best team out of that, or maybe he is the best, and that makes his team the best.
Kind of fits like Satanic's play style more because he's flexible and Satanic can just play his hard carries. But I think with DM kind of farms a lot more, so they kind of have to find a different way to balance the draft, which might be a little bit more difficult if you look at the players.
Yeah, and when we're talking about, oh, Satanic is farming a lot, he's getting high net worths, in case you missed it, Satanic has been farming a lot, and we do have a bunch of his records here in the heroes that he has been successful on, which is most heroes, as they only dropped 2 games on Satanic during the entire group stages. So he too, Freya, has been versatile.
That's my goat. I think the ability to play all these different types of heroes is so important as well, because so many carries are getting banned out in the early draft now. Like, we see Lone Druids disappearing, Nature's Prophets disappearing. I think people have been trying to let stuff through to see what they can beat, but so far it's not looking good. Like last series, you know, Shadow Fiend and Lone Druid considered 2 of the most broken carries, getting through. Obviously, they're not winning. It's crazy. But yeah, I really liked his Life Stealer when he brought that out as well. I think he's just... he's so good. And they all fit the same general pattern of gameplay. I think that's the most important thing, is that the farming patterns remain like pretty much the same. So it's very easy to kind of just put yourself on a new one and it's fine. But he hasn't really strayed like super far out into like, you know, other types of carries.
I wanted to talk a little bit about our mid lane matchup. I know for people that were tuning in the whole day, at the start of the day, we did mention no one already for various reasons, but in this particular matchup, no one is our oldest mid laner here. He is 28. He has had a long-standing career, and he has had much success already throughout his career. He has so many major wins. Years in a row, he did well, but not at the TI main stage. He has come third once, and that is his best performance thus far. But people have always expected that a squad that he had then would do better and would at least lift one Aegis, and he has not yet lifted an Aegis. He's here in the mid lane, he's trying again. When no one fell off a little bit, he took a little bit of a break, he took a little bit of a step back. There was another mid laner coming out of Eastern Europe that stepped up and was like, okay, this is now the prodigy. And that was GPK, who he's mid laning against on the side of Boom Boys. GPK is 24, so he is a couple of years removed from no one. GPK has also had maybe not entirely similar road to no one, but he has always been on teams as well that we expect to do well. We expect him to be having a podium finish, and also he has not really found that same success. And I want to talk about these 2 players with that in mind, but also keeping in mind that the playstyle winter that they have, because I kind of feel like GPK maybe in the start of his career maybe emulated what no one was doing in the mid lane as well. So they're very similar in my eyes.
Yeah, they're very similar. They can play for the team, they can play the carries from mid. And I think GPK, I would give him the slight edge in terms like the laning. I think mid-late game, no one is probably better at making certain decisions, and his team fight initiations is, I think, a lot clutcher than GPK. So I would say the main difference is there. But overall, this is a very, very close, I think, matchup. And the support picks are going to have to help them. I think whoever gets the upper hand in terms of early game, they can help out the mid laner, play through the mid laner. That team is going to have a significant advantage. And this mid lane is going to be the location that you want to win the early game.
What I'm interested to see is that for a lot of the games we watched no one, he was playing Earth Spirit. And let me tell you, he is an absolute beast on Earth Spirit. However, I think as the meta developed, we'll see less of this Earth hero. It might be banned this game. So, is he as good on other heroes? I think so, but we'll see, because GPK, also one of the best mid laners. He's absolutely incredible, especially his KDA. I know he loves playing for his KDA. Yeah, so great stats. We'll see. I'm very excited.
We have a big discrepancy with that in mind on the amount of games played, because Vision was the first team to move through. That means they've only played 4 rounds of best of 3s, whereas Boom Boys has played 5 rounds, including, or rather, and on top of that, a elimination round. So 2 more best of 3s, and that was like 1.5 days of Dota 2. And it was indeed during that second to last day that we saw that Earth Spirit just rising and rising and rising. So Vision basically got out with the Earth Spirit still played before people started addressing it. So I'm sure Boom Boys will address it as we are nearing the draft coming in for this best of 3. One side we got Team Vision undefeated in series, and the other side we got Boom Boys, definitely the challenger when it comes to this best of 3. Will they once again rise to the occasion? We're gonna find out as we're ready for the match.
Team Vision versus Boom Boys. Game 1.
We're diving into it with Boom Boys on the Radiant side and Team Vision on the Dire side. And I'm sure you're both sad and happy to see that the IO that we talked about at length, Rhea, got addressed. We got it banned out in the first phase. The first phase is Vision first pick, and therefore Boom Boys overall last pick.
I think it's good. The Necro as well, I think, was on my mind. Kiritich played it, and this hero is so obnoxious, especially when it's on carry, because it is, you know, a boosted travel buyer. And I honestly think that the level of these teams is like so high when they can utilize boosted travel heroes, especially on mid. Like you can get Snapfire, Lina, these types of heroes. It lets you just play more of the map, which lets you raise your GPM even higher, but then also be involved in all the fights. And I think when Team Vision really wants Satanic to just sit an AFK farm, you do not want a Necro pushing in all of your map space.
I mean, do you guys also feel like they're kind of trying to force Kiritich to play more like conventional carry? They ban out the special carries. Because if you compare both carries, I think Kiritich is a little bit worse in the conventional, the normal carry heroes. So if you can force the game into that type of setup, it will be good for Team Vision.
Yeah, exactly. I think Vision, they're like thinking, okay, we're the stronger team. All we need to do is just have a normal game of Dota 2. We need to not get cheesed by this IO or by some Necro. Let's stick to our guns. They open with the Lone Druid against Lina. I think 50-50 matchup can go either way. Kind of depends on how the lanes go. However, as we saw from the previous game, Lina mid is very strong and very dangerous. And it's a very good hero at finding the Lone Druid around the map and picking him off.
Yeah, I imagine this is more likely to be GPK's Lina than a carry one. Obviously, they can leave it to flex, but I'd like to see maybe Kiritich on this Kez. We saw this Lone Druid matchup against Kez earlier, and I honestly wasn't that saddened by it. Like, I think Kez's damage output gets absolutely insane, especially after you buy your Axe, where it totally felt viable to me.
I mean, it's also the fact that when you have a mid Lina, you kind of need your carry to do some work in the early game, and Kez can kind of help you do that.
Very interesting. So they banned out the Enigma for the Lone Druid, which is it's like the second best hero against Lone after Underlord. But they decided to leave the Underlord in the pool.
So the main reason that's the case is because he kills you at the catapult wave. Because in the first couple of levels, I imagine Lone Druid would still be fine.
Yeah, it's that, and it's also that Underlord has the Firestorm spell, which is percentage damage against the bear, so you are able to like fight the Lone Druid back in the lane, which not many heroes can do. They usually just get bullied by the bear, and it's very sad.
I really like heroes like Underlord, like Dark Willow against Lone Druid as well, because you rely so much on your Roar to dispel once and then your BKB. But often, like when we get to the later games, the BKB you kind of need to use it. Like these Lone Druids, the bear comes out of invis with the Shadow Blade, then they use the Roar to fear, and then they use the BKB to be undisturbed while they try and kill this one hero. Usually, both of those assets are then gone pretty early on in the fight. So when you have more and more roots and more disables, it makes it impossible for this bear to move around.
I mean, there's also one more reason. Whenever you play support against Lone Druid, you want a support that can't die. So you can click your W and run away. So supports like Wind, Dark Willow, you have a spell to run away. It's always nice against Lone Druid. Because most of the time, most of the time when he sees you as a support, you just die, you know?
Yeah, it's so sad. It's also like I like the Willow way more than Wind Ranger because the bear can just buy the Disperser, like we've seen in these like Ringmasters and stuff struggle.
That's a new hero. Okay.
9class has been playing this in the group stage, and it's been really annoying.
It's a very good hero at like just running around the map and finding the Lina and setting up for his boys to kill him. I do feel like 9class is a very good bounty hunter, so it does fit for them very well. The only danger is the lane. You just need to be careful not to get too exposed.
I think I might have seen him pair it with the Darkseid before. It's like classic.
That's good, yeah.
Combo, and then he did play the lane a lot, and then his mid to late game became more about putting in like deep wards down, giving vision with track, disturbing the triangle.
How much does he need a hero slash bear, I guess, to play with when it comes to the bounty hunter? Because can he just go around by himself? Does he need to be supported by that bear or by anything else that is global or can help around the map and move fast?
I mean, he has Snapfire. I think Snap and Bounty. I think the Snap might be a support hero here. Because Bounty, you can't really clear creeps and you can't really do a lot of damage. So Snapfire helps you with the clearing creep department, and he also gives you a lot of damage to kill off. If you find the Lina or even the Willow, you don't stand a chance against Snap. Snap can just kill you anytime.
I actually think it might be mid. I think it just meets this need of like I said, booster travel mid that can just go around and make plays. Like your bounty can scout things out. You pair with another support and your offlaner, and then Snapfire can just TP in from wave and then contribute with her ult. It just feels so nice, and we've already seen no one play at this tournament and look very, very good.
8 out of 10 games that was played this tournament have been a win, so Snapfire, great success rate. Yeah. If Snapfire does turn out to be mid, will this be a Lina mid or carry? Do you want to play Lina against the Snapfire?
Yeah, it's a very good matchup for you. You will win the lane. But this Wyvern here is, I mean, I feel like Snap is probably one of the best heroes against Wyvern, as you can't really save with the Embrace.
Yeah, I think the Wyvern is mainly just picked for the carry to secure lane. It's very strong. You can harass with your Q, and then you can also heal your carry. It's very nice. I also really like the Centaur pick against Snapfire specifically, as you are able to just stampede whenever you see the kisses, and it's basically impossible to hit the kisses. They don't have many roots or stuns on vision. They do have this Darkseer now, who's gonna vacuum wall. However, you still have stampede for that. So unless they're able to follow it up with a stun, you are able to just run away. But I like it. I think Darkseer is a good pick. You enable the Bounty Hunter, you push waves, so the pairing is very good. One guy is looking for kills and like setting it up, and the other guy is just farming waves and scaling. So very good pairing.
Well, we have got a ban on the Sven, which implies that maybe Vision is respecting that Lina to go mid. What else can you think? It's GPK on the side of Boom Boys in that mid lane, and he has Lina as his signature hero, so I would not be surprised if he is the one that wants to play it on the main stage of the International. Tiny is the second carry to get banned out by them, as we do see that there is, for both teams, quite a bit of bonus time left. I love to see that in game 1 of a best of 3. It just means that both teams have something prepared and they are ready to showcase what they did prepare against each other. We got an Undying and an Elder Titan being banned, and I think crowd favorite coming in with the overall last pick. Techies, meaning Snapfire will be taking that mid lane.
Damn right. Techies last pick. Hype. I was looking at Ducalis' hero pool, and I was like, oh, Elder Titan would be so nice in this band. I was like, well, there's a Techies for, like, you know, vacuum into the explosion. I'm sure we're going to see that at least once this game. It's not quite as much control as I was hoping to see, I will say.
They don't have much stuns, though. Like, they don't have a way to initiate just the bounty shadow wall. I don't know if it's going to be a problem somewhere down the road, but yeah. I don't really see them setting up kills easily on the map.
Yeah, it does give them, I mean, a lot of kill threat.
A lot of damage. They have a lot of damage, but lacking in setup. Maybe they can itemize to sort that issue out.
It's interesting because you want stuns for pickoffs, and then you want stuns for teamfight. And for pickoffs, they have the Bounty Hunter who is able to like double stun with his invis. So theoretically, they should have enough to like pick off people on the map. And then for teamfights, they kind of have the vacuum into just a bunch of AoE spells from the Snapfire and the Techies. So theoretically, it is also enough. It's just very unconventional way of picking heroes. Yeah. It's not like some simple, you know, let's pick Mars and he's gonna arena and that's our team fight. Instead, they kind of make it work with the heroes that they have.
And the characters, Kaz.
very exciting.
I don't even know why they left it for last pick. It's like...
I mean, they had to ban like some kind of melee hero. They banned, I would say that the bans were fine. They banned Tiny and what was the other melee hero?
Sven.
They banned, yes, Sven. So those are kind of like, it kind of makes sense, you know. They wanted to nerf the laning phase, but Boom Boys, they still got what they want here. I think overall, if I have to choose which one I would rather play, I'd probably slightly favor Boom Boys lineup. I think it's nicer to play their heroes. In the team fights, I would say that it's easier for them to execute their spells and to win the team fight there, as long as they don't get run down in the laning phase too much.
All about that laning stage once again. We got to make up our minds at some point which we find more important, because the laning stage, I think when we're talking about that mid lane, maybe especially when we're talking about No One versus GPK, this might be a game that will heavily, maybe more heavily rely on the success rate of those two players, Rhea.
I just feel like when I look at this lineup, I'm like, you have no real cooldowns for Vision to play on the map. Like, you put Iron Shell on your bounty, you can use techies all the time and just go crazy. Like, no one's gonna have so much magic damage. You're just gonna be able to go bam, bam, bam. Whereas you can like bait out this Wyvern or this Centaur, and then you can just go again. You just keep going.
You just keep going. Okay, we started this series with having Boom Boys be the challengers here against Team Vision, with Team Vision being the raid boss, as it were, so far of this international. How do you feel they did? Do you feel they got what it takes for this game one?
Yes, I think Team Vision is gonna win. You can quote me on that. I will never be wrong. I think they are absolutely goated.
I want to change my opinion. Boom Boys are gonna win.
I will quote you on that after they lose the first game.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, well, let's hear from the coach that got this draft together. It is Coach Bulk with Slacks.
I am here with both. Thanks so much. And Dima for translating as well. So, you guys are up against P-Vision, a very different... Are you confident that this draft is going to be the one that finally cracks this team?
Вы играете против Vision, у вас была возможность к ним подготовиться, эта команда в отличной форме. Будет ли у вас шанс их победить в этой серии, как ты считаешь?
Я считаю, что шанс всегда есть.
Absolutely nothing.
There is always a chance, and I believe we will play much better than we used to play during the group stage.
Oh, what's changed? What's different now?
Что изменилось?
Мы стали лучше.
We became better.
Okay, good to hear, good to hear. Were you surprised by that last pick? Techies kind of came out of nowhere? No? You were prepared?
Удивил ли тебя минер в пике?
Нет.
No, it didn't.
All right. You guys got a lot of your comfort heroes coming out here today. Is that just to keep the boys calm and ready to face against them, or were you specifically looking to get these ones for this draft?
Много комфортных героев в этом пике. Это чтобы игрокам было удобно или чтобы против этого конкретного драфта сыграть?
Это чтобы мы все здесь насладились отличной дотой.
We just want to enjoy the great Dota.
All right, fantastic. Well, let's get into that great Dota as we throw to our casters.
Thank you so very much, Sir Action Slacks. What a great human being you are. Here at the International, welcome. We got Vision versus Boom Boys, a matchup we've seen, well, I'm not going to lie, we've seen it many a time, but that, I think, makes it a little bit more interesting because these teams not only play a lot of matches against each other, but scrim against each other, so there's a lot of like hidden strategies that we don't even know about, Cinderin. How are you doing?
Well, I'm very excited for this game in particular mainly because of Boom Boys, more so than Vision. Vision obviously 4-0, they're the team to beat. We've heard that on panel, there's no surprise there. But you and I have got to cast a couple of Boom Boys series, and we've seen they had a weird progression throughout the group stage. They started 2-0, they came in hot, then they lost 5 straight games,
yeah.
And then they barely scraped by to get into the elimination round, where they then 2-0'd the opponent that picked them.
They didn't have a choice, though, right?
They did.
Oh, that was the one that didn't have a choice.
Yeah, Aurora picked them, right? If I remember correctly.
Okay,
and Aurora had beaten them 2-0 in the group stage and supposedly also beaten them in 4 scrims in a row earlier. So I guess, you know, that's dangerous. You pick the team that had a lot of learning to do against you. So what I'm looking for here is have Boom Boys leveled up. Because this is the hardest test you're going to get in your first series. I'm pretty hopeful for them in this game, if I'm honest. I think the Vision draft looks a little bit spicy and kind of hard to execute.
Spicy, you say? Okay. How is it spicy? It feels like a lot of regular heroes that we're used to seeing for them.
It doesn't have the most obvious way of initiating. You're playing a support duo of Techies Bounty Hunter who don't have reliable initiating lockdown. Your offlaner is not your classic initiation hero either. Vacuum, sure, it can work if the enemy heroes are in a specific position, but there's no guarantee that's going to be the case. However, I will say I think this Bounty Hunter is going to become a bigger and bigger pick. We've seen Yandex have great success with it on Soxa. They might run it later today. And of course, you and I, we cast a Vision game where we were like, this is, when it comes to 9 class playing annoying heroes that just roam around the map, give Vision and info, this is probably his #1 now.
I mean, I would argue both their supports are extremely annoying.
Yeah.
I mean, who likes playing against the techies, for God's sake?
It's just, if I looked at these two lineups and I didn't know Vision were on the Dire, I would say I like the Radiant lineup better.
Right.
It's just they are so good at playing even very hard to execute lineups. But with that said, if you do have a slip up here or there, I definitely think it's the kind of lineup that can really run out of steam. So need to get off to a good start, need to get some of the plays rolling correctly. Otherwise, Boom Boys have a, I think it's fair to say they just have a more stable lineup, right?
Yeah, it looks much more stable to me, but that, at the same time, for Vision, we've seen this so many times before where, I mean, let me just ask you this very basic question with the Bounty Hunter. Is there a game at this level that you will win where the Bounty has 0 impact? Because I feel like he's either completely worthless or just takes over the game and they start snowballing.
Yeah, it's really hard to win if Bounty Hunter doesn't find the success that he wants. The good news is when you're playing with Darkseer, that's infinitely more likely. It's a great laning partner. You can see he's being super annoying right now onto Kiritich with the Iron Shell, as a matter of fact. Will not be able to kill yet.
Well, you say that. He won't be able to get to
this is actually kind of close. We'll use the stick, though. It's just, this is a really good hero pairing. Like the panel talked about, Darkseer is going to push out the wave so Bounty Hunter can make moves. You always have the luxury of putting an Iron Shell on Bounty Hunter. He can go jungle with that, and you just farm more. It's kind of like having a Helm of the Dominator at the beginning of the laning stage. Bounty Hunter is notoriously a very weak laner, so having something that helps him be useful in the first 5 minutes is also nice, which is obviously the case here. Putting even more pressure onto Kiritich.
Yeah, I feel like the games that we've seen, which I guess haven't been that many, but they pick a hero such as a Darkseer. You talked about the Iron Shell combo with the Invis from the Bounty, but also the fact that Notice on this Darkseer can be left alone at some point, and Bounty can start to roam and or kill couriers, which I don't think we've seen one quite yet. But pretty potent combo.
Oh, they're diving badly down here with Glyph.
Omi in a lot of trouble getting chased by 9 class. Pops the Fairy Fire as Notice being gone on. By Kiritich, the vacuum comes out, and that's going to be first blood onto Cat to Omi. Notice will take a tumble as well as Kiritich actually does survive.
Oh, there might be a shuriken.
Stay alive here, gets the silence of the last tank with the Bramble, as well as 9 class cannot finish the job quite yet. Still looking for the blood grenade now applied to the chicken as Kiritich trying to run it off. Very greedy, trying to get some last hits under the tower. He's just going to get killed off by 9 class instead. Super greed mode for Kiritich as 9 class will be traded off. I can't believe he did that. Is now onto the tier 1 at the top lane. Miera, left to his own devices, will be dropped in addition. So Vision, after all said and done, have 3 kills to the 2 on Boom Boys.
That was basically a frame-perfect blood grenade. He broke the salve of Kez almost instantly, and that was actually important, because if he gets to heal another 50 HP with that salve, wouldn't have died to the final swing.
Did he really need that last right click on the creep, Cinder? Did he really need it?
Carry players.
Yeah, seriously.
But like you pointed out, this is the biggest deal in all of this, is if you leave Centaur alone against Lone Druid, it's terrible. Like, this lane is so hard to play. So being able to force Kataomi to rotate down bottom obviously has big ramifications on Satanic's game, and he has probably just been the player of the tournament. If you're giving Satanic a free lane, if you're giving him a good start, Vision are going to feel super confident, and so far so good.
So I know Satanic has had some incredible performances in the past. I feel like last TI, I don't know if it was the pressure necessarily, but he was definitely not up to his normal standards. This TI, I don't know if you agree with this, as we have a pause, of course. It gives me vibes of TI-10 with Yatoro.
Yeah.
How he just came onto the scene. Obviously, it's not like a huge surprise that Satanic is playing well, but playing above expectations, I would say, at this point.
Yeah, and expectations are high, so that means a lot, right? I think in the top 10 GPMs of the tournament, I think Satanic has 6 of them, which is an unbelievable stat line when you consider how many games get played in a TI group stage.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I remember seeing a graphic where he had, I think 4 or 5 of them were on Nature's Prophet. or at least that hero had a lot of the top net worths, and Satanic holds some of them. But yeah, it's just by design, the way this team plays, it's also what we saw, or what we heard from Rhea when she talked about Puppy, is it's very much, in most of their games, 4v5 for the first 20 minutes. You and I got to cast Satanic play TA in the most ridiculous farm game. He got forced out of lane level 3, and then he jungled, and somehow ended up with 500 CS minute 32 or something. So he's very efficient. He knows all the farming patterns. He knows what heroes to run in what game. They always prioritize him very much with the draft. This is actually a bit of an oddball because they first picked his hero. A lot of the time, Satanic gets overall last pick. So maybe they just feel like this is a great hero against Boom Boys in particular. Lone Druid's win rate is pretty bad, though, this turn.
Yeah, I was going to mention that because Yatoro played that in the previous series, and he started off with 3 kills. So that's a lot of the reason that he got off to a good start. Because this hero in general, it feels like it's, for the first 15 minutes, very slow until you get the Aghanim Scepter eventually, and then things start to kind of pick up the pace. Does that feel like his playstyle to you?
Well, for Satanic, with how Vision play most of their games, him being in the jungle for 20 minutes is kind of par for the course. It's just a matter of, is the payoff on this hero versus a lot of his more traditional hard carries, is that a better trade-off for the team? And is it worth first picking? I think that's the biggest surprise out of all of this, is not that they're running Lone Druid, but that they rated this highly with the relatively, or actually just flat-out bad win rate. This hero has definitely been figured out a lot more in the recent couple of weeks. It was very, very strong heading into this tournament, but maybe Vision just, I'm not going to question them until I see it fail. They seem to have a very good understanding of what works right now.
That's fair. We should mention this mid lane for the Boom Boys. GPK off to an incredible start, 35-12.
Yeah.
Versus the Snapfire for no one, which is a lot lower, 24-0. So definite advantage for GPK early on, and we'll see if he's able to snowball that on his Lina.
Yeah, they definitely have plenty of late game scaling on both teams. One side with the Lone Druid Snap, the other with Lina Kez. I think also worth noting, in some of the games we've cast with Kez, this hero just eats tanky heroes in the late game. Such as when we've seen it played against Centaur. They have that themselves, obviously. I think the bear kind of falls into that category, where Kez can just kill the bear extremely fast later in the game. We also did see that in the previous series, even though they did not win that individual game. You started seeing the problems that Lone Druid was approaching in that game. So I can't with confidence say that this is a game that Vision are going to win if it goes slow and late. But I don't think that's the plan here anyway. I think they're going to hit the Ags timing, and then they're going to try to constrict the map with Bounty Hunter.
What is this? Is that real? 70-30 at 5 minutes? Just from picks, basically?
I don't know about that.
That's, Dota Plus loves some Lone Druid, I guess. My goodness.
I have my,
It still feels 50-50 to me. Call me crazy here. That's really surprising.
This does not feel 70-30. I don't think.
It knows something we don't. It is AI, after all, Cinderella. Has taken over our consciousness, as it were. But yeah, top net worth already in the game is Satanic on the Lone Druid, off to a pretty damn good start. I mean, the thing about Lone Druid late game, you're right that the hero, it feels like it falls off at a certain point. But one thing I will mention, and we saw that in the first series, and the reason it falls off is because heroes are able to scale more than the bear eventually, especially like the Kez type. But buildings don't scale.
No.
The melee barracks, it starts with the same HP and armor from minute 1 to 60 plus. And once you get mega creeps, it is, even regardless of your line, it is very difficult to come back.
Yeah. You saw in the previous series that I believe Yatoro got a Stygian Desolator on the bear at 60 minutes. That's why he was able to backdoor tier 4s and the Ancient without or even with backdoor protection. There's obviously no guarantee that you're going to find that at 60.
Eventually you'll find it.
Yeah.
Long enough, yeah.
But once again, I don't think Vision's plan is to go 60 minutes. I don't look at this lineup and think, hell yeah, let's go late game. But you're right. There is always that X factor of winning in that fashion at late into the game. And I also think Darkseer is, as much as I talked about Bounty Hunter controlling the map, Darkseer has been a little bit of a wild card too in some of the series we've seen, even if it's not particularly great for the wall against the enemy carry. Vacuum is just one of those game-winning spells, right? At any given point, you can slip up your positioning on the enemy team, you get 3-man vacuumed into a blast-off, and then it almost doesn't matter what the other heroes are.
Yeah,
like, if you're that far out of position, you can lose with anything.
And the Chasm Stone into eventual Shivas makes the vacuum absurd.
Yep.
Because a lot of times, like, if you go back in history, look at Darkseer. Okay, what good illusions does he make? But really, not great here, I would say. I mean, kind of Kez, but it's melee, eh. It's really just Vacuum is that good that this hero can be picked in basically any situation.
Oh, they're on Kiritich's trail here.
We see the Vacuum being put to good work. Gets off the parry, but he's just going down fast, this double Ion Shell. So another death for Kiritich, number 2 on the chicken.
And this is a great start for Darkseer. This is a hero that sometimes has a bit of a slow start. I like to say level 5 is when it really gets a lot better for him. Well, he won the lane. So he's top net worth.
That's interesting. You can aggro the creeps, by the way, while being disarmed. I actually did not know that was a thing. That defeats the entire purpose of it. Sorry to interrupt, sir. I really apologize.
You don't mean that.
That's true, but I'm trying to save face here at TI, of course.
Yep, keep it up.
And some pressure now to this Tier 1 mid. Boom Boys trying to find something on the map. They've lost their Tier 1 bot already. They haven't really been able to pressure Satanic too much on this lone druid thus far.
This mid tower is kind of difficult for Vision to deal with, though. They managed to keep the siege creep alive with Cold Embrace and utilizing GPK's shield rune to tank the tower for quite a bit. And this is a great takedown. Minute 7, losing the mid tower. Very unusual here for Vision. Yes, you took the offlane tower. I think kind of a given that that's going to happen with a lone druid rotation at some point, but that mid tower is a very big deal to find that early.
7 minutes in, Miero's just hitting level 5, by the way.
Yeah.
Not the best start. As Wisdom Shrines, okay, Satanic Spare is going to be very annoying. Going to force out more rotation from Boom Boys. Get off the hoof stomp. They actually have the damage. Do they have another stun? Doesn't look like it, so he's just going to TP out. Just delays as much as possible. Save level 3. Kiritich level 4 still on Kez. Level advantage, definitely the way of...
Yeah, Darkseer is 6.5, and Kez just hit 5.
Rough.
That is a very one-sided affair in this bottom lane.
And already with the helm now onto the Darkseer. Notice them having a very good tournament thus far. I guess you could say that for everybody on the Dire side. They've just had such a great tournament so far.
Yeah, not losing will do that.
Yep, that's right.
Although, I mean, they've lost individual games. It's not like it's been flawless from Vision. They have been challenged a bit already, but
you learn less when you win, Cinder.
Yeah, that's right.
I've heard this from a wise man once.
Maybe they make sure to lose their scrims then.
Boom Boys lost a lot, as they lost 5 of 6 before finally just barely getting out of the group stage here to the main event now. They've learned a ton. They've leveled up for sure.
Now, have they learned to play with a 6th in net worth Kez at minute 8?
Sure, they've tried everything, Cinderin.
Yeah.
No one. Get the scatter blast off here, looking for an opening, but the Bramble's gonna stop them in their tracks. I say that. 9 class in a tree, setting up the Mortimers. Looks like Kataomi's dead. Nice pick off from Vision. Not exactly what they were hoping for. GPK, obviously the prized possession if they can grab him, as 9 class knows there's no sentry in this area now.
That's obviously a very big part of Bounty Hunter, is the economic damage he does to the enemy supports. If you're already losing the lane to this guy and then you have to invest all of your hard-earned gold on the 5 into sentries, you're not really going to progress toward a meaningful item on the Wyvern. You can see we're 9 minutes in, he has boots and 150 gold on Kataomi, so this will be a very late blink, which is what he's queuing up. That's mainly good news for the Lone Druid, I would say, if he does get involved at some point. Obviously, Winter's Curse, an incredible ability against specific things. If the enemy has a hard right clicker that gets close to the bear, it could be a way of killing Bounty Hunter, it could be potentially a way of killing Darkseer. Doesn't seem like that is going to be a likely play to happen in the near future in this one. It's hard to find a curse without dagger this game.
Like stacks are going to be taken now by Miero and company.
Yeah. Come the Dominator.
Level 4 on his return. Yeah, Helm and Dom on top. As Kaya officially finished for GPK. And what exactly is the Snapfire going to be going this game? I assume Boots of Travel to start things out. Is this a... I feel like I've mostly seen the magic damage build.
Yeah.
Do we see the right click at all?
I don't know if we've seen it this tournament. I feel like it's all been magic. I like the magic build better this game regardless. You're playing into Wyvern. Also, it's a lot of AoE damage that Kez can't really play around very well. So I think there's just too many upsides to going the long-range artillery build. And by going that way, you also potentially play better around Lina. Just outranging her is, you know, not many heroes can claim to do that. But Snapfire, one of the few.
I mean, I do feel like this, we're going to see the Globs come out in the mid lane. Might be a trade onto Ducal. SGPK looks to be finishing up with
Lotus.
Dragon Slave for the road. So 1-for-1 is... Not sure if we're going to see any more action now that Mortimer's is down, but this does feel like an eventual game. I know I love to talk about it sooner. I do apologize in advance, as track is now online for 9 class, by the way. A good cart game for the Centaur. I feel like Lina is an excellent recipient of said cart. I mean, even Kez isn't that bad.
It's also good to save against Lone Druid, right? He's very hard single target damage that sometimes it's just hard to itemize against for your supports, for example, and then Centaur might just be able to reset the fight with a blink plus cart. He's going pipe first, though, as it looks. That is a little bit surprising to me, not because it's not a good item in this game. You're playing against Snapfire and Techies, obviously, for some good magic damage and some ion shells, but we've seen it not picked up in games where it's better on paper, I think. Seen Centaurs just rush heart a lot more often than not. So perhaps this is telling us that Boom Boys are looking to actually take the fight to Vision with that item timing and try to exploit the fact that Lone Druid is likely just going to be in the jungle until minute 25 at least. It's a pretty narrow window, though, and if you don't get anything done, it's going to feel bad compared to going for bigger items such as Heart. Is this a good Lotus game? It's kind of decent. Against Track, it's always good.
33 is out there somewhere shaking his head with this pipe purchase on Centaur.
Yeah, he's like, you should have gone Midas.
Radiance on Centaur, please. Appreciate that. 9 class going to get some vision on the save, but he gets dusted at the last moment. There is a mine set up, but only a singular one. Blast Up comes through, actually does connect on the save, but there's the counter curse onto 2. Good amount of damage, but now the Cookie's not going to reach. It looks like the Techies will tumble as a result. The Terrorize coming at the last moment as well. Onto 2 as Notice gets off his wall, but he's going to get absolutely destroyed by Kiritich and the Laguna Blade. So a nice pickoff overall from Boom Boys onto 2. And Vision not able to gain anything out of this little skirmish here.
I think that is a great illustration of one of the potential issues that Vision's lineup has is once heroes start getting a little bit tankier, the burst damage just isn't that overwhelming. It's a level 6 Techies. He only got 1 mine down, and also a great curse, of course, to save that situation from Katsuomi. But yeah, the kills, unless Snapfire is involved immediately, will drag out a bit, so it's kind of easy for Boom Boys to bring numbers and counterplay. Worked out well that time.
Not that I'm surprised to see the Mage Slayer, but the fact that they're going pipe on top of that for the Centaur feels like
yeah, it's a lot.
They're going to be pretty tanky in this mid game.
Yeah.
Feels like they want to take the fight to Vision.
Aside from the bear, who's going to kill these heroes when they are piped?
Well, I would think Lina does some damage.
From Vision's side, I mean.
Oh,
like,
right.
How are they going to kill a piped Kez with Mage Slayer if he gets to hit the Snapfire a single time?
Yep.
It's not going to be that easy. Oh, 9 class getting some good information here onto Kiritich.
Coming.
Yeah, this is
Darkseer Snapfire nearby. There's the stun to start things out. Noticed in the area as well. No one connecting. That is a dead chicken. It's on the...
Oh, nice
Raptor
timing.
Dance coming out, but at the last moment, healing up quite a bit as 9 class now has to try and retreat as Kataomi joins the party. So Kiritich will not be dinner tonight for Vision, it seems.
Excellent timing on the Raptor Dance. I think he dodged the cookie fully and got to heal up a decent amount and ends the play once again. If you don't get that burst in immediately.
Stop Ducalis, not able to get there in time. Haven't seen the value from the Techies quite yet.
No, also saw in the stats going into the game, Techies currently 0-3
Does that mean Save has not played him yet?
One of which is Ducalis. He has 1 loss. Okay. I don't know if Save has played it. Any of their
There's
games.
no way he doesn't lose on Techies. They're just giving everybody else
Maybe
a
they
chance.
should have picked it in the game then.
That's why I thought they picked Techies to try to deny it potentially, but I can't remember the exact order of the draft. Either way, GPK has his boots of travel with the Kaya now. Is going to finish off the Yasha. Combine it.
Very early gem from Katsuomi. I mean, this is a super strong timing for Boom Boys. I think their lineup's just better right now than that of Vision. You're running a gem, you have the pipe, you have incredibly potent spells. This is just a matter of not getting caught out and put in unfavorable positions. So far, so good.
Heritage is not super far away from the Desolator, and that's when he starts to get to the next level. But this is the hero that we have to worry about, or at least Boom Boys has to worry about from the Vision side. Mjolnir online and getting closer to the Aghanim Scepter, and that's when the bear can be autonomous. Sindarin can do whatever he wants. He's unleashed. He's no longer the slave of Lone Druid. They make it seem like Lone Druid is very good with animals, but he buys the Ags to get rid of the animal to the other side of the map. He doesn't want anything to do with it, it seems. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it is interesting.
Okay, so we hit the 16-minute mark here at the International.
Not going to give you anything to work with on that.
Thank you.
All right, Yashikaya.
Okay, the Invis. See where he puts that to good work. Heritage has had a lot of his experience stolen from 9 class, or at least leached.
So annoying.
Yeah.
This is interesting, though, to see the Lina go this route. It looks like GPK wants to go Yashikaya into Pike, so trying to play the distance game. I guess supposedly looking to match the Snapfire range. Like you can reset position against a lot of Snapfire's abilities. You can play against the bear better.
Coming in for Heritage. Can he dodge another gang? He's going to get stunned this time by the Cookie with a Scatterbox above. There's the curse to try to save him. Mortimer's Kisses, but he has the Grappling Claw just out of range. He's actually going to barely know the last blob hits him right in the back of the head, but now a back blow onto 2 with the wall to come through as well. 9 class will fall as Notice still alive. Gets an Ion Shell onto Noah, but he gets gripped by the Bramble. Another Dragon Slave for the road for GPK. So in the end, it's a 2 for 2 as, well, 1 core dies on each side, I suppose, but the carry, I would think, is the most valuable from Boom Boy's side.
Yeah, what an awkward situation. This is a 4v4 where Centaur obviously isn't there since he's farming the top half of the map. He's just jungling with his pipe. Think how much work that could have done there, right? But
yeah, where's the heart, man? You farm faster with that thing. Well, he's
gonna get
the blink.
He's gonna get blink now, so I think he is very much looking to be involved in the next.
You sure he's not gonna blink from camp to camp to get as much farm efficiency as possible?
He's definitely gonna do that too.
Okay.
No doubt about it. Yeah, that was a lot of things on the edge there. Importantly for Vision, they do get the Kez kill. That would have been a travesty if they didn't hit those last 2 globs with the opening they had, but another good play from Katsuomi to almost solve that situation on his own. Even without the dagger, it's been a couple of good curses, and yes, sure, the curse doesn't kill anyone, but it has proven to be a good reset button for them, and here is the smoke timing. So with the blink pipe, Ducalis.
Good deny on the rune. That would have been very big for Boom Boys, and that spots the entire smoke. So a good sacrifice, absolutely, for Ducalis. As it will be Hurricane Pike next for GPK.
And there's the Ags coming out now for Lone Druid. So we'll see. I'm curious to see how Satanic chooses to play the map here. Obviously, you have different options. Once you get the Aghanims on the bear, you can just accelerate your farm heavily by jungling with your hero, and then obviously send the bear down lanes, farm jungle, etc. But you can also choose to be a little bit more involved in fighting. And this is a player we've seen farm a lot before he gets involved. Already 260 CS here on Satanic. But let's see, considering they're playing with Bounty Hunter 4, I think he's going to be more eager to fight than farm on the bear. Keep an eye on their movement immediately with that Axe pickup. They are smoking.
Vision, they're ready to pounce here. Going to try to bait potentially. Miara looking for an opening with that blink dagger. There's a blink also unnoticed, the Darkseer, so watch out for that. This will be the reveal.
Oh, they're making their way down bottom. This is not an obvious move for Kiritich.
Oh, he is running away.
He's running the wrong way now, though.
Yep, going to get this camp. One more camp for Kiritich. Yeah, a little bit greedy boy.
Good sentry.
Very nice dodge of the Cookie, and now the Mortimer's Kisses on cooldown. TPs from Boom Boys as they want to try to do something with this opening. Gotta get rid of these annoying mines, though.
the very least, they don't lose their carry, so...
Kez is pretty good at destroying mines. He has a very fast-paced attack time, so you can see he can easily attack them before they explode. But yeah, crucial sentry there. Without that, probably a dead Kez. And for what it's worth, with the great start Vision had, they haven't really compounded on it at all. This is the same lead they had ages ago.
Yeah, I would like, can we bring up the DotA Plus probability here just to see if anything has changed?
No.
Okay, so it's exactly the same basically.
I
don't agree with this still. It feels 50-50 to me. I'm an untrained individual. I don't do this for a living though, Sinner. You do, of course.
Yeah.
And what do you think?
I would not say the Dire win this game 3 out of 4. That seems a little bit too lopsided, but gonna have to wait and see how it progresses at this point. Maybe we'll be made fools out of soon enough. I just see a lot of potential for Boom Boys. And again, let's keep in mind, it's worth remembering how they've progressed throughout the tournament. You can pick up a lot of momentum from hitting some adversity at the right time. Like, effectively, they came in with a good start, then they hit a slump in the middle of the group stage, and then they finished it off hot. So probably coming into this with a lot of confidence. You heard Bulk in the coach interview as well say that we just think we're playing better now than we were in the group stage, and they have all the reason to think that after they got on a little bit of a heater toward the end, and especially getting their revenge in the elimination game.
Class looking for some couriers. What's on this one?
Oh, that is real bad.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, if he gets out with this.
I don't think he's going to. Surely they'll catch up. Mass TPs from Boom Boys. 9 class already at half HP. Laguna Blade. Yeah, that felt really good, I'm sure, for GPK.
That would have been a disaster.
But Blink Dagger, that's 2 minutes. You won't be you will be without that for the Wyvern.
Yep.
That's annoying. Yeah, they'll be able to get the D ward as a result of this. That would have been a very big turn if he was able to secure the gem long term.
Oh, down bottom again. This time it's worse.
Heritage, that's right, finally shows up to this fight. Bear versus Chicken, who wins? Chicken is winning again, though.
They didn't have any detection.
No. Interesting.
Okay. That's
now
unfortunate.
They're bringing out Dust now, so that's good news for Vision.
They'll have it next time. Unfortunately, they might be getting backstabbed here. No one. All right, he will.
Running away properly. Notice under the cover of the tier 1 tower as well, so this won't connect onto anything except for maybe the old Tormentor, perhaps. We are 2.5 minutes past its existence, so it must be vanquished immediately, of course.
I mean, when you have this many heroes in the neighborhood, you kind of do want to do it, right? But maybe Boom Boys feel like they don't have enough information, although... All right, they're just going to go for it. They did see Darkseer, I think, on the ward in the enemy triangle. Maybe that was enough to feel confident. And that will be a nice shard for save. Just the upgraded first crown.
I feel like Dark Willow is... The Bramble specifically, and especially this shard, is very good against the Bear. The Bear is...
Yeah.
Once the BKB gets kind of low on timer, melee heroes in general have a lot of obstacles they have to get through. I mean, even Darkseer with the Surge sometimes just nullified completely because of a random Bramble on the floor. Yeah. See if that comes into play.
See him going BKB for that reason, or at least partially for that reason. There's plenty of reasons to buy BKB in this game. Boom Boys with loads.
BKB on Darkseer.
Yeah, that is.
As Shiva's already.
Yeah, he is super farm. He is second in net worth.
I was expecting to see him first with this amount of farm, but of course...
Satanic's in the game.
Yeah, Satanic does exist, in fact. Silver Edge now on him, so a big power spike for Vision. They've tried 3 or 4 times in a row trying to kill Kiritich. They have not yet succeeded, but there's a back blow onto 2. Immediate grappling claw, though. A nice LSA onto 2 from GPK. Into the counter curse as well. Look at this damage being applied to the Darkseers. No one gets a full range. Mortimer's Kiss is not really doing that much in the end, though. Is already 2 dead for Vision as Satanic's Bear about to bite the dust as well. Again, Boom Boys already every single time for this Vision play.
Yeah, they don't have any immediate follow-up. It looks like a nice vacuum wall, but Insta-Stampede run out. They have to combo this with a blast-off or with a cookie, or it just doesn't matter. The illusion that they create is not strong. Boom Boys just reset position, and another great curse. I have to say, Kataomi this game has been playing exceptionally well on the Wyvern, just in the right place at the right time. How many times now? That winner's curse again. And that's going to be Roche. So now, Boom Boys have taken Tormentor and Roche and a good team fight.
All right, let's look at that Dota win probability again, please. Just want to double check that it's still 70-30 in favor of Vision. Okay, it's gone up by like 5%, Cinderin. Okay. Something's really wrong with this. What the hell? There's now a heart finished from Miero, so does finally get to the big bad item on the Centaur, and will likely go for the Shard next, which is he is not going for that, in fact. He's going to be going for Ghost Scepter, actually.
He's going to go Crozier.
Okay. Oh yeah, full Crozier, true.
Yeah, Darkseer queuing that up as well, so we're going to have a lot of ghostly heroes running around eventually.
A lot of Croziering going,
yes,
some would say. PP onto the Wolf, Miero. Love to find an opening onto no one, but out of reach now. As GPK about 600 away from Ags. Satanic's Bear will be found and likely will be killed. Raptor Dance.
Oh, that is
with a stun, but that's just a suicide mission for Ducalis. So far, I have to say the Techies has not worked out at all for Vision. Because without that blast off, they really are lacking stuns.
Yeah. Again, it's not to sound like a broken record, but ease of execution here, it is just hard for Vision's lineup to do what it needs to do. And you have confidence in them because of their track record in the tournament, but I think personally for me, this is one of their weaker drafts. You always at the back of your mind, you're like, Satanic is super farmed, Notice is having a good game. They're going to find that fight eventually that is going to put them in a good spot, but Boom Boys have done a great job the last 10 minutes of not allowing them to really build any advantage on the early laning stage, where both the Darkseer and they've won both side lanes, hands down, right? On Vision's side, it hasn't led to anything afterwards. No progression on the map. You still only taken the tier 1 top and the tier 1 bottom tower. You not even halfway through the mid one. And you lost both the Tormentor and the Roche. It doesn't get much better than that for the Radiant so far.
Yeah, and I feel like no one has not really what's the best way to put this? Because GPK started off so well, and he's continued that.
Yep.
No one has not recovered from the laning stage at all. Like, his impact, we've seen, I think, with Mortimer's Kisses, 1 kill onto Kiritich was pretty impactful. But outside of that, and again, lack of stuns maybe not the greatest setup for him to get those globs.
Yeah, he's definitely plateaued. Easily the bottom net worth of the cores here. See, they're holding hands on all of Boom Boys cores. They're within 50 gold of each other. How often do you see that? Ducalis
comes out. This will be an eventual death for Ducalis, one would think. Eventually found in the tree line. So GPK Mega Streak got 5 kills to his name. As now an Aghanim Scepter comes for Kiritich.
Flame Cloak is so good against techies. You get a ton of magic resist, you get flying movement, so you can just catch them in the tree line. It's a very easy matchup for Lena to play now. She doesn't get caught off guard. She can just solo kill techies with very minimal risk. Kind of just flying through the mines.
So double Shivas now for Vision, something we are seeing more and more since they changed the way Shivas works.
Yep, area of
globs
effect is
are bigger.
Pretty busted stat.
Yeah,
who would have thought?
Cookies are larger, so maybe they can get the stun that they've been missing all game long. As Kiritich and GPK will team up to secure the tier 2. Another minute on the Aegis. And not sure if they're going to get anything else, but they're still the tier 2s top and mid. It'll be too late to group up and go for that, as they do need to clean up these waves.
Something that's also important when it comes to main stage games like this is whether the players are comfortable with the idea of going late, because oftentimes when the stakes are higher, people become a little bit more risk averse, they play safer. I think on the side of Boom Boys, they probably feel quite comfortable that this is a game they can win down the stretch. So if the pressure is on Vision to do stuff and their last, I want to say 3 or 4 team movements just haven't worked, regardless of what the game state is in terms of actual net worth, Boom Boys are probably just in their calm and focused on just keep on scaling. I just overall think their lineup will be better down the stretch, and the only thing that can really swing things is either a Fat Vacuum or if Lone Druid somehow gets to kill Wyvern before the fight even begins, right? He just comes in with Silver Edge and beats down Kataomi, but he is obviously going to buy items to try to solve that problem. You can see Kataomi right now eyeing up a Ghost Scepter plus the Aeon Disc as his quick buy, and if the Bear doesn't buy a Nullifier, he'll never be able to kill the Wyvern.
Yeah, it's just going to be required at this point.
Impede? For what?
Did they see 9 class on a Sentry, maybe?
I don't know.
Misclicked R. Okay, they did.
They did.
They get the dust. 9 class. Dead again. 4 staffs.
Honestly, a pretty good death. That was a smoke move from Boom Boys that did not end up going on a better target.
At what point will Kiritich be able to just destroy this bear?
Yeah, that's...
Need to get 6 slotted.
That's the other thing about the late game. I think Boom Boys, this is their best hard carry in recent memory. I just think Kiritich does exceptionally well in late game on Kez. He has a very good understanding of the limitations and of the strengths of the hero.
Yeah, I feel like we've cast him so many times.
He is so good on this hero. So again, just your confidence and your comfort. GPK is playing a hyper-scaling mid. Centaur, probably one of the hardest scaling offlane as well. Like, all 3 cores can just become beasts. And sure, when it comes to killing the bear, it's mainly the Kez that's going to be doing the heavy lifting there. But Lina actually can do a significant amount of damage to the bear too. Even just forcing it to BKB is a big win if you can pull that off.
Yeah, for sure.
It's going for Butterfly, it looks like, on the bear.
Okay, so no Nullifier yet.
I don't know if he's going to get one in general.
How can you win this game without Nullifier?
Yeah.
Such value. It's going to be, what, double Ghost Scepter, and is there a 4 staff on anybody? Yeah, one 4 staff for Kataomi. He's going to get that Eon Disc as well, so it's just going to have crazy value this game. Nero. You can see 9 class gets spotted. Another death for him. GPK's like, thank you very much. Delicious treat for me.
7-0 on that Lina. And a little Dom creep as well. Oh, here comes the bear, but it's spotted, and Kez
forcing out that BKB.
They could curse it.
Yeah, they could.
They don't need to.
They have the damage. Very nicely done. So wasting a BKB charge now for Satanic. As Vision, it feels... Dota Plus is telling us something very different. It feels like they're not panicking yet, but it's getting to that point because it feels like these... I mean, for me, it looks these supports are not getting the value that they originally were picked for.
There is a big pickup though in the Hex on Darkseer because that allows the bear to actually kill a support. But you need to get it. You need to bring it together. You need to find the right moment. But it's definitely, you can see how the Dire lineup can absolutely just break a fight wide open. You just got to give credit to Boom Boys for just not letting that happen for 20 minutes straight. Again, 9 class.
Single double edge brings him to half HP. It's absurd. Another death for little bounty hunter.
Centaur doesn't even have the shard yet. It's still rocking 5k health there after 2 double edges.
How often do we see 9 class bottom net worth of the entire game?
It's not that often.
I will say though, Vision, if they take one good fight, that's where bounty really help bring you back in the game. Get that net worth up. Maybe that's what Dota Plus is expecting, Cinderin. It's like, you picked Bounty Hunter, surely you'll get a kill at some point. A track kill, that is.
See, when's the last time they even got a kill?
It's felt like quite a while.
I mean, it's 17.
Okay, yeah, that is quite a while.
All right, well, Satanic took a tower minute 20. So the last thing Vision did on the map was 15 minutes ago.
You mean the last good thing?
Yeah. Well, sure.
Oh, no. Ooh, the hook stomp just misses. Wow, wait. Ooh. That was as close as it gets.
Yeah, Centaur had a Shiva there.
Hey, that's why Chasm Stone is great to just have in your inventory. Daedalus online for Kiritich. I believe he's going MKB next to deal with his Bear's Butterfly. But he's going to deal with Roche instead. Absolutely. This is going to be second Roche of the game, so Roche banner will be dropping, as well as the Aegis, of course. GPK with the damage room. There is no way Vision can contest this. But of course, they still have a 70% chance to win this, according to Dota Plus. Very important to keep that note. The AI knows something that we do not. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a real barn burner.
Definitely.
The tower is still up. 35 minutes.
Would you agree that this feels like it's almost equally likely that this game is 45 minutes and 70?
Yeah.
It's like if Boom Boys find one good fight now, they could just end the game. But at the same time, if they aren't able to really take advantage, Vision is just going to split push the map forever between Lone Druid, Darkseer, and Bounty Hunter
like
scouting.
Vision can delay the game, but again, we talked about it. Boom Boys, their late game, it just to me looks way stronger, like not even close. Could be wrong, of course.
I feel the same, but...
Oh, we didn't take into account these mines. If they run into 20,000 mines, they can die. 4 minutes on Aegis for Kiritich.
I assume you definitely... I think you just give up this top tier too, right? If you're Vision. It would be rather... I mean, maybe they want to get the element of surprise of Boom Boys thinking there's no way they choose this exact fight where we have Aegis. We'll see.
Gotta pick your fights very carefully. Like you said, one lost fight in advantage going to Boom Boys could just be game. Or at least close to it. Despite the net worths being dead even, by the way. That just goes to show how much Vision's getting out of the map, even though it is smaller than Boom Boys right now. No one snags himself an illusion rune. Kiritich showing himself in mid. What do they want to get out of this Aegis? Obviously the tier 2 top, but do they want to try to go high ground? Because like you said, it's not like they're in a hurry necessarily. And in terms of high ground defense, Vision have a very good lineup.
Yeah. It sure is tricky to push into Techie's Darkseer. That is pretty nasty. You can just get vacuumed into a bunch of mines. And your tower hitter primarily is Kez, who is melee, so he's going to be very exposed for that exact play. But maybe that's something GBK can deal with. Oh, Yero got it for free. That's
what a
real
tasty treat.
Yep. He's going cart.
Oh yeah,
almost has it.
It was killed though, or at least the courier was. Imagine if the items died with the courier. Bounty would be the best hero in the game. Actually, Ricky might be better, right? Does he insta-give with Tricks of the Trade still?
Yeah, I think so.
Good old days.
I mean, the courier did used to drop your items when you killed it. Oh, way back.
The bear versus the chicken again. The raptor dance to bring him back to a decent amount of HP. Laguna Blade on the bear. Life number 1 is down and out. No one in the meantime for the BKB trying to run away. They're going to be able to get life number 1 in all likelihood with that vacuum. They secure the Aegis. He's all alone on Kez. The wall's right on top of him. Grappling claws in the middle of the tree line. Has to pop the BKB as the Terrorize gives him a little bit extra space. Will attempt to TP out. Should be from Satanic just in time. And that is exactly what Vision needed.
Critical error there, Boom Boys. You should not have pushed.
Apparently not. 70-minute game it is. 3K lead out for Vision. I'm afraid to ask about this Dota win. You have to get that update every 5 minutes on the dot. And now a Basher's there.
I guess the good news.
7, all right.
The good news for Boom Boys in that situation is, yes, that was obviously a bad fight, but there's nothing to be claimed on the map for Vision except maybe a mid-tier 1. There's no Roche, there's no... Oh, hang on.
A big kill onto Notice. GPK has the burst damage. No one was feeling very confident he could stay alive. Because finally gets a blast up onto an enemy hero, but then you see Satanic going to town on this Lena, but the Cold Embrace is saving him. Shiva's from no one, going to slow them down as well. Little minus armor now applied to the center. The curse fully onto the bear. As they get the Yules to try to slow him down. Another curse crown. Talked about the value of that shard against the bear. Pretty damn good. So nobody's lives are lost on the Boom Boy side after the fact, but they get at least some sort of a trade. And the Darkseer, pretty damn high net worth, so good target to kill off. No one working on a refresher already. Already starting to get these late game items.
Yeah, well, we're 40 minutes in. This is modern Dota. You get 6 slotted at 40 minutes.
That's right.
Nowadays.
It doesn't sound like you like that very much.
No, it's if you're one of those players who doesn't necessarily follow Pro Dota all that much throughout the year, but you watch TI specifically, you'll see that compared, I mean, last year was also pretty high farm, but ever since we got the big map, these 5-6 slotted inventories just do happen 5 to 10 minutes earlier at this point. It's just way more gold on the map, so that's the state of affairs now. But better or worse, some people love getting 6 slotted faster. Some people think...
Who doesn't, really? Other than curmudgeons like you.
Curmudgeon.
Piece of absolute garbage is Miero.
All right. Called for, I would say.
So I'm really passionate about my late game items.
Yeah.
I'm a turbo player after all.
Yeah, well, you get 6 slotted every game.
That's right. Don't take that away from me, Cinderin.
Yeah, don't worry. I think turbo is safe.
I feel like Kiritich just finished Daedalus like 2 minutes ago. He has an MKB now.
Yeah, he's playing turbo.
I mean, that Bounty Hunter's supposed to give you turbo-like farm. Hasn't really been...
Yeah, well, when you have 10 kills in 40 minutes, it's not exactly riveting to be playing Bounty Hunter.
Well, he's gotten a lot of courier kills, Cinder. That does add to it, of course.
If that were the old couriers that gave a lot of gold, then we would have been talking, but...
Boots have traveled 2 already for GPK. Interesting. Okay. So now
hello.
9 class. Allies. The 9 class will be killed off again. How many deaths is that?
9 class, 9 deaths.
All right. Looking good, looking good. Satanic finds himself the chicken. There's Miero, though, with the save onto the horse. There's Satanic after BKB in retreat, trying to get to the high ground. Mortimer's kisses to try to slow them down. Miero pops the pipe and just shrugs it off. So that's the showing off the workhorse for Centaur. Look at these mines. Somewhere Slacks is smiling. Of course, he misses the green variety.
Yeah.
GPK now level 25. Kiritich just about to get there as well. Any surprises on the talents? Hasn't, oh, he did choose it for Lena.
No, I mean, Lena generally picks this, I want to say, every game. And Kez will probably take the Echo Slash attack. It used to be the Shoto Sai a lot when that was 100%. I feel like ever since that went to 80, we almost exclusively see Echo Slash attack. All right, we're going to try for a little bit of a siege here with the banner. They don't have Aegis.
They do not, and the banner is killed off almost instantly by no one. There's 1 tick left. He takes a Laguna Blade to the face from GPK, not happy with his Roche banner almost being killed. Bear can probably just come in and swipe at that real quick. As notice actually blinks in to do exactly that. He's going to get stun locked now. The Eon Disc does proc, so should be able to get away just fine.
Surprised they let him.
Alive.
Why was he the one doing that instead of one attack from Techies or the Bear or, you know, something?
Techies has infinite range, it seems.
It's a bit surprising. He only has 600 attack range, but I mean, the banner was placed relatively offensively. So they almost got a tower out of that. Genuinely surprised that Boom Boys, out of all times they chose to push that one.
Yeah.
But
hey, they
kind of got away with it.
They got some good damage. No way to heal the tower, of course. There's no Treant Protector or Lich level 25.
Does Lich still have that?
What, Lich?
Yeah, does he still have that talent, actually?
Yeah, of course. Go look it up in case I'm an idiot. I feel like this is a turbo special.
Yeah, he still has it.
Right.
Yeah, Lich generally doesn't get level 25 outside of turbo. As a matter of fact, in order to get level 25, you need to be picked.
That's right.
Which is part of Lich's problem in this tournament. I think it's been picked maybe 1 game.
It's unfortunate because he has
if even
a great hole, Cinderin.
Yep.
The Sinister hole, some would call it.
That's right.
Very
Sinister
powerful.
Gaze, late game with Ags. Ooh.
Very good.
Shiva is now for Miero. He is 6 slotted on the Centaur.
Oh.
Not really much to be upgraded here except an upgraded Blink.
No, you could get rid of the pipe.
Yeah, that's true, I guess.
9 class, is this another death for you, good sir? Trying to get some cover with the mines. They will blow up. The Shadow Realm will reach him. Curse Crown onto the high ground. And he's just going to get Echo Slashed by Kiritich. My goodness, the damage coming out of him is absurd. And it's like every time we look at Ducal, all he's just planting these mines. Miero's like, I will eat those up for dinner anytime, brother. So both supports are dead for Vision. Miero, it's like he's Tide Hunter trying to pick up fish. But unfortunately, he doesn't get any stats from it. Definitely not getting damage, though.
It's actually a really weird game to watch, isn't it? Like, Boom Boys have had to spend half the game chasing 9 class around to kill him off, and the other half they have to...
And the bash of the back wall onto 2 heroes. There's the cart, though, to save Kez, rather. Miero will use the Stampede to help get him away, but just like that. I mean, this is interesting because Roche is up, and now you don't have a BKB on your Kez.
Yep. True that.
Can you go for it?
They seem to think yes.
Cold Embrace to get him back to a respectable amount of HP. Will Vision try to contest? The Roche Belt comes out. They have the scan.
This is so fast. Tez is gross at this.
9 class. Not going to do too much.
It's like a 5-second Roche.
Roche number 3 for Boom Boys.
9 class is too late.
And now they have the Refresher Shard to go along with another Roche banner. Cheese as well. Why not?
Yeah, this time they... I mean, considering how they pushed top last time, surely they're going to repeat the success up there, and this time with an Aegis and a better banner. They might actually even get some real estate this time. I feel like Vision just never has 10 kills minute 45. It's so unusual.
Yeah, this would be an impressive victory for them. Can we look at the Dota Plus probability by any chance here? Would love to see an update on that. All 3 Roches have gone the way of Boom Boys, but it's not enough to give them the lead according to Dota Plus. Why do they hate Boom Boys so much, huh? Do they not own Dota Plus? Does that have something to do with it, Cinderin? Looks like they do to me. GPK, very high level on his Lina.
Well, if you want to look at it from a positive perspective, this is the highest win rate that Boom Boys have had since minute 4. So.
No, it was less than that. Didn't we look at it 2 or 3 minutes? 4 is a huge exaggeration, Cinderin.
This is just a potentially at this point a one-fight game. Like if you get a clean opener for either team, you can completely obliterate the opposition. A 3 or 4-man vacuum into a combo will be devastating. On the side of Boom Boys, any good curse, any setup with... You have so many... That's what's so nice about the Boom Boys lineup is that there's plenty of players that can play off of each other, so whoever finds the opening, it doesn't even matter. Like Centaur could start, Willow could get a catch, Lina could even start for herself. And in some rare occasions, maybe the curse can be the setup. Oh, look, 9 class.
Will he be dying again? He has
on a bit of a mission. Oh, but this time he's giving invis to the bear.
Oh, that's right. GPK spotted. Miero, though, in the vicinity. They're not going to bite off too much. They're getting that instant bash.
Yeah, and the Abyssal. It's actually really, really strong. You give the Shadow Walk to the bear, it opens with the bash, then it immediately Silver Edges and breaks you, and then it Abyssals you. This is a crazy killer combination around the map, but gotta find the openings.
How good is the break this game, though? Is noticed. Gonna be noticed. No pun intended. Actually, it was technically, as BKB just runs away.
The break, I mean, it's not really that big of a deal, but at least you get the, the Silver Edge slow is obviously great.
True. Yeah, that's actually one of the better additions in the last year, I would say, too. Especially an item that's just been around for a long time that has been picked up pretty consistently, I will say, throughout its lifetime. But definitely good against, well, they don't have it on the side of Boom Boys, but against things like Surge, just capture movement speed. Against Spear Breaker, hilarious to see him try to charge.
Worth mentioning here, if you're a fantasy fan watching this game, Satanic is close to 900 CS, so if you have him on last hits, that's good.
Nice. Heritage, he's going to get stunned up right off the bat. Eagle's going to try to keep him alive. Nero gets the hook stomp off, but no one able to close the gap here with the Mortimer's Kisses on the backline. Satanic is deleting one hero. There's the cart being used, but nobody's inside it. And finally, puts a little critter inside it. It's a chicken trying to run away, but the Aegis gets claimed while he's inside the cart. Vision looking very good in this high ground defense. They get the Aegis, they get a buyback out of a support.
They didn't even damage the tower.
And Dota Plus knows something, Cinderin. Very smart.
Yeah.
I should pay for Dota Plus.
That's
Look
right.
at wait, it's went up for... What is happening? This doesn't even make any sense. Are they trolling us? Jesus.
We're getting to that part of
the game. All right, Boom Boys, you need to go down 10K so you can finally take the lead for Dota Plus.
I suppose it's a game time thing where we're getting later and later, so Lone Druid's expectancy is dropping off a cliff now.
Okay.
But considering the fight we just saw, I don't know how big of a concern that is. Satanic got his 3rd kill of the game at 50 minutes. He's having a wonderful time. 3-0-1. Back to the jungle.
I mean, how much... I always think of Lone Druid as such a fascinating concept because you can get 12 slot. We never see it, though.
Mm-hmm.
They always just end up deleting items that they have on the bear and replacing it. Why do we never see Lone Druid participating, Cinderin? Is he scared?
Yeah. If he's in the fight with his hero, he can't farm jungle.
That's a big courier kill. Miero, no BKB for a few minutes. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just if you're fighting with your hero, you can't farm jungle. So, carrier players, got to hit the creeps.
Very true.
Oh, Fucha travel.
BK gets instantly bashed, abyssaled, and blown up. Huge kill for Vision, and that is 100 seconds of no Lina. A godlike streak, no longer for GPK. His first death of the entire game, and it's a costly one.
That kill was worth 2,700, or what's that? 2,200 gold.
Now let's look at Dota Plus to see how much Boomboys has gone up in win probability after the death onto Lina. It's gone down slightly. Unbelievable. 60-40 for Vision. I can't believe it, Cinderin. Incredible display. Yeah, GPK, that is a costly. He's had an incredible game so far.
The good news is they seemingly are not able to use this for much on the side of Vision. Just more farming. None of their waves. I suppose the bottom wave is actually across the river, but looks like Kiritich will press a button and deal with that.
Will be able to eat his Aghanim Scepter here pretty shortly, and what is he opting to buy next on the chicken? Looks like Satanic.
Yeah.
Not the player, the item, of course.
Yeah. Could buy Satanic, the player. It would be a pretty unfair game, 6v4.
If they transfer him, I mean, that would be one of the most expensive players, I think.
Yep.
There's now an upgraded Blink for Noticed.
And
he is
the Bear.
Essentially 6-slotted. Yeah, Swift Blink for the Bear. All right, well, how much room to grow do these? He still looks like Refresher into Nullifier for Notice. I'm not sure what he backpacked. This is where we get into late game dopes, of course. What if you could buy an item for 5,000 gold that goes in your backpack permanently, and it makes switching faster, like from 6 seconds to 2? Do you think people would buy it?
For 5K? I mean,
5,000
late enough, yeah.
In turbo mode, you would.
I guess.
So, you know,
great
concept
idea.
There. Thank you. Just adding to the great resume that I have, of course. Great ideas. 10K lead for Vision. Oh, the blink in instant abyssal from Satanic, and Wyvern just gets deleted. What the hell was that blink? Did not have Vision, but surprise, Vision were up there waiting.
It is, man, it's got to be miserable to play against Lone Druid plus Bounty Hunter at this game stage. Like, it's hard to cross the river because there could be mines everywhere. Bounty could be scouting you. The Lone Druid's going to kill your supports immediately.
I mean, that reaction time from Satanic.
Yeah.
Man, what it's like to be young. I barely remember anymore. Definitely wasn't that fast, though.
You probably did some good op flicks back in the day.
I definitely did. Thank you very much for pointing that out, Cinder. I really appreciate that.
Be a professional Counter-Strike player, of course.
That's right. Very good back in the day when you could quick scope reliably. God, great days. No longer, though.
Yeah, you miss every Counter-Strike before this one.
Wonder what Notice is going to backpack when he gets these items. I guess we'll get to that eventually, but
yeah.
GPK in the meantime.
He's probably just going to swap out the disc, right? When it's procced, he can just swap it out for Refresher.
Yeah, and then BKB gets swapped out.
Or that, yeah, one or the other. Keep one in, swap the other one in.
Yeah.
After you refresh, depending on what type of fight you're imagining.
And for GPK, he's already consumed his Ags and is 6-slotted on top of that. How bad is this shard that nobody buys it?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is undervalued, no?
I mean, it seems like it's decent.
Get 12 stacks instead of 7, so that's a lot more attack and movement speed.
Maybe he's banking on Tormentor?
I mean, I guess. But you could argue at this point that if you buy it yourself, that if you kill Tormentor, you give gold to your teammates, which is actually better when you're almost 6-slotted, right? Because you're capping out.
That's true.
And it's better to give your supports an extra few hundred so they can get their Eon discs, for example. You can see both supports buying that now.
He did buy the shard. Yeah. Roche number 4 is up. Will Boomboys get the 4th Roche of the game?
And most importantly, will they be able to hit a tower with it if they do?
I was going to say, more importantly, if Dota Plus will believe in them at any point in this game.
Going to see more and more red mines on the map as well. Bukalis is expanding his territory.
Oh,
hello.
Want to get this arcane rune. They find themselves at techies. They force out the Eon. There's the back wall onto Doom. Mira's going to use the cart, though, to get away. His character's on the other side, all alone.
That is
BKB.
very awkward.
A big miss from Kiritich as he attempts to get out with that grappling claw. And now, Vision, smelling blood on the water,
see Roche is up, and I feel like some things have been expended for Boom Boys that Vision will have a decent shot here to get this.
And they're starting to place so many mines around the river, so Boom Boys were to contest this, it could get really spicy.
Inside the pit, can Vision get their first Roche of the game? DotA Plus believe in them all the way. And now we're finding out why, but Boom Boys, they have something to say about that. The hook stomp into the pit, onto the bear. Only the one, though. Now the instant hex onto Miero has 6,000 health on this chunky centaur. Satanic going to be blocked up by these annoying brambles. And it is nighttime, so Roche will swap to his winter home in the southern side of the map. Night Class going to lead the way. Notice, jumps in, they get the hex, they get the abyssal from Satanic, focusing on the centaur. He's really tanky though. The Force Stats are trying to keep him alive. He uses the cart, gonna try to put somebody into the curse onto 2 though. Is Miero looking for the hook stomp after attack, getting some good layering stuns onto this bear. Notice plus BKB, so avoiding all of this damage. They kill out the bear with the chicken, but another bear will be out very shortly. Elisand on the high ground, the Brambles preventing this from going any further from the Boom Boy side. That's gonna break things up for the time being. Satanic has that second bear up. They're going to go for Roche. I don't know if Boom Boys can get here in time. The mines are burying. Even the creeps are against Boom Boys. DotA Plus, the creeps, what's next? Finally, no one getting the first Aegis of the game. They find themselves Alina. Vacuum into the abyssal, but there's that cart to try to save him. But the stun lock onto the centaur. And now they get the force out on the high ground, but GPK has nowhere to go. Finally gets up the low side. He's getting invis. Will be able to get out potentially, trying to TP out, and he does. But 3 dead for Boom Boys, and Vision in firm control of this game. DotA Plus knew all along. There's a damage rune at the top side of the river as well. If Vision can find it, this would
You're definitely going to force buybacks here, without question. Lone Druid can obviously push very, very quickly, and he will find that rune. Bear now hitting for about 500 a pop.
Normal.
They have double siege creep as well, so it makes it even easier.
That Roche banner is on Ducalis. See where they opt to use it. Satanic, Bear. A little miscommunication from Boom Boys. They get the LSA for the vacuum onto 2. The refresher now popping. The Terrorize comes at the right moment. His character is absolutely destroying Notice. He gets killed off, but it's going to be a trade for the chicken as Satanic's Bear does fall.
There's another bear in 20 and refresher, so he technically still has 2 bears to go.
They're going to likely to try and protect this Roche banner while this bear comes back off cooldown. GPK is able to kill it. It is very far away though, as this Roche banner gets upgraded with each Roche. It's farther and farther. Does it actually upgrade past this point? Like how, does it scale infinitely?
I don't remember. It's not very often we see games get like 5 or 6 Roches.
That'll be hilarious. It just ends up being global at some point.
I do
just win the game.
I think it does just upgrade every time, no?
Not sure. You're the analyst here.
Yep. Don't know everything though.
Roche banner will be claimed.
Well, they got a tower.
They did.
Congratulations to Vision.
Looking for an opening. There's the hook stomp onto the bear with the Laguna Blade as well. They would desperately need this one. Satanic does get the BKB up, but he is burning to the ground as Miero will take a couple globs. Did the bear survive?
No.
Okay, so that's bear number 2.
Yep, he could refresh now, but he's choosing to hold on to that refresher. Yeah. Knowing that Boom Boys aren't going to try to put any pressure, so probably risk reward of getting a bear right now versus just waiting.
Yeah, it's 70 seconds away.
Safer.
You'll still have Aegis at that point. Still have Cheese. Still have the advantage. Can we take a look at the DotA win probability, please? DotA Plus, that is. Great storyline we've been covering since minute 3 of this game.
Yeah, you've been obsessed with it.
70, this is where it started. Look at how accurate it is. 72-28 at minute 3. It was essentially the same thing.
Yep.
Just masterful coding from Valve.
It's pretty crazy. It's been an hour, and we've taken 1 tower in the base.
And we're 1 minute away from tier 5.
Yep.
That's a lot of mines on the map.
All right, so what are we looking for? Obviously, Stygian Desolator for the carry.
Hold on. There's a block of cheese, Cinderin. Got to point that out.
That's pretty interesting.
In the backpack of Noticed.
Yep. So, tier 5s, you want Stygian Desolator for Kez and for Lone Druid without question. Harmonizer for Lina is probably decent. Obviously, Dazoon Bloodright is also incredible for like half the heroes. Especially Darkseer would be wild. But almost every hero in this game wants Dazoon Bloodright, actually. Bounty Hunter doesn't, Lone Druid doesn't, and Kez, I suppose, doesn't, but everybody else.
But that Raptor Dance could be huge.
It could. It could also deal 2,000 more damage with a Deso.
Yeah, that would be a little bit better.
Yep.
Oh, look at this. These items coming out for Satanic out of nowhere. Gets an AC, gets boost of travel.
First level 30 of the game is Mr. No One.
Oh, No One. Wow.
Yeah. It's a bit surprising that he ended up getting level 30 first.
Yeah, he was off to kind of a rough start this game.
Yep.
60 minutes is upon us.
And yeah, No One is doing the hybrid build on Snapfire now, so he has both. As the Daedalus in his backpack currently.
Yep, normal.
Is going to be able to get the value out of both versions of Snapfire, essentially. I'm curious to see how he's going to approach fights, if he wants to go in for a big burst of physical damage first, or play off the blobs and then do it. As we've seen from the previous fights, he doesn't seem that compromised when he cookies in. He's generally just able to waddle away after with BKB running.
Yeah, Almiro being pursued by Satanic. As the Desolator with the armor skits and
what is
damage. Look at this. Centaur almost dead. Uses the Yule to try to stay alive here. Now on the run with the Stampede. Kiritich taking the brush of damage out from the Bear. Gets the Raptor Dance with good amount of HP back. The Bear does die, but more will come. I believe a Cheese or Lotus was passed to Kiritich.
That was
back to full
BKBs,
HP.
Though. 2 BKBs for a Bear. Can Vision use this for anything?
I think they might just wait for the next Roche.
That could take 6 minutes.
So Stygian for Satanic. No, oh my god, Notice gets Dazoon Bloodright. I mean, that's S double plus tier, as one great analyst would say, Cinderin. For Darkseer specifically. That vacuum is absurdly large now.
Unfortunately for No One, he was not offered the Dazoon Bloodright for Snapfire. Obviously insane on that hero, but he will settle for Spider Legs for now.
I mean, would he want that though?
Yeah.
You still would take that even though you're transitioning to more right click?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you have so many spells still that you are going to use, and the AoE on them is incredible.
Oh, baby. Divine Rapier for No One.
Got a Fallen Sky on 9 class, Harmonizer on Techies.
All he needs is an Aegis. I don't think they're going to fight until they get Aegis now.
How many tier 5s do they have on the Radiant? They have 3. So Book of the Dead on Kez, that's a real stinker.
Yeah, that's not great.
Witchbane on Lina, and Centaur with a Minotaur Horn.
Okay, Witchbane, what does that take off this game? The Root and
all the surges, track.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
You can wait. Is it self-cast or it's AOE now?
It's an AOE, and it
right.
targets all enemies and allies, so it's a double whammy. It's pretty good here.
Yeah, that's really good.
But I honestly still think ideally GPK is not the one carrying this item. If you want to have it, that's fine. I think the Lina needs to have Dazoon Bloodright or a Deso as well. GPK is doing serious right-click damage, so yes, it's nice to have a Deso on Kez if he were to be offered it, but I think they should have one on both.
GPK, Divine Rapier. How much does he need for buyback? And Divine. Do the math, Cinderin. You have a brain.
4K surplus. He's almost there.
Okay, good.
It's about 1,000, I think.
So Minotaur Horn for Miera. So yeah, everybody, I believe, has a tier 5 now. Fallen Sky for 9 class, so he can die a little bit easier. Oh, I didn't realize he didn't have Blink. I mean, maybe Blink's not the most common thing on Bounty. But
it's been pretty popular this tournament, actually.
I mean, he basically has it now, though. With the Fallen Sky.
Yep. Pretty good.
Daedalus. Wait, he had a Daedalus, didn't he?
On who?
Oh, he had double Daedalus? What? What the hell? No one. Double Daedalus Divine. All right.
Yeah, we're going full physical now.
All right.
This is the game ender on Snapfire. This is gross how much damage it does when you blink in.
That is disgusting. Obviously, we'll want the Aegis. And we are 2 minutes from Roche spawning.
So no one currently has an amp damage rune. When that expires, his damage is going to be, how much is this? 200 less? So he currently hits, so he will hit for 700 per attack with split shot, super high crit chance.
Yeah.
He could just blink and then wipe the floor with almost all of Boomboy's heroes in a vacuum. It's dirty.
I believe the next fight will be Roche. But of course, these teams don't know when he'll spawn. It was a relatively late spawn timer, so they're going to have to continually scout it out. It's now a Divine Rapier for GPK, so I assume he does have buyback as well. Actually does not, 200 gold away. Imagine a fight breaking out right now.
Imagine he died without buyback now. That would be crazy. Just needs one creep wave to get that buyback secured, but doesn't really have access to anything just yet.
Are there any level 30s that you think are worth mentioning? I mean, what's the 25 on Dark Willow? I don't even know. It's been so long.
Either Terrorized does 500 damage or Bedlam hits 2 more targets. The Terrorized one is quite good. It's quite a bit of damage when you're hitting 2 or 3 targets in the fight. The Wyvern 25 is very good. The Splinter Blast stun.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You might get there. Kez is almost 30. That's obviously great. It's just more damage.
You called it. It's going to be a 70-minute game, Cinderin. Close enough. We round up.
This could... I mean, you tell me, how long do you think this game's going to be?
I'm going to say 78 minutes.
Okay.
And I don't know who's going to win. Dota Plus does, though, so should I even question it anymore? 5th Roshan up.
9 class.
Yep, he's spotted. Bedlam doing a lot of damage along with GPK, so they delete one support. Does have buyback, though. He's going to buy back, actually. As you can see, Yatoro has brought out a lot into this bear. They're already getting the bear shift by himself. It's a full lane for Vision. The Darkseer does die on the other side of the map, though. And now Lena all alone. Going to get stun locked. Is the damage there as Viero gets the hooks on at the last moment. Trying to save his Lena. There's a back wall, though, and that is the Divine Rapier on the deck as no one just completely insta-gives on the Snapfire. Double kill for him. And surely they're going to force these buybacks out. A couple have come out, though, for Vision. Obviously, they would love to get Roche, and they're going to decide who gets the Divine Rapier. Why not Techies? Going to use the Spell Amp version. And now, with the one lane, it's in the... I mean, the one lane doesn't matter that much at this point, but the Aegis, I would assume Snapfire ends up... It's no... Okay, he did buyback.
Yeah.
Sure.
He has to take his Aegis. It's a good call. All right, that was one Rapier down, transferred to Techies, as you mentioned.
Very strong.
Still definitely not over yet, but that was a huge blow to Boom Boys. And of course, this is the problem when you're getting to this late in the game against the Lone Druid, that he can force the enemy to rotate 1 or 2 heroes just to deal with the bear up top. They did that, they still lost the barracks, and then simultaneously they get the clean Lena jump, and that's...
Heritage. Oh, he finds himself a Techies, trying to go for the Raptor dance, but gets... Oh, that's the damage from Nolan. It's not quite enough to get the kill. He gets a curse instead, as they're going to beat 9 class into the ground. 2 minutes of no bounty hunter. Notice getting destroyed, but that is just the Aegis. Heritage with the BKB, attempting to run away now. Satanic gets off the effect of blade. Absolutely destroys Faith. Absolutely destroys Heritage, as no one again with the damage on this double Divine Rapier, double Daedalus. My goodness. He is the true carry now for Vision. And certainly going to force out the buyback onto Kaz as Satanic gets a second lane of barracks, looking for the Megas now. They should certainly need to buy back on the Centaur. He's going to come back on naturally. The next Mega is now in favor of Vision. There's Kaz inside of the cart. Satanic's bear will likely fall. That is not an entity that is holding a Divine Rapier, so he can just respawn that bad boy. Another Divine Rapier comes out for GP. How many do we have in the game, for God's sake? Is that 4? I count 4.
4, yeah. Only 4?
Maybe there's something on the ground somewhere.
We need more. We need more than 4.
Maybe Roche will start dropping Divine Rapiers here pretty soon.
It is pretty insane to watch the damage output of the Snapfire, though. Like, that is just something else.
And they're going to wait for this respawn of 9 class.
No one was juggling his rapiers. Yeah. Eventually goes both physical. I think just made a mistake.
Probably the right choice, I would say.
Trading for 2,500.
He has an AC. I don't know what he's going to do with that. They still have block of cheese. How do you... Okay, I was going to say, do you just use it?
Yeah.
Get this barrier? 20 seconds for bounty. So that's 500 extra barrier now for, is that 5 minutes? 300 seconds, okay.
That is 5 minutes.
Very good. Boom Boys down 66K. Let's look at the Dota win probability one more time. Is it 70-30 somehow? All right, not quite. 97-3. That seems about right. Mega Creeps.
Mega Creeps and 70K gold lead and still 3% chance. That's interesting.
Dota Plus wants to make it, no, I mean, doesn't want to make it obvious that it can just predict the future in general. Gotta give them a bone here and there. No one will get an Arcane Rune. Now they have 5 up and running. In terms of buybacks, well, Lone Druid doesn't matter. It's really the Darkseer, 4 minutes from his, and Bounty as well. And on the other side, only a single buyback for Miero. They're going to open up onto Miero. Look at the damage again. The Cold Embrace is going to save him, though. This Centaur is not tanky at all. As the Bear is destroying the base. A la Yatoro, they get both tier 4 towers in the blink of an eye. And now the Ancient fully exposed. As Vision looking to close the book on this first game. It's not even the series.
And
it's the first game of this best of 3 in the upper bracket here at TI.
Maybe Satanic indeed did watch that game and he was just like, I can do that too.
He's certainly doing it. He hasn't died yet.
That looked fun.
Now Swift Blink for no one.
Kaz Rapier, there's your 5th.
Okay, very good.
9 class will die again.
Yep. He doesn't have buyback, so is this another 90 seconds wait time?
Look how many mines are on the map. Jesus.
Yeah.
It's actually crazy. He's covering the entire pathway across to the Roche Pit, and the top half is covered. The bottom half around the rune is covered. Their own triangle stairwell is covered. Their base is covered. I mean, this is... Even if you somehow took a good fight on Boomboy's team, still plenty of issues. You saw the Eon Disc there already procced on the Willow. Wyvern almost got his proc too.
They still have Fortification for Boomboys. Is that another Divine Rapier? Mm-hmm. Is that
6?
Is that just going to be on the ground somewhere in case he dies?
I think he's just going to keep it in base.
Yeah. Probably for the best.
In style points if he gets it on him. 3rd one, just swap it instead of BKB. Giga Chad. Not gonna happen.
Unfortunately, we're not going to see the Aghanim Scepter for Snapfire. Would love to see the Bear just being thrown to the other side of the base to just kill off the Ancient.
I mean, you could have definitely chosen to buy that over a Backpack Rapier or a base Rapier, if you will, but...
It's a decent save, I would say.
I mean, it's also an interesting initiation idea to be able to toss in the Bear, but...
Yeah. Whoa, okay. Did that just happen? Was that a single shot?
Oh, well.
Oh my god. Poor save. Didn't even have time to pop Shadow Realm.
Yep. Late game Dota. Yeah, so Willow has 11 armor, and Deso gives minus 13 and is procced before you do the damage. So if no one crits for 2500, it's 2500 pure.
Yeah.
And Willow has 2200.
Oh, Arrow pops the, wasn't the BKB, it was his neutral item, but trying to keep 9 class out of the base. Yeah, they have to stick around for this freaking Bear. So annoying to deal with. And all Vision have to do is wait for the creeps to get close. They have Roche Banner as well. I mean, how the hell do Boomboys defend this? Moonshard for Satanix. Bear doesn't want to go for Divine because it is dying. He has double. He ate one and has another in his inventory. I mean, what's on the actual Lone Druid hero? He has Refresher and Octarine.
Yep,
okay?
Standard.
I mean, you just don't want to play with this hero ever?
No. Not when you can jungle.
You can have 6 heroes in the base.
Yeah. Well, now that he has Moonshard, he is going to push this real fast.
Yes, he is. And here we go for Vision, trying to end this game number 1. GPK showing himself. Notice, gets off the vacuum. There's the damage to Eon Disc procs. Now they're going to back away. Roche banner placed on the high ground as there's the bear going for the Ancient again. The XP ult against him. Can pop the BKB, will do so. Gets the Apacer blade. The damage is enough to kill off the bear. The Ancient is almost dead already, and Vision haven't had to expend basically anything to kill it. A jump in from no one, trying to finish off the base himself. There's the fortification. He will fall, but with the Divine Rapiers. What the hell is happening?
Wait, was that...
They buyback on the Lina. No one thought he could just finish the game, but no, says GPK.
That was really unnecessary. You could have just waited for the next bear to do this again. Instead, you just threw away 2 rapiers.
All right, let's look at DotA win probability again, Cinderent, just to make sure that things have not gone crazy in favor of Vision. Here we go. It's gone down 1% since that play. Still understandable considering they don't have fortification, and it just takes probably a single bear just to kill this thing.
Effectively now, all you need to do is get waves in the enemy base, blink in with the bear, pop BKB, and end it. And they can only deal with it by cursing the bear or insta-killing it in a stun with Kez. They have Crimson, that's true.
Okay.
I don't know if that is enough, though. I feel like the bear hits way too hard with Stitch and Desolator.
I bet they wish they picked the Lich, Cinderent, level 25 heal, very strong.
Right. They might have got there.
And Abyssal Blades are coming out, some more ways to deal with the bear. A Linked Sphere would be, well, I guess, a Lotus in general.
Save sold all his items except his Blink Dagger to buy Abyssal on Willow. Because the only way you ever win this game is by chain stunning the bear.
Now, how do they communicate who's stunning the bear first? They don't have much time because it just dies so fast, the Ancient, that is. Do you think they have an order of priority?
Whoever sees the opportunity first just goes, I think.
All right, well, Vision going to be back up with all 5. Snapfire will have, I believe, a single Divine.
He must have a rapier in face, right? He bought that earlier. That's on his courier.
And Roche will be up in a minute, so no reason for Vision to wait, or there's no reason for them to go for it when they can just wait for Roche.
Well, the reason to go is that Glyph is down and the Ancient is on half HP.
That's a good reason, I suppose.
But you could also wait.
Smokes on both sides. And Vision, again, attempt number 3 at the Ancient.
9 class somehow.
Vision, Notice is jumping in, no one jumps in addition, he gets the physical blade of Satanic, but the bear's gonna get first at the last moment. Doesn't have enough damage, after the back, gets fast again, gets stunned again! Down goes the bear, is there another one? Divine Rapier hits the deck again in favor of Boom Boys. They're just collecting Divine Rapiers. 35k lead for Vision, it's gone down by half.
That was Curse and Crimson.
All right, they're going again. Another bear up and running. Does not have BKB, though.
Yeah, that was the bear's BKB. Now they can control it in other ways. I don't... Can they end?
It looks like they're going to go for it. I mean, that was the buyback for the Snapfire, right? Yeah.
No one buys
and another Divine. Okay. Yep. They just need to come in from opposite angles. There's the AoE Surge. An attempt number X as Notice. Again, right on top of the throat is enough. And Vision finally bring this game to an end. 77.5 minutes. They take it. What an awesome game number 1 of this series. Holy shit.
They look so calm about it, too.
They've been in this situation many a time.
They knew this was inevitable. At some point, they were going to break through. That looked very... I mean, at the same time, it was probably very controlled and calm for them to play the map the way that they did the last 30 minutes. But that last 5 minutes seemed a little bit dicey. But at the end of the day, they were in control for most of it. So, a nice game from Vision.
All right, Shemar!
Thank you so much, Sultan and Cinderent. What a game we are treated to here in Game 1 of Team Vision versus Boom Boys. It is Vision that take the win at the end of this one. Boy, that they have to fight hard for that one. For a very long time, this game, Rhea, looked like it was in the hands of Boom Boys.
You know, like the later the game goes, the harder it gets because Snapfire gets to transition into a right-click core. You get techies that starts to put mines literally everywhere, where it then becomes dangerous because your Centaur can't just clean them all out anymore. It's just they're everywhere. I mean, the bear is just getting more and more annoying to the point that he's now, I mean, he's sweeping your towers in like 2 seconds. It's unbelievable how much this team scales and how they managed to hold on. I can't believe they held.
I can't believe they held for that long, Saber. That was intense.
Yeah, and I want to thank Vision for ending the game. This was amazing, especially because I feel like some of the teams, they would be like, okay, guys, no need to risk this. Let's just farm. I'm not pointing any fingers, Falcons, but Yeah, I really love to see that they had a vision to like end the game. You know, vision obviously to like force the glyph with the Snapfire and then ran it back when they don't have glyph on Boom Boys, and it worked out, and it was lovely to see.
Yeah, they just let the game went on too long. Felt like Boom Boys, they had a period of time where they were overreacting to the bounty. I don't know if they needed to kill the bounty hunter so many times. I like that they got a gem early, like 15-16 minutes. They got a gem on Wyvern to play the nighttime. And after that, they had a timing where they had gem, they had the pipe on Centaur. I felt like they needed to just group up together, find a way, just hit towers and just not TP back, because they constantly TP back to kill the bounty and they were not progressing on the map, and they couldn't really use the timings that they had to actually get more of the map.
Yeah, and then you come into a situation, as we see, where they have to just be at the Ancient, sit there.
At this point, you're screwed.
But I think it takes a lot of courage to be like, okay, I will feed them 2 Divines. We don't care, guys. We have 60k lead, and let's just go again when the glyph is down. Because at this point of the game, the only thing that matters is glyph. And also, props to Boom Boys for buying Crimson Guard and like thinking of creative stuff like that to try and defend, but at this point it's just impossible.
Yeah, as soon as that glyph got used, we were just like, it's GG. Because they're just throwing bodies at that point. They're fine losing the rapier because as long as you get the glyph, there's literally nothing they can do. Nothing.
And that's another lone druid that is unscathed. 0 deaths for Satanic, of course, for his main bear, because his disciple bear had a tough one. Definitely was slaughtered quite a few times during that game. But this is a very tough game for me to decide who would be MVP in a game like this, Windsor, because...
Bounty Hunter.
Please, no.
It can't be Bounty. Would it be Satanic, or would it be, in this case, no one Snapfire?
You probably have to just give it to like the Lone Druid. In the end, the Lone Druid was the one that cleaned up the game. He was the one that secured the win at the end of the day. But even though I'm kind of like joking about the bounty, but I felt like the bounty, even though he looked like he didn't do anything that game, but he made the opponents, I feel like, react in a way where it was really bad for Boom Boys, you know, whatever they were doing. They bought the gem, I was fine with that, but I don't think they needed to just keep going back. The way they killed him took too much effort. Like, the way you deal with bounty, you have to figure out a way to deal with him by not using so many heroes, because they were TPing heroes back. Once you TP 2 cores back to kill a bounty hunter, he's like, whatever, you know.
I felt like they were handling it well for a while, because every time they went for a gank, there was always sentries on their like main farming camps. So like when the Kez would see Bounty like walking towards him, he just ran away. And I thought that was enough, you know, you don't...
But then again, there was one death on the Lina. Remember, they were like, the game was like 1-2k lead, but then the Lina died one time in the jungle on the right because of the high ground ward, and the game became 10k goal lead just off one death.
Yeah, for me, the MVP was Puppy, as I feel like they just played incredible as a team. This was not an easy game to win with their draft. They didn't really have many stunts, as we could see. Like, in the middle portion of the game, it did seem like Boom Boys might take it, and it was really hard for Vision to play. However, I don't know how they do it, but they just make it work regardless. No matter what heroes they have, they play they play stable, and they make it work. And eventually, you know, they got to their timing, and it's easy peasy from there.
You don't know about the easy peasy part, but they did get there in the end. And you mentioned the no stuns. And Rhea, I believe you're going to take a little bit of a deep dive into that one.
A deep dive of some clips where we just see the early game movement by Team Vision, where they attempt to do anything. But it's so difficult because they just don't have the control needed to keep any heroes within their damage. Like in this fight, I think we end up seeing as the Snapfire kisses come out. It's like you hit this and that's it. They can just disengage with the Wyvern ult. We want to see the kisses, but there's nothing to just keep them in place, and they end up really getting nothing. And this is kind of a repetitive thing throughout the game. Like, you know, Kez can just walk in. It's like, oh, we want to kiss him, but then he just leaves. There's no stuns, no control. Here again, they're going to go, they make a big smoke play with a bunch of heroes to kill Kiritich. There's that sentry I talked about, keeping his camp safe. And with that, he's just going to leave. And there's nothing they can do. They don't have a blink stun. They don't have good catch. Like, Bounty has to walk up and catch them. Here again, they're going to go onto the Kez, and he just leaves because they don't have anyone to initiate. I found it was so difficult for them to ever get anything. They were either overextending and then ending up feeding, or they were just wasting resources, wasting time, wasting farm, and then they just had to back off and reset, and that's how the game ended up in this extremely passive state in the mid to late game, where it was just, okay, let's just wait for 70 minutes, I guess.
Waiting, we did, and there was also another fight that was a little bit of a turning point, after which we thought, you know what? There's more in this game than just Boom Boys going high ground and taking this one, and that's a fight you wanted to highlight, which was a pretty active fight.
Yeah, it did seem like Boom Boys might take the game up until this happened. It was the Kes Aegis. They popped the Aegis, and I want people to pay attention to the bear specifically, because they open really nicely on the tower. They kite back beautifully. They vacuum him back. Okay, he's under the tower. They could use some stun on him, but they know that they have VKB. So Tanic, he's hitting him. He got the 4 stacks, and maybe it's on purpose, maybe it just lined up really nice. But now he gets this 5th one. Oh my god, this was so perfect, and they got the cast kill, and it felt much more easier afterwards.
It did, and then you have a lone druid, and I think, Winter, we kind of saw the writing on the wall once this game dragged on as it did.
Yeah, it just became too difficult to play on the map. They didn't really have a lot of tools, and lone druid late game, you're just a sitting duck. There's nothing much you can do.
There's nothing much you can do as a Boom Boys. One thing they had to deal with earlier on as well, we mentioned him already. 9class had a great bounty hunter performance. To see what exactly he was doing while we were watching some of the action, we're heading over to Purge.
Thank you, Cheaper. Yeah, Bounty Hunter is a little bit underwhelming looking when you're watching the stream, but I popped into some details, and I promise you he was doing some really big things this game. Let's take a look at some of the clips. Now, here's a really obvious gank. They had a great laning stage, obviously. We caught that on the mainstream. But set up this nice kill on Katayome here. He can go roam the map. He can get kills with Iron Shell. That's all really good stuff. But look what he was doing to limit Kez's farm in this game. He's moving across the map to block camps. And this was the main camp that he blocked most of the times here when he was trying to shut down what Kez was doing. And they even forced a sentry response from the Winter Wyvern as well, which is great. A little bit of economic damage. But let's talk a little bit about his skill build. I was talking to Yamson last night at dinner, and he actually really likes Bounty Hunter. And that's because the invis duration, when you max this ability out, goes up by a lot, and the stun duration goes up by a lot, such that you can basically stun somebody twice using the skill at an early point in the game. Your Shuriken doesn't go through creeps anymore, so it's not really that important to level, but what he basically gets out of it is movement speed and duration. So he's basically able to do pretty much whatever he wants to on the map because he's so fast. He's even going to clear this camp here that Kez is going to want to kill, and this is all obviously fantastic for him because that's less farm for Kez as the game goes on. He rotates over. He even comes back 80 seconds or 60 seconds later to block the camp another time. He takes a little bit of damage here, but not that much. And ultimately, this is really important because what this does for Kez is when he's going from the creep wave here all the way here and back, it takes him way more time when there's not two camps in the middle part. So 9class is basically reducing the gold gain that he's getting. He can also use Bounty Hunter to very easily break smokes. He easily disengages from this fight with his invisibility. They ended up fighting afterwards and didn't go perfect, but that's okay. And he keeps doing the same thing. He just keeps blocking this camp. Kiritich never gets to farm it, and that's why his net worth was so far behind for such a long period of time. And he eventually does go for ganks as well. We saw some of these fights happen where he's going for 2 stuns against the Kez here while his team rotates over. And these are really scary for Kiritich, which makes his game harder. But ultimately, they do secure this kill here at the 16-minute mark. And he's just got to deal with this the whole game. It's a little bit hard to keep an eye on it because Bounty's off doing annoying things by himself, but his impact was huge to make sure the Lone Druid was always ahead in this game.
Thank you, Purge. If I'm Kiritich, I am going to ask for a ban for this Bounty Hunter because that seems, Saber, like that was just really wrecking his early game.
Yeah, I would not want to be the case in that situation. It is the worst when people block your camps. And there isn't much to do about it as well, because once the camp is blocked, you're like, oh man, now I have to wait another minute and maybe that camp I get to farm. Eventually, they had to bring a bunch of heroes to bot lane, and then Bounty is also happy if you overcommit just too many resources to this area. Yeah, very nicely played by 9class. He for sure deserved the win.
Yeah, very good game by Team Vision. This is a team that we expect to do well, and this first game was maybe a little bit more rocky than what we thought would be the case. I'm also very curious to learn how Vision themselves felt before heading into this series. We are going to find out because we're going to listen to Titanic and No One.
I think groups wasn't that easy because we played versus Falcons, and I think it was hard games.
And the first 2 games that we played, it was like really rough for us. because like I think we got like super jet lag, all the stuff, like no sleep, tired.
We didn't play that good, I would say, versus Team Resilience.
When we started game 3 against Boom Boys, it was like much easier for us, and with Spirit as well, it felt like we're on the something good already. To be honest, the older I get, the worse expectations is like, when it gets to my mind or like from someone else on my team, I don't feel good.
I don't think it's still gonna be easy for us to win, but I expect to win anyway this game.
I think expectations are kind of bad thing, because if you expect something, you're not ready for the all possibilities that coming up. And to me, coming to the tournament, I have no expectations. For upcoming match against Boom Boys in the playoffs, I think it's gonna be no matter what a hard match, because I think they're like a really strong team. Playoffs are super different, so we expect, I would say, really good DotA.
I'm not sure about them, but I think others we can like beat for sure. I consider our team the best, so I think yeah, maybe other teams will watch replays and it's gonna be harder for us.
We just won another tournament, we came at TI and we are unbeatable at the group stage, but who cares, let them see, you know.
But the main point that we should like just keep improving and keep getting better, so we're gonna destroy everyone.
I think it's gonna be one of the hardest TIs of competing through all the years, because I think all top 8 teams are capable of winning this TI, and they're actually like all strong teams. And first, second of all, I'm really happy to be here right now in this year, because I think it's something special gonna be at the Shanghai Arena. Last TI 2019 here was super amazing, and yeah, thank you all guys for the cheering for us.
I want to say, guys, thank you for cheering up for us. We'll try our best to win this TI and keep cheering up for us. Thank you.
I love the duality of that. We got the 18-year-old carry and the 28-year-old mid laner, 10 years in between them, and a lot of wisdom and a lot, two different sides of the coin for sure, with confidence and also the possibility to be humble there for no one as well, to make sure, you know, not going in with any expectations. And Winter, I think this was a very healthy way we just saw Team Vision portrayed.
Yeah, the balance, right? One guy is like, oh, we're going to win, we're the best team. The other guy, nope, nope, nope. No expectations. I just want to come here, do my job, and hopefully we get the championship.
Yeah, I think that's very cool, right?
Yeah, I would, I mean, arrogance is interesting, right? It's like good to believe in yourself. Yeah. I kind of like, humble is fine, but when you see the real drive, the real push, I feel better about that. It makes me feel more invested.
I feel like we felt the drive of no one in that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's ready to do what it takes to win. I think the interesting part is that both, I mean, on one side you do have the confidence, and the other side is like no expectations, but both of them talk about the group stages as it not being an easy road. Both of them a lot of respect with how, even though it went 4-0 in terms of series, how they lost those 2 games and how they still felt like, you know what, that wasn't quite right. A lot of respect then also towards Boom Boys, and I think that first game there showed that that respect, Saber, was well placed.
Yeah, I think Vision, if they misstepped once, they were done. I am very excited to see what Boom Boys have prepared for Game 2, how they adjusted. I think they proved that they have for sure what it takes to beat Team Vision, and I'm hoping that they will be able to do it in this game too.
Yeah, I want to talk about that because, you know, great. Vision won Game 1, fantastic. What was it, 75 minutes or something silly? I'm sure that the way we just heard Vision talk about how their group stages went, they're also not going to be happy about the game they just played, because for a large portion of the game, Boom Boys was winning. And some might argue that it is Boom Boys that ended up losing the game. They could have probably tweaked a bit of things and played better and won the game. So I think both teams are looking to make a lot of adjustments, and I want to talk about possible adjustments, Winter, that they can make if you're the coach of Vision. How are you going to approach this? Because you don't want your team to be with their backs against the rope at minute 30.
And you don't really have to change anything on the Vision side. I feel like the pick order, though, like for me, like I think it matters a lot, whoever is on the first pick side. Because you have so many Imba heroes to go for, and I feel like you have more control over the draft if you are the first pick. And I think in the first series, it was Vision that had the first pick. The first game, Vision had the first pick. And in this game, Boom Boys, they also prioritized first pick. So I feel like there's a lot of heroes that both teams are trying to get, and being on first pick, you kind of have more control, I want to say, over the draft. And on the second pick side, whenever I look at the second pick team, I always feel like the 24, the last pick, the overall last pick, you don't really get anything great, you know, most of the time. So I think the pick order is going to matter a lot in this series.
Is there any hero in particular we do not want to see? Because I feel like this is 2 games that we've seen today, Rhea. There's Lone Druid. The games go late.
And it might get banned. The thing, when I saw the Lone Druid pick, they also had Nature's Prophet in the pool, which Satanic's also been incredible with. And I think when I've seen Nature's Prophet versus Lone Druid, the Lone Druid usually wins, or it looks like a much better matchup. So I'm assuming that's why they grabbed it first and left Nature's Prophet to rot. But that's the thing. If you ban Lone Druid, he'll just take that. Or maybe there's a Shadow Fiend, he'll take that. And I don't really think you can just ban Satanic out. I don't know if this Lone Druid feels like, you know, we ban that, it's the be all end all.
Yeah, for me it feels like, honestly, I like the Boom Boy draft more than Vision. I feel like Vision are just playing way too good. Especially the offlane, this first game. There's no way Notice should have such a strong start against the Kess. Darkseer against Kess, it's like in a best case scenario, it's a 50-50. Clearly, he should be able to have a good game. However, Vision, they just stomped this lane, and then it kind of bled into other lanes. And Boom Boys, they did react to it in some nice ways as well. They were able to pressure the mid tower. They played through GPK, who had a very nice game. However, I don't know. I'm not sure what do you do when the enemy cores and supports are just on point, playing extremely crisp.
They should just, I think it's just a few matters of like controlling yourselves a bit better. I think when we highlighted the death on Kez at the top tier 2 tower, it's like when that snowballs into more and more problems, they had a good grip on the game before that moment. And all they needed to do was get that next Roshan, because they had already gotten the early Roshans. And when they gave up that map control and let Vision suddenly take a Rosh, now they're getting a Roshan's banner with really high range, and they're able to put it so far back from the base and, you know, start to push and siege that base so much more safely, because Boom Boys already did the hard work for them with the early one.
Yeah, when you buy a pipe and you have the Aegis and you're not using those items, it's going to come back to bite you. And I think all the small little details matter a lot. Like even from the lane, like Saber said, like they are not supposed to get so much out of the lane. Cass was not supposed to be so poor. Because the lane went so well, the bounty he got so much levels out of the lane, and he became such a problem. Yeah. If that didn't happen, the bounty wouldn't have been so annoying this game.
Yeah, and that made Karatis' game even harder. It sounds like it all does start, especially for Boom Boys, with the draft, setting themselves up for success so they can propel themselves forward into that mid-game. Both coaches and the teams have surely cooked something cool up for the second game coming our way. Can't wait to find out what that's going to be. But good news, we don't have to wait any longer, as it's time for that second game.
Team Vision versus Boom Boys. Game 2.
Let's see what they cooked up. We got Team Vision on the Radiant side for this game number 2. Boom Boys will be on the Dire side. First pick, as Winter already mentioned, will be in the hands of Boom Boys. And it will be interesting to see what they choose, where they want to take this draft. At least Team Vision has put respect on that Lone Druid, removing it from the pool. It does mean that the hero that Boom Boys started previous draft with, Lina, is still in the pool. Do they want to pick that up here? Not sure, as this time around they don't have that instant ban to protect it. And instead, we get the Largo, the first Largo on the main stage. Love to see it. I know, Sarah, you're a big fan of this hero.
Yeah, I love Largo. I'm also very surprised that they banned Earth Spirit themselves, because I know GPK, he's a very good Earth, but I guess they feel like, you know, no need to just have Earth in the game at all. We got our Largo. I know Miro plays it really good. I'm not sure if they also flex it to some other position. However, D0 very popular. We've seen it banned many times. It's always solid and it scales really, really well. It becomes a real beast in the late game, and we've seen games go really late. So I think this Largo should be off to a good start, especially against Prophet. I think it's a pretty solid lane.
Yo, but it's a Nature's Prophet. It's a satanic Nature's Prophet.
That's true.
Viewers at home, if you were not watching the group stage, let me enlighten you to one of the best games of Nature's Prophet I've ever seen in my life. Maybe the best of all time.
Ooh.
This man, this boy, this prodigy, he picked Nature's Prophet and he farmed so hard, like his net worth through the roof. I mean, that's just a classic. But on top of that, his APM felt incredible. He was using his Treants non-stop to go and block camps on the enemy side of the map, like go into their triangle, and there's these two little like hidden points on the camps in the
I saw that.
Yeah, where he was able to find it and kind of hide them. I mean, he's on Radiant this time, so I'm not sure if it's still the same on the die. But anyway, the point is, I think when you play a long game of Dota, it's very easy to get lazy, to maybe not be as efficient, because you're just doing so much for so long. It feels like Satanic never loses that energy. He is just so efficient with the Treants. He does everything. He gives vision, he blocks camps, he farms, he's active, he pushes the towers at the right time. The team is very good at playing around the timings. Honestly, just hype, man.
Can he beat the IO Largo though?
That's a good question. Probably.
Ooh, will the IO come out? That'll be also hype, because then you got the best strategy that Vision has pulled out versus the best strategy that Boom Boys has pulled out.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that.
I mean, they're 1-0 up, you know, maybe they're like, let's just let them have their strongest hero, you know?
This might be a good call.
I hope they ban the IO, to be fair, because it's a very nice matchup for IO against Prophet, in my opinion. I think you just kind of don't deal with it if you don't have to, and they don't have to. But we'll see. Perhaps they're trying to bait it out and they have some crazy tech prepared for it.
Yeah, I heard Puppy talk in a podcast about what he's learned about how he used to draft versus now how he drafts when he's on Team Vision. And it was exactly about, are you letting things in? And he's like, because he used to be the drafter that always let things in because he wants to beat it. And he has said, like, now I just know, you know, just ban it. It's easy. Just like the IO gets banned here. Winter Wyvern picked up as the pick out of ban phase for Vision.
Yeah, this is probably just mainly for the Largo and the lane, because you can keep reapplying the slow onto the Largo. So it's one of the better laners against Largo here.
Yeah, it's very nice. I'm also a little bit surprised by the Boom Boy bans, as they banned both Bounty Hunter and Willow, who are both not the best heroes against Largo, as they both like apply a bunch of debuffs, and then Largo kind of solves that with his lick. However, I'm sure they have like some grander vision about the game than just one.
I think the bounty is kind of like mental, you know,
yeah.
Like they were worried about the same game happening, so they didn't want to deal with it. Because when you lose games like this, I feel like there's a high chance that it affects your decision making in the draft in the next game.
Yeah, these are like Invis heroes as well. They just make you invest so much into them. It's like we saw him last game snipe the gem on the courier, right? And it's like 5 heroes have to TP to come and kill him because he got that, because you can't let him have your gem. Or it's like in the first series of the day, we saw 2 gems get picked up against Lone Druid, because it's like we just need vision of these guys. They make the game too
complicated. Because sentries were nerfed so much over the course of so many years. It's
wow.
Okay.
I was going to talk about Morana, but I'm going to skip that. I need to talk about the Pudge. Talk to me about Pudge. What's he going to do? Who's going to play it? Is this the 9-class Pudge?
9-class Pudge.
Hype.
For sure.
I watched him play it in the group stage. It was honestly, I'm not going to lie, amazing. First of all, he actually landed his hooks. I know that to anyone watching, you haven't seen that before in your pubs. He landed his hooks. He was disrupting the safe lane so hard, and he was genuinely actually playing with notice. He wasn't just like hooking and then leaving and trying to get something on mid. He didn't make any silly stuff out of it. He was genuinely like just dragging creep waves and making the lane playable for his off lane, because Pudge is not, you know, fantastic.
But why is he good here though? He doesn't even have a setup. I think that game he had an Ember Spirit, so he could hook
But he was
the
hooking
chains.
without it. Like, he's actually just that good at Pudge. I'm not kidding.
I have a question, Saber.
Yeah.
Or everybody, actually, yes. You're in a pub. You got to choose. Do you want your opponents to play Bounty Hunter, opponent position 4, or do you want your opponent position 4 to play Pudge?
Depends how good the Pudge is.
They're both very good.
Well, if they're both very good, I would take the Bounty Hunter rather than the Pudge. However, it is easy to miss hooks on the main stage.
Alright.
I love this pick from Boom Boys. I think Ember, it kind of brings their entire draft together. It pairs up super well with Largo. He's gonna buff you. You have bonus magic damage. They super desperately needed some setup for this Mirana arrow. Now they have that. They have super strong mid pressure against the puck. I feel like this, I'm very worried, because if this is like a normal game and the Pudge doesn't get some crazy hooks and some crazy kills, Boom Boys have much better pressure through the mid lane. They're free man of their supports, plus Ember is way stronger than Pudge, Vibrant, Puck. So they can run away with the game very easily if they get a normal game going.
Yeah, the Vessel is also going to counteract the Wyvern heal, and Ember is also a very good hero at hunting down the MP. This pick actually solves so much of the problems here for Boom Boys.
So go for it. Yeah?
The way I saw him play the Pudge, at least, just to give it some credit, is you go, like a lot of pause 4s, you buy Blink, and then you have a BKB piercing stun. So it's not like you're relying on landing your hooks here to have impact. He knows how to play his lanes around his hero maybe being weaker. He knows how to, like, he's going to IMIze and then he's going to go make plays with his team. I also do like when you're playing against saving supports like Undying, if you are able to hook someone away from their team, it forces everyone out of position, which I think, you know, it makes Boom Boys draft quite uncomfortable.
Yeah, you can also start the fight with the curse into hook. It might be something that they practiced before and they felt like it could actually win them some games.
Quick question, Winter. Pop quiz. There's a Winter Wyvern, he cursed someone. You're gonna hook the cursed target. Does the curse follow?
Yes. Yeah.
So you can hook him into enemy players and everybody will be joining the curse.
Yes, they'll be following the target.
Great. Love that. All right, let's talk final picks, because we are needing a hero for Kiritich on the side of Boom Boys, and we're needing a hero for Notice on the side of Vision. What kind of holes do the drafts still have? What kind of holes need to be plugged?
They need damage.
Damage on the side of Boom Boys.
Spectre a hero? Spectre's kind of good against Wyvern and MP.
I can see it.
The damage will come from the Rockman in the form of Tiny. Do we like that?
That's okay.
I do.
It's a stable pick.
Very solid. I like that it's a stun for the puck, because right now with the other 4 heroes, this puck cannot really die unless someone buys an Orchid. So once you have the Tiny and you have way to start on this puck, it becomes much easier. And we got the Slaughter counter pick. I don't mind it. It's good against Undying as well. You have like a lot of physical damage. Should be good against Tiny. Depends how much the Pudge does. I don't really have an idea. On paper, the Boom Boys safe lane looks much better than the Slaughter Pudge. However, I'm sure 9 Class has something in his pocket.
I feel like the Slaughter, like in the lane, you're already a good matchup against Tiny, because Tiny has no armor and you can just spam the crush. But you feel like the Pudge not really being useful would be a problem for the Slaughter against Tiny?
Yeah, but I'm also very excited because it doesn't happen very often that we have 4 melee heroes in one lane. So it's just gonna be an absolute bloodbath.
That surely favors Boom Boys, because they got the Undying.
Do have the Undying.
Yeah.
I mean, they might also they might swap lanes. I don't know if it benefits them more to do that. I mean, because Pudge, he's just gonna go drag your waves anyway, and then it's like you applying your Undying to the best possible lane.
And you could start with Boots as Undying in this sort of lane. I feel like that could be an option in a 4 melee lane. And you could pressure whenever, if 9 Class tries to pull, you can just right-click a bunch and, you know, push him out.
Well, we're going to find out if we're going to get a Game 3 to this series or if Team Vision will take it in a 2-0. We're heading over to the game, but first, an interview with Coach Puppy.
Hey everybody, yes, I am here with Coach Puppy. My goodness, Puppy on the main stage of TI. Certainly unsurprising, but great to see you here today. Let's get into the business, my friend. All right, now Pudge, you guys memeing or what? Do you really believe in this Pudge?
9 Class is the best Pudge player in the world.
He is, but you're up against something like an Undying. Undying, traditionally kind of tough for Pudge. All those little zombies running around, blocking hooks, you know, strength. There's a lot of strength carries on the enemy team, you know? We're not talking about the lore, Puppy. We have to get into the draft.
Come up to me, ask me questions about the lore, right?
I am not asking you about the lore, sir, okay? Tell me about this series itself. Kind of sus in game one, if I have to say. Not sus to you? Did you feel like you had any chance of losing that game?
No, we should have lost.
You should have lost! Who got you out of that pit?
Got me out of it?
Who was the guy who saved that game?
I would say Satanic.
Okay. This guy's Satanic is pretty good. I've never seen such a ratio on a player in all of my time. What do you think about this kid? Do you think he's got what it takes to win this year?
Yeah, I think he's got the balls, you know?
Well, that's what we're here for, my friend. Balls and walls, and here we go. Thank you very much, my friend Puppy. As we get into this game, let's throw it over to Sunsfan and Cinderit.
Thank you so much, Sir Action Slacks with Puppy. Another illuminating interview where we learned literally nothing about this series and the game. Team Vision versus Boom Boys, game number 2 of this best of 3. And one thing Slacks mentioned, I was thinking the same, Cinder. I love to see Pudge, but Undying, I mean, not just being a strength hero, the zombies blocking hooks, the tombstones saving heroes when you get dismembered. Pretty tough pick, but I'd love to see it. As I see the first hook of the game right off the bat. Of course, Caster Curse underway already. Kataomi gets licked up. We have 2 hooks in a way, and now no one in a little bit of trouble. The question is going to give him a little bit of space with Illuminate to get away as well.
I think when...
It's not over yet, Cinder. Shut your mouth. We've got a crush now onto GPK. Noticed. He's going to be forced out now. Take a tree to the back of the head. Quiet.
Unless,
I believe they're over for 9 class hook. It misses. Okay, you can speak now.
It was over.
It must have been very important to interrupt hooking action, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think in a game like this, I don't think you should be looking at the lane in a vacuum between the Slaughter Pudge lane against Undying Tiny, because there is the ultimate wild card from the safe lane of Vision. Satanic is playing Nature's Prophet. This hero can just start joining moves up top very early if it wants to and overwhelm the lane, and you can get that numbers advantage. This is, to me, this is the strongest carry of the tournament, I think, and that might be weird to say when you just saw 2 games today of Lone Druid doing despicable things to the enemy base, but Prophet just has had incredible GPM, has been in the top chart of GPMs this tournament. Satanic holds a lot of the spots. He holds a lot of them on this hero. It's been very successful. It fits the flow of the game very well in terms of it's almost impossible to beat Prophet in lane now that you're actually stealing treants early with Nature's Call. They're quite strong now in the lane, so most of the time you get out of the lane as a winner. Then you transition that win into other lanes, which a lot of other Satanic heroes don't do that. Like, he will just win his lane and then he'll go jungle and farm a lot. This is probably the best of both worlds, where he can do that, but he can also join moves when he wants to, and he can join from anywhere, which is very different to a lot of other heroes, or almost every other hero, where you need to make a choice. Do I go for this camp or do I go for this play? Well, guess what? Just do whatever you want at the same time. So,
sounds easy enough.
Keep an eye on that Prophet to be potentially running the show here. He has looked outstanding on it.
Why have we not seen more of it?
I don't know.
You keep hyping it up. Every time we cast it, it absolutely destroys.
Yeah, I think it's been undervalued. It's also been, it started getting banned a lot more in 2nd and 3rd day of the group stage.
But taking heavy damage. He'll be able to walk away. He can lick off the Arctic Burn, but it will reapply if he gets attacked again. That's one of the changes to Wyvern in the last year.
Yep.
And very important mechanics question for you, Cinder. We have 2 heroes that can hook runes. Does that matter in this game?
Not really.
Give me a situation where it really matters. Everybody wants to see it.
Oh, there's a great rune spawning. You hook it, and therefore your mid player gets it, and their mid player doesn't. That was good.
That's hype.
Yep, that's pretty cool. I don't know what you were expecting. It's kind of the only thing that can happen.
What if you collect runes? You ever think about that? You just put it onto the other side?
It just makes like a little store.
Yeah.
Runes for sale at
you just need techies for the mines to protect it, and then you have a new base you can protect.
That is a good point after the previous game. We just saw Boom Boys playing, I would argue, a pretty solid game. I think they played very well, and they made it tough for Vision to win that. They had to play under so much map pressure the entire time between Bounty Hunter and techies just having invisible pressure everywhere seemingly in the mid and late game. This time around, it's more of a fair fight, if you will. So if they get off to a similar start to game one, or a similar early mid-game at least, I think perhaps this time around they could have what it takes. Pudge is quite volatile. Even if you play it well, there's just games where you just fall off a cliff. And yeah, the Prophet is obviously going to be the X factor of this game together with Corrosive Haze. Like, make no mistake, this is extremely potent. But I'm pretty positive for Boom Boys based on that game one that they could have a good shot here despite giving them the Prophet.
Okay.
So
already a very good start in the mid lane for Boom Boys. 29 and 5 CS. As you're going to see the hook from 9 Clash under the tier 1 tower, and that is going to be first blood for
the tower.
Yeah, the tower claims it. Unfortunately, the tower cannot level up as a result of these kills. That would be something.
Yep.
Not get into those discussions.
Yep. Tower Hero, your favorite design.
Game design is always at the forefront of the mind, Cinder. Very interesting, I know. But yeah, GPK owning in the mid lane right now. Has quite a sizable lead, I would say, at this stage.
Yeah, he also did very well against no one in game number 1 on the Lina versus Snap matchup, but I think that one is more inherently Lina favored than this one is for Ember. I would say, at least based on the games we've seen so far in the tournament, Ember generally doesn't get this much of a distance, so GPK just outplaying.
The arrow will tick away. Satanic gets the last hit, and save forced out. Does have a couple leaps available to him. Yeah, that bottom lane definitely going quite well for Vision so far. And yeah, with GPK winning this lane, let's see if he can. I mean, last game he played Lina and he destroyed the game overall. They just couldn't get over that hump. And that hump was a bear.
It was a combination of bear, bounty, and the mines.
That's right, an inanimate object was too strong for Boom Boys to recover from. Notice playing the Slardar this time around. What do you think about the off-lane Slardar? I feel like more times than not we see it mid lane to try to counteract these melee heroes. Of course, you get the extra river bonus as a result, but because you're in off lane, you're not getting that at all.
A lot of the time, this off-lane Slardar just falls a little bit flat.
Yeah.
It has a pretty bad matchup here. Considering those factors, being 22 and 4 here for Notice is actually quite good. I think this is a terrible lane to play. So he's getting what he can. But the issue Slardar oftentimes has is that he doesn't recover very well in the jungle compared to a lot of other offlaners. That's why they're more popular, because in the current patch, you go into the offlane expecting to lose. That's just DotA right now. The safe lane's just better. The carries are extremely strong in the safe lane. The 5s are really good. So most of the time, your offlane will struggle. And Slardar, if he wants to farm jungle fast, he needs Shard and Soul Ring. And you don't get there until, obviously, minute 15 is the earliest possible. A lot of the time you won't afford it then. If you want to do what he's doing here, which looks to be treads into Soul Ring and then Blink, that build can, if it gets delayed significantly from a bad laning phase, you become a liability for 15-20 minutes in the offlane, compared to last game where you were a Centaur that went Helm of the Dominator, just pulled waves and farmed and had Global Stampede. This hero can have very little impact comparatively. However, if things go well, you are a monster. Later in this game, Slardar is going to be incredible if he gets there. Corrosive Haze for Prophet is amazing.
Yeah.
One of the few heroes that can actually just take a fight to Tiny, face to face.
GPK looking to create some havoc on this 7-minute Wisdom Shrine. Notice will
concede.
Have to concede, it looks like, because 3 members have shown up for Boom Boys. Although 9 Class can make his presence known apparently, but the damage has already been done on Notice. The hook comes out a little bit too late to save Notice. Actually does trickle away. The tree was not enough to finish the job, and instead Kiritich will fall to 9 Class. He will trade his life away though. And now you see the Undying following suit as GPK will have to Remnant away. After all of that, kind of weird to lose Kiritich here as Boom Boys. Definitely not what they signed up for.
They did get both Wisdoms, though, I do believe, yeah. So a decent trade overall, but Prophet joining in for the play, gets the final touch, and then immediately heads down to bottom to put the pressure back onto Miero. Satanic is about to crack level 6. That's going to be more issues for Boom Boys, but yeah, very, very important for them to get these Wisdoms, to get levels on their supports.
Class could be a crippling death for Kiritich. Just came back to lane. Nightclass not close to level 6, but Notice is there. Getting slowed to a crawl, gets the bash out. The arrow's only going to hit a creep, though. They will lose the Pudge as Notice gets some help from Ducalis now. Gets off the slow, gets off the crush, and another death for the position one Tiny. That is 2 down already. As Notice going to get healed up now from Ducalis as no one finishes the job onto the Mirana. And GPK will have to run away in shame. And for the Tiny, there's no TP for 30 seconds. That is the worst part about this death. He'll have to walk all the way back if he wants to even connect with the lane.
And that was such a slow kill, too. It took them forever to bring down the Tiny, but reinforcements just didn't arrive in time for Boom Boys. The Ember showed up very, very late. GPK had cooldown on the TP from the previous move, so couldn't really get there. So another advantage for Vision. If Tiny falls behind significantly in this game, it's serious problem. The panel was talking about this from a damage perspective. Boom Boy's lineup very much relies on the carry to output a lot here. That's one of the downsides when you play Largo in the 3 position. He just doesn't do very much damage early on in the game. So you really want your Tiny to get toward that Silver Edge ASAP so you can pose a threat to actually kill the puck. So you can pose a threat to Nature's Prophet to not just play 2/3 of the map for free. Yeah, it seems very targeted as well from the side of Vision, like they've recognized if we shut down Tiny, this game plays itself.
So far, so good. I mean, he is top net worth on his team and 3rd overall in the game, so I wouldn't say this is, even though I called it crippling, maybe it's just a setback.
Well, you got it. If you think about it in relative terms to how easy his lane was, this is a pretty bad result.
Okay,
right?
fair enough.
You were playing Tiny Undying into Slardar Pudge. You're not going to get a much easier lane than that on the TI main stage. So if that ends up in you having a 400 net worth lead over the Slardar minute 10, I would say you lost the lane. Like, that is just not good enough. And obviously there's a lot of moving parts in this. It's not like they lost the lane 2v2. Not going to pretend, but that's the profit factor. That's those rotations from the puck. It's the gate play from Wyvern. All of these things just adding up, making it a hard game for Kiritich.
Aaron will have to go back to base to get some mana. Damage rune on the puck, so we'll see what no one wants to do with this. As he has, I mean, he lost the lane initially, but you can see net worth-wise, he's top 2 in the game, so having himself a very good comeback now.
Yep, killing 2 assists will help. And Satanic, it's only just beginning. Here comes the Maelstrom, 10 minutes 40. A very good time.
I'm so glad I added him to my fantasy. This guy is a beast. Kataomi try to lead the way here for Boom Boys. As Notice will notice this now, and that is the crush already. Look at the damage coming out, and a nice hook as well. Save will have to use those leaps, has one more at his disposal. We'll use it and attempt to TP out with the illusory orb, and the right click is enough as no one making use of that damage rune. And Vision, 2K lead, 8-2 in terms of kills. And they're likely to get this tower as well.
It's guaranteed. So almost 3K lead here after this tower goes down. And keep in mind, while all this is happening, they have a Prophet in their back pocket who did not need to join. So it's just more farm on the map being taken by Satanic. Kiritich trying to match his pace in the jungle, not going to happen. Like, even if Tiny has a really clean start, he can maybe get somewhat close to Prophet's pacing. But with how this started out, Satanic should be widening the gap, currently sitting at 1,600 more net worth than the Tiny. I would expect this to bloom to 3 or 4K come minute 15 or at least minute 20. He should be ahead by almost a full item at that point. So once again for Boom Boys, gotta get some plays going. And this is the issue I have sometimes with these Largo picks, is it looks really good in certain games, but it also, in losing games, I just find this hero oftentimes just becomes a complete non-factor. Miero has an extremely deep hero pool. You're playing against a team like Vision and you pick this Largo and you round out your lineup in this fashion. I'm just worried they're going to end up farming until they fall way too far behind.
What type of a hero would you have liked to see on Miero then, with that in mind?
It's hard to say, right? Because you first picked it. So obviously the draft is going to be designed around the fact that you picked that, and Vision are deliberately going to target it in different ways.
So then you have a problem with them picking Miero's hero first, is what you're saying.
I personally think overall first picking Largo, I would argue, is overrating the hero. but we've seen other teams do it. We've seen Boom Boys do it, as we're going to see a nice arrow here onto College. Will be a kill for GPK. I don't know. The thing is, if you do get to the point of the game where Miero is going to pick it up, then it will be great.
Go for it. Go for it. Let's see it. Right through the creeps. TP's coming. Right through the uprights here. The arrow hit, the hook rather, into the dismember. Notice all alone though is a 1 versus 2, but no one's going to join the party. Actually gets a double kill with 1 illusory orb. And now the reinforcements for Boom Boys have arrived, but it's 3 versus 5. Can they do this? The coil comes out. Satanic has to try to fight his way out of it, but he does die. Triple kill from Nolan. They do lose Satanic in this, but they lose 4 on Boom Boys, and it's going to be a full team wipe in all likelihood. The Curse sets it up with the bash and the crush to finish the job, and Vision just dunking on the basketball team. They're getting a strike on the bowling ball team. They're getting a strike on the baseball team, Cinderin.
Yeah, that's
strike
right.
actually works for 2 of them.
That's right, yeah.
That's nice.
Are they going to get the Wisdom? No, they're not going to get the Wisdom 2 unless 9 class.
Oh, okay. Ooh. Very close. Keep calling it arrow. I'm so not used to seeing Pudge, apparently. That's a hook, you idiot.
Somebody had to say it.
Thank you.
This is
like this tier 1 tower.
A really big lead this early. Yeah, these types of lineups being up 5K, 6K now, almost taking the mid tower there as well as no one, but getting punished by GPK.
Yeah, the remnants are there, no one. The Spirit Vessel apply, trying for the illusory orb, but it's not happening. GPK getting a solo kill. Very, very much needed for Boom Boys. They need a lot more of that.
Yeah. Gonna need some individuals to step up here. GPK, that's a massive solo kill, getting level 12 now. A big upgrade for him. Kiritich will be going for the blink before Silver Edge, as it looks currently, or he will go blink into Harpoon. Curious about the exact order here. Miero, Kaya Sanj, excuse me, on Largo. Pretty standard. We either see one of 2 builds, essentially. In games where the lick is outstanding, we sometimes see the Octarine Rush. If that's not the case, it's usually a variant of Kaya. Either you get Kaya Sanj or just Kaya into BKB, for example. Looks like in this game he doesn't value the lick highly enough for the Octarine build.
Moonlight Shadow. Dave trying to find somebody.
Not going to
happen. Gets to the high ground. Yeah, some wasted rotation for Boom Boys unless they can catch them out here. It's only Kataomi on this side though. He's spotted. It's going to take more damage than he was able to get on top of Vision instead. We talked about last game how Boom Boys had a better late game. That was obviously not true. So what's your next incorrect prediction here for late game Dota in this game too?
The thing in the previous game, I think neither of us really considered just how, first of all, how gross the Bounty Hunter plus Bear combo was with the extra stun, which actually played a huge role in that game. And secondly, the physical swap on Snapfire, which gave them just ridiculous late game. In this one, I don't know, I think it's kind of close. I think there's plenty of scaling potential. To me, Puck is one of the... It's in like the handful of best late game heroes in all of Dota when we do get to that point. Yeah. Just gets ridiculous when it's 6 slotted.
Avalanche with arrow, another death to no one. So Boom Boys able to find a couple of big pickoffs on this Puck.
Yeah, Blink reveal there on Kiritich. They're not going to get the tower, but again, setting back no one by a bit. Does feel good.
Going to be shadowing 9 class here, as 9 class has a blink himself.
He's level 10.
Yeah, he's a monster. Look at the net worth. He's gotten 60 last hits in this game.
Yep.
That's just hooking creeps.
It's really nice to play with Wyvern when you're Pudge. There's so much value to the heal. Just farm camps and then build up.
Blink doesn't go for the dismember.
Okay.
Must have lost vision at the last moment.
That's hard to be fair, Mirana, it's hard to hit an arrow against. She knows it like she has it.
And you're going to incept me into doing this again.
Yep. Smoke up from Vision. No inherently obvious move to be made here because you can't transition this into a mid-tier 1 or a top-tier 1 since you already took them. So this feels like we're going to invade, try to get a kill and get some offensive wards out so we can keep playing the map aggressively. This is a very dead Kataomi.
Yes, very much so. 9 class going for the hook. Successfully gets on a character. He gets a double avalanche, but he is completely surrounded now.
Look at that damage.
via Satanic's right click. He's 3 and 1. Kiritich, on the other hand, 2 and 4 on this position 1 Tiny.
And it was a double-edged pick. Tiny is very good against the puck, but you are picking it into Wyvern, who I would argue is maybe the single best support in the entire game against Tiny. So heavy on the physical damage, you just block it with Cold Embrace. Arctic Burn does a ton of damage to you, because you have high HP. You'll die for that. It's a big kill. And of course, Curse as well, even another good ability against the Tiny. But yeah, in that instance, you saw the issue that Kiritich is probably going to be dealing with the entire game here. When you get Corrosive Hazed, you die so fast to a Prophet.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it with which would you rather have with a Slardar, a Kez or a Nature's Prophet?
A Kez.
Okay, well, why did I even ask?
No, I don't know. We have.
Chicken is always on the menu for you.
I think we've I don't know how many games we've cast of Kez Slardar. What do you think?
Maybe at this tournament or overall?
Overall.
Maybe 5?
5. It always won. Right?
I mean,
I think it wasn't even close a single game.
It could be wrong, but yeah, it feels like they've been all wins.
Selective memory and all that, but.
And old age.
Yeah.
Don't forget that one. You'll be forgetting a lot more in your life.
No.
That one's important to remember, though. That you will forget.
I'll keep it in mind, thank you.
All you gotta do.
Yep.
No one trying to avoid another death here, but he's still created a lot of space for Satanic to separate himself from the pack in terms of net worth. A 3K lead just on himself versus Kiritich.
Yeah. So, yeah, 3,500 in 20 minutes, carry versus carry. This looks like a lot of Satanic games we've got to see. It's following the standard Team Vision recipe. So they should be feeling very comfortable. And yes, as you pointed out, no one has died twice, but he's 6-2 and 5. So it's not like he's had a bad game at all. He's still second on net worth.
Yeah. He's going to get the Waning Rift. Will blink away. And that, I believe, was a Moonlight Shadow, maybe even a smoke reveal as well.
Very timid here. Eventually, Heritage will start hitting the tower. Looks like Vision want to fight for this. They're maybe late.
They get the coil only onto the 1, though. They find a separation. The blink in from Notice gets off the crush, but they've already lost no one. But that's not going to stop Satanic from right-clicking Kiritich to the ground. Going for the Tombstone next is the Slardar pretty low. Double kill coming out from GPK. Now he's going to try to focus on Satanic, but Nineclass swings in with the Dismember and the Rod. It's not enough damage to kill off GPK. Gets off the remnants at the last moment. They lose 3 on the side of Vision, and GPK will survive. Nineclass now on the run. They're slowed to a crawl thanks to Ducalis, but that triple kill from GPK, and he's not done yet. Spirit Vessel applied, make it an Ultra, as Boom Boys needed this desperately. Full team wipe in favor of them.
That felt very forced from Vision. You already lost your tower, you one-man coil. They really, really wanted to fight there with their BKB timing on the Nature's Prophet, but the conditions for that fight could not have been more ideal for the Dire. That is huge for Boom Boys to get a fight on those terms. They get to hit some key items now. They get double Kaiasange between the Largo and the Ember. A lot of Vessel charges as well picked up now for GPK, getting an Ultra kill in that fight. But look at this. Yes, sure, you're going to kill the Tiny, but you compromise your puck's position entirely. You port in the Prophet, who has to spend half his BKB just destroying the Tombstone.
Yeah.
And your curse was not really that great either. I mean, sometimes it's better to just cut your losses. They could have lost the tower and that's it.
It was very close, though. Satanic.
It was.
Could have gotten that kill on GPK.
That is massive. That's 2/3 of the lead down the drain.
For sure. You're going to get the arrow connection onto Nineclass. Already at half health. Now the blink.
Now he's at 0 health.
Absolutely. He eats them up for dinner. 2K lead now for Vision, so it has dropped dramatically. Boom Boys, they don't want to go out in this upper bracket. Of course, they're going to have that second life regardless, but this is the difference between guaranteed top 8, which you currently are, and top 4, right?
Top 6.
Is it top 6 for upper bracket?
Yeah, I think so. It usually isn't.
Oh, yeah.
You could lose twice after. What a pivotal fight, though. I think that was more, even though there was an Ultra kill on Ember, I feel like the fight was most important for Largo, because he actually got to get involved, have a successful fight, and progress his game. I had my concerns about the Largo, but now that that fight has happened, his game is going to start looking up a lot. He's 1,500 up on the Slardar. He's obviously going to counter Slardar very heavily until level 25s come in. You're going to be able to just lick off Corrosive Haze. In addition, you're buying Lotus, so even more removal for that, removal for the Puck Silence. Blocking Dismember is super annoying for 9 class. So a lot of upside here for Miero. And he almost has the Lotus. Actually progressed so much, and yeah, I was questioning. I still don't know how much I love that hero as an overall first pick, but that one fight might have just been all they needed. The entire lead is gone for Vision.
Yep, you talked about it, but the Lotus with the Shard, a very big power spike for the Frog. As in the pit, Boom Boys go. Does Vision have any idea this is going on? 9 class can try to go for a hook. Will actually get a hero instead of a zombie, surprisingly enough.
Not the hero he wanted to hook, though.
Absolutely not. Now they're searing chains together. Boom Boys will exit the pit to try to find something. Kiritich using the harpoon to get to the other side of the trees. They take out Ducalis in turn.
GPK is level 18. He's super strong right now. Level 3 on that ulti this early in the game.
To be a free, I mean, Boom Boys have gotten almost every single Rosh in this series.
Yeah.
So it was 4 out of the 5 last game, and this will be their 5th overall in the series, and they're down a game.
Yeah. This time around, though, they're not dealing with mines.
True.
Noticed, gets found. No BKB. He should be dead here.
Doesn't have the TP anymore either. I don't think he wants to burn the BKB charge, so will sacrifice himself. And Boom Boys looking much better now after an extremely rough start.
Yeah, and they might even get the Tormentor as well. It's about to head up top. This is pretty much perfect timing. Just push out this next top wave and grab that as well.
It's going to be a really early Aghanim Scepter for GPK as well.
Yeah.
Usually we see it as a, I want to say you usually see it with one more item on top of what he has now. What do you think the reason for that is? I mean, it's an incredible act.
I think he's not very countered this game inherently on his hero, so I really like rushing it when you're doing this well. You get a ton of HP when you go Kaya Sanj plus Ags, so if they can't chain stun and lock you down and kill you in a burst, then he's going to rely on getting dispelled or getting tombstone saved or soul ripped, like whatever it is. He's going to trust in his teammates, and the payoff is he has way more mobility, way more damage. Yeah, I really like it here. I think this is definitely the right choice. Going to go for Lotus Orb next on him as well. Daedalus for Satanic, seemingly out of nowhere. They're going to need him to come up big here. This is going to take a stellar performance at this point. Anything less than top tier play from Satanic is not going to cut it here.
Yeah, and remember,
Boom Boys having the next 3.
In the last TI, we mentioned this, but Satanic was on a pretty hot streak, and then on the main stage kind of maybe fell victim to the pressure, I want to say. I mean, obviously he's a very young kid. Game number 1, he kind of brushed that off, so I'm not personally worried about that anymore. But it's still a lot on his shoulders as the position 1.
Smoke could be good. Moonlight as well.
Open it up. It's the Avalanche.
That's a good curse.
Curse from Ducalis. Undying is almost dead already. Now they get the hook into Dismember with the right click coming from Satanic, but the save coming out from Miero. The lick just in time, so Kiritich able to get out just fine. They only lose the 1. Of course, Undying just instantly comes back anyway.
Okay, that could have gone way worse for Boom Boys after that curse came out. Obviously, we haven't talked about this synergy, but curse with Corrosive Haze is actually kind of crazy. Tiny just clobbered Undying back to the base, but...
Even made better by Slardar Shard, right? Because you get the AoE.
Yep.
Kiritich will find himself a Butka. Golden Brace not going to be enough. 2 minutes on the Aegis. So what do Boom Boys want to get out of the Aegis now in terms of structural damage?
I mean, maybe they can get a tier 2. Oh, no one. He has Disc. Gonna be a tough takedown.
I'm sure he's fine here.
I'm not even finding him. Maybe just keep these out. I mean, probably bottom tier 2 seems realistic for Boom Boys. At the same time, maybe you don't feel like you have to push anything. Go for smoke again.
Here we go again. Does that mean they have a better late game? You said that last game. Ducalis. Gonna be
quick reaction.
Very fast. Gonna take some more right click damage though from Kiritich. Wyvern does have the Golden Embrace to stay alive if needed. Save with the arrow. Will actually hit onto no one.
Oh,
the
good
big
hook.
hook coming out from 9-Class with the Dismember under the cover of the Tier 2 tower. That's the Aegis. They have the reinforcements now for Vision. 9-Class blinking in. Some rot damage as Karatic able to get away from the onslaught of Vision. They will kill off 9-Class. Honestly, for Vision, trading Pudge for Aegis, pretty damn good.
Yeah. Important there that Karatic gets to blink out from respawning with the Aegis. If he somehow took an instance of damage, they would have killed him again with Coil in the tower, probably. But with that reset, that's the end of that fight, Boom Boys.
Can you phase shift out of a Yule's arrow when you're coming down?
I think the arrows on top of you is going to hit.
Okay. I'm trying to remember if they've changed that or not. Okay. Doing his best anime impression here, now that he has the Aghanim Scepter for the Ember Spirit. Genuinely still think this is the best Ags in the entire game.
It's very, very good.
I haven't really talked about Satanic because they haven't been really looking for fights per se, but you talked about the Daedalus. Looks to be, oh, he's going to get his namesake in Satanic to replace the Wraith Band, and then looks like a Hurricane Pike after the fact.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's waiting that long on the Pike here. I suppose there's no ranged matchup per se. You're playing against a melee carry and a melee mid. I mean, triple melee cores on the opposing team, so maybe the Pike less good than usual, and you just need to have staying power. That in mind actually makes a ton of sense to buy the Satanic here. But yeah, it's been rather quiet from the Vision camp, and that mid fight was what turned it all around.
Yeah. But we saw it last game. They're pretty comfortable just chilling, getting the items that they feel like will be the next power spikes for them. A Blink Dagger for Kata Omi, and he has the grab ally shard, so can definitely cause some havoc. Get some good saves on, I mean, Dismember is going to be a problem. Or rather, the other way around. Dismember can be countered instantly from that.
Get Ags on Mirana too. 9-Class somehow has a BKB.
What are that? How?
He's pretty farmed. Pudge can scale really hard, even as a support, can become a problem for cores later in the game. So I think that's potentially a bit of a saving grace for Vision. They do manage to drag this game out again. Like, let's say this is another 1-hour game. Pudge does present a bit of a problem. There's no percentage-based damage on the enemy team. There's no hero that's really going to buy anything that truly destroys Pudge in the blink of an eye.
Can we look at the Dota win probability again? I should have asked at 3 minutes. I do apologize for all the Dota Plus enjoyers out there.
Just like Boom Boys.
We can't really compare. What is it at right now?
62 for them.
Okay.
That's pretty accurate.
But this time it's a Boom Boys favored Dota Plus. That's good.
So Satanic is going to buy his item now. Wonder if that is going to prompt a move. Obviously a very strong timing for the Vision side. But also BKB on Largo at the same time, so matching that high value pickup.
Is Satanic the only one that can reliably hit the Tombstone? Is this kind of an issue with their draft?
I mean, Wyvern can help, but it's not very fast. So yeah, that is definitely a potential concern as well. If he has to spend half the BKB again doing that.
Yeah, he'll end up getting a Butterfly after the Hurricane Pike, so he'll have enough attack speed to reliably take it out relatively easily. It ain't no Snapfire, though. Say that. BPK working on a BKB next, it seems. And Roche is in 55 seconds. Likely the next fight, since both teams playing relatively passively at the moment. I mean, in terms of just getting solo pickoffs, I would think that Vision actually have the advantage with that. You got Corrosive Haze, single target, right click from Nature's Prophet, the Pudge. But it's about finding these heroes alone, which has been difficult.
And ideally, getting a combo of hook during coil, which I don't think we've seen that play a single time in this game. It's generally just been 9 class setting himself up. That does matter a lot when heroes get BKB though, because otherwise he's going to hook them in and they will always be able to BKB before they get dismembered. But if you do a coil plus hook, you might actually snap them and be able to chain all your abilities.
There's a tombstone down though. It becomes way more difficult.
Yep, that is true.
That's a very difficult mini game to try to get a high score on. And even for saving teammates, the hook loses a lot of value because of the zombies. It's not like you can buy shard and just eat your teammates anymore, which I'm really missing, by the way. God, I love that thing. Smoke from Boom Boys. Will be broken by 9 class, so I'm sure they'll find him in the tree line. Is that a BKB TP? All right, Night falls away. There's now a nullifier online for Notice, so they're getting the items, they're getting the farm, they're dodging fights relatively successfully for Vision. Roche is up though. They don't know that the BKB, not that they would really care that much, I guess, but the BKB being down for 9 class was out of Vision.
Yeah, that's something to keep in mind in this game. Like, you can
see the lick, Synderen?
Oh,
very important.
Massive.
It will bottle the damage rune for Kiritich.
Yeah, it's when you have some really strong physical damage, it feels like if the game is somewhat even, you can always find a win off of getting a clean jump at any given point. So the Slardar Prophet, even though Boom Boys have been doing a really good job in the last 15 minutes, you slip up once, let's say you get your Undying jump, then he instantly dies. The Prophet Slardar, the fight develops, you get a Dismember off, and there's no Tombstone. You can definitely see a path for Vision to set up a fight on their terms. The Nullifier on Slardar helps, and step by step he's approaching the 25. You know, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but that is, I think a lot of people would say it's the best talent in the entire game. The Undispellable Corrosive Haze is...
Have you ever seen the other one?
Crazy. I have, I think.
On the Octarine build back in the day, right?
Yeah, the Octarine build, we would go the Crush cooldown, but Undispellable Haze is huge against Largo. So if they do get there, that will be a big swing for Vision side, and it allows Notice to become another carry, which arguably they might need, because I don't know if Prophet's going to be able to do all the damage by himself here later, but I mean, come on, you've got Puck as well and Slardar. I don't think damage will be a concern. But maybe like to see Boom Boys take a little more initiative if possible. If we find something here, 9 class just standing in a spot here trying to break smoke or at least get information.
Oh, Ducalis is spotted though. Searing Chains cancels out that TP.
He did.
He will end up falling to GPK.
10-1 on the Ember.
9 class. Maybe he was trying to deward. He's going to be spotted as a result, and he's killed out. So both supports dead for Vision. And Roche is like, hey, I'm ready for you. Open wide. Very nice. Delicious food.
He actually blinked and stood right on top of their ward. He just stood there. That's pretty unfortunate for 9 class. Yeah, that's going to be, well, Roche number 10 for Boom Boys in this series.
This is 6 out of the 7 Aegises so far. Yeah. I believe. I could be wrong, actually. No, maybe Vision got the last 2 Roches, actually, in the game, because it did go on very long.
Yeah.
We've lost track. Counting's difficult.
All right, let's see if Boom Boys have a plan with this Aegis on the Tiny. If hitting high ground is realistic, it is. We talked about last game how hard it was to Siege, playing into the Bounty Hunter Scouting, playing into Techie's Mines. This time around, you're playing into Pudge, Coil, Wyvern.
Yeah.
Like, you can build this advantage, but how do you break the base if you don't win a fight first? Seems quite tricky. Your tower hitting hero in Tiny has to come up close. He can get hit by at any point by a hook. He takes a ton of damage from Wyvern.
Look at the damage he does to buildings.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he can definitely get the job done if he gets to swing at it, but...
Who would you rather have, a bear or a Tiny?
Oh, I'd rather have the bear.
So bear is greater than rock. That's like a new version of rock, paper, scissors, bear. As the 4th component. You need a 5th. Maybe your face.
Yeah.
It just loses every time.
Yeah, that's right.
This time it'll work. Nope, never does. Sounds like great game design again. From
Yeah, you're
3.5
really proving yourself today.
I'm a veteran.
Yeah.
3.5 minutes on the Aegis. Is Satanic about to hit 25?
Puck, 100 gold from Octarine.
Which talent do you take?
We've mostly seen treant damage. I guess in this game state, maybe take teleportation.
Sounds pretty good.
No, he still took treants.
He'll get to 30, I'm sure.
Yeah.
How long is this game going, Cinder? Let's make predictions. I was dead on last one, so it's your turn to be right for once.
Oh, nice courier kill.
Yeah,
that was actually the full
Octarine.
Octarine, yeah. That's nice. I'm going to say 65 minutes.
I don't think it's going to go that long.
You don't think so?
I'm going to say 57 minutes and 21 seconds.
Really upping the ante here with the seconds, too. He's very confident.
Yeah, because I was 30 seconds off last time and it upset me. And
Right.
you can be correct. I've already forgotten what I said, but I'm sure somebody has a record of that somewhere. Hopefully we're not casting into the void.
You said 57:21, no?
Okay, sure. I'll believe you.
The fact that I can say it again and you still don't recognize whether it's correct.
That's probably right. Could have been
This was
58.
something you said 10 seconds
I think it was 58, though, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah, see? Now you're doubting yourself. That's why I'm here, to make you doubt yourself. You become a better analyst, or worse, depending on the day. 2 minutes on Aegis. They get the tier 2 mid. You could still see the separation between Satanic and the rest of the pack is completely absurd.
We're reaching that point, though, where Slardar's net worth, its hero, generally speaking, most of the time offlane Slardar, when it has a good lane, it can sometimes sit in the top 3 net worths, but oftentimes Slardar will be at the bottom of the cores, or at very least bottom 2. But he reaches a certain point where even when he is 6th, he has mega impact just because of how minus armor scales later into the game. And when he gets, like, let's say we get 10 minutes later in, and everybody from here on out gains 5k gold each.
Yeah.
His hero has so insane impact with that 5k gold compared to what a lot of other offlaners would in that range that I'm not really worried for his ability in this game to just scale. Even if he's at the absolute bottom of cores by a large margin, as long as he buys the right items, which seems to be the case. Now he bought the Ags, so a lot more survivable. And eyeing up a Wind Waker next, which is pretty interesting.
Oh, okay. Well, we're not going to be seeing... Oh, he already has the Axe.
Yeah.
Of course, why am I even questioning? It's 40 minutes in, late game items, of course. Smoke from Boom Boys. Satanic would be a huge pickoff for them. TP.
Just late.
Very close call.
Yeah, Miran actually has a Yule, so he could have almost instantly canceled him there. Yeah. They would have forced the BKB. Probably BKB TP's out then, but they don't have a counter to that. Imagine if you could put the enemy in Tombstone.
I was just thinking that. Somebody made a game like that, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Smoke from Vision. It was me, by the way, in case you didn't know. Heritage spotted, crushed up. They have the nullifier applied to him as well. There's 15 seconds on the Aegis. The Tombstone saved for now. Still inside the Tombstone. Will pop back out. Aegis expiring now.
Yeah, a very interesting time to open on it. You get 20 seconds of Aegis left. I guess Vision just trying to force a reaction to make space on the map.
Tombstone being down is pretty big. That's their main save in the game. They do have the double Lotus now. Well, triple Lotus if you think about it, with the Frog.
They're going to lose their value when Slardar hits 25. Is
the Lotus not good for anything else? I mean, against Curse?
It's good at blocking Dismember, but they have primarily bought it for the Slardar, I would imagine. Yeah, it's good against Dismember. Reflecting Curse can be good, but a lot of the time, Wyvern is still going to get the Curse he wants, and then the Reflected one, if nobody's nearby, it kind of doesn't matter, right?
Yeah. CPK wants this desperately.
Not get it.
Crushed instead with the Dismember to follow. They don't have the Tombstone save anymore. The right click from Satanic is going to be enough. TPK hits off the slider, fits on the Remnant's way. Heritage jumping with a big avalanche toss. Kills off one as Satanic, he's standing his ground in a 1 versus 5, it feels like. Do they have Curse? They do. The Satanic, he's going to get saved by the Tombstone again. BKB, but the Yule comes up now. Arrow connects, and now Heritage jumps back out as the Tiny. There's the Curse to try to save Satanic, but it's not enough. Down goes the Nature's Prophet. You can see the Ember hitting pitifully against the Tiny, so the Curse not able to do much for Vision. And Boom Boy's in a very good spot now.
I think critically during that entire time when Satanic was trying to kill Kiritich, I don't believe the Corrosive Haze on the Tiny there, was there? It didn't feel like it. His damage was rather underwhelming. I'd say that he did 6k and his teammates did like 4k combined, but...
Carry harder, please!
I mean, there's no way out of it, though. Like, once you're in there on Profit, you're not getting back out, so has to commit. It's really big for the side of Boom Boys.
And
putting down the banner.
Can they force out the buyback from Satanic? Kiritich, we've seen this time and time again with the Tiny, being able to decimate these buildings. GPK puts out the Cold Embrace onto Dakalis, gets licked up, gets arrowed up, gets hooked up by his teammate, but it's a dead fucking body. Is Kiritich going to hit the buildings now? Looks like it's going to be a set. If he was going to buy back, it would have happened already, surely. That is...
You're going to force more then.
Absolutely. I mean, Tiny, anytime he gets this tree, he's going to be putting these buildings to work. There's no one trying to delay, trying to split push a bit. Kiritich still pounding on the buildings. Fortification. This is the last one for a while. No more refresh for you. Ooh, nice blink to avoid the hook. And now it's only 15 seconds away for Satanic. 9-class can be spotted in the trees. Pops the BKB in retreat. And Kiritich, can you get the buildings before you exit? Get the range. Looks like that's going to be it for now. No one has the coil onto 2. Satanic up in 2 seconds. Finally, able to technically fight, but it's a little too late, it feels like, as the Moonlight Shadow will buy them the space to get away for Boom Boys.
Big sequence there. Late and a half. You've got 2 minutes for Roche. Boom Boy is probably just going to control the map to the best of their ability. Now Hex as well on Margot. Miero raking in the dough here, way ahead of the enemy cores, except Profit, of course. What do we got coming from the side of Vision? Anything of importance? It doesn't really look like it. It's only that Slardar 25 that I'm looking at as their potential saving grace. I think that's more important than anything they could get in terms of items, is let Notice get experience, but obviously that is also up to Boom Boys. I think ideally for them, they would love to fight now and just not even allow the game to get to that point, and this looks like it might just bear fruit. They turn around. If they would have just continued down the river, they might have been able to backstab the Slardar.
After waiting very patiently, 9-class is walking towards them, waddling more like it. Back in his base now, though. Just getting some wards up. Boom Boys still chilling. Vision nowhere close. GPK is going to consume his Ags, and for what exactly? What's he replacing it with?
I wonder what's the best purchase here for him, actually.
Does he have Octarine?
He doesn't, which is obviously really good. I'm not positive that's the absolute best choice. I think maybe Disc might be better in this game in anticipation of the Slardar 25. You need to make sure you survive and get your spells off. It's more important than anything else here, obviously. At the same time, though, they have so much in the way of saving. They have Largo Lick, Tombstone. Mirana could buy the Wind Waker now. She wouldn't have buyback, but that will also be in play. Now Roche has spawned, and they saw it.
Yep, inside the pit they go. Looks to be a freebie. So Boom Boys absolutely dominating Roshan in this series. He is forsook a word? Forsaken them? Forsaken? That sounds weird. As I have this aneurysm.
Forsake?
Forsake? It sounds wrong.
I don't think it's forsook, at least.
No, it should be.
Maybe it is.
Forsaken, I think. Has to be, right? As we're having English lessons here. Divine Rapier now for Satanic.
Yeah, they need damage, and well, they have damage now. Slardar 25 and Prophet Rapier is a mega upgrade on Vision's side. So yes, Boom Boys have the Aegis, and they have an 8k lead. This is not a clean win here. It's going to be a difficult push. If anybody gets hooked, you could be in a really compromised position. Gotta be very careful with how they choose to attack this high ground.
Yep, looking for the smoke, potentially.
Octarine Core on Mirana. Did not go for the Wind Waker.
What, do you want to wait for them to get to your base if you're Vision?
I think so.
Okay.
You're in a very good spot as long as you're in a defensive position where you have Vision. Like, if you see the enemy team and you can get a hook, or you can get a curse, or you can get a coil plus slaughter jump. Is that a... Oh, that's the AC as well. The timing on these items is, and 25 is just perfect for Vision.
It's a lot of minus armor and right clicks from Satanic.
Prophet can kill Tiny real fast.
Yep,
Are they actually going to try to fight them outside the base with a smoke here?
Well, maybe. Notice.
The CGPK.
Yeah, this would be a huge pickoff.
He is killable here.
Yeah, does not have the Aegis. No one. Satanic also joining, but the Moonlight Shadow gives some cover. And with that, Kiritich in the base looking for no one. Avalanche is scary. Gets off the spaceship and the blink. Avalanche only going to clip Ducalis. Good attempt from Boom Boys, but it was not to be, it seems. Hook. The hook is to be, though. Zyklon caught the BKB into the dismember. Where's the Tombstone? To get the lick off his Kiritich already at half HP. Of course, he does have the Aegis. He gets soul ripped now. There's the curse on top, though. Not a whole lot of right-click damage until Tiny joins the fray, but the lick brings him out, and he wants to beat his teammate. That's all he wants in his life. The Tombstone is there to save one. Now the hook again from 9 class. And Kiritich is getting bounced left and right everywhere. Another Tombstone, apparently. And it's a save onto Kiritich. Still maintains the Aegis for 3 minutes. He has... Was that Refresher Shard? I was going to say, there's no way he is an orb. No one trying to buy some time now.
It's really nice to have Largo in these types of fights, though. It just keeps linking and keep healing the team. You get to get a full reset.
Now Kiritich can hit the buildings. Still maintains that first of 2 lives. Satanic going to show himself. Gets Searing Chains. That's about the BKB early. He'll use it to kill off the Roche banner, though. That's a big item down. He can put the Mjolnir back in place, though. The hook from 9 class again onto Kiritich. It's Kataomi in position to get the save. Searing Chains onto several heroes. You can see Boom Boys are very, very careful to push this. Extremely disciplined, especially after that game number 1. Mero gets off the Hex. They get the Avalanche as well. That's a dead cost. 100 seconds does have buyback, though. Buildings, tier 3. One more right click would have done it. Kiritich will eventually finish the job. Now opens it up onto the range barracks. Searing Chain's going to buy some time as well. No BKB charge for Satanic. And the buyback from Puck is going to force Boom Boys out for the time being. Avalanche into the Hex, so this will be a dieback onto no one if he's not careful. Gets off the phase shift, though. Boom Boys still maintaining the Aegis, another minute and a half. And you're right, this Largo is doing work, keeping everybody at full HP. Feels like Vision have killed off 4 heroes. Kiritich finally going to jump on top of 9 class this time, gets the kill. The BKBs are popped now. Satanic gets past, he gets beaten down into a pulse. He goes down, no buyback for Satanic, and he calls it GG, and we're going to a game number 3. That was a terrific performance from Boom Boys, and they're able to actually finish the job this time.
Yeah, really nicely played game from them. Just, once again, coming back to that mid-moment, it really changed the trajectory of the game massively. That they were able to find that fight at the mid-river, and it was on Vision's initiative. They already lost their tower. They still ended up looking for that fight themselves. And well, afterwards, kind of just step by step, Boom Boys just kept finding more and more good moments. I think especially GPK playing an outstanding game on the Ember Spirit in this one, just really put the team on his back when it mattered the most. It was godlike pretty early in the game, I do believe.
You get good fantasy points for somebody that loses but is still top net worth in the game, because Satanic had a bestial performance, as some would say, Cinderin.
I believe it's only your best game that counts, right? Surely he'll do better than this.
Okay, I guess that's...
The previous game was worth more.
Okay, well that's good for the fantasy enjoyers right there. We'll go to Shiver, who enjoys fantasy quite a bit as well.
Hey, more games is always better for the fantasy followers, absolutely. And Boom Boys, they give us more games because they forced this one to a 3rd game of this best of 3. A lot to break down with that one, with Rhea, Winter, and Saber here still with me. Saber, this game, if you only watch the first 15 minutes, you would be very surprised. Boom Boys came out on top.
You would be, but I think Kiritich on the Tiny, once he got the blink, the game kind of started going well for Boom Boys. They managed to get the puck kill in the middle, And I don't know, they played so clean, and it worked out in the end. They proved that they have what it takes to beat Vision, which is very important, not only for this result, that they managed to 1-1 the series, but also for their confidence. You just beat the best team in the tournament, and it gives you the power to keep going and perhaps take the second game.
Yeah, that mid-fight was actually so crucial, and I felt like on Vision's part, maybe they were overconfident because it felt like they didn't need to defend the tower. The tower was already dead, and they still kind of tried to force it, and it actually threw away the whole lead they actually accrued from the early game, and the game became kind of difficult after that.
I'm wondering if there is a nice stat, some stats person can give us on the win rate of a team if they lose both Wisdom Runes at minute 7. Because whilst it looked like Vision were winning, they did actually mess up, and Boom Boys got both XP runes at the 7-minute mark, which I don't know. I mean, they took a little nice skirmish around it on Vision's side, but I think Boom Boys got a lot out of this game. Like Miranda especially got her items at really nice timings and had so much impact.
I want to also point out that the Largo that we saw coming out from Boom Boys, this was the overall first pick of the entire draft. I felt like he was having a jolly good time.
He did for sure. I understand why this hero is banned now. You could see that the Boom Boys, once they group up, it feels impossible to teamfight them. Similar to game 1, with this Largo playing his tunes and the Undying being ready to save. It never felt like Vision had an opportunity to like get an in and win a team fight. They just had to rat and rat.
Yeah, it got to a point where I felt like in the team fights, like the supports on Vision just couldn't really do much. You know, Pudge wasn't really very useful. He was just like waiting and waiting, but they couldn't really have the damage to kill. He managed to hook someone in, but they just didn't really have damage at some point.
Yeah, and I feel like we have to talk about the man in the mid lane, GPK. He had a bit of a rough start to this game, but it did feel like a very good Ember Spirit game, Winter. I think that he definitely, as the game progressed, he delivered also.
Yeah, for sure. He had a stellar game. I think maybe you could only criticize him where at the 7-minute mark when he was moving, he didn't have chains. That kind of grieved his team a little bit. But I think apart from that, outside of that, he was a true force to be reckoned with in the whole game. And not to mention, he had the buff, the croak from the Largo, which made it so disgusting.
93% kill participation? That man must have been everywhere.
I mean, he was, you know, the key, right? So you're playing with a Mirana support. What are you going to do? You're going to chain into Arrow, right? You're going to play with your Largo. You're going to get the Croak on you, and you're going to go do loads of damage. Like, it's on him as the Ember, as the hero with lots of mobility to go and be on the Nature's Prophet in fights. I think GPK has to do a lot, and he did do a lot. And he also acts as part of this counter duo to the puck as well. So it's like everything is on him, and that's why he's the best. I mean, what a great game.
He delivered with that pressure on him, absolutely. And we have to talk a little bit about Vision as well, because they were doing very well in the first start of the game, and a large portion of that came because of a certain hero that a lot of people were very excited to see. We saw on the main stage the first Pudge in action, Ray, and that was a treat.
I asked for a highlight reel because I thought they were going to win.
Well, you gotta get it anyway.
Yo, check this out. They put a ward on the gate so they can see movement, and then when they did, 9-class TP down and got a sexy little hook. Got a nice little kill there early. He was doing a lot of wave dragging. He always showed up for his team and got those nice little hooks. Puck coil stun into that. It's nice. I think his early game was pretty solid. I think his rotations were good. I think the way he worked around his lane partner was good. I think the way he contributed to fights like this was good. Being able to split the heroes apart so Largo couldn't heal.
This was an insane one. He got the Tiny.
Yeah. I mean, he also got Tiny 3 times at the end and it did nothing. There was a certain point where Pudge would blink in with the BKB and bite like Tiny or GPK on his Ember, and no one really had the damage output to follow up and actually get the kill, and then the hero becomes useless because it doesn't do anything anymore.
Yeah, it looks flashy, and then it's like, okay, well, that was fun. Now what? Because they don't want to talk about how Vision kind of lost Winter the grip on the game they had in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, I felt like they were in a position where they could have definitely won the game. I felt like after the first 15 minutes, they were in a fantastic position. They could have just controlled the game, get the Tom, get the Roche, and the game would be theirs, you know. But they just I felt like they were too confident because even the tier 1 bot, the safe, I don't know if you guys remember, they TP'd heroes to defend, but they barely, defended the tower, and then that gave them kind of a little bit of, oh, we have the power to defend the next tower. So they went and defend the next tower, and they lost that fight, and they lost a lot of their advantage.
This is a little bit of an extra tail where we see the hook still on the tiny. It doesn't do as much as I'm sure.
I mean, it's also like the support just lost a lot of usefulness against Ember Spirit later on. You couldn't really do anything against GBK as a Wyvern and Pudge.
But also watch Largo in this fight. Every time he gets an amazing hook, boom, just gets licked back. It's the counter hook.
Yeah, and like the heals from him plus the Undying Soul Rip as well. It's like they just don't have enough to get through Tiny's HP pool. Meanwhile, you have like Mirana having endless utility throughout the game, like buying that Yules to make more pressure onto Puck with the like Yules into Arrow, buying the Ags, which helped clear out a lot of the like tree amp pushes from Nature's Prophet, so Mirana was often able to go TP back and like push the lanes out easily and safely, and then return back to the team. So like I think we saw a nice little support diff.
Yeah, there was a little bit of that. There was also a pretty clear point as to when Vision's boss stopped, because around the 20-minute mark, that was Saber. When there was a fight, we're like, hold on a second, Boom Boys have something to say about this one.
Yeah, as Winter was mentioning, they got a little bit too overconfident in this fight. I think they kind of forced it badly with the Puck ulti, and very nice team fighting from Boom Boys. You could see that when Kataomi drops his tombstone, now Satanic spends like half of this fight hitting the tombstone and not really dealing damage, and that was enough for them to like have enough in the tank to just kite them around for Miero to heal up and deal his overtime damage, and eventually they end up winning this fight, getting all 5 kills for free, which is exactly what they needed. As you can see, even at this point, Vision have like 2k lead, but so if they weren't able to win this fight, it would be big trouble. However, they were able to capitalize on their mistakes, and they took it home afterwards.
Now, we all heard Poppy after the draft was done, and he said that game 1, actually, Winter, should have been a loss for them as well. So are you worried for them at all going into game number 3 soon?
I don't think so. I think game 1, they played really well. Game 2, they just had a problem with their heroes where they just couldn't have damage at some point, you know. I think if they just made some small little adjustments with the heroes, and it would be fine. The Pudge was kind of like, I don't think they would have done it, personally, if it wasn't a 1-0. I think if it's a 0-1, they would not have tried the Pudge here in this game.
There was also...
I know you don't agree.
No, it's fine.
I know you think that he just wants to play Pudge.
You could be right. I don't like the Pudge anymore. But I do think that there was that critical fight as well when they hit a really good IM timing with Satanic. Like, he had Satanic and all these other IMs. He was ready to go and noticed BKB TPs out of the team fight on the mid-river as Satanic TPs into it. It was a horrible miscommunication. It lost them like so much synergy. It was literally just him versus 3 heroes, which should never be happening. And I think that might have been, honestly, the moment for me where they lost the game.
Yeah, a little bit of communication and also issue there.
Yeah, I think they just needed to back. I felt like they didn't really need to take the fight. They needed to have the patience. I think this game they lacked the patience. They were a little bit too ahead of themselves. Maybe the scoreline played a factor in the head. They felt like, oh, we just won the first game and we want to finish this quickly 2-0, and they made a couple of bad errors and the game just gone out of control.
Yeah, it got out of control real bad, and then sometimes in a game like that, and you have a Nature's Prophet carry, I would imagine that there is still a way back in, maybe to, it's Nature's Prophet, you can rat a little bit, you can take some towers, you can basically go the lone druid route. Saber, why didn't that happen? Why wasn't that possible?
They were trying to do it, and Satanic was able to rat as much as he could. It is just not easy to do that against Tiny with Shadowblade, who's running around trying to pick you off. Yeah, they prolonged the game as much as they could. However, eventually in every single Dota game, you have to teamfight the opponents. Once they got the Roche and they came to Vision high ground, you have to take the fight with Pudge hooking heroes in and hoping for the best, which is like the best fight you can get. It was unfortunately not enough because the Largo would just lick you out.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Saber.
The high ground.
Great. I do want to talk about that because that was the overall first pick. Surely that's the answer. Right, you're going to ban that.
Largo?
Yeah.
I mean, he has been first phase banned like every other game. So I suppose you could definitely, yeah, I would. I think it synergizes just way too well with the current mid pool. And it just makes it's so good against so many heroes.
Let's get it out.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna say again, like the pick order. Like if you're first pick, I just feel like it's easier to plan everything.
Yeah, and this was Boomboy with the first pick. We did see the team where Vision had first pick. They were the ones that came out on top. As we're looking at the international stats going into this, Largo was kind of not talked about that much. We see him here sitting at a comfortable 50% win rate, very much in the picture. But what made it that he now is first pick, first ban material? Is he just that easy to plan your drafts around?
I think so. I think it just gives you everything you need. It gives you team fight. It's a strong laner, and it's not easy to pick heroes against it. I think you need some special, like, kind of draw ranger kind of heroes to deal with him. So for me, it was partly the Largo impact, and then partly Vision not having Darkseer as they did in game 1. As the Slardar, not displayed well. However, the Darkseer impact, it's like much more visible. He gets to push all the way. You can see it in the team fight. When he vacuums, it's just crazy good. Yeah, so I think they kind of need to aim for that.
We'll see which one of these two teams will play crazy good in game number 3. The score is tied for the first time on the main event on day 1 here for the International. We are gonna go to a third game of this series, and the last people out of the gate are the two coaches. They have a lot of work to do in this one. If we already know, or at least in this series, it seems to be that first pick gives you a little bit of an edge, Winter, and you're going to go in as the second pick team. How are you going to try to compensate for that? What is the plan?
I don't think you have much of a choice because the ball is in the first pick side. They're going to choose something, and you cannot ban everything. You need to take a trade when you're the second pick team. And we've seen what Lina, Undying, Lina, Lone Druid. I think you just have to pick one and you have to play against it.
Yeah. I also think if we look at the drafts from last game as well, they picked heroes that rush blinks. And we already had a discussion earlier today about how, it's nicer on some heroes in the off lane to get like a Helm first or something before this blink dagger. Instead, you have a 12-minute blink out of a Slardar, a 16-minute blink on a Puck. You have a 23-minute blink coming in on the Wyvern, a 15-minute blink on the Pudge. It's just like 4 heroes with blink daggers, whilst the enemy has like Sanj and Kai's and stuff, and they're outputting so much more damage and being so much more tanky that your spells alone aren't enough to do this damage.
Yeah, that's why the mistake they made when they defended the mid tower was so bad, because of the items they bought. You're buying like fighting items and you're
not fighting.
You're not fighting well. They were trying to fight, but they didn't fight well, and they lost the fight.
Yeah, that is a big problem. And with that in mind, that seems like a super easy fix. You could just say, guys,
stop.
Don't buy a blink. Or just have one blink.
Calm down. Just calm down.
Calm down. One blink. Scale up. They just want to go too fast. And don't they know that currently the average game time is 40 minutes plus? You can get your blink at minute 30. That's fine too.
Yeah, this tends to happen when you're just winning and winning. It gives you confidence to be like, okay, other teams can't play fast, but I can because I'm just winning everything. And honestly, it is true as long as you keep performing, which they were up until this mid-fight.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we haven't talked about it, but I do want to give a shout out to the Satanic Nature's Prophet, because I was watching my mini-map the entire game and looking at the little blue dots that keep coming out of him every time he presses trance. It's just so cool. Like, if you have time to go back and look at the replay and watch it, he's just always sending the trance out to scout, like when he's farming the triangle.
What was it, 33 minutes? You were telling me he's still blocking Ancients?
He was still blocking Ancients for 33 minutes. Like, they weren't even farming the Ancients anymore because they were playing on Vision's side of the map.
So sweaty.
Still sweating it, yes. Like, the amount of vision he was getting for his team by sending these treants out, like when he's farming triangle, he sends like 4 or 5 treants out into the enemy jungle to scout like where they're playing, so that he knows, oh, if they're not there, maybe they're smoking to his position, or if they are there, he knows that he's fine. This kind of like information control is so powerful, but you have all these blinks and you're not making use of it. So I really think there were some problems with the...
Satanic got let down by his team. That's what I'm hearing.
I wouldn't say that. That would be inflammatory.
It might just have been the case. Now, he had his first pick, Nature's Prophet, or second overall pick, I guess. And unfortunately for him, I did not have the backup to make it come to fruition. But everything is different in a third game, because now both teams have proven that they got what it takes to take this series and guarantee themselves top 6. More importantly, stay in the upper bracket, because as we heard no one before this series even began, every team in the top 8 has a chance to take it all at the end of these 4 days. Well, we're going to find out which one of these two teams is getting that little bit of a leg up by staying in the upper bracket. But to decide that, we will have to go for a third game.
Team Vision versus Boom Boys. Game 3.
We got ourselves Boom Boys on the Radiant side, Team Vision on the Dire side, and the long-awaited question has an answer. It is Team Vision with the overall first pick. And boom! He's back!
What?
It's Bounty Hunter! And the Largo did get banned, the Earth Spirit did get banned, Lone Druid is still in the pool, Lena is still in the pool. I feel like I touched, you know, upon all the high priority questions here, but how are you gonna deal with the Lone Druid? Sorry, with the...
That's exactly the thing. Where's the Lone Druid? They picked Bounty?
Yeah. There's the Lena.
Before I came to China, I had a friend telling me that Bounty Hunter is OP, and I was laughing at him.
He might have been right.
He told me he had a win streak, like 10 games, and he's certain that Bounty was broken.
And it is in 9 class hands. They did ban it out last game on Boom Boys, so they were afraid of it. So Vision, they were like, heck it, let's just first pick this Bounty and let's get it done with.
Okay. You know, a hero that we've seen throughout the whole day is the Undying. I want to point that one out too, because having a pretty solid impact, I feel, this hero had, and maybe better now in the hands of Boom Boys, considering they already have a counter to it themselves, so maybe Vision doesn't want to go for it. But something to keep on our radars for sure. As it's Centaur that gets banned out by Team Vision, we see Centaur and Lena in the late.
Yeah, but I'm also thinking whether they need a specific hero to deal with Bounty. So I was talking to you guys about, like, you need to have like a convenient hero to deal with Bounty. So you don't have to spend so many heroes that can charge at him, like Spirit Breaker. So you can just kill him right away without TPing too many heroes. Something along those lines.
I wouldn't mind seeing Spirit Breaker.
Spirit Breaker, Tusk, anything that can hunt the Bounty.
That is a Kataomi special as well, so definitely in their wheelhouse.
Very true. I'm mainly hoping that Boom Boys learned their lesson from game 1 and 2, and they banned the Darks here, as I believe it is the one of, maybe the only hero that enables this Bounty Hunter. Because we saw for both games that Vision, they just draft it in a way where they can't really team fight Boom Boys. And it's usually coming from 9 classes hero, because it's this kind of Pudge Bounty that's just roaming the map. And Darkseer kind of makes up for that. However, if there is no Darkseer and they end up with something like a Slardar, again, it's a big problem for Vision, and Boom Boys can just repeat what they did in game 2. Just pick some more team fight. They don't have Largo this time, however, they can just pick something else and collect their win.
Maybe... Oh, they ban out the Puck. So, respecting the chance that this Lena still goes mid, we did see GBK, of course, have it earlier, and they pick up the Mirana. All right.
Bounty, like kind of like a counter to Mirana in a way, because of the track.
Yeah.
Moonlight Shadow.
Yeah, but I think it had so much utility in general. Like it kind of helps counter heroes, right? Like it preventively helps stop some heroes from coming out. Just this like Yule's build is so effective. The anti-wave push. I want to know why they banned Dawnbreaker, personally. I'm still lingering on it, because it just seems so odd. I'm like, did they want to pick Enigma? What hero do they feel like Dawnbreaker is so good against?
Potentially, Boom Boys wanted the Dawnbreaker, because if the Bounty Hunter goes on anyone, at least there's an instant save, as Wyvern is the other.
That's such a large commitment.
It is. Oh, not disagreeing with you. We got a Winter Wyvern. Support duo, complete. Thoughts? Because... maybe
balance.
A little...
balance is good.
Is this balance?
Yeah, Bounty and Wyvern is good.
I like this as well. You deny the Ember from Boom Boys, Because right now they don't really have a proper setup for this Mirana, and Ember is the best setup with these chains. So now Boomboys have to respond to this. They could put the Lina mid, as we saw. It is a nice matchup against Ember.
They need some melee heroes right now.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, they still have Undying. They have
Undying, Cars, Clock, some kind of melee hero.
They still have Spirit Breaker out there if you wanted to.
That probably
They also,
I've got fingers crossed.
it's not a melee hero, but Bane is also in the pool when he was been banned the entire series so far.
There he is.
Yeah.
So why has he been banned out the entire series? What makes this hero such a menace? And there is still the lone druid coming out.
He's really good against Bounty. Like I've spoken about the Spirit Breaker against Bounty, you can charge him and hunt him. Bane can kind of do the same. Not the global range, but you can find him, use the sleep, low committer.
It's also Vision, they love to pull their waves with this Bounty when they play their offlane. That is impossible against Bane. You're just gonna get slapped, the creeps will de-aggro, and you need to lane normally. And already Bane is a very strong laner, so it is not easy. And we got the Prophet.
Rhea, you already said that this is a good matchup for the Nature's Prophet.
No, I think I've seen Lone Druid win it.
Oh yeah, you said it was the other way around. You're right. Yeah, sorry, I misremembered.
But Satanic plays both of these heroes to a super high level, so I'm imagining he believes it's favorable, or maybe he believes the rest of the draft makes up for any shortcomings.
It's kind of annoying. I feel like in this Lone Druid Nature's Prophet matchup, Lone Druid is afraid during the catapult wave for 4 minutes, like the MP TP's down with creeps to kill him.
Yeah.
I think the matchup is difficult in the beginning, so if you can find a way to snowball, then MP can get away with a lot in the early game against Lone Druid. If you can kill the Lone Druid, I think this hero, if you kill him once or twice the first 10 minutes, it actually completely slows the hero down so much.
Yeah, it depends a lot on the offlaner that you have against Lone Druid. If you are able to pressure, they did ban out the Darks here.
Oh, they're both banning on offlaners.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the sad part about picking Prophet as a response to the Lone Druid, is that you cannot pick your offlaner, and instead there will be 4 offlaners banned, which is kind of hard for both teams, to be fair.
I mean, you say 4, but the Largo has already been banned, the Centaur has also already been banned, so that's 6 already banned out.
Underlord's really good here for...
Someone has to ban him. I think Vision would want it, and they have first pick coming out of the ban phase, so they can ban something else and then leave Boomboys to ban Underlord.
We talked at the very start of this series about especially Miero in this offlane matchup, where he has the widest hero pool out of every offlaner here, the International. So this surely favors him, as he just has deeper pockets, it seems like.
Yeah. If Underlord gets banned, I'm a little scared, because there's a chance that Boomboys can last pick some Lycan again. Like, Nature's Prophet kind of struggles against like swarm in fights.
Yeah, but they have the Wyvern. Wyvern's really good against Lycan.
Yeah, that's true.
It's hard. I believe Boomboys need some form of team fight. Honestly, both teams kind of need team fight. I wouldn't be even opposed to like some Mars on Boomboys, or some way to deal with this Prophet like Axe. It usually gives you a free enough lane.
Oh wait, they didn't ban the Underlord.
Yeah, I believe if Vision can pick Underlord here, it is super nice. The Underlord innate works with Nature's Prophet TP, so then when Nature's Prophet TP somewhere, he gets free movement speed and free damage reduction.
That is lovely.
Really scales up in the late game.
Do you think they're just going to trade like Underlord and then Doom, and then just call it?
You'll be happy with the Underlord, I think.
Yeah.
Perhaps. Because the second part of that is, if they don't pick the Underlord, then I think it's incredible Underlord game for Boomboy.
Yeah.
It is like so free.
You have to pick it, right? You don't have a choice here.
Yeah.
I mean, they take their time, so it seems like maybe they are discussing a certain
what other
choice,
options
a
do you
certain
have?
trade.
Like what, NS? Lycan?
Slardar? Still in the pool?
Oh, you didn't like that.
No me gusta, as they say in Spain.
This seems like an insane Underlord game.
There we go. My God.
I would not want to be Slardar into Underlord.
I would not want to play the Vision lineup here, though.
Yeah, this is like the Axe Rush on Underlord this game. It inhibits everyone's game.
It's also such a good hero against MP.
Yeah.
Maybe not in the lane. The lane you get bullied by the creeps, but I think in the game it just stops MP from farming the map, pushing the waves. You regain control as a global against global matchup, and you can catch him with the axe.
So what is the thought that goes behind picking the Slardar over the Underlord? Because a lot of thought went into that. We saw them thinking a long time about this, so they must have considered.
I think the main reason here is they wanted to have the amplified damage, the corrosive haze, to kill off the Lone Druid bear on the lanes, and they figured that they could snowball the game, kill Roche, kill Tormentor, and play really quick. I think the idea here is they want to play an outscale against Boom Boys. It's going to not be an easy task here. I think Underlord kind of is the best hero to stop the snowball, and once you get past that stage where the Slardar can actually kill you easily, you're going to have a superior scaling lineup against the Vision heroes.
Yeah, I do not like the Vision draft at this point, which is why I am calling it, quote me on this, Boom Boys will beat Vision and will be the first team to do so. I
ruined a lot of people's predictions.
Yeah, mine included. I declare.
Well, I declare that I think Vision's lineup also sucks. So they're going to win because I am never correct. I'm the worst panelist here. And I think Team Vision's draft sucks. They won. It's easy.
Wait, so you're the not tiebreaker. You're the one that can decide.
I'm the rational one, you know.
Yeah.
I see Underlord in a game like this. I can't go against the Underlord.
So you're okay. So all three are on board, other than, well, kind of Rhea is, but also isn't.
I just feel like the supports will lack damage and it gets weird and murky in the middle.
We don't mind that. That implies that we're going to have quite the back and forth game. I mean, in the first game and the second game, we definitely had periods where it's like, you know, especially the first game. What's going to happen next? Well, I'll tell you what's going to happen next. Next, we're going to head over to Sunspan and Cinderin, and we're going to tell you all about this game number 3.
Thank you so much, Sheever. Yeah, we don't get to hear Sir Action Slack's voice before the game. A very welcome change, if you ask me. Sunspan heroist, as we get to game number 3 between Team Vision and Boom Boys. And they're right. This could put Vision into the lower bracket, destroying every fantasy. Is that possible, Cinder? After such a great group stage, such a great start to this tournament?
I mean, we've seen this plenty of times at TI and other big tournaments throughout the years. A team that looks unbeatable in groups, you give the other teams some time to figure out during these break days how to counter them, and they come in with some fresh ideas. Maybe they've leveled up, maybe that couple of days they just got better. And for Boom Boys, regardless of how this game goes, I mean, this has been a good showing, right, overall. So definitely a team that has leveled up dramatically since we cast them earlier in the group stage.
Early D ward, by the way. That's pretty big.
Good start here for Katsomi. With everything the panel said, I feel like we cannot underestimate the potential impact of Bounty Hunter. Like, this just has to be mentioned every time it's picked in these games by the teams that really master it, which in this tournament for me are Vision and Yandex. They first picked this for a reason. There were other S-tier heroes in the pool, but they're recognizing the value of this as noticed.
Getting slapped, but
okay, but I don't know if
Collab
will.
He's in a lot of trouble. LSA hits, so first blood goes to. They tried to give it to Kiritich, and they will eventually give it to Kiritich. Good start for the Lone Druid, and we have seen Lone Druids, I mean, today especially, get off to a good start, and then it's just, how do you shut this bear down? Very difficult.
Yeah, the biggest problem in this lane for the Vision side is that Bounty Hunter can't reliably pull waves because he's playing into Bane. Bane can just Nightmare you, and you're going to lose the wave. And Slardar cannot lane into Lone Druid. So this lane is very, very difficult. And I think the Bane pick, this is the main reason they chose the hero, is specifically to take that play away from 9 class. You're going to see he'll try to do it. He can pull them down. He can't go up. So he has to try to do some weird stacking. Actually, he got away with it, Katomi. This was a bit of a mistake. He was late. This might not seem like the biggest of deals. This is a really big deal, actually, that he was late to this. Because, sure, the waves are going to connect again, but effectively 9 class has now made a double wave for the Slardar, who otherwise genuinely might have been unable to lane almost. Now with the creeps going into tower, this will be pushing back his way, so he'll get some experience. You're still going to lose the lane, obviously, but it's a matter of by how much.
Yeah. Well, already 9 class having a big impact on this game on his Bounty Hunter, the most annoying player to play against probably in the last couple of years. Of course, I'm going to say his heroes haven't been as annoying individually lately because of the patches. They've kind of patched out his Slark support, his Monkey King support, but still finding a way. And like we talked about, this is a bounty hunter without the Ion Shell from the Darkseer, so how much impact can he have on the laning stage? Already doing a good job.
Yeah, it feels like this should not have happened though. So yes, he did have good impact, but I think it was a bit of column A and B where Bane was late and he just went for it at the perfect angle on bounty. But still, you are absolutely going to suffer down here. There's no doubt about that. Looking at the other lanes, mid is going to be Ember against Lina. This should be a favored lane for GPK. He's been winning against no one the previous 2 games. This should be another good one for him given the matchup. And up top,
is it the matchup or is it the player?
I mean, it's a bit of both. I feel like GPK has just outplayed him today, to be honest, in the laning stage. So if he does have an easier matchup, which I would argue this is, compared to at least one of the other ones he played, I am expecting GPK to just win this lane.
So he can snowball this time on the Lina. He played game number 1 and ended up losing despite, I want to say he started 7-0, something to that effect. But Dota Plus knew all along, Cinderin. Actually, it's 3 minutes in. Can we check on Dota Plus real quick? It is the laning stage, of course.
100% for Dire.
Is this real or is this a meme at this point? My goodness.
Vicalis. Oh, they missed the arrow.
Get the double proc. Heritage in a little bit of trouble now. Notice getting the bash and getting the kill. That is a big one going the way of Vision. Of course, Satanic setting it up. He can have presence all over the map. And of course, Boomboy's not able to take advantage in that top lane.
This move that you just saw is what's likely going to make or break the game for Vision in the first 10 minutes. Is that exact play where Bounty Hunter +1 hero finds Lone Druid and Prophet TP's in. He's very...
Okay, getting ganked though. This would be another big kill for Vision. They get him. And this will help no one out quite a bit. I mean, he's been losing these lanes individually. But with the help from his team, not too shabby at all.
I really like the Bounty Hunter Prophet combination. Obviously, it didn't come into play in this mid move, but it did in the bottom move. Bounty can reliably scout heroes. You bring in the Prophet, you give Prophet a stun, so he can guaranteed stop TPs through the Bounty Hunter. You get to work. Now, as the panel pointed out, this is a really, really good Underlord game, though. So he can obviously start counteracting that later in the game. When Prophet goes for moves, you match them with Fiend's Gate. But we're not quite there yet, obviously. It's going to take some time. So Prophet has the advantage this early on, and that 1 kill on Heritage should inspire them to try to go for it again sometime soon. You can see 9 Class already heading over again. They don't have the mana for a Crush, though. He's sending out a Mango soon unnoticed.
Got the Omi, maybe looking for a Nightmare play. It is just level 3 Heritage at the moment. Still a couple of minutes away from that Wisdom Shrine, but no one pulling a wave apparently. You just not want to lane at the moment? What is this all about?
It's a decent efficiency play if you're laning into Lina, right? You can farm camp plus free wave. Unfortunately for him,
it's the Malrine Classic.
It's the worst possible camp, the Mud Golems.
True. Yeah, they spot 9 Class. We'll have the Skeleton Walk available, or Shadow Walk rather. Of course, it's very different from the Clinks one.
It wouldn't really make much sense to have Skeleton Walk on this guy, although you could argue all Dota heroes really have a skeleton inside them.
Most of them, that's true. Gonna get a courier kill.
Might get 2.
Oh. It's only a TP on the second one. But still, being an annoying presence. I mean, the fact that you have to use extra brain power to remember.
Yeah, and you have
protect
to
your
sentries,
courier.
And you still lose your couriers. It's super annoying.
That is probably the biggest part of Bounty Hunter, is how much gold is being spent each game on sentries, just Vision in general, to try to counteract him. As the 6-minute power rune is about to come to be, arrows hit onto 9 Class with the Laguna Blade as well. So they're going to try to turn this around onto GPK, which would obviously be the bigger kill. Nice cold embrace for Satanic, as no one claims GPK. And now Kato Omi going to get slowed and likely picked off as well. Nice turn of events here from Vision, as no one, I mean, I want to say the first game of the series where he's coming out on top of the laning stage.
Yeah, he's top net worth.
Obviously, it's in big part to his team.
Yeah. They're getting a lot of value out of bringing Prophet to plays and just bringing numbers. And to make matters even worse here for Boom Boys, that was a regen rune top, so no one depleted his entire mana pool and can just get it back. So he can actually look to fight once more. He has TP ready, could go for a move down bottom. After killing this wave, if he wanted to, he could consider a Wisdom Rune attempt.
There's it, ganked up. They don't layer their stuns properly, but probably wouldn't matter too much because they'll still dive. TP's coming though, is noticed. Not quite level 6 yet. Kataomi's in the vicinity though.
It's crazy,
Gets
no?
the root onto the Slardar. Notice now on the run, gets nightmared into the tree line. Taken off though. Blood Grenade will slow him. Tower shot making him even lower. Is noticed one more right click would do it, but Kataomi cannot catch up. Now they're going to try to turn this around again because of the TP from Satanic, but the TP is successful from Kiritich. Extremely close call. And eventually Kataomi does die, but took a lot to just get that one kill.
Yeah, they really wanted to go for that dive, but Satanic had cooldown on teleport, so eventually, yes, they do get through and kill the Bane, but they didn't get the Lone Druid, which was the grand prize there. Not exactly what Vision had hoped for, but at the same time, they also didn't lose their Slardar, which it looked like they might, so it could have been a lot worse for them. Now Miero is about to hit level 6. We'll see if he chooses to skill Fiend's Gate. We've seen sometimes Underlords not doing that on level 6. I think in this game, it feels like a really, really good pickup given the way the lineup he's against functions, how much they rely on bringing in the numbers. So I'd imagine he is going to skill the gate here. Holding his skill point for now. He will skill it now. All right. So Fiend's Gate online. Prophet ulti online. Anything else worth noting? Not quite, I suppose.
Wallace, backstabbing Kiritich. He does get the ult off. Already at half HP though. Satanic TP's in. Gets the fear on the several heroes, but not Satanic. And that is enough to bring Kiritich down. Death number 2 for the Lone Druid. He did get off to a good start, but now these deaths are starting to rack up.
He's going to lose his tower as well. This is bad news for the Boom Boys side. You're losing the early game against Bounty Hunter Prophet and turn up that aggression. Now, the good news for them is Bounty Hunter is only level 3, so it's going to be a while before 9 class gets tracked, which is going to make things significantly worse.
Now 1K lead for Vision here. As no one off to the best start of this series. So we saw what GPK was able to do on the Ember Spirit in game number 2. Let's see if he can replicate it for no one. 9 class. Ooh, very close call.
And Notice seems to also be getting out here. Took a lot of damage from the Lina between Laguna and the Dragon Slave, but not quite enough. Couldn't reach the Nightmare on Kataomi.
Satanic on the Nature's Prophet, still working on the Maelstrom. Just basically one component away at this point of the game.
Yep, this is a bit slower than in the previous game.
Well, there's a lot on the line. I feel like we see this every single TI when it's an well, I shouldn't say elimination, but even just going down to the lower bracket, you're going to play a little bit more passive, you would think, on average. 10-minute rune, it's an invis for Kataomi. Not going to stop no one from getting very aggressive. The steering chains onto GPK. Kataomi, nice sentry. They find the Bounty Hunter. Satanic will get stunned out of the TP, but they will get off the Bane, or will kill off the Bane regardless. Miero shows up to try to counteract this push a bit. Not a whole lot of damage done to this tower as of yet.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of the time in these high-stakes games in Game 3s, we've seen teams slow down. But I also think that's sometimes what separates the championship teams from the others, is that in the higher-stakes games, they play faster. Sometimes, you know, if everybody else is going to be timid and play passively around the map, if you are the one to take initiative more often than not, you're probably going to find success playing like that. And you can tell Vision don't seem very phased from that Game 2 that went wrong. They're going to run back 2 of the same heroes between the Slaughter and the Prophet. They're, once again, finding their Bounty Hunter a lot of success here. And this lineup is crafted to play quickly, not to play slowly. So even if the stakes are high, I don't expect them to just look to farm here.
Yeah, I do find it interesting that they back-to-back games go for the Nature's Prophet despite losing and despite Satanic being top net worth in the game. But he wasn't that active early, really, if you think back, compared to what he has been in this game number 3.
Yeah, it's just a different lineup by design. It makes a ton of sense to play it this way in this game. So I think it's very good to see that he You know, a lot of Satanic games, also on the Prophet, like you mentioned, he will just be farming a ton in the first 20 minutes, but this time around he's already been in 5 kills out of the 7. Very liberally TPing into fights. He does have slightly lower net worth as a result, like we talked about. The Maelstrom is coming out in 100 gold. I think last game he had it at about 1040, so he's a minute and a half slower on his first farming item, which is actually quite a bit, but well worth it for what he managed to accomplish around the map.
Both teams trying to deny the rune, it seems. GPK will be successful in doing so. 9 class running over yet another sentry place.
Moonlight Shadow.
That's for him, yeah,
Noticed.
Moonlight. Notice now on the run. He's going to get arrowed. Nice setup thanks to the ensnare.
Cold Embrace, though.
Cold Embrace to keep him alive a little bit longer. Do they have damage to finish him off? Bone Druid has to use his ult, but he will not survive the transformation. A nice curse onto the Underlord. He will lose the Slaughter, though, so it's a 1-for-1 to start this fight. And Satanic now on the run, finds himself in a precarious spot inside the pit. One more right click does the job. LSA from GPK into Miero's right click. That's a lot of damage onto no one. Trying to run away from it now, but Save still has a leap and a Starstorm to boot. And another Cold Embrace from Ducalis as Miero. Not sure if they have the damage to finish the job. There's no remnant for another 5 seconds for no one. Getting slowed down thanks to Ducalis. No one. Arrow just has to dodge this. Will do so successfully and run away as a result. Has the remnant up, will TP back. A Save just barely getting outside the reach of these trees. Like that, I believe the fight has finally ended.
Very, very close engagement here, but yeah, nobody really coming out significantly ahead there. Obviously, the good news once again for Boom Boys is the Bounty Hunter is still not level 6. That is coming up in about 40 seconds time. He'll be taking the Wisdom. And not only do you get the track gold, but you probably win that fight with track as well from having more mobility. Like, it is going to help significantly, or excuse me, more damage amp as track has changed.
Many times.
Yep.
Heritage rounding out the Maelstrom here pretty shortly. Spirit Vessel now on to no one. Any charges he can get in this early stage of the game. Kataomi is level 6. Haven't really seen any Wisdom Shrine plays yet, as the second one will be traded off, it seems.
Yeah, so that's also 6 for Bane, which is obviously huge here. It's not a super reliable grip game because you can get cursed or you can get stopped by a blink crush from Slardar, or of course if Bounty Hunter is on you with Shadow Walk that can stop you, but once these fights break out and develop, you're probably likely to find a full duration grip one way or the other. Could have helped out a very big deal in that previous type of fight they were in.
Blink now online for Notice.
Yeah,
how aggressive they want to be now.
Exactly. This is a huge pickup because now Bounty Hunter can scout ahead. You can blink crush, and then you can stun out of it with Bounty, and in the meantime, Prophet TP's in, and it's just going to be clean kills. So the map now for Boom Boys is going to be super tricky to play. You can see 9 class scouting out in the mid. It's going to see GPK.
You get the track into the stun. Searing Chains from no one. The crush from Notice. Goodbye, GPK. Other side of the board, though. Look at this. Satanic getting ganked. The double proc onto the pit. As Satanic, one more right click does him in. So very nice trade across the board for both teams. Obviously, the position 1 going down. The bigger of it. So Boom Boys, I guess, are happy with this exchange.
From the night.
Uh-oh, save. Oh, he saw him. He's in... Oh, he's not going to chase.
He's perfectly fine.
Oh, I thought he was going to go for that chase for sure.
Oh, he still could. Theoretically, TP's...
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Still going for the shard on Notice. That's extremely nice pickup. One of the few heroes that just picks up shard instantly when they can.
Yeah. It's such an incredible farm speed increase. And obviously massive for fights.
16-minute rune will be bottom. It's a haste. Nice Searing Chains onto 2 from no one. Arrow will be set up thanks to the Nightmare. So that's a freebie onto Ducalis. Kataomi yet to have to use the Fiend's Grip. Heritage being spotted though in the meantime by 9 class. Still hunting couriers, it seems.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It will be the typical build from Heritage. Mjolnir into an eventual Ags is noticed. love to try something on the Kiritich, but you know that there's backup. And it's actually a really hard team to get a pick-off on because you have the save from Nightmare, you have Beamsgate at their disposal at any time. There's no one. Gonna try his best efforts here. Searing Chains with the crush to follow. Not enough. Oh my god! Satanic damage. His ult actually just insta-gives him. Alright. Just from across the map, just a casual kill, no big deal.
Oh, it looks like they want to try to get more. Not going to happen, though.
9 Class cannot go through the barrier, believe it or not. He gets the track off, though. Now they do have vision. 4 vision.
Moonlight out of them.
Yep, true.
Don't think you're really thinking about tier 2 here whatsoever. I think it's going to take quite a while before Vision are knocking on those towers, but I think they would love to take the mid tier 1 and start accessing the enemy triangle. But for the time being, not able to.
A lot of backup for the lone druid here. As 9 Class will finally be exiting this area. He's been a nuisance all game long. And how close are we on the Underlord to getting towards... Okay, he already has it. Aghanim Scepter online.
Yeah,
this
that's
is
big.
A huge item for him. Gonna opt for the Shard into a Lotus. So will obviously be very good against the Slardar Corrosive Haze until he gets 25.
It's an insane Lotus game. Slardar, Ember Chains, Track, Curse. Potentially. Curse is still a bit of a wild card, but very good against Slardar Ember. That already is easily worth it.
Yep.
So the rest is just luxury on top.
Another Wrath of Nature coming out. And yeah, Satanic has, aside from just finding kills with the rest of his team, has been left to his own devices, I want to say. The only times he's died is when he's trying to set up a gank. Has the Mjolnir, has the Dragonlance, BKB 1000 into it. And for no one, looking to get the BKB next as well, so they're going to line at least 2 of those. And the question is Slardar doing the same? Absolutely. So if they farm at the same speed, which is not the case, obviously, they will get 3 BKBs within the same realm.
That's a dead bear.
Indeed.
Very
sets it up.
And Bane is not long.
Who's worth more gold, the Bane or the Bear?
The Bane.
Okay.
Trek.
Oh, Beamsgate being used, though. You can see the arrow coming out on Satanic as well. He's going to get rooted yet again. Extremely low, trying to stay alive thanks to the cold embrace. Can he get that last right click from the arrow? The clicks come in, and Satanic actually gets the kill. The double make it a triple turnaround.
My God,
he survives. Unbelievable play. Satanic getting all the help from Ducalis and friends. My goodness, what a huge turnaround.
It's pretty rare that Satanic tips a teammate. But that was well-deserved. Ducalis, what an insane sequence from him. Perfect first, perfect embrace.
And now getting another one. Oh, my goodness, just like that, the tables have been turned upright. 6K lead for Vision. Make it 7 as they take a tier 1 tower as well.
And they have the Slardar, so Tormentor should be very easy as well. Or the Roche potentially. I think the Roche is a lot harder to pull off though, but Tormentor right now would be super easy. However, today so far we haven't really seen Vision play any objectives, so I don't know if they're going to be bothered with it, but look at this from Ducalis. Just beautiful stuff. Everything coming together nicely for Vision in that moment.
That's with no lifesteal at all. Just the heal and good positioning, tree lines to their advantage as well. You can see Miero actually did a double take. I'm not sure if that would have made a difference, but started to walk back and then changed his mind. Maybe could have made a difference, but too late now. And those are track kills, ladies and gentlemen, so 8K, that's why this is ballooned all of a sudden. That is the Bounty Hunter advantage for Vision. How close is Kiritich to this Ags?
So what do we got? BKB Lone Druid, excuse me, BKB Prophet now. Yes, you said they weren't going to get it at the same time. That is correct, because Prophet is 5,000 ahead of the others.
Right.
I think Slardar and Embers might overlap quite cleanly. Only a few minutes to go on both of them, but yeah.
Get a Malice onto 2, but
that's
curse
good
from Ducalis. The Bear is beating the hell out of him. And As you can see, the whole team joins the party to do just that. Heritage dies as a result. The saddest death so far at TI. And Miero's going to follow suit. And again, it's going to be a team wipe. My goodness. Basically a team wipe. The Lina off the map for the time being. But Vision, my goodness, this has ballooned out of control now.
Yeah,
that Fiend's Gate. Oh my God.
They had two pretty close games, but Vision have a dinner reservation at 7.
Yeah.
So
Satanic has to eat at a specific time.
Don't want to be late for that. And well, if they keep up this pace, Vision has been one of the few teams this tournament that has been able to close out games really quickly. And when I say really quickly, in this patch, that's probably something between the 30 to 40-minute mark. They've done that multiple times, and this is the type of game with this lead. If they get an objective through, let's say they get Tormentor and Roche, and they get another fight like the one they just had down bottom, they take a set as well. And then they're up like 25k in 30 minutes. So, looking at this from the Boom Boys' perspective, you're on your last breath here in this series. If you make another mistake, it's almost, I mean...
All right, look at this Fiend's Gate. Oh my goodness. That was rough.
Yeah, you're just making the curse even better and setting yourself up for chaining down of the stuns here. It's so many kills, so many track kills.
Heritage like,
understand.
Oh my goodness. All right. GPK laughing in the background. Quite the dichotomy there as Ducalis gets killed off by Miero. Vision want to get some retribution for the loss on the Wyvern. Looks like they'll get the trade that benefits them. Miero bites the dust. 12k lead for Vision. Roach opens up for them. Laguna Blade, though, for 9 class. Arrow going to be sidestepped, though. He is burning very low. Will survive. Is this enough for Vision to take Roche? Looks like it. They have the Corrosive Haze, of course, but now Boom Boys.
Light Shadow, he's going to spot them, though.
And a Treant being placed to try to scatter it out for the arrow to come. It does hit a hero. They don't have the Laguna Blade, so all the burst damage is kind of out now. Dragonslave doing a good amount of work, but it looks like they'll have to give it up eventually. They make Vision work for it. Satanic claims the first Aegis of the game.
That's a pretty damn good sign for Vision that they finally get a Roche.
I don't think we've seen Grip yet, right?
No, I don't think so either. I mean, the last couple of fights have just been Vision just piling on them and killing them off instantly. There hasn't really been much counterplay at all. The Winter's Curse has really set the terms for every single fight.
Oh, Heritage, his bear in trouble. More important than the hero. That's a lot of gold, again, going the way. I mean, can you track the bear now?
I don't know.
Well, they still got a lot of gold anyway.
I would think you can't, but...
It's a hero now, though.
Yeah.
Surely, surely.
I still feel like that's not fully consistent across the board. But...
Oh, it is. To be spotted. Arrow's going to hit inside the pit. See no one trying to create a little bit of space. He gets gone, and there's the first Phoenix Comes again. They instantly cancel Gia to Ducalis and his ult, and no one with the double searing chains. This is a double dead support. LSA going to hit Satanic, who's made his way over, and Miero just putting down pits of malices just to get away. Still 4 minutes on the Aegis for Satanic and the rest of Vision. They can play however the hell they want.
I think you could definitely make a case. We're 25 minutes in. You can make a case that this is the best game of the tournament from Ducalis. I feel like everything he's doing is super high impact. The clutch factor. Wyvern is a clutchness hero, and he's just been nailing it over and over and over again in this game. Like sometimes in a 25-minute game, you find like one good curse, maybe 1 or 2 good cold embraces at the right time. I feel like he's found 5 of each.
Yeah, he's been very big this game.
Massive swings in every single moment from him.
And this is kind of a sign of how things are going right now for the Boom Boys side. I mean, GPK farming the complete opposite side. And he just better hope that 9 class doesn't stumble upon him. It's kind of the risks you have to take when you're down to this degree.
That's a good point. When your map gets constricted this much, what the cores of the other team will usually do is spill over on your side of the map, but Bounty Hunter is the perfect hero to have in that situation. Obviously, 9 class will be aware soon enough that, well, we haven't seen Lina for so long on anything. He must be playing up there. And there's no tell for the Lina at all, because Bounty is never showing. So
Kiritich, Ducalis again going to try to set things up, gets the vision, going to force out the ult. Look how low he gets already from the crush and the right clicks. He is dead just like that. It's going to be a trade for the Bounty Hunter, but definitely trade going the way of Vision again as Miar just taking massive right clicks from Satanic. He takes the Laguna to the face, Force Staff in to secure the double kill, to secure the tier 2 tower, and Vision continuing to snowball in this game number 3. And that forced GPK back as well, so he honestly would have been better off just chilling in the top side of the map.
And what Vision are proving in this series is that all the heralds are right. Torments are just not worth the hassle. Just pretend it doesn't exist in the series altogether. I don't know.
That's not true. Game 1 they had a lot.
Did they kill it?
Oh yeah.
Wait, wasn't it Boom Boys killing it every time?
Maybe. Yeah.
I could be wrong. Like maybe Vision got it once, but
overrated. Just moving to that side of the map, just not worth.
All right, time to check on my fantasy how many Tormentor cards I have on Vision.
Yeah,
it's a bit of a problem.
GPK might run into some trouble here. Ducalis gets off the slow again. There's the crush from Notice. GPK in a lot of trouble. The Hurricane Pike. As guess who joins the party? It's Satanic again. You cannot go anywhere as Boom Boys. They now have a close to 20k lead. This Aegis. I wouldn't say they've gotten a ton of buildings, but they've gotten a lot of kills. Finally, the Active Scepter for Kiritich. He's going to be spotted, though. Searing Chains for the Bear, who's now an autonomous creature. No longer as he will go to the grave.
You are right. They did kill a Tormentor.
Okay,
one.
Good. Thank you.
They've killed one.
Oh, the arrow. They hit an arrow right outside their base, and they're not going to do much about it because they can't.
No.
They just can't right now. The Aegis about to expire here for Satanic. He's going to get the tier 2 top. As Kataomi able to secure the shrine. Silver lining for Boom Boys, but this is getting out of control fast. I mean, how good is their high ground, would you say? I mean, compared to the last couple games against, it doesn't feel particularly great to me.
You mean the high ground defense?
Yeah.
I mean, Underlord is pretty solid with the Ags, but the issue is Vision don't necessarily have to push. I think they're going to massively out-farm and map control, and they're going to... It's almost impossible for Boom Boys to farm the map without getting picked off against Bounty Hunter Prophet and Ember. So even if you trade on farm...
Okay, looking for a... Oh, the LSA misses, and now GPK trying to take out Wyvern as the Fiend's Gate coming in. GPK is going to continue to right-click Ducalis, though. Oh my god! Satanic completely insta-gives him. They'll find save as well. Nothing going the way of Boom Boys. Vision in charge for sure. Satanic, what does he have on him right now? The Daedalus close to getting Satanic. Just 1,000 away from finishing that. He is huge. 8k lead between him and the number 2, which is on his team.
He almost has the net worth of the top 2 enemy cores combined.
That is.
They have 26k. He has 25.
Good God.
Yeah. If this game doesn't end soon, he's gonna beat them out actually, because of how much of the map he owns and the fact that he can just teleport to farm, obviously. Kiritich desperately looking for something on his bear, has access to like 2 camps on the map. That's pretty much it. You can see 9 class on the prowl up top. Assuming that, well, Boom Boys have to get up here if they want to find any farm, because my 4 teammates are going to keep the bottom half on lock.
GPK and company just have to stay in base. That is the unfortunate consequence of being down big.
Oh, hello.
He leaves the base, and look what happens. And of course, the BKB out of notice, but the right clicks are coming from Satanic. It's a curse onto several heroes.
Oh,
they are dying so fast. GG is called, and Team Vision will secure another spot into the upper bracket, as Boom Boys, unfortunately for them, will go to the lower.
That was a statement game, I have to say. They run back the Prophet plus Slarnar that they lost with in the game just prior, but this time around they couple it up with their first pick Bounty Hunter, and it's a totally different experience for both teams to play this one compared to game 2. That was a beatdown. I mean, what can you say? The favorites win. They were tested.
Yeah.
But this game is...
I mean, they responded really well to a game lost, which, I mean, in some ways, it feels like Boomboy should have won 2-0.
Yeah, you could argue they could have won the first game. I don't know if Puppy was memeing in the interview when he said they should have lost game 1, but...
Yeah.
This game was a statement game, and I think this Bounty Hunter is going to be a heavy contention point against this team. Like I mentioned, we've also seen Yandex have great success with the Bounty.
Yeah.
I wonder if other teams are going to catch on.
Oh, Satanic ends the game 13-2 on his Nature's Prophet. I don't think the game went on long enough for that to be his best game, right?
Another fun fact about this game, the highest kill participation out of anyone was Wyvern position 5. Ducalis was in 28 out of 32 kills.
I mean, I would give him MVP for this game.
Yeah, for sure. Satanic was in 27. I mean, they really came together. Satanic was in 27, Noticed was in 25, 9 Class was in 27, and Ducalis in 28. Just beautiful. Ironically, Ember with the lowest kill participation in his team.
Let's go to the stage for an interview.
观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访。那现在在我身边的是来自 Vision 战队的 Satanic， 还有我们的英文主持 Snarks。
Absolutely. Thank you so much, my friend. Satanic, so good to see you. My first question has to be, why the hell are you so good? You have the best stat line out of any carry in the international. I just don't get it. Why are you so much better than every other person here?
我首先想问 Satanic， 为什么你比其他1号位都强那么多？你的每一项数据都是我们这里最好的，到底是为什么？
I mean, I'm just in good shape in this CI. Now team is good, in good shape. So like we're kind of playing on me right now that I'm farming so much, I would say. Of course on Syrian I can just run down the enemies. So, and Wondercams, it's so funny, I don't have to play. It's just like super annoyed them. Yeah, what can I say?
Give it up.
我觉得其实就是我们现在我的状态非常好，我的队伍状态也非常好，他们永远会给我创造很多打钱的空间。我还能说什么呢？就是这样。
Do you remember anything about Game 1?
I played 100. Yeah, I remember.
Okay, good.
第一场比赛还记不记得发生了什么？有点长了，有点忘记了。
What I'd like to ask you about the end of the game. Snapfire going for the Ancient kills themselves so they can buy back, hit the Ancient, get that glyph down, and then go in. What is the communication like on the team? Are you guys discussing this, or is this just old man, no one saying, I'm going in, strap in?
第一场比赛的话，最后电决手靠圣剑，然后去靠买活打出了对面的基地的塔防，所以想问一下，你们当时发生了什么？是不是 No One 说我不管了，我要上了？
If we take exactly this moment, he just said 0 words and go in.
到那样的时刻 ，No One 就说我不管了，我真的要上了。
All right, last question. You guys go into this tournament. Everybody wants to take you out. The target is on your back. Yet, you still survived. Quite a big series here. Do you think anyone's going to be able to take you down?
你们来到这次的比赛，作为最大的夺冠热门，每一个人都想去击败你们。你们现在又成功的晋级到了下一轮。今天对手给了你们很大的抵抗，你对这样的一个情况，你感到意外吗？
I believe in this tournament some teams can cause us a lot of troubles, but I think we'll still win.
Okay, think you'll still win.
我相信我们今天摧毁了我们的对手，最后的话更强的队伍永远会赢的。
All right, last question. In your group stage interview, you said if there was one team that stood a good chance, it'd be Team Spirit. You are up against Team Spirit next. Any words for those boys?
你在赛前采访的时候说过，如果有一支队伍最有机会的话，就是 Team Spirit。接下来你们就要面对 Team Spirit， 有什么想跟对手说的吗？
We'll see who is the strongest.
我们看看谁是最强的。 好的，也是感谢 Satanic 接受我们的采访，我们把剩下的时间给到我们的分析台。
He believes that there will be challenges for Team Vision, but at the end, they'd still win. Well, definitely, Boom Boys did prove to be a challenge, but they did still win. And this game number 3 was firmly in their hands. This was a little bit of a tough point here for me to make because my panel, and especially Saberlight, said, I declare that this one is in the bag of Boom Boys.
I didn't say that.
No, Saber did.
Yeah, but you said all the panel.
All the panel, especially Saber.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay.
Well, Shiver, a broken clock is right twice a day. How many times is an unbroken clock right? Only once. And that's all I'll say about that.
All right, that's very philosophical. Thank you, Saberlight. Now, this game was getting out of control real fast because at the start of the game, Winter, it did look like we were in for a fairly even game.
Yeah, I would say the first 10-15 minutes were really good for the Boom Boys, despite Kiritich having kind of like a meltdown. I think that if they could farm another 10 minutes, keep the game stable, they would have been okay. And then the Underlord X comes into play, they play the map, they get pickoffs, but they were just constantly reacting to this bounty. I just felt like they didn't really needed to react. Like they TP'd bot so many times, and this is one of the few bad fights they TP into. They should just let the Laundry die, play the map, farm, push, and just wait and see, you know, just try to make your own plays. They were just constantly reacting, and I felt like they just lost the game because they lost their nerve in the game.
Yeah, this was 2 fights back to back that went this poorly for Boom Boys. And Rhea, when that happens, there's no chance. It's just done.
Yeah, I don't think your lone druid is supposed to have 6 deaths. Because like even in a lot of the bad games in the group stage for this hero, I don't think the main druid was ever really in that much danger. They always that's a new Twitch emote right there. That's the Kiritich. Actually, don't do that to my boy. I really like Kiritich. He's really, really nice to talk to. And I can feel his frustration. Like, it sucks when you've had such a close and good series and then it kind of ends on a stump like this. But I really liked how they utilized the Slardar this time around compared to last time. I think Notice did so much, and you could see when the bear would be found on a side lane, and they can just simply point at it with the Slardar, and then bring in like a slow from Winter, and then the Nature's TP's in, and then it's just dead, and it's like the bear can never farm, the bear can never push, the bear can never have impact.
Yeah, we have no one with an 8-0-13 record, and yes, that is very good. And it would be so easy for us to say, you know what, he gets the MVP, but no! It's time for the supports, Winter. It's time for the callers to take this MVP. Well deserved.
Yeah, he had like some 100k co-embrace or something in one of the fights. You know,
it was so good.
Felt like this game, he did a lot more than an average Wyvern would do in a game like this. I mean, I think it's a good game for Wyvern, but he did exceptionally well. Like with some of the clutch cursors, his co-embraces, and the moves that he was making, he was playing with the right heroes, and also the fact that he had a Nature's Prophet, because I think with Wyvern, you kind of want to move around in this game, and Nature's Prophet is perfect, and we mentioned that why they picked MP into the Lone Druid, because you want to TP to his lane and just mess up his early game, and they did it so many times, and maybe some of it was avoidable, like 6 deaths, not that great, but you saw the game plan there.
The game played out very well for Vision in the end. Saber, your predictions are safe.
Good.
Yeah.
God bless. Yeah. I also want to highlight, Notice, I was surprised by how incredible he did in the lane. I don't think it's easy to lane this Slardar bounty against Lone Druid Bane. That seems like an absolutely incredible lane, and they just managed no problem. They beat the lane, and then eventually Satanic was able to TP in, they opened the tower, and they were able to bully the Lone Druid afterwards. But that only happens if you don't get destroyed the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, it was a fantastic series to watch. Our first 3 gamer here on the main stage. Ladies, gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts for the first half of the day. We are going to shortly head over to the second half of the day, where Natty and her team will take you through that. Before we get to our next series, which will be a Liquid taking on Team Yandex, we are going to hear some words from both of the teams, starting with Tofu and Nisha, about how they feel coming into this best of 3.
I think overall we can be really happy with our group stage, maybe due to the fact that we made it straight to the playoffs and skipped the elimination round, but also overall we had like some setback in every game, more than we lost like the first game in the series always, and then we have to bounce back.
Usually in groups, I don't really care how many losses you have, but it was like back in my mind, like if you go 3-2, it's like, well, I guess it's kind of scary.
It wasn't necessarily clean, but I think also like a good thing out of that is that we had to learn something out of every series. And usually when you win, you like take it a bit more easy and just like move on. There was like emotions involved in every series that people had to overcome, fight against, but also learn from. So I think that's very good.
I mean, the teams we played were pretty hard, especially like the last two, I think. But we ended up going for one, and very happy with that, because we would have to play the like elimination round, which we like failed last year.
We also have good momentum in the team right now, and I think the mood and vibe is very good. So I'm happy with how things are now.
When it comes to Yandex, our next opponent, I think they probably underperformed in the group stage, or against us, I don't know. But I think they usually were a good matchup against us. I don't think we won against them before that.
But I think everyone, both sides of the teams, fans, everyone just looking forward to a good match. And I don't know how to say. It's been a while that we played in front of a crowd. We're just going to give it our best.
Feel the energy from the crowd. But I mean, it sounds kind of hype, to be honest.
TI also, it's always special. The TI magic. Just get out, enjoy the game, see the fans, feel the hype, feel the crowd. I think we are one of the most experienced teams, at least in terms of age and like career decorations. But yeah, I don't know, it's falling out of favor to have massive crowds. So I think that's just what we're looking forward to.
I don't think you go into tournaments thinking you're gonna lose either. So, I mean, it's not really on my mind, I guess. But we will win, yeah, top one. That's the goal.
I think our journey through the group stage has been pretty rough.
We weren't sure what's best for our team, like what are the heroes that we should play.
Maybe it was like we had our expectations too high, so when we had like some rough results in the first place, our confidence was kind of shaky. And
the games that we played could have gone like either you win or either you lose. It's like total 50-50.
We're happy to make it out at this point.
I mean, even like DotA predictions, I didn't put myself in 4-0 or 4-1. I just put myself in a like survive group stage.
I think expectations going into this event definitely hurt us, because people are putting us in parties like the top two teams.
I wasn't shocked at first because I knew our conditions of our team.
TI is all about like mentality, and we need to be relaxed and in a good state of mind to perform.
In the playoffs, we're gonna figure out what's the best approach for the games.
In like all my best results, I've had this mentality, and I think that's the best way to do it.
No more messing around from us, and we're gonna perform more responsible.
Going up against Liquid, we're not focusing so much on the match itself, more like on ourselves and trying to get ourselves to a point where we feel confident in our play. We want to win the whole thing, and Liquid is just one obstacle to overcome. So right now we're just focusing on getting better, fixing our mistakes that we have, and just basically improving on any point we can.
For me personally, just need to focus Tofu and Ace, because they are my teammate from previous team, and they think they are better than us. I'm gonna prove them wrong, because they suck.
TI still definitely holds a special place in people's minds.
For me, TI means something bigger than a regular tournament.
I think it's still by far the most important tournament of the year for everybody.
On the TI, you can make a history.
If you want to be considered one of the best, you have to at least win one. So definitely it's still very important for people to do.
It's not about the money, it's not about the fame.
Nobody has still won it 3 times, so I want to get there.
I always been dreaming of lifting up these ages and have my name on it.
And we're back.
Day 1
fun of TI-15 main stage continues. We are only halfway through this day one. We've had 2 best of 3s, but we have 2 more to come. And it isn't just those 4 personalities that we saw in our content piece there. There's 3 more that we get to welcome to the panel here. Starting off with TI-13 winner, Liquid alumni Insania down there. Of course, we have Effie, our Miss Consistent, and our Earth Spirit connoisseur. And Quinn Callahan, our 2-time TI finalist, but now you've been on more TI panels than finals.
Well, getting there. Not quite yet.
Almost.
But I am very excited to be here. TI is such a special tournament. It's such a treat to get to be a part of it in any way, shape, or form. And I'm just super excited to get to watch these teams play, as I have a very personal connection to both of them.
Yeah, it's actually crazy to see just where, you know, your old teammates from gaming have ended up for themselves. But I do want to check in with you all the way down there, Insania, how you're feeling for TI joining us here. And I know TI-10 was a while back where you were paneling there, but this time around, a retired player, retired man, you're supposed to be here, you know?
Yeah, it's really nice to be here. I honestly, you know, TI is a very special event to me. I think it is the thing that we've strived for all your career. You wanted to, you know, become the champion, and it's cool to see that it still means so much to all these like new school players that maybe they weren't around for like the really glorious years, but you can still hear like Maldi talk about it. It's something special. It's not about the money. It's about what it means. And being a TI winner, I think, is something that everybody wants to work towards.
Yeah, and it's super special if you to get to come into main stage, know that we have our top 8 here, to see Liquid, Yandex, ex-teammates of some of our panelists here to go up against each other and hopefully continue their dreams of the upper bracket into a TI final.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an exaggeration to say that these are the best teams of the year, and it's been a very competitive and incredible year of Dota, but this is the culmination of it. And ultimately, someone's going to be crowned the winner, and that's what we're here to get a front row seat to.
All right, well, let's start talking about our tiers, because it's not too much time between series here. We can start out with Liquid and what we're expecting coming out from them in Insania. The fact that it feels like a pretty rough year for them, having lost their offlaner, having lost you as well, having a bit of a void to fill in since last TI.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's interesting. Like, this team essentially consists of the remnants of like Gaming Gladiators and Liquid, and these were like the main 2 rivals. We were the rivals throughout like all of, I think, 2023, 2024.
Yeah,
somewhere around there.
And now you're paneling together as well.
Exactly.
We didn't even.
We're on the panel. We're rivaling here. They're rivaling in the games. They're playing up against Maldi and Watson, obviously part of Gaming Gladiators. But more importantly, they got Ace and Tofu, which is like 2 of the star players that we struggled against all the time. So it's cool to see that like Liquid is literally just like the people they struggled with were the players they decided to go for when they wanted to like build their new team.
Yeah, I think it's also so special these players have been together for so long. Like, they've been together all the way since the start of COVID on different teams together. And I think players that stick together like that over long periods of time, you build the chemistry, you build that cohesion. And it's also just such a cool storyline. 2 people who have said, you know, we could have been on other teams, we could have taken different paths. We're going to stick it out and stay together and build something because we care about not just building something in general, but with each other.
And this is 5 years together as lane duos. Over 1,000 games together, Mir, as lane duos. But now they're split. Tofu took on that role of a position 5. So, you know, they could still have some semblance of being in a team together with Ace.
But to me, that says a lot about how much they value Team Liquid and their desire to play on it, to split up their duo of playing that many games together. And a lot of the issues that I would attribute to maybe Ace looking a little bit shakier earlier towards the season was because his lane partner was taken away. But now that we're reaching the end and the culmination, like we mentioned, it seems like Ace and Boxy have kind of filled that flow and fit into that role that Ace and Tofu used to have.
Yeah, I mean, it's also something that Liquid have done before. I mean, you can speak to this more, but y'all's season with 33 was pretty shaky for a large majority of it. But toward the end, you sort of got it together. What do you think it is about like Liquid that lets y'all do that? Because there's something about this team that when the Aegis starts getting closer, they start ramping up.
I think it has a lot to do with the way the team is built. Like, the philosophy within the team is that the tournaments throughout the year don't really matter, in the sense that we don't need to win them. But the point is to go to all these events and learn about our team, learn about what makes us good, and learn about like...
Team Liquid!
This roster of Liquid, whilst a shaky lucky year it has been, rounding a corner, getting to win the previous online tournament before coming into the international here, and they're hoping to make their group stage dominance count. They're striving to prove that they're a 4-1 team for a reason, coming in as the highest seeds, but will they take opportunity in the shakiness of their opponent? Being the only remaining player of the 12 months ago Yandex that we saw. Sux's veteranship has led them to a lot of success throughout this year, but is it enough to bounce back from a rough group stage, a situation in which not a lot of people thought they would be in here? The fact here, Mira, that we're seeing them come in as the lower seed is the biggest question mark about Yandex. Will they perform when it comes time to being on main stage, not just enough to scrape through group stage?
Yeah, when you look at the year that Yandex have had, most people came into this tournament with the expectation that they would be one of the teams, if not the team to beat. They have had a fantastic year with 3 first-place finishes and a lot of second and third podium finishes, and they looked like the raid boss in a lot of the tournaments. They played most recently at EWC. Then here comes TI group stage. Even though you're good, even though you've had a fantastic year, the nerves can hit you, things can change, but we heard from Malady in that interview that he thinks that it was close. A lot of the games that they lost, they could have won, and the pressure, they've got to be feeling it right now, but I think they're going to rise to the occasion.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways, TI, like, as long as you make it, that's all you really care about. And I think that's very true because so much of this first part of the tournament is about learning. It's a long tournament. It's a double elim. It's a lot of games. And so the more you can learn about yourself, about your team, about the heroes you want, the meta is such an important thing at TI. I think that can be an advantage as long as you survive. And they did. That's what counts. And now they can use all those losses to their advantage.
I feel like that's what they have to prove today, though, right? They have to prove that they did learn from these games.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just like, we're not that good, we're a little bit shaky. It's, we took all these games, we tried out all the stuff that we want to try out, and we realized what doesn't work. And I think Yandex this year, I haven't seen that from them, really. Like, the tournaments that they've done well in, they've come in and they've looked hot from the start. So I think for them, that is a big challenge, and they have to prove it to us. They have to show us that they are capable of doing that.
That's very true, because even that raid boss moment that I mentioned during the most recent EWC, they were completely crushing. They weren't put in situations where they had to recover from bad lanes. They weren't put in situations where their drafting was weaker. And they usually come into tournaments with ideas that set the pace for most of the meta. This time around, it seems like they're just following what the rest are doing and aren't doing anything that's signature to them, outside of a few exceptions, like Shira Jr.'s Invoker being first phased or Sox's Mirana coming through in a draft.
Being more, retaliating rather than the ones leading the charge and having their foot in the door there. But I wanted to know more about, Quinn, your perspective when you say implementing these learning lessons for themselves whilst they've had that experimentation. Where has it mostly been? What roles or in what ways do you see that play out?
I think it applies to all the roles, but I think especially, I've actually feel like the safe lane has been weaker than in prior tournaments. I look at Malady and Watson, they were extremely dominant throughout this year, and I come into this tournament and it wasn't quite the same. I think their safe lane in a lot of games is not going as well as it was before, and that bleeds into the other lanes. All these small changes, and maybe a lane goes slightly worse, and now it affects your other lanes because there's less ganks and things like this. And so I look at especially the younger players on this team to how do you stand up with the TI crowd, the TI pressure, because it's a different beast and Liquid is much more experienced. And so I think the onus is on Yandex in a lot of ways to prove that we are up to the task.
When we look towards how we had that, what their year had been, one of their second places was a Blast Slam that happened here in China. And that was actually the first time we'd seen many people on that roster take to a main stage. I know Saxa doesn't fall in that category. I know Watson and Malady don't necessarily either. But CJ was the one for me in senior where I was like, he didn't feel that he was playing to his level on a main stage. And I'm hoping, because that happened so long ago, November last year, a lot more time has developed and it's not going to be a factor today at TI.
I think your first event in front of a crowd is always a little bit different. Like, you don't have that experience at all, and you don't know how it's going to affect you. I think a lot of players think to themselves, like, it's going to be fine, it's going to be just like any other event. But it's not. It's different. There's a different energy, there's a different vibe going on in the arena, and sometimes it brings out the worst in you, and sometimes it can enable you to shine the brightest. And I think having been there before, it's a completely different time. Your second time, you're a lot more prepared for it. And I think for him, he has been one of the most improved players of the year.
Yeah.
And he has the skill, he has the capacity, he knows how to do it. And now it's just like, take that experience you gained last time you were here and prove that you can do it.
Yeah, I love that. I love that idea of some players shine brighter on the TI stage because it's a make or break moment. Like there's an energy in the room, and you're choosing what you do with that energy. Does that energy take advantage of you and you crumble under its pressure, or do you channel that into your gameplay and make yourself better? And I don't know.
Spirit's a big one of it. We saw it earlier today.
Yeah.
Spirit's definitely a massive one of that. But when we're also talking about Yandex, despite it being just on stage, also the year that they've had for themselves, whilst we looked at results, it's more about what's happened on their roster, Effie, the fact that we've seen them make this change in their off lane. They started off with Noticed being their off laner, and at about the start of the year, Marchish, they had DM come and stand in, and I feel like that's a really blurred moment for people who've been following throughout the year, but also a question mark for people who are only tuning in now.
Yeah, it's funny because essentially two of the most dominant teams of the year, if not the most dominant teams of the year, basically swapped offlaners. It's like they did a cultural exchange program or something, but it turned out that sometimes you can have a very high-tier player in Notice, for example, on Yandex and not have it be the perfect fit for you. And they discovered that when DM stood in for him because he had visa issues, and he just slotted in better. I would attribute that personally to DM's ability to take a step back and not be as greedy. Notice is a player who does tend to farm a bit more, and that does fit more on Team Vision.
Yeah, I think they also definitely want a player who can just play early heroes. He's down to play anyone. I think DM, when I think of him, I think of a player who just pick me whatever hero, and I'll sit there and I'll just take it. And you on the other cores can farm, and they can gank me, and they can try anyway. I'll dodge all their ganks, and I'll be low net worth, and it's okay. And I think for Watson especially, that's what he wants in an offlaner.
Yeah, I think DM, to me, we have this concept in Liquid that we refer to as casuals. It's like some player that is willing to play any hero into any matchup. So a lot of pro players, they want to have the best matchup, they want to last pick their hero, they want to see all the information and then pick. I feel like DM is the polar opposite. He's like, I want to play Doom, and I want to play Doom into anything. I don't care. And I think for Yandex, that's what they needed, right? And Notice is, like you mentioned, a bit more of a later type pick player.
Well, we've seen these two teams come up against each other recently. In fact, they went up against each other in group stages. So we're looking at, yes, this hero pool of DM, but more importantly, how that series went, because it was such a pivotal part for them at the moment in which they clashed. They were both 1-0, so it was really early on. But from that, Yandex ended up taking a downward trajectory, coming into the elimination round as 2 and 3. Liquid went on to be 4 and 1, and I think a lot can be taken away and said about this matchup specifically.
Yeah, this series for me was one of the most interesting ones to watch unfold, because that game 2 very easily, with a few different decisions being made by Yandex, could have been a 2-0 on Team Liquid, and I think they're very aware of that. After they lost this very close game where they had a lead for a big portion of it, then they just kind of snowballed into that Game 3 loss, which we see happen so often. But in that Game 2 in particular, they fell for the ultra bait Insania, which is, we're going to go on Mickey's Monkey King, and we're going to fight him, and we're going to call his bluff, and then suddenly he turns with the Jingu stacks, and the game flips on its head.
I mean, Mickey is, I think, one of the best Monkey King players in the world.
Yeah.
And when he's given these kinds of lane setups where you see him playing up against the Axe, it's a melee hero, Monkey King gets to stack up the Jingus, he shines in these moments. I also remember Tofu had an amazing series this game on the Shadow Demon. But no, I think this was also the #1 confidence check for Yandex, right? This is the moment, like Saksa mentions it in his interview, where their confidence was a little bit shook because they had high expectations and they weren't able to live up to that. And I think Liquid was the team that gave them that reality check of hey, you guys are not as good as you think you are. And I think this is why this is so cool to see them go up against each other again.
Yeah, it's so cool, especially when you've played against each other in the past. That rivalry builds up over time, and you've played with and against these players, and there's so much unsaid in the air. You walk past each other at lunch, and you see it, and you kind of smile and say, good luck today, but there's...
You don't really mean it.
You don't really mean it. You want them the worst luck ever. Every rune is on the other side. All the creep score rolls low, everything like this. So there's so much tension, and you can feel it when you see them in the booths. And I'm just excited.
Okay, when you see them at lunch, though, Quinn, when you walk past them, you have your safe lane duo of Watson and Malady on one side, and your off lane duo of Ace and Tofu on the other. So who are you really wishing? Who needs more luck, and who do you think is just got that slight edge on skill and doesn't need the luck as much?
I think Liquid's got the edge, if I'm being honest. I think they have the experience edge, and to me, that's the biggest thing. You talk about Mickey as Monkey King. I think about Mickey and Nisha as players that are rock solid. These guys do not have bad games. They own every game regardless of the pressure. I think they thrive under the pressure. And, you know, you see it on camera. The flip side, Cheers Jr., does he stand up to the pressure as well as Nisha does? Is he as consistent? I don't know if the answer is yes.
Nisha's just aura-farming in that booth, by the way.
He fills up the whole camera shot. You can't see anything else.
Fit him in the camera. He's so huge. No, but I also think it's interesting because I think Liquid, when they struggle throughout the year, I think a lot of it has to do with like motivation issues and kind of like not able to like lock in the same way that they can do when they're in front of a crowd. And I think the same thing goes for Niche, Mick, like a lot of like the cores on Liquid. When they get in front of a crowd, suddenly they're reminded of why they love playing Dota. They're reminded of why this, you know, they've been stuck around for so long and played this game for so long. So I think Nisha in this kind of matchup against CJ, it's like the opposites really. It's you have the guy that loves the crowd, shines in front of the crowd, and the guy that we haven't seen that from yet.
And on that note, I do think a lot of this matchup will be dictated by these two mid laners, because while CJ didn't have the best group stage performance, I think he is by far the most improved player of the year and has had tournaments where he's been diffing a lot of the best mids in the world. We just didn't get to see that same level of confidence from him. And when I look at the series that they played versus Liquid, to me the big issue was when they were picking CJ heroes that didn't counterpick for mid lane. CJ's a player where I think he shines if you give him a counterpick if he's not on his first pick Invoker. He wants something to dominate the lane with, and in that game 3 where he played a mid Primal Beast versus Nisha's Earth Spirit, it was just crickets. And I just don't think that's the style of Dota that you want to play to enable CJ. At EWC, he was the best mid Slardar, and he was using it to counterpick all these Earthshaker mid players like BZM, the Earth Spirit mid players. He had a hero in his pocket, but we just haven't seen him bust it out this TI.
Yeah, I think you want comfort. You want comfort, especially in a first game like this. There's going to be a lot of tensions. The first game on stage, there's a lot of nerves. Get that out of the way. Play something that you have a lot of muscle memory for. You have tons of games that is very easy and normal for you, not just in a pub sense and an individual hero performance, but also in a team setting, right? A hero you played a lot within the structure of Yandex, something that works well.
We see some big smiles coming out from Liquid as well as we were hovering over their booth for a brief moment there. And I think on the side of Yandex, it isn't so much smiles, but I do think the energy is there. I think it's just displayed in a different way. I feel like they're a team in Sania that's a little bit more, we want to center ourselves and focus on ourselves. It's not that copium that some people might chalk it up to be, but I think that's a genuine thing that Suxa was talking about.
I mean, they're fundamentally different teams in that regard. I think Liquid is a lot about, like, we want to keep it relaxed, we want to have a good time, we want to just try to enjoy ourselves, and I think it's reflected if you just look at the player cameras. I think, like, Yandex is a lot more about, like, you know, it's all about the Dota, and I think Liquid is a lot more about, like, what kind of headspace do we want to come in with. You see Nisha, like, fully lean back in his chair. You see, like, they're laughing and making jokes. I know what it's like in that booth. Right now, nothing is serious. Like, William Lee is saying some stupid things to try to make people laugh and just get them relaxed, and that's how they shine. So it's just really, I find it to be really cool. Even like further than that, the way they approach Dota is also quite different in some ways. And I think Liquid is like a team that you're going to see this kind of vibe from in the game too. It's not that serious.
When you say approach different, how so? Like, is it a hero? Is it the tempo that they want to play with? Like, what exactly could you pinpoint it down to that is different?
So I think when I think of Yandex, I think of like the remains of the Tundra roster that won TI. They have Saxa, who brings that and like that kind of vibe into their team, which is very much like, we're going to focus on the Dota, we're going to focus on the numbers, we're going to think about how to get as much value as possible out of the map. Whereas Liquid is a lot more of like a vibe team, I think. They try to like find these specific moves, they're trying to find these clutch moments, they try to connect the heroes in a way that is unexpected and their opponents don't see it coming. And that's how I think they really like differentiate themselves from each other.
Yeah, and on that note, I think they are different in a macro sense, but also kind of similar. Like when I look at Team Yandex, they do remind me a lot of Team Liquid when they're in peak performance. If I look towards the EWC that was played most recently, I thought that I was watching old Gaming Gladiators or Prime Liquid sometimes watching Yandex. They had the earliest or the shortest average win duration. They were goofing up really early. They were like 5-man collapsing on mid lane towers. I was like, am I watching Gaimin? What's going on? And when I think about it, Melody and Watson, they did come from that Team Quinn, and maybe they brought some of the lessons that they learned onto Team Yandex when it comes to that.
Yeah, they're definitely players that can push that aggression when they get the chance for it. I think lanes will be a really, really big deal in this matchup, especially it being a game one. I think jumping off the bat to a good start is very, very good. And I totally agree with the in the booth vibe. It's so funny. Like just looking at them just stare at their monitors. It's just 5 dudes. No one's talking. Everyone's just staring at the monitor. Maybe take a little sip of water if you're thirsty. But other than that, you're getting in your own zone. Watson's looking at something.
Oh, I was like literally the one person to prove you wrong is Watson. He's like, actually, I'm going to look around, really
Never
taking
mind.
the stage. A little bit of a bait there, but you're talking about what reminded you so much of a winning Yandex mirror. But we have this team versus team right now. Their numbers, Liquid and Yandex, the average duration really isn't that different. Even when it comes down to the shortest duration, an 18.5-minute game for Yandex, whereas the other side for Liquid, it's 28 minutes. And again, longest duration. So the fact that their average duration right now is within 2 minutes of each other, you could see that they're going to want similar tempos. They're going to want to have a similar win conditions too.
And 2 minutes can be quite long in Dota. Like a team that wins in 39 minutes versus a team that wins in 45, I look at them entirely differently. And I think that's so cool because Yandex, when you look at the players on it, Watson in particular, he does not seem the type to play for early aggression when you look at his hyper carry pool. And the coolest thing about Yandex when they're doing well is that they don't care who their carry is. They will push the advantage and go high ground. And I think that's been to their detriment sometimes during this group stage. They've had moments where they've been leading and they just take a bad fight or two. They try to push a little bit too much and it's not within their calculations and things go wrong very quickly.
I think another really cool thing about the statistic we just had on our screen is if you notice Liquid stats, they're a lot more consistent. Like, you have Yandex said their shortest win was 18 minutes and their longest game was 68, whereas Liquid is like between like...
It was 27 and 60.
27 and 60. It's a lot closer. And Liquid also played a lot fewer heroes, which I think is a signal that like they know what they want. And Yandex is spreading, it's a lot more spread. They're like 42 heroes versus 31. So Liquid kind of feels like they're a team that knows what they want to do. They're coming here with a game plan. They're coming in and they have something figured out already. And Yandex is a little bit more, you know, still trying to find their fit.
I mean, to me, this series for Yandex is going to make or break them. Because I think that if they can start off their main stage experience with a strong Game 1 win against Liquid, it's going to change from what we've seen during group stages. And I think that if they lose in a fashion that wasn't competitive, we might see them spiral. That's just my take on how they've been playing. And that's why they seem so quiet. That's why they seem so focused and centered, because they're coming into this as the weaker seed, and they understand that they haven't lived up to their own expectations.
You're talking about the difference in heroes as well when it comes to the whole team, a difference of essentially 10 heroes. And for the side of Yandex, it's predominantly the mid and the carry that are experimenting. Both Watson and Tira Jr. have 11 different heroes for themselves. Like, they're not really finding consistency. And sometimes that's great, Quinn, because it's like you're always going to have that great counter pick. You're always going to have that gotcha hero. But if you're not winning, if you're coming in as the lower seed, it doesn't scream we have gotcha picks. It's we don't have confidence in where we're going.
I totally agree. And I think in the modern era of Dota, having a smaller pool of heroes that you sort of, everybody's got 4 or 5 heroes, you can't ban them out, and they cycle through those heroes, and they just pick them, and they form slightly different drafts amongst a similar pool of heroes, I think is shown to be the best way to win games, because people know what they're expecting. You know, what they expect from lanes, how they expect the team fights to work. People have similar jobs. This guy starts fights, this guy follows up, and you build a lot of consistency and practice there. And so I think when we see those hero pools, you think the bigger one maybe is an advantage because you've got more possibilities, but I think the smaller one actually tends to be just a better result, apart from like a Collapse or Yatoro that can play 14 heroes in 14 perfect games and it works, but there's not many Yatoros and Collapses.
Yeah. I mean, they're 2-time TI winners for a reason, of course, but we're focusing in now on the side of Liquid because their smallest hero pool comes out when you look at supports. Boxy's that one, insane. And when we look at what he's been able to do, it's just a strong foundation for the offlane of Liquid to succeed, to then transition into all of Liquid succeeding.
I think Boxy generally at TI he's been the Tusk guy, right? He's always a melee guy. He plays some melee hero. He absolutely like runs the show for Liquid. And this time around, he's taken more of like this hoodwink Wind Ranger kind of role where he plays a bit more heroes that will enable ace, but still have some sort of catch, still have some sort of way of like starting fights for them. Because I think that's really like what he has to do for Liquid. He's the big voice, and he wants heroes that enables him to have a voice, and that's stunts, essentially.
Yeah, the Hoodwink and the Wind Ranger definitely help with that, and I think it's a good replacement. It works with ace, but also isn't, you know, not stuns.
Yeah. We're going to be able to see the first game of Yandex and Liquid
versus Team Yandex. Game 1.
We do have a game #1 draft here, Liquid and Yandex. We're going to be seeing the bans popping up pretty soon, but it feels quite stock standard in some of the learning lessons that our teams have taken away from group stage. Tree, Lena, Undying, Invoker, and Kez being taken out.
The big question for me is, Nisha's been on a tear on Earth Spirit. Are you going to let it through on Yandex? Are you going to try to take it for yourselves, or are you going to try to beat it? Personally, I think CJ hasn't impressed me so much with playing his Earth Spirit, so in the case of banning it, I would agree with it, but I would also love to see them attempt to counterpick it on the mid lane. Just pick a hero that punishes him, punishes a melee hero, go back to your roots a little bit and bring the Slardar back, but not in this game one.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that Liquid also opted to ban out Invoker. I was looking a bit at their statistics throughout the year, because they played up against each other quite a lot of times. And Yandex has beaten Liquid almost every single time. I think their track record before TI was 1-5, and 5 being Yandex, 1 being Liquid. And Invoker was quite frequently picked in those series. So I think Liquid has also realized, like, even though they beat it in the group stage, this hero is a problem for them.
Yeah, it's very spooky and it scales very, very well, and it's also super comfort for Chira. So I think it is a good ban, makes a lot of sense, and a lot of teams are prioritizing it. So this IO hero is a hero that has been the talk of the town over the past week. This may not be what you think it is, which is support IO. This is most likely a core IO, which has been popularized over the past couple of months. It is very, very powerful. We saw Watson win a game with it during the group stage, so they are capable of playing it, and I like the cojones to pick it super early like this, because I think this hero is very scary, and if you do not win the game very quickly or build a lead against it, it can take over.
There's a caveat, though, to a core IO working, where it feels like you still need to be able to have either another core that feels really good to relocate in, or support that you can bring with it. Surely it isn't just as straightforward as shut it down early and you can win against an IO carry or IO core.
That's a very valid point. I mean, when you look at IO carry and the current support pool, he works with most of them. Like, we're seeing a lot of 5 Undyings. We're seeing Largos sometimes be flex to support, but mainly played through the offlane. We're seeing Tusks, we're seeing Clockworks. All of these heroes they pair excellently on lane, and also in the case of heroes like Clockwork, can set up for that IO relocate. I look at this IO come out in the first phase, and I think it's very ballsy, like Quinn mentioned, but it also makes sense in Sania versus Nature's Prophet. You have this hero with global threat, you counter it with your own global threat.
Yeah, I mean, Wisp, whenever I see Wisp at TI main stage, it just makes me think of, you know, TI9 OG when they did this. And I know something they really liked to run was the Wisp Tusk. And when you have these two heroes paired together, you get the overcharge that adds damage to the, what is it called, to the tag team. And then you have that relocate that you mentioned, and suddenly Nature's Prophet is not tanky at all. This guy just vanishes. And this is another way to abuse the Wisp, which is just you amplify the healing.
Yeah. Yeah, this combo is terrifying. I think, honestly, when I see these two heroes, I think the story of the game has already been set in terms of draft. You cannot beat IO Largo late game. It's impossible. The healing is absolutely out of control. Without something like an A or a Doom, I think it's just completely, it's not even a question. And so to me, Liquid is in the ballpark of we want to run them over now, because IO and Largo, they're greedy heroes. They're farmers. And you've got a window where you can abuse them, where you can run them over. You can get these ranged turrets, these Scotties, that beat them down and nullify the regen some. And so I think Liquid's got, they know what their path is, what their plan is for the draft now.
Yeah, the healing amp is ridiculous, but also the damage amp, right? Like,
yeah.
IO Spirits with the Aghanims plus Largo's, like, E, plus Conjurer's Catalyst, which seems to drop in every game when you're playing against poor IO. Like, wow, suddenly it's got a Conjurer's Catalyst. It feels like you can't play into this. There's permanent uptime on ridiculous damage.
I mean, Yandex are essentially saying, like, hey, this is our draft, try to beat it.
Yeah.
And I actually like that Liquid take the Tusk away. I think Tusk is one of the main enablers that allows Wisp to get through the early game. And like we mentioned already, for Yandex right now, it's about how can we build a strong enough early game that we can reach our end game timings, because that's already on the table. If we get to the end game and we have everything online, we're going to be stronger.
Yeah, and I think the Tusk Marauder fits that very well. It's two heroes that really like early skirmishing. They get up in there, they fight, and you can set up for Nature's Prophet TPs, because you want to open the towers early, you want to speed the game up, keep making moves, keep killing heroes, and I think these heroes fit very well. Not to mention you've got some extra damage from potential Vessel and Marana to counter the healing. You've got Tusk, which amplifies Nature's Prophet's damage. I think it's these picks make a lot of sense and fit that sort of theme of we need to tempo these guys and shut them down.
I also like that Yandex are kind of defining the draft. When you pick these kinds of heroes that are like, now you need to respond to us. I think this is something that we haven't seen from them in the group stage. And it's showing confidence in that, like, they're willing to put their draft out there and be like, now you come play our game. Boxy is not playing Wind Ranger or Hoodwink. They're not having that offlane combination that they've done so well with throughout this year, or this TI. They're forced on this Tusk, you know, which is a Boxy hero. They can absolutely pull it off, but Liquid is playing Yandex's game.
And that is a concern of mine, because while Boxy is probably the best Tusk in the world, it hasn't looked amazing for them this group stage, like you mentioned, Nat, because Boxy and Ace, they seem to function if Boxy is playing a hero that doesn't stack camps like Coddle, just sits on the lane, hits the enemy, secures him his early game farm, and then leaves. When you're playing this Tusk into Yandex's lineup, you're making him leave that lane very early. He's going to be going mid, he's going to be trying to pressure that IO and kill him as early as possible with the Nature's Prophet TPs, and that's not Ace's recipe to success.
It's definitely not, and with Enchantress and Hoodwink, it's two more heroes that are difficult to kill. Enchantress got the healing, Hoodwink's got the running through the trees and the built-in evasion. Like, you need more tools to kill stuff, because just one support that's starting fights, you look at Mirana and Nature's Prophet, they're follow-up heroes. Nature's Prophet TP's in, Mirana wants someone already stuns, you can arrow them. You need other heroes that can get in there and get the ball rolling. You don't want too much more follow-up, because there's a lot of stuff that you need a lot of tools to kill. It's not heroes that just melt when you look at them.
Someone that I'm surprised is still in the hero pool is Centaur. He was a big talking point when it came to group stage. It felt like more often than not, he was first base picked, and in Seder I'm looking, it's still there. Someone who goes in, someone who has a blink stun initiate.
Hero fully capable of doing it. I think Ace doesn't really love playing the hero that way.
I see.
And they're going to opt for the Dawnbreaker. This has also been extremely strong for them throughout the groups. I think they're one of the few teams that plays it really actively, and Dawnbreaker Tusk is an amazing combo again. If you look at their spells, Dawnbreaker's Q essentially is 3 auto attacks really quickly, and Tag Team amplifies that. And Wisp is like a pretty low armor hero, so if you get on top of the Wisp, it can just explode.
Versus Enchantress as well. You have the means to kill her now with this Dawn Starbreaker. She was a hero that Yandex were just going to throw into the enemies and say, press your only disables on me. We're going to survive this and our IO will kill you all. Now Dawnbreaker's purpose in the fights is very clear. Hoodwink and Enchantress are the heroes that Ace should target, and the global presence on top of Nature's Prophet's global presence will be able to match IO's tempo once he gets his items.
Yeah, I do think there is risk in this pick, though, because you've now got 2 global guys. Dawn is also a follow-up hero, so there's a lot of weight on Tusk now, and I totally agree about the Tusk Dawnbreaker lane. That is a classic counterpick to Enchantress. When Enchantress was a first-pick hero, you respond with those 2 heroes, and you try to kill her. But if you don't get the kills, suddenly, if you look at a long fight in this game, like a fight where both teams are kiting and chilling, Yandex is super happy, because they have all these heals, all this slow damage over time, and Liquid needs to burst you. If they're not bursting you with a Tusk jump into a Dawnbreaker follow-up, then what are they doing in the fights?
Yeah, I absolutely love this puck ban as well, because I was thinking here on 18, this is on our road to winning TI 13. This was our go-to thing. So the pick where they just picked Dawnbreaker, the very, very strong thing about it is that you get to pick your hero into banning 2 heroes immediately afterwards. And Puck was our go-to. You pick the Puck there, and then you ban 2 counters, and it feels like this hero is just unkillable. And if you look at the Yandex heroes, they essentially have 1 stun, and it's not a stun that you can really land on Puck because of the phase shift. So I love that ban. I think Yandex they're hitting.
I have a question for you, Aiden. How unlikely is it that there's the potential to flex the Nature's Prophet to mid and just make a high burst damage hero?
It's been done before. Nisha used to play it quite a bit. I think even during that TI run that we had, he did play it mid every once in a while. So it is a possibility.
But is it good enough in this game? Do we potentially see it as we know the reason of a Nature's Prophet moving towards mid and the benefit it gives?
I could see it for something like a Tiny, potentially, which is not super high damage, but it gives you a starter, and then you let your Nature's Prophet and your Dawnbreaker be the true carries. You get a hero that can go in there, it pairs well with Mirana in lane. Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. And it's a cool adaptation, too. Nature's Prophet, I haven't seen it mid this tournament at all. My one worry is that it's blind, and it's a hero that can be counterpicked, and if you have heroes running at you mid, like Enchantress and Hoodwink, like do, if you die a couple of times, well, Nature's Prophet wants to TP elsewhere. He wants to fight on other lanes, use his spells to open up towers and attack other places. So if people come to you, the hero can have some big problems with that.
Yeah, so I think Nigma played Nature's Prophet mid with a carry Ember at some point.
Okay.
And it was really cool because it functions similarly to this Nature's Prophet plus Tiny, where they're going to have that same dynamic. But this Nature's Prophet, had it just been run as carry and was forced to follow the IO around, it would have felt very underwhelming to me because eventually he's just going to fall off a cliff. Whereas from the mid lane, his role becomes different. Suddenly he's more about opening towers, pressuring, and not trying to maximize his GPM.
Yeah, I think just conceptually this game on Yandex, they said very early on, we're going to be so tanky that you cannot kill us. And if you don't win the fight in the first second, we're going to win it over time. And Liquid has responded to that by picking heroes that provide a lot of damage really, really quickly. You have Tiny that deals a lot of damage, you have Dawnbreaker falling in, you have Tusk, you have an Arrow, and then a Nature's Prophet ult on top of it. So Liquid is essentially trying to break that by exploding a hero at the start of the fight, and then abusing the fact that they have a numerical advantage to keep snowballing these fights forward. So for that reason, I think the Tiny conceptually makes so much sense. There's no other hero in Dota that one-shots you the same way Tiny does.
Yeah, it's a very logical and purposeful draft. I think it's actually super cool. The Index proposes a problem like this, and Liquid says, okay, here's our solution to the problem. And then you put it into the game and you test it and say, all right, is your solution good enough for this problem? Have you solved the proof?
Yeah.
I do see one thing that might become an issue, and I'm not sure if Wind Ranger necessarily solves that or if it puts more of a hindrance to it, is Nature's Prophet wants to be around the farm, around the map a lot farming. Dawnbreaker as well, they kind of want to be by themselves. Is it almost either too greedy, or is there an avenue in which we could see them getting picked off without having that backup from Liquid in moments?
And I think it depends on how the lanes go, honestly, and how the pace is set. But I just need to comment on this DJ IO. This is so funny because they dodged the, okay, carry to carry IO Nature's Prophet matchup. I'm just going to play a different role. And CJ's like, no, I'm on your lane. I'm playing IO versus you, and I'm going to be your problem, Misha.
This is his 12th hero now at the International, adding another one to his hero pool.
Yeah, this is super interesting. I think it's a lane that IO should be pretty happy in. If you're not pressuring IO early, then Cyril farms really fast, and he gets his levels super early, and he relocates elsewhere. And he can also have Ench come to mid, so I think it's a cool pick. My biggest question is, can Chira Jr. actually play it? Because this is a specialist hero, not a hero that any schmuck can play.
I absolutely agree. I think that is the biggest question mark. Because from theory standpoint, this idea is really cool. Wind Ranger doesn't die as quickly to the Tusk and the Dawnbreaker. She has the ability to Wind Run, which dodges the attacks, so you don't take the bonus damage. And they've solved kind of like the laning issue, but now it's become like a skill check. Can Chira play Wisp? Because I think if he can, they're in a good position to win this game.
What makes it so different, Quinn, playing an IO mid compared to playing it carry?
You get a lot more levels. But you also don't have a hero naturally with you that you're paired with and tethered to all the time. And so I think there's that extra level of IO expertise needed because you need to know when do I go to side lanes, when do I farm, and when do I fight. Compared to on carry, you kind of just autopilot fight and press relocate, whereas mid, there's a lot more decisions.
All right, well, it's a lot of fun, the draft that we've been given right now. A plot twist right towards the end, but we're going to see just how confident Liquid's coach is in their draft as he's standing by with Tsunami.
I think he's very confident because Blitz, I was getting ready for the interview. They didn't even finish picking Wind Ranger and you already walked out of the booth. What's up?
Usually during online games I do that, and then I kind of forgot that we're at TI, so I don't know. It's like not going to change anything I've done. I've 23 picked, and you know, do I tell my team anything different now that they pick Wind Ranger? Like, they got us, guys.
There's no world where you'd have been like, oh wait, actually, let's not do the Nature's Prophet Tiny swap. Let's keep Nature's Prophet as carry, or you were set no matter what?
No, I think at this tournament, something that I've really learned is you got to have faith in your ideas and you got to do you. You can't think too much about what the enemy team can do, or else I think it just gets in your head.
And then in terms of having faith in your ideas, you have been here before. 2 years ago, you were getting ready to go into your playoff bracket and then win the whole thing. Last year, polar opposite, not making out a group stage. What's the vibe right now with you and the team?
Oh, I mean, we were talking about how it's been 2 years since any of us have been able to play on this stage. And, you know, I got pretty emotional because Tofu was like, hey guys, I'm really proud of how we got here and stuff like that. And it means the world to me. And, you know, when you win TI, you just think to yourself, like, life's going to just keep cruising and stuff. And it was a really big reminder to me that this game it's not like a right, it is a privilege. And I hope that everybody remembers that and treats the game with a lot of respect because, you know, for sure, I thought that we were just going to cruise and keep being the best team ever. And, you know, life comes at you really hard. And, you know, I don't really have many years left in this. And I just want to, like, take it in and appreciate it.
Well, let's still appreciate the moment together. Blitz, good luck on game number 1 as we send it to our casters.
Thank you very much there, Neil and Blitz. Some great words there from Blitz coming into this series. It should be a fantastic one. And
you can tell Liquid, obviously with their run for the group stage, looks like they're really locking in and taking it serious. They had a fantastic run. Yandex is a little bit shaky, but the potential from Yandex, as we've seen through this season, is pretty scary. So if they start to step it up here in the main event, they're going to give Liquid a run for their money.
For sure, and I have to be pointing out that this is a bit of like the only rematch that we do have, I think, from any of the teams, right? This is the only time that we are having in this tournament so far, a team playing against each other for the second time. So the last time we did see Liquid come out ahead. Curious to see how this one's going to go, because a lot of teams, a lot of players have been talking about this IO Largo disgusting kind of combo where you have just infinite sustain inside of the draft. Liquid's approach, just like the panel was talking about, is overwhelming burst. Everybody bursts.
I mean, yeah, both. When you look at the side lanes from Liquid, it's honestly the dream sort of setups for a mid-nature's Prophet. Yeah, I love the mid-nature's Prophet. I want to see more of it. It is a risky one to do, because if you start moving around the map too early, and you can lose your lane pretty hard. Nisha, I'm sure, he's not going to do that. He's going to be very sensible with his early game movements. But the potential for early movements are huge, because both lanes, you've got these duo lane setups that are absolute killers, right? Already the aggression coming out from Boxy and Ace, looking to secure that first bit of blood, but won't quite get it. Malady will live, able to sneak away. But yeah, you can taste it. Liquid, they're going to be hungry for the kills. On the side of Yandex, though, they have got some pretty nice slippery laners, right? They've got the heroes ready to sort of sustain through that. You look at this bottom lane, give them a few levels, and both these two, the Hoodwink, the Wind Ranger, they're going to be slipping about. It's not going to be that easy for this kind of Dawnbreaker Tusk lane to set up the action. Yandex, they've responded well.
Yeah, responded well. Liquid does a lot of control, though. On top of just having the burst damage, that's something I am looking at their draft with, is much easier for them to just approach these fights, approach just initiating as well, too. While you look for Yandex, it's a very different approach in general for everything. Like they were talking about panel, right? Long team fights, having to bait a hero at first, throw the Largo in, maybe the Enchantress to force some spells. Liquid is just going to be go, go, go. So excited to see how this one's going to go down. Excited to see how the lanes go. And if this Largo, if this IO is going to get together and become that unkillable duo with all the heals.
Absolutely, yeah. The group up from Yandex, it's going to be a question, as you say, who kind of gets to that point first? Are Yandex going to be able to build to this stage where you can't kill them, or are Liquid going to be able to build to the stage where their overwhelming burst and aggression and initiation is too much for Yandex to group up?
Chira?
Going to get hit by a snowball. Is he going to quite reach him? No. A creep wave comes in. He's got the tether at the ready to get away from Boxy.
This is, I'm very curious about this lane as well, too. Just like Quinn was talking about, Chira has played, what was it, 12 heroes? 12 heroes at this point.
11 or 12, yeah.
Absurd, right? So I think the question really is how well is he going to play it, and especially how well is he going to play it into such an aggressive lineup that can potentially burst you if you're not careful. Right now, lane's looking very good. 17-0, sure, some denies on Nisha, but like Quinn was saying, right? If this IO gets away with a good start, it can be pretty problematic, because you get that reload online very early, you devastate the side lanes, but we do have to talk about that too, right? Global potential of both sides, quite high. Bottom, Boxy.
Oh, he's going to come in with a snowball. I don't think he's getting out of this one, though. As soon as he's going to be out of the snowball, Watson's going to look to try and secure the first blood, and he'll do so easily. Same time in the mid, Nisha's trying to go for Chira Jr. here with the tree. It's going to get him. He's into the trees, Chira Jr.
Got him.
We'll do it. Nisha did TP over just in case he needs to get a right click in himself. And we'll TP back to base to make sure he can get the refuel. So, kills
big deal
going down already in that mid matchup.
Big deal in the mid lane to get this type of kill, though. That probably could mean he did have to use the TP back, so it might take him longer to come all the way back.
Walk to lane.
But he might still be able to get that level 6 very early. And as we said, high burst potential, that Wrath of Nature with the double stun on the side lanes could be very strong, very aggressive in this game.
In the top
lane, another move.
This rotation come in. Flicks to the side here, but the arrows lined up. Tofu, make sure that Saxa's not getting away.
Overall, for Liquid, it's much easier to just make these moves, right? As we're saying, for Yandex, it's more of this group up, eventual just whittling heroes down to the side lanes, because they do have this very strong safe lane with the Wind Ranger and the Hoodwink. Boxy, he's just going to be moving now. They've accepted the fact, yeah, we picked the Dawn and the Tusk to be able to try to pressure that lane, but the fact that they picked the Wind Ranger, you just can't really.
You're not killing one.
No, it's too hard unless he literally just kind of runs up and dies on purpose. Even then, right, they have a stun to be able to protect. So now Malady, his choice is, where do you want to go? Now this Hoodwink has opportunity to also match the movements, and you can leave the Wind Ranger alone. So let's see how much he wants to do. He's looking for Boxy. He knows that Boxy's just looking to go through these gates and pressure the lanes. So good identification of that there from Malady.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be good enough, really, right? Just sort of keeping tabs on the Tusk movements. Not allowing Boxy to to get away with those sort of plays top.
Even mid, though, they do have to be wary, as we saw there. Boxy, well, not right now, but can go for those TP plays, can look for the kills onto Chira. But now, let's see those sixes. Chira's about to hit it. Nisha's about to hit it as well. Similar timing.
I mean, that's the thing. We're seeing fantastic efficiency from both of these mids, both backing up, making use very early on of the neutral camps here. Chira with the Spirits, and, of course, Nisha with the Treants. So these two are going to get fantastic farm out of the solo situation. It's just going to be very interesting to see where both of their games go. Obviously, both heroes with huge global potential and many ways to read the map and make moves, which is going to be an absolute treat to see from these two players. Because when you have these sort of mid-heroes that have those sort of opportunities, as I say, it's very easy to sort of make a bad move that kind of snowballs in the wrong direction.
For sure.
So they've got to be on top of their game here, Nisha and Chira Jr.
Rune's going to be the choice, because Io does want to play with the runes, right? So Nisha, he's going to double check with Treants, so probably going to prevent the fill-up from going out there for Chira Jr. Could restrict some of his movements here. And let's see what Saxo wants to do, because usually we do see as well the Enchantresses try to sandwich onto the mid lane, so maybe something they want to consider, but not the easiest, as we said. For Yandex, their lineup just isn't really about ganking overall, right? No. So it's just different what we're going to see. Liquid, probably the one's going to be on the aggression in the majority of this early game. Finding another one.
Able to come across and help out Tofu to take Saxo down.
And another thing, I actually wanted to check with the build. I'm assuming Tofu's going to get a Vessel anyway in this game, right?
Someone's got to buy one, right?
You definitely want one versus all the ceiling. Sure, Largo can lick it off, but Arrow, connection, DM.
If they have enough to take him out with the tree coming
Blood grenade.
Close.
Not quite there.
Not going to catch him. DM will be able to survive. We're going to see Malady, see if he maybe gets lucky around the 7 minutes with Watson. We'll see what sort of response Liquid come in with.
Both contesting. Boxy and Ace are strong. Boxy's a bit low level.
He is low on the levels. Get the shotgun into the power shot. This is going to hurt pretty badly. Relocate's coming in as well. They want to contest this.
They got to sack it.
And indeed, they have to back away from this one. So Watson's going to be allowed to take away kind of wisdom. DM's going to secure his own.
He could be in trouble here. Power shot hits.
A lot of damage as well. They'll get the kill on top of it. I mean, the dream sort of move there from Chira Jr. Not only helping out secure the wisdom to make sure that Yandex get both of them, but also getting involved in a chance to kill off the enemy offlaner.
Nisha not feeling like he's in a position. I don't think he had the TP teleport available. At least he had the TP scroll, but feeling like he couldn't join it.
After that play he made against Saxo, I think it
was still on cooldown. Yeah,
level 1. Pretty long cooldown on that teleportation, 65 seconds.
Heads up move. Very nice play with them having this advantage in the bottom lane, being able to play versus Dawnbreaker. That's the reason they can go for this. Ace struggling to enter into this game in comparison to the opposing offlaner. See how he can catch back up. As we said, lots of global potential, but that does mean that it's going to stall out the 6 a little bit longer for that Dawnbreaker since he does get brought down. And DM, he can just farm super efficiently now at this point. His lane was good on the Largo. Now he just goes to the side camps that we'd love to watch these Largos farm, of course. And he can show up to most of these fights himself, too. A very responsive lineup that Yandex can go for to counter what Liquid wants to go for.
I mean, that's the thing. There's just so many heals. And honestly,
so much
pretty good aggression and offensive potential as well later down the line, right? There's a lot of spell amp between them. You got a Hunter's Boomerang later on from the Hoopwing. You got this IO with the Overcharge. You got the Cargo with the Bull Belly Blitz and the Croak. If they put this all together, it's going to hurt. They can live through it all and they can dish it back at you.
There's a lot of really cool combos that we can get to. Sure, there's some way later on as well that are pretty ridiculous. The IO plus the Wind Ranger, Focus Fire, level 25, etc. We'll wait down the lines to be able to talk about
But honestly, if the game duration is anything to go by so far here at this international, we might get there.
Yeah, some really, really cool combo plays. And something to talk about, too, is they do have these like pseudo saves on Yandex, but Liquid, they have the harder save in particular in this game, right?
Yeah.
They have the ulti from the Dawn, they have the Tusk Snowball, so we'll see in particular in the team fights how much that's going to actually matter.
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest early on for Watson to sort of just focus fire someone and hope for the kill. There's going to be ways for Liquid to fight back and keep one another alive. Honestly, just both lineups very much kitted out to bring us some pretty exciting action.
I think we're in for an absolute treat. I think it's very likely we do get to that 50, very later stages.
Both teams, they don't, well, at least especially on Yandex's side, they don't mind playing a bit greedy, right? No. You got this IO, he wants to be kind of max efficiency, getting the creeps, hitting the jungle, pushing the lane out, holding the tower. DM, he's happy to kind of get his big items online as this Largo and beef up, and Watson, he's more than happy to hit the creeps. Over on Liquid side, They do obviously have like the safe lane Tiny, but you know, we do see these Tinies, they kind of want to get kind of these 2-3 items online before they do anything right. These echoes into a Shadow Blade or into a Blink. But we'll see which way Mike is going to be going this game. I mean, which way do you think he is going to be going, considering that he obviously has this mid-nature's Prophet that Nisha's playing, who's like this Maelstrom, he's going to be farming.
Yeah.
You got to have someone go in, right? And it's probably got to be the Tiny when you've got this mid-NP.
Otherwise, you're fully reliant on the Tusk. I think that's exactly what Mickey has to do. Maybe take a slight back foot and let Nisha play that true carry from the mid lane, because they do scale. Absolutely on the side.
Because that's the thing. Could they also just say, well, Yandex is going to try and scale, we're going to outscale them, and can you trust in the Tiny Nature's Prophet core to sort of outdo that of the IO Wind Ranger, or do you think that's a risk?
It could be a risk. It's just we don't know. I haven't seen the full tests in some of these games of how busted the IO Largo really can be when it's put together, because the healing gets to be absolutely ridiculous. But Liquid, if they have the burst, right, you get the Daedalus Tiny, etc., right, we'll have to see as it gets down later down these lines. The other thing, too, for Yandex, pushing buildings might be a little bit harder in particular. Liquid, you can see how they get set up for siege, right? Nature's Prophet can siege, Tiny can also siege a little bit quicker, so map control will definitely be pretty important in these next few moments. So Saksa, I like what they're doing down here a lot. Enchantress probably their best way of being able to push these towers early on with these creeps, starting to get the ball rolling on the bottom side. Try to open up the map, perhaps have some access into Ace's side camps.
Yeah, because I feel from everything we sort of know and what we've seen so far, Yandex's approach this game seems a bit more self-explanatory, right? It seems safer, I would say. Liquid's is a little bit riskier. They got to do some flashy stuff, whereas Yandex, a lot of stuff is going to very naturally gel together.
They're going to exist well, but they're going to lack ways to start fights, perhaps, on Yandex. Well,
but I think they don't mind that.
Yeah, they're going to farm. They're going to farm.
We'll start a fight when you bring it to us, and hope, you know, we're going to be able to just hold our side of the map for the next 40, 50 minutes until you have to bring it to us, and we're going to be ready.
Let's see whose idea works out better this time around in particular, right? Because Nisha, he's just farming. He's got the Maelstrom build. He's just going to go straight up, as we said, playing the one position from the mid lane.
Yep.
So I feel like pretty much when the Blink Daggers come out from Liquid, they're going to accelerate a lot more. I don't think they're just going to sit back, Yandex get these like multiple timings, because we've seen, at least today especially too, what Largo can do if he's able to just do his timings as well.
And with this IO, as you said, it's just the mass heals, the way things come together for Yandex's lineup. Yeah, I think Liquid, they're going to be feeling a little bit of an urgency to do something, and it's going to be around Mickey's Blink. It's about 750 gold into it, so that's the key timing we're looking for to see Liquid really try and get the ball rolling.
Yeah, let's see if they can, I mean, in particular, open up the map, and is it going to work versus the timing, because the Blink's going to come, but Chiro's going to have the Axe. So he's already going to be that, I mean, reckoning force that they have to somehow deal with all the extra heals. And he's, as we said, the Lick will be there, so even when the Vessel comes out, if they do go for it, not sure if they actually will this game, he'll have an answer. Because I see now it's a Distiller being queued up for Tofu, so maybe he just goes, you know what? I'm never going to be able to get the Dispel off. Or get the Vessel off, because they're going to have the Lick.
Yeah,
so.
that's fair.
Quiet start here, though. 4-3. No teams wanting to over-move with their global, because there's reactions from the opposing global.
As I say, I think we're going to sort of see this sort of slow pace for quite some time this game.
I do think so, too, until the Blink comes. Then Liquid definitely going to go, because there's easier ways to start fights, but see how Yandex wants to respond with all this healing.
Because Watson on track to hit very good timing on the Mjolnir.
And Chira's too. Chira's timing is going to be really fast here with the Aghanims.
You give these two space, an IO with an Axe and a Wind Ranger with a Mjolnir rush, they're going to clean up the farm a little bit quicker than sort of the Tiny with an Echo Blink. Yeah, Mickey, he's going to want to go. He's going to want to go, and he has got great teammates and heroes around him to do so.
So much follow-up. That's just like Quinn was talking about, right? That's why they did this switch up where Nisha's now playing the carry from the mid lane. They have so many ways to jump in and start, and then they have follow-up as well, too. They've kind of, I mean, lined it up nicely. It's just going to be, can they execute it? Since I feel like theirs is a bit easier to execute in terms of bursting, but Yandex, if they don't get burst,
the play is over. Yeah. Because they're, as you said, they're fulling on the heals. Outside of the heals, they don't have any other sort of direct safety. Two times now, that's... You know, sure, they kill, if they even do. Nearly gets away with the scurry. They will get the kill, but it's got to hurt. 14 minutes in, you're yet to secure a Shrine of Wisdom for yourself, Liquid.
But they're not even that far behind on the experience, to be honest with you. They're maximizing really well with the way that they're just farming all over the place. Like, Nisha's just hitting the creeps, being able to get involved with that global potential. So, even though they lost the double Wisdoms, they're actually... I mean, pretty much dead even in terms of experience and gold, so...
Yeah, so that's pretty interesting.
Pretty cool.
Considering, 4 Wisdoms already going the way of Yandex.
Please don't tell me this is going to be one of those games, though, where it's 4-4 in 14 minutes already.
I'm telling you, I think both are... we're looking at Mikke. We're looking at Mikke to save the show. Is he going to be able to look to make action happen? Or is this going to be one of those blinks that kind of just speeds up the farming because you get from camp to lane to camp a little bit quicker? We'll see how aggressive Mikke wants to get. But honestly, I think he might just be happy hitting the creeps.
He might. He'll make one move. If it doesn't work, then it's going to be hitting the creeps. So let's see what goes down here. Rotation toward mid. Yandex is actually the one accelerating here. Trying to shut down Liquid before they can't get that timing. They'll get a quick fix.
That's a nice little move and an unexpected one. I don't think if you're Liquid, you're expecting Watson to just sort of turn up here around the mid and put this pressure on. I like it. You know, this is sure Yandex doing something that... Yeah, Liquid, I don't think they were expecting this sort of heavy pressure just to appear around the mid-tier 1 tower. Yandex are going to get that for free.
And so far, Chira, he's looking good on the IO. He's not doing anything crazy or flashy, but his farm is excellent.
Yeah,
Cats on Nisha.
He's going to be able to turn to get the sprout off. He's got first comes in with the sharpshooter before the solo guardian heal comes in. They'll turn with the star break combo with Chira Jr. Chira Jr. will get taken down in return, so they'll lose the mid for a mid. But Yandex, they can move on for more. They're going to grab on the waist, double kill for Malady. They'll look to Topo to the tower. He'll try and leap away. We'll get away with that final leap up to the high ground. Snowball into Arrow, back away Malady. Doesn't hit correct with a power shot though for once.
Actually,
takes out Tofu. Mikke though will finally turn up and ensure that Liquid do not go empty-handed. Cleans up a double, so make sure that the trade ends up relatively even.
Oh my, what a response there. I mean, Mikke getting the perfect connection there to get the
good job. If he was in there, that would have been bad news for Liquid, but Mikke, he knew he needed to be a part of that one. You know, but the dive in the tier 2, he can't miss out on that, and he does.
And Boxy actually coming back in time. That fight lasted so long, he came back in time. He almost has his blink dagger. He actually got some gold because of that. So if anything, I actually think Liquid comes out ahead in that one because they get this extra gold for the support.
Sure, for the blink.
EM dies as well too, and Ace gets some. Sure, he dies, but some.
Another one here for Mikke and Nisha.
Another
catching sacks around the lane up top. All right, Liquid. Funnily enough, weren't the ones to start getting the action going. It was Yandex going, hey, you know what? Let's try a look around the tier 1 and see what we can turn this into, heading up into the triangle area.
Yep.
Liquid's like, all right, you want to play? We're ready to play. Let's go.
They just have, I mean, in general, right, looking at the stuns, we have to talk about it because we did mention it earlier. Liquid has a ton. Yandex just doesn't. They really don't. So they just have to collapse on these targets and burst them a bit quicker. Yeah. Liquid will have that easier access to go for these kills in most situations if they do have those numbers. But okay, very even still. 2K lead at the moment here for Liquid, but a big punchback. They slow down DM, and Ace now does have the Echo finished up. Is level 12, so level 2 Solar Guardian is also online for the next play. That healing could make the difference too.
And a decent amount of protection is going to be built off the IO. Going for the Shiva's Guard next, right? A lot of their burst damage is this physical damage, so once he has the extra armor on top of things, Chira Jr., I mean, we even saw there, they did sort of take everything they threw at him to take him down. Like, it took time to take the IO out. So Chira Jr. is able to get this next time online in good time. He's going to be a tough one to defeat. Liquid. See if they're prepared for this. Another movement's actually going to be coming in from Yandex.
I quite like if Chira does go. I kind of want him to go BKB first.
Before the Shivas?
It's too much magical burst damage that could just explode him. And a lot of the lineup, I feel, for Yandex is revolving how Chira does. If Chira gets burst at the start of these fights, a lot of the healing, the lineup that they want to play with and dangle heroes kind of falls apart. So
Malady gets a quick connection here. They're coming with a focus fire. Trying to get the Solar Guardian off base, but he's gone.
Big damage.
They turn with a huge amount of burst again. Mikke, he's everywhere they need him to be.
Chira.
Build up the two, then they're going to try for Chira.
They got him.
Damage they do. Mikke making sure that he's not missing out on any of these fights. Again, Yandex are kind of bringing...
I think they're forcing more than expected.
I mean, I don't think we thought they would do this.
I thought they would chill back.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just that I think they're kind of happy to chill back, but no. They're maybe feeling some pressure that's not necessarily there. They're trying to make these plays. They're not going too great each time.
And also,
they're countering them.
I feel like I kind of cursed Chira there because something about a lot of the IO players, we have to talk about it always, right? It's the timing of the 15 talent. They went right before he hit level 15. So I've seen most of these teams, that IO just plays around that timing because you do so much overwhelming damage. That's twice now he shows up, dies. Yeah. Now we're seeing separation between them. And Mikke, I have to say, what combos that he's got.
He is the happiest Tiny in the world right now. Each of these moves just turning up and cleaning up. It's the dream for the carry Tiny.
He's big now. A Shadow Blade also finished up. This is dangerous. The burst is a bit too high, it feels like, for Yandex to deal with. They have to be more careful how they approach these next few fights.
Yeah, and we'll see what they do. But as I said, two sort of surprising moves. They're trying to make aggressive plays where it just feels like their draft could kind of lean towards a more defensive style. But Yandex taking a risky move and it's not paying off.
I want to see Chira finish BKB before the next move. I think he just potentially can just get burst again and again if he doesn't get that before the moves. He's going the standard build, though, as we said. It's the BKB, it's the Shivas. It makes your spirits so much bigger, makes you go for just better, easier team fights in particular. But yeah, it's going to be tough. I'm seeing some difficulties in protecting him since they don't have, as we mentioned for Liquid, they don't have that hard save. Yeah, you've got lots of healing, but you don't have a Tusk Snowball, right? You don't have that type of save if he gets caught from the magical, from all the stuns that comes in from Liquid.
We'll see if Yandex calm things down a little bit. I will be very surprised if we see them run at Liquid again, because it's not working out.
At least get the BKB for Chira, but a lot of this downtime now at this point, we're seeing Liquid pulling ahead, Nisha potentially also getting his BKB at a pretty fast timing. Their 3 cores are scaling very hard.
Absolutely, yeah, with that excellent bit of a bump up that they've received across the board. McKay in prime position.
He's done this quite a bit of times on his Tiny. He's now the hunter as well too with the Shadow Blade.
Radiant are scanning.
Honestly, I feel like if I'm Liquid, that you're like, what, do we actually need to go over to their side of the map? They're probably going to come over to us again soon.
Yep.
So, you know, let's kind of chill out and wait for Yandex to make a move into us again, and we'll just counter it once more, I feel Liquid's going to be saying.
Soon 20 minutes, well, now 20 minutes, Tormentor's available, so let's see if any team wants to actually set up for that in particular. Yandex, get the Wisdom. Liquid's not even going for theirs just yet.
They should be able to get that Wisdom.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Time round.
Liquid, McKay, as we said, on the hunt. So overall for Yandex, much scarier for them to show in these lanes, and Watson does go greedy. He does go the Hurricane Pike build rather than putting the BKB early on. Maybe because he feels there's going to be so much attention on the heroes.
I wanted to see Yandex go for the greed.
You did, okay. I feel like at the end, I feel like Chira going for greed would have been too much, though. I don't think all 3 of them can go for greed, because the map, it does feel like it's going to start shrinking pretty quickly now. With Liquid having this opening. Malady.
Can you do something cool in Malady?
He's being sneaky.
Not the easiest to burst.
He's gonna go check. Let's see if he gets the time in.
Oh, it's close. He won't get the steal.
He'll get a kill.
He'll get a kill. Will he get out? He's through the trees. He's going to get away with it. So, well, won't get the kill, but hey, he'll take that. Gets a free pick off to take down Tofu.
He's really high level on this Hoodwink.
Oh, yeah.
You do have to point that out. He's level 13. Malady. Actually playing the 4 position, it feels like, from that 5 roll this time around compared to Zaxa.
And he is, of course, he is trying to build that save for his teammates, right? Getting the solo crest, getting the glimmer cape. He wants to be able to make sure that Jira Jr. stands a very good chance of surviving through the burst and getting a chance to get the BKB off, even if he does get caught in the chain stun.
This just is indicative of how they want to play the lineup, right? They want long team fights.
To stay alive.
Yep. Liquid, they want to burst the target, kill them almost immediately. Yandex, they want a long fight where these spirits just start adding up, where the Croak starts adding up. Speaking of the Croak, his DM gotten the 15 talent, not yet. Another really strong one when you do get it versus heroes like Tiny. This Croak of Genius max HP, it really starts to add up with something like that. So we'll see if that comes into play soon. Liquid accelerating.
Manisha able to find pretty much any of these heroes 100 to 0 if you catch them alone.
This is a real tough game for Zaxa. Like Pan was talking about also, right? Like the Dawnbreaker, the Tusk, these are great answers in general, and the Tiny. This is not an easy game for Ench.
Nice little lick there to catch up Tofu as he tries to leap away. We'll set Watson up, take him down.
Liquid is smoked up, potentially looking for a jump.
Yeah, we'll consider this if anyone steps too far forward. He's going to try and Chira Jr. They've got the Solar Guardians committing as well. The BKB comes down, licks to the side here, trying to save Manisha, see if he's doing the right thing. Chira Jr. is going to get too much down. Watson caught in the sprout for now. Nisha standing his ground with the BKB. Watson will be able to cut his way free and wind run to safety. A lick back onto Nisha. He's down into the river. They have the bushwhack into the sharp shot onto Ace.
Follow-up? A power shot?
Slowing him down. Any further gap closed? Him getting ready for the lick. He can. We'll lick it back into an impetus or 2, and that shall do it. Yandex will be able to hold their own around their tier 1 and make sure that their mid-IO does not die for nothing.
They were super prepared for that move. They had all 3 cores sitting behind, all 3 cores sitting in the mid lane looking for that move. Liquid still does get the kill though. They still push right through it, but will end up sacrificing Ace. But that usually is the case for Ace. He tends to be, especially in this type of draft, I feel like he has to be the sacrificial lamb since he's just playing the Dawnbreaker. 0-4 though, he is struggling a bit in this game. But Nisha, he's soaking all that space. 6-1-4 now on this Nature's Prophet. Jeez, what's he end up going for? Is he actually, oh, he's rushing the MKB. Yeah, since he's playing versus the Wind Ranger, totally makes sense. He's going to have it at a very early time.
I love it. For your full out on damage. Like he is going to hit hard, and yeah, you need to have that overwhelming damage to get through this amount of sustain. terms of Watson's next pickup, obviously looking for
Has
the
to be
BKB.
Yep, you
about
absolutely
1,000 gold off it.
What about DM? I was thinking, I mean, I think they have to triple BKB on the course. Sometimes it feels a bit bad in these games to do it. Like you said, you want to be going for these farm items, but in this game, you have to risk all the magic, all the stun.
A good few catches against Tofu now.
That's like 3 in a row.
Yep.
Like they've gotten on.
And Watson's been able to find the chance to finish him quite a few times, and that will very much help towards that BKB fund, which he's pretty much got complete. Getting to the point now where the group up, especially from the two of them, the IO and the Lager, we are going to see how strong it is. And as we know, it is very strong. You are going to see situations where these two heroes, their HP might not dip below sort of the 90% if the fights go smooth.
I was waiting to mention this too, because looking at Liquid's lineup, there isn't really a Krellis Crozier buyer. Because that is the counter right now to the healing, as we've seen in a lot of these drafts.
Yeah,
who's going to buy Krellis?
Can you fit it in on a Dawn build?
That sounds bad.
Yeah,
I mean, he might do it, but I don't know. Usually you see like the Underlords, the Dooms, Centaurs, you know, any of these traditional offlaners can usually go for it, but Dawnbreaker isn't really usually that type of traditional offlaner where you can do
No,
this,
it's sort of hard to kind of fit other items into your build as a Dawn. There's so much core stuff that you kind of want to have every game.
So they're gonna, the thing is that they're just going to have to deal with the healing then, or just try to pop the target. So let's see if Liquid can do it. Smoked up, looking for another move, potentially around the Roche.
All right.
Yandex is getting to start to catch up, at least in terms of the gold. They're chilling back, getting the creeps.
Yeah, throughout it all, Watson's doing his best to keep up. Obviously, Nisha getting a significant lead and holding it. So now Mika's going to go with the burst. Going to try and burst straight through the IO. Can they kill him? Chira Jr.'s taken down.
It's too much.
They find Malady as well. Boxy will fall in return, but the damage already done by Liquid. Maybe even potential for more. He can't get his way around the shards.
Oh man, Liquid, they're opening things up so much. The chain stun combos, he doesn't even get his BKB off. Everything just connects on him.
I guess he had no moment to be able to press it throughout that entire burst.
That's the combo. They just have so many different stuns.
They've got enough.
This is now multiple times. What, 4 times they're catching Chira at the front. He needs to survive longer. In order for their lineup to function, he needs to be alive the majority of it. He cannot die first. Liquid really accelerating Nisha.
Stuff from them now.
21.
And just massive. Nearly 21k net worth as well in 27 minutes in. Having a phenomenal time here as the Mid-Nature's Prophet is going to be able to look try and finish though he has been caught. They can take away that Aegis moment after he was able to pick it up for himself.
He doesn't have BKB either.
See if they can go for round 2. It certainly looks like they can. They're going to be able to drag him out to the side. Boxy trying to bail them out. The 3 of them trying to help out. Back up. The full team of Liquid turn up. Nisha's going to go for the team.
Watch it, gets him.
Watch them again. Finish off the kill. Now the relocate's coming in as well for Chira Jr. Yandex ready to strike back. Punishing the...
Oh, what a play.
So heavily. Double kill for Watson. All 3 cores dead because Nisha really wanted that tier 1 folks. And he doesn't even get it.
He did not.
He didn't even get the tower. He's just cost his team all 3 of the cores' lives.
Oh, that was really wrong. The worst possible positioning for Badin, and Watson gets the focus fire. Aegis makes the focus fire. You still continue after the respawn. Respawn just runs him down.
Oh, he's going to regret that, Nisha.
Oh, Nisha.
That whole... They just lost
their whole lead's
5k gone nearly. They were 7k down to 2k. Everything was looking Liquid's way. They were entering the mid-game so cleanly, but one mistake there costing them nearly everything that they've gained so far.
A massive blunder there from Nisha, but Yandex in perfect position to punish it, and it's around Watson. He's the key for the team this game. 11-1-6. He's like, you know what, Chira? You may be dying a couple times, but I'm going to be the rock for the team so far here. Gets the crit now. His damage is accelerating as well. That was a quick turnaround.
Yeah, they won't be doing that again.
Nope, Nisha, going for a tier 1. If that was like a Rax or something, you could understand the play, but...
Something about when you're on the Nature's Prophet and you see a tower this slow, it's kind of just instinct. You can't help yourself. You want to try and finish it off. Doesn't get it.
It's quite brutal.
Yeah, that's a big swing.
Double 20 now for Chira. Now has the armor item as well. I believe the Shivas is about to be finished up. That was a monstrous turnaround there from Yandex. Now feeling like they can make the aggressive move since the Aegis was taken away. Nisha still getting closer and closer towards the Satanic, but if he doesn't have BKB up in the fights, as we see there also, can just get killed, can also get stunned.
And Watson's closing up to him on the farm.
He is.
It was about 4k behind, only just over 1k difference now between the 2 of them. Trying to get the jump, they're going to be able to turn straight away. Lockdown Boxy.
The little friends. preventing him from getting any type of snowball play. He tried to blink punch, didn't get the connection there. Yandex playing nicely together here as a team, responding accordingly to Liquid's group up and burst after finding that pick.
Yeah, that sort of swing's going to give them the chance to really get their group up into the position that they want to. Yandex, what the Shiva's done on top of the BKB, Shira Jr.
Getting closer.
This IO, as you mentioned, can be an absolute beast. Good on the levels as well, level 20.
That's the main thing we're looking at, right? The levels.
It's getting there.
The 20, 21. Well, this is the thing is when you do this build, though, it's not always. He'll probably pivot toward an item since he is playing with the Wind Ranger. Yeah, we'll see if he does actually want to pivot or if he just does do the relocate thing when he hits 25. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, because when need that caster, they can lead to some pretty clutch moves.
And now DM, after that fight, a full Aghanims too, so can do the double songs.
So much has come together.
So much. And for Mickey, I mean, it's a pretty big slowdown because that was literally Liquid probably not expecting to have to do saving Private Nisha, and they ended up losing so much because of it, not even being able to save him. All that momentum they gained, gone. Yandex now in a very comfortable spot.
They are Daedalus on Watson. He is going to hit hard. It's going to be a lot of pressure on Boxy to make sure those snowball saves are always there in reaction to the focus fire, because at this point, with this amount of damage from Watson, Solar Guardian, it's not really gonna. It's not gonna save you. It's not gonna save you. If Watson is firing the arrows at you, you're gonna die.
And now let's see if Liquid, after building up that momentum and losing it, there's so much extra healing and health on the side of it.
Wrap around. They're gonna be able to get the jump on him. They get the jump. Snowball save will come in. Buys him a bit of time here. Into the Solar Guardian. They've got the combat on Watson.
Watch is gone.
Holy moly! They were able to burst him.
No BKB.
He played a little greedy there. Did not want to put the BKB before the snowball came to an end. It cost him his life. He's out for 70 seconds. Liquid, they've got the numbers now. They can look to push for more. They make the jump over to Malady. Malady trying to get away with the harpoon, drags him back.
Holy moly!
The double.
Just deleted. Gets caught in the stun.
Didn't get a BKB off.
Did not. He got greedy with it.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, next scenario, you probably just have to get the BKB up early, but
Liquid's now going to be able to punish. Get more. They're meant to jump on the DM. They've easily got the damage. There's nothing for them to be scared of when Watson's gone. There isn't that hero alive to just sort of shred through one of their big cores. So losing Watson at the start of the fight there, a bit of a nightmare for Yandex.
Does anyone have a force staff on the side of Yandex? I feel like someone's got to stop the chain stun to be able to allow these heroes to get BKB off.
I like that. That's some core thinking there. It's like, I didn't get my BKB off. It was probably a support fault. They didn't force me.
Well,
that's what I would be saying.
For Liquid, it's so much chain stun. Someone's got to break it if that's going to be the case. And now Liquid, this could potentially be a Rax. They push super fast here. There is a glyph available.
See how careful they play at Liquid.
They're not playing. I mean, they pop
30 seconds without DM on Yandex.
They pop the glyph themselves. They're forcing this.
Yep, they got the drums ready as well.
Jump. Okay.
Cross back on to Saxa. Look for the burst. Starbreaker. The follow-up's looking down. Chira Jr.'s coming in with the heals. It's a lot. He's keeping Saxa alive. It's enough. They can't kill Saxa. He'll survive. Liquid, they're going to bail out. Nisha's going to have to BKB. He's dead. Rick comes in. Watson able to take him down with the focus fire. I think pretty much with that blast he rolled on the Daedalus. All right, we've got a spicy one here. Both teams making some crazy moves that aren't always going the best for one another.
Back and forth we go.
I don't know what's going on here.
The Enchanter, Isaxa just tanks everything with Shira there.
Yep.
He's able to sit back and just get the heals.
All right.
How crazy this game is. Oh my goodness. It looks like they were potentially going to be able to get that Rax with the push, but nope. Watson gets the perfect timing, as you said, the last hit, the crit on these.
Yeah, I think he needed that last. It's got about 508 damage on the right clicks when it procs with the Daedalus. Got the crit needed.
I mean, the graph is truly telling the tale. It's back and forth we go. Now Yandex going the other way.
All right.
Let's go for the Rax.
They're going to try and do as much damage as they can. It is a long time without Nisha, and at the least they might be able to force Mickey's buyback.
And Liquid also, they use the aggressive glyph in the push, so they don't have the defensive glyphs.
Sometimes the aggressive glyph can be a bit too big of a brain move to make.
Wow.
That can hurt.
In a span of 2 minutes, it's Liquid who ends up getting Rax.
Yeah, that's true.
When it looks like they were...
I mean, I think you go about 1 minute and you say who's going to lose a set of Rax. You don't think it's going to be Liquid, but it is. They lose the mid-Rax.
What an insane game so far here. And Chira now. We're asking in the bottom fight if Liquid was going to have to damage the burst targets. They did. Now Chira's going to have a heart. Are they going to have the damage this time to be able to burst the targets? If they can chain stun, as we saw, very likely. But maybe with the heart, it might be too much. We'll have to see.
But that's the thing. If they can't burst an Enchantress with just a DM Largo behind them, you know, what sort of chances they have of bursting anyone else when these sort of heals and sustain comes in? It's not easy. You know, the game continues to be difficult for Liquid, despite hitting that early stride into the mid-game that is slipped away from them multiple times. One on trying to take out the mid-tier 1 tower, which, may I remind you, still stands. They
it does still stand.
And then one on that failed attempt to try and go to the high ground that cost them pretty dearly.
Aggressive move. Malady looks like he's probably going to get caught. They're even using the Solar Guardian. Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, Malady's dead.
I think Yandex say, okay, whatever. We don't care.
They'll get a Tormentor. Liquid will also be able to get that picked up during it. Yandex can't really claim anything themselves off of that movement. Back and forth we go. 35 minutes. Wisdoms, they'll be able to back up and get those themselves. Liquid as well.
You got to secure the Roche, I imagine, if you're Liquid next.
Yeah. And let's see what...
And next time, try and get something a little more done with the Aegis.
Yes, maybe Nisha won't TP by himself.
Yeah, maybe just let that tier 1 mid stand. It's cursed. Do not touch it. It's fine. You can win the game through the side lanes. The mid lane might be risky.
How's Ace's itemization going now too? Is going to have the AC, so more overwhelming physical damage. As we see, Liquid still like double, tripling, quadrupling down on what their strategy is, right? They're just looking to pop these targets. Yandex, tank up. Everybody tank up. Everybody get ready. If you can just survive those long fights, we can see the success that they can have. Jira, almost 24. Same thing for Watson, getting close to these scary level 25s.
We'll focus around the Roche time. 30 seconds and we will see it back in play. Both teams are going to be bringing their best efforts to contest this Roche.
And they do now have a 4-staff on the side of Yandex. So the potential, besides the core, you know, Watson's not going to use it on
Sure, just to give them a chance.
Just to give a chance to
get that distance, get that window for the BKB to come off if they don't enter the fight with it preemptively pressed, which they might do so as well, as we're seeing.
True.
You know, if you are Watson or Nisha in these sort of moments, she might have to sort of look to the future and press that BKB before the jump comes in, which can be a risk, but can absolutely pay off if they make the correct read on the situation.
All right, Yandex, they're looking for the fight themselves, setting up. They throw the Croak. Everyone's gathering together. They're looking for something here on Liquid. They see Boxy. Picking.
Pull himself away with a harpoon. They know what's going on in Liquid. They'll back off.
That was dangerous for a second there. If he doesn't get that harpoon, his blink did get canceled. They could have forced a BKB. Not going to be the case, though. Liquid trying to buy more time. Tofu getting close to Aghanims and level 20 himself. So burst damage is continuing to grow, as we do see for their draft. And for Malady, I mean, I love it, right? He's now going Greaves himself. So it's just, you see the idea that both teams are really trying to do here. One team just trying to delete targets, other one just sustaining. Mickey also going to go for the MKB this game, so it's not going to be the most explosive damage from the Tiny with the day.
They're alone bottom now.
Still strong.
Targeting in fights will be really important. We need to kill one guy at a time. We don't get out-healed. This guy has heart now, so bursting is important.
Yeah, absolutely. So Boxy there,
Similar
trusting
mindset.
that at the moment they still have enough to all-in-one target and 100 to 0 them.
Yeah.
Which, it might be slightly wishful thinking, but it's the thinking that you've got to have, right? You've got to believe that you can turn up an 100 to 0 or someone, and sure, if they get all 5 heroes on one of them, even if it's the Heart IO, they can do it. It's going to be close, but they can still 100 to 0 a single target.
And now let's see, right? When a lineup starts to realize that you are looking for that, right? That's when people are going to start itemizing perhaps with an Aeon Disc, maybe the Wind Wakers. These type of saves are something that
Wind Waker's going to be huge.
Look for. And I think, I mean, I did see Chiro was queuing. Okay, he is going to go for it. So.
I mean, Wind Waker's fantastic this game.
I think it's one of the best.
It's the best time in the game to counter that sort of playstyle.
So one burst. Yeah. So besides that,
a lot of money.
Forces, it is.
Gonna take some time.
But it's a very good item on, I mean, it's a good item on anybody. If you can get
I think they want to see multiple.
Sure.
Eventually.
I would agree. DM level 20, double catchy lick.
Yep.
Smoke up from Liquid, looking to get the catch, trying to start the numbers advantage.
Yeah, this fight will get you a Roshan, will get you an Aegis, and will likely get you a Barracks.
Malady.
Gonna find the star on the water hook wing. They won't be able to save him.
Watson's punch.
Caught the opening into the star.
He's getting chased on.
They can't.
He's gone.
Again at the beginning of the fight, Kieran's just going to try and go for the BKB TP away. He'll make it out of there. Saxa also able to survive. See the BKB TP from DM. Nothing to put a stop to that. So they'll get the rest of the 3 out of there. But another situation where Watson, he's not getting the chance to get the BKB off. They're fully controlling him. And at the moment, they don't have enough ways to get him that opportunity to press BKB.
He literally is just getting perfectly changed. Boxy sees him for a split second, a punch into a snowball, into a Solar Guardian, into a Dawn Break. I mean, even if he gets the BKB up in an instant there, he might still die because he already got everything thrown on him. Right, Liquid's execution.
All right.
Sure, a little bit shaky for some of those times, but when they're getting these single pop targets, they're getting them time and time.
I mean, that was the 100-0 that we just heard Boxy talk about. They put it into action straight away. The play pays off. They get the Aegis onto Nisha.
Let's see where Nisha, where's Nisha going to go?
He's not going to be solo hitting towers, I'll tell you that.
Hey, Watson, what do they do to protect him, right? He's got the Prophet Pendulum. He did get RNG with his neutral item, which is fortunate. Going to go for the Satanic, but they will go through this. So maybe there is going to be, as we said, some other item slot that they need to go for. I see Chira, he's pivoted away from Wind Waker, and speaking of Chira...
he went for a very greedy relocate to farm a couple of camps, and they read that immediately.
Perhaps they're feeling some of this pressure right now with Liquid just popping their core.
They went straight in with the reactions to that.
And Liquid not slowing down with any type of number advantage. It's 80 seconds. It's a long time for them to get this kill, to go for this Rax push. Yandex has to be very careful in these next 60 seconds. Don't want to hemorrhage another hero, and then you're playing this 4v5 for the next 2 minutes or so. Have to probably back up and get together toward your base, but Liquid is on the prowl.
See where they go with this. Johnson don't have the Satanic here for the hold.
Malady is standing outside here. This is a dangerous position to be in. If he gets seen, Boxy will jump him. Does he have the follow-up here, though? Arrow?
Anyway to get him out the arrows. He's just
oh my God!
Straight away. A fully aggressive move there from Nisha. He has obviously got the Aegis to rely on. See if he can get out. Have to put the BKB on run. Buyback's going to be coming out from Malady.
Again, Nisha just in a way too aggressive.
Yeah, might be able to get control in. The Shackle Shot's going to connect. Watches it with a focus fire. Stavol same comes in though. Boxy trying his best to bail Nisha out of this. The Stavol's going to go pretty deep though. Nisha pretty low, is going to stand his ground. Try and heal up. The Shackle comes in though, locking Nisha and Mickey together. DM trying to run. Nisha's going to fall to the damage of Watson and Saxa. An attempted TPL will succeed for Mickey.
Oh, it's expensive though. Chira buys back. They will get the kill on the Nature's Prophet. They will get all of this, but man, that is such an expensive hold. How many actually is that?
Just the two of them, right?
2 buybacks coming in.
But the big one, as you say, Chira Jr. having a buyback, that's going to slow down his next big pickup.
And it's not...
Or Saxa. With the little friends able to put a stop to that TP out from Tofu, so they get a fair bit out of this.
But it's expensive.
How much can they get out of the map in return for using these 2 buybacks? We're seeing the middle lane getting shoved down by Watson and Chira Jr.
Can they go for any of these pushes? There's still tier 2 on bottom. Maybe they can swing directly to top?
I mean, there's a high chance they can force out this Nisha buyback, right? I mean, someone...
Potentially.
Boxy at the least is going to have to buy back shortly.
Depends on where Yandex wants to really hit. And does the Liquid actually want to care about losing another set? We'll have to see how they want to react. I mean, again, Nisha puts himself
He went right up with the TP to the high ground.
And it's the thing is, like, when you have Aegis and you're versus Wind Ranger, the focus fire, right? It just persists the whole time. You respawn, he's still just wailing on you from that distance. So they could not protect Nisha in there. And as you said, a buyback from Boxy, Yandex.
All right.
They're making them work.
Now, Liquid won't be pressured to use the big buyback themselves on Nisha. They'll be able to wait out this 20 seconds or so.
And they're going to have this window where Chira does not have the buyback. And as we see, we'll see if he ends up changing the build or not, right? But he is queuing up a Hex now instead of having that Wind Waker. So the burst, the one shot is still available there for Liquid to catch these targets.
And indeed, in terms of the talent selection, as you say, because he doesn't have the
he went for the relocate.
Even though he has this fun synergy with the Wind Ranger and the focus fire, keep him with the talent choice that fits the build.
Maybe he'll say he'll hit there eventually. We'll wait till 30 and I'll go for right.
I mean, as we said at the start, right, I think both teams would not mind having a little bit of fun going to the later stages. They might not know it. They might both be sweating. You know, I can imagine it's pretty stressful when the game goes late. But everyone else watching is certainly going to get to enjoy quite a treat if it does so. And highly likely, 25 to 25, 43 minutes in, only a 6K gold difference to lead that Liquid hold at this moment.
It's pretty even on the board here. Just the scare is for Yandex having to use that buybacks and the potential for them now at this point not scaling as hard. It's starting to get a lot of pressure onto Watson. He's been taking that pressure, but as Liquid's lineup is designed, about first and one target, that's where it can be hard for someone like Watson to solo carry it at this point.
Yeah.
Let's see how they can connect with the next move. Nisha now, Butterfly is done. So Watson's damage will be a lot weaker now versus the Nature's Prophet.
It is, but honestly, even if they still catch him in a stun, it's just so much damage for the Davis and the focus fire that even if you're missing a few hits, I think he's still going to die pretty quickly. The opening onto Boxy. Do they want to try and fight this Liquid?
Mobo.
Here at the side. He's going to look.
Watson!
He's dead! Gone! Again, he's never getting the BKB off!
Just dead.
Liquid get the catch on it. We'll see if Saxon DM and Max Heroes. If anything return, they'll get Bonzi. But the two claws on Yandex dead. DM's going to go for the BKB TP. Malady will not get out of there. There's Malady and Chira Jr. both dead. Of course, their buyback still on cooldown from that last defense. They're out for over 100 seconds.
And the push that Liquid can come in with is so fast. And MP Tiny.
Not able to get the BKB off. They're catching Watson every single time.
I think this time, I think most of the times it's been just the punch into the solar guard. This time it was a punch into an arrow. And he just gets full connected on just dead. Actually, I have to check really quickly if it was that. Yes, it was. Avalanche into stun. He just dies. He takes the damage so fast.
It's a terrifying game from him because if you get caught by one stun, you're just not going to get the BKB off. There is that follow-up. We're seeing it time and time again. Liquid always making sure that they have that full lockdown to punish Watson if they catch him in just one spell to start the move.
Right, Liquid synergy on point this game. Sure, Nisha maybe a couple times have hemorrhaged some big kills for the side of Yandex, but now the push. I mean, Nisha, careful.
Well, friends, they're hurt.
It's the tree. It's the own tree. It's feeding it.
Yeah, that's very true at this point. You've got to be careful standing around those when Sax is ready to turn them against you.
That actually is very dangerous for other people as well, too. If someone else gets caught, little friends next to the trees, they might just kill them.
See how much Liquid can get him. Good window. There are no buybacks available on Trujillo Malady. Saxa step up, Ian's going to be able to look him back to safety, but they're going to have to toss it. Vicky's got the control. Saxa surrounded by the four of them. He's out. He does have the luxury of buyback, but the mid-racks will be gone. Nisha ready to keep the pressure on, and TP's down over towards the bottom lane, gets the treants back out again. They'll put the fortification here, Yandex, but still
so much time.
Many moments until they'll have the full lineup ready to hold against this. They do at least still have the tier 2 top Yandex.
Foxy picking up a flag as well for the push. Watson forced to use BKB so early.
He's going to try to get the shackle shot off. Detection is there. Focus fire coming in. The Solar Guardian's there. They're not going to have the damage. Kill Mikhail. Mikhail's able to get away. They turn towards the MDM, puts the BKB, but he's been focused down by the three of them. The shackle cuts, he clutch onto Nisha to stop the outgoing damage out, but it's not enough to keep the DM Largo alive. DM's gone. Sax is dead. He's died back. Jirajun is going to relocate in aggressively to try and look for Mikhail. But Nisha just turns, right-clicks into Jira Jr. He'll tether across over towards the tier 4s, over towards Watson. Bonzi now into the tier 4s himself. He'll die for this time, coming with that final punch on the Jira Jr., but it was not enough to finish him. Jira Jr. lives. BKB TP out from Nisha. He'll get out. But many a buyback having to be used there by Yandex to push Liquid back.
And now Watson he's having to use BKB so early in these fights. He's like,
terrified.
I gotta just pop it. It's tough for him to just stick onto these targets, kill these tanky cores. That's the other thing too, they are very tanky. This Dawn, this Tiny, they're just tanking right through it. Now with the Nature's Prophet having the Butterfly.
Nisha does so much damage.
Yeah, and having, like, look at all these little things for Nisha, right? The Idol of Skriok thingy that gives you this extra evasion with the Butterfly. It's actually, now it's hard for Watson to just focus fire him, to go for him at that point. 25k lead. Yandex starting to fall very far behind. They're getting very outscaled now.
Liquid.
DM, he's behind the support Mirana. The Mirana even catching up to the Io as well too.
Now Liquid are in a very comfortable spot right now. They only don't have Foxy's buyback. Everybody else has got theirs. The buyback situation obviously from Yandex much, much worse for the next few minutes. So Liquid very much feeling like they're one good play away from closing up this game one. See if Yandex can prepare for it. Liquid's game hasn't been the cleanest. Still a chance that Yandex catch Liquid and trip them up. If Liquid try and make too aggressive a move or don't make it in full synergy with one another.
McKay gets the catch.
Going to be able to start things with a lovely pick-off. Malady's gone.
So much burst damage now at this point. With the Mirana also, with the level 20 that he's had for some time now, you just see it's every time there's it's just 2,000 magical damage from these two heroes, and there's not much that they can do to prevent it at this point. Again, now Yandex with the number disadvantage as well.
Liquid. He's got the Hex pickup. Watson dreaming big, looking for the Divine Rapier.
Yeah, I think he absolutely needs it, because even with this Hex, right, it feels like they're lacking damage now at this point to go through all that Liquid has. And Liquid really never lacking the damage in this game, as we've seen. Their preparation with this one, their draft, it's looking like a great response to the healing. Since the healing comes kind of slowly, the way that they burst these heroes down, it's just worked out beautifully. Amp damage on the bottom side also for the potential push. Roche also, 20 seconds, Liquid waiting for that.
Looking for the safe way to finish this one up.
And cool to see, like, no Krellis, right? Not really much anti-heal, literally zero anti-heal. I think they got a Jitty Pollen bag at some point, and I think Boxy's been hanging on to that as the neutral item.
Yeah.
No real anti-healing. It's just about blowing them up in one shot.
Yeah, we're going to see what Ace tries to flip this Scarlet.
I saw he was queuing it, but at this point, right, like it's kind of just like a stat stick as well. Sure, it'll help, but he's just going to get tankier with it. We see that they're already dealing with the sustain.
All right, Swift Link on Mickey.
People should go and spot, huh? We have buy-in, though, not buy-in. Let's abuse it.
Absolutely. I mean, reading the situation that we're all seeing here, buyback situation is fantastic for Liquid. The buyback situation for Yandex, pretty rough right now.
Liquid could literally just throw all their bodies, and they will probably have 11 heroes, essentially. Actually, we'll call it like 11 or 12 with the cheese as well, too, right? Because they can buy back, TP back in with multiple. Everybody's got it at the ready in a second here.
Watson's so close to his rapier. Honestly, he's going to need a slot right, so might just sell something up to buy it, or do you hope for the buyback? Because he is one of the ones that does have buyback. Do you go all in on the rapier, or do you play for the buyback goal?
I don't know. It's such a hard choice. It's really up to Watson at this point.
Yep.
It doesn't even feel like the Divine Rapier is the end-all be-all, because it's literally just him, and the entire draft of Liquid, as we've seen, it's just about killing that one target. So if Watson just gets caught once, it is just over.
Quite a tough position to turn around from here. Yandex now down 34k against Liquid.
Lane pressure coming in from these Treants as well, too. Liquid, they're looking to close it out. Anybody that chose will get popped. They've got the numbers right now.
He's going to walk it around. They get a beautiful arrow from the low ground. The Licks save him, though. They don't want to go too over-aggressive. Some restraint there from Liquid. They say, hey, it's an Enchantress. It's not actually the one we want to go for. And diving into the high ground, unnecessary. Liquid, they're going to look for a better option.
Nice licks. He licks them out of the toss. Yep. Yeah, nice little mechanic right there. Liquid can just wait, though. Wait for that opportunity for one of them to show. They still have some time until those buybacks do come back up. Chira does have his at the ready, but DM does not.
Chira's going to be ready for that level 30. Going up a Daedalus. He's ready to try and get there.
Tofu is so... These type of Mirana games is a blessing when you do get these.
You just fire in these
Octarine, Ag, you have everything, and you're just a follow-up. They just...
Well, Saxa going to try and set things up with a little friend, puts that train away. Mickey turns into the burst onto Saxa. They do get the trade, though. 1-for-1 immediate buyback comes in from Boxy. GM of the first can have the on this prop. Step back to the high ground.
Chira, be careful how far forward you're standing there.
And this is where they want to use their lives here, Liquid. You know, Boxy, no hesitation with his buyback, knowing that there's not the buyback opportunity for Saxa, still on cooldown for 2 minutes.
The push is coming in. These buildings drop very quickly. Forced to use the glyph. They have double Solar Guardian at the ready from Ace.
He's going to try and make the jump here, but Vickers is straight away with the avalanche onto the both of them. They'll look towards Malady. Malady able to get away with the Glimmer Cape. She gets pretty low, but will survive. They can finish up that Aegis. They can. The Aegis gone. Watson punch up into the snowball. See the relocate take him out to the side. It's going to be enough to keep Watson safe. Watson gets picked up. Pretty nice angle with the shackle. It's going to land a lockdown. He wants to take these drop, and they turn with the Abyssal into the outside combo. Onto Watson. Solar Guardian comes into play.
Nisha's back.
If they can get him out of this one, they can't. The end's out without buyback, dead for 2 minutes.
Too many numbers.
Have lost Boxy a second time. Hex is actually out onto Nisha. He brought back for this. They've got the lockdown. They got him. Oh my God. Watson, he takes him out. Gets the double. They look towards Ace.
Oh my God, Chira dies to Tofu.
They're holding. Oh, but Mickey, he said, it doesn't matter. I'm going to close this game up. It doesn't matter that Nisha's died back. Mickey tries to
can focus. He's doing it.
Oh.
Enough kills at least.
Liquid, they felt they had the edge. They had the buyback. They weren't all in. But now they're in a situation where they don't have their Nature's Prophet for 100 seconds.
It's got to go. I mean, Yandex has to run down mid.
Run it down mid.
Beating Mega Creeps is
Run it down mid.
I don't think...
Get that rapier purchase. You got 10,500 in the bank, Watson. You got the money.
I don't think I've seen
a team the damage.
This tournament come back from Mega Creeps just yet. It's Tofu.
I don't think it's happened.
He's caught as well. Oh, man.
Buyback. There's the rapier. Get the rapiers out. Go for the Ancients. Try and end it. They're going to do their best.
They have to go for it.
Running down the mid.
Oh my God, if they can do this. Nisha dead still for 70 seconds. Oh, this would be insane if they can't do this.
It looked like they had this one. They had a few mistakes early in the game.
They've got buyback. 40 seconds until Boxy comes back. Watson forcing it. There's a glyph available.
Can they do it 3 versus 4? The tier 4s are falling.
They're dropping fast.
They're going to do something soon. Make it with the avalanche. They're trying to follow with the Solar Guardian. What's it out of the Solar Guardian? He's going to be able to use the tier 4 now. Visual Blade comes in. They'll slide him out to the side. They have the stone control now for the BKB. It turns towards Mickey. Mickey's got the top control.
Mickey's dying.
They try to come in with the ghost force, but the edge is exposed. Ace trying to bring
Watson's on Mickey.
Watson's done it to Mickey. Mickey's gone.
No way. They're doing it.
The Andex are absolutely doing it. Liquid are not doing it.
They got it.
Qualification. What that for? Starting on for too long though.
Oh my god. Yeah, Nix's face as well.
Watson, they did it. They've done it.
Oh my god.
Oh,
what just happened? Oh my god.
What a day one of the main event we're having here, ladies and gentlemen, at the International.
Oh my god. I'm speechless.
That's insane.
That was absolutely ridiculous. Nisha throwing his body in, but the body ends up not working. It turns against him. The shackles from Watson, the focus fires. He was the rock for the team. I cannot believe what we just witnessed.
They felt that they had the ticket to close it. They had the buybacks, and Yandex didn't. The play was there for them. Yandex, against all the odds, are able to hold against these extra lines that Liquid are buying back and deeping into them with. Watson just holding clutch throughout it all.
That was insane, Owen.
You don't see games like that every day. That is insane stuff here, and it's only game one. Yandex take game one against Team Liquid.
That's the magic of TI. That's why we show up. That's what we look forward to every single year. Essentially, Insanio, what felt like a base race when the odds were so heavily stacked for Liquid's favor. I don't even know where Yandex ended up pulling this win from.
I mean, it's incredible. I thought when the Wisp died without buyback, when they did their counter aggression to push forward, that was it. I thought Liquid had the game. But then they do this incredible base hold, and Watson, we talked about Largo and Wisp and how they're this unkillable fortress, and that's gonna be the focal point of the game. Watson said, "Nah, I'm the star of this show," you know. And I feel like this game was crazy carry battle. I feel like Mickey shined really brightly on Tiny, and he was having so many moments where he's finding all these moves. All of Liquid's plays kind of flowed through him, and on the other side, Watson is responding to it with his Wind Ranger.
Yeah. That was one of the most impactful carry performances I've seen at main stage, and we've had some absurd performances today already. I mean, Watson, he was the king of this game. He was the story. He was the carry from his laning stage to his smoke movements to playing aggressively while his eye was farming to clutching at the very end. I mean, there were moments where it looked so close that these double shackles during the base defenses were so ridiculous. It felt like when it looked so dire and so desperate for Yandex, the shackles came through.
My goodness, I get chills just re-watching it, let alone watching it the first time. It's actually unbelievable. This fight, there's a little detail where IO skills the super fast relocate talent at 25, and right as the Dawnbreaker ult is coming in, he whips him out, and then it happens again on the pull out to the second Dawnbreaker ult or some other stun. This was bonkers. I mean, you mentioned Mickey. I think I don't know what it feels like to lose a game like this, because he played immaculately. It was actually an unbelievable game. Mayor talks about Watson. I think this very much was two carries, both popping off like crazy, and I fully agree. I think the IO Largo was whatever the heck. You didn't even see it in this game. What you saw was Mickey and Watson going ham-squeezy, because I think a lot of other people felt the pressure like crazy, and they thrived.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think we talked about, can Chira Jr. play Wisp? And I feel like something that Matsu used to say is, if you play mid, no matter what hero you play, you have to find pressure. You have to find a way to make your hero's impact felt in the early stages of the game. And I think Chira didn't really show that.
Yeah.
And it's really cool to see that, Watson then goes, all good. You know, you just hit the creeps, I will do it for you.
One of the first mega creep comebacks that we're having at TI as well. We were having this conversation of why aren't we seeing it that often, and more often than not, it feels like the heroes aren't enabling it, but you get someone that can target objectives like Wind Ranger, someone who can push waves out like their supports can, and you get a recipe for a banger game number one here. The carry-to-carry matchup, everything about it was so intense, but at the end of the day, you also have to wonder this Nature's Prophet for Nisha a couple of times, having a few question marks about his positioning. They get 3 Roches, and yet these Aegises don't have impact the way you see other games and other Aegises have.
Yeah, I mean, while it was unfortunate, I do think sometimes some players do need to be called out. And while Nisha played a great game, he was on top of the GPM game, they made a lot of cool movements by Nature's Prophet's relocates and existence. He threw on a couple of those Aegises. The one fight that comes to mind is when he was pushing that mid-tier 1 tower with the first Aegis. Had that gone differently, this would have been a complete snowball from Liquid then on. And we see Watson on the screen as the standout player. I mean, we can't glaze him enough. That was extreme main character energy. Quinn, he was your former teammate. What's it like to play in a game like that with him?
I mean, I think sometimes he's just a player who goes into zone. I think he doesn't talk a lot. He doesn't super lead the game. He'll say some stuff here or there, but I think he very much prides himself on his clicks. He talks about the really small stuff, the way he moves his mouse, like how his hero like twitches back and forth. I think that's the kind of thing he focuses on. He's focused on the small things. He's about that micro, like that's what he really loves about the game. And I think you can see it in this game. The way the last fight where he's blinking back and forth and the angle of the shackles and which hero he focus fires. It's all about the minutia. It's about the tiny things. I think that's why it's so cool to watch him play a game like this where he's on, why he's such a cool player when he's owning, because that's what he cares about. It's not this harder to understand map stuff. You don't see as much. You see it all because that's all the stuff he cares about.
Look, highlighting CJ as well, coming into this, we kind of questioned his hero pool. He was up to 11 different heroes throughout the group stage. He picks Io. You're now up to number 12. Can you play Io mid? Well, it didn't really matter at the end of the day in CNU because he was able to play it in a different way than what you would expect a core Io to do. And that's what really matters as well. Leaving space for those that need it and for another avenue of a win.
Absolutely. I think, like, Watson shines. He's the star of the show, but there's a strategy here that's set up like all these picks. Watson gets to pick his Wind Ranger in the absolute last position of the game. He sees every single hero, and somebody has to tank it. You know, somebody has to play the hero he's not comfortable on. And in this situation, CJ took that role upon himself and decided to, you know, let Watson do it and make the strategy be the thing that Liquid answers, so Watson has a free game.
Yeah, that's an amazing point, genuinely. And I think it happens a lot in these matches where there is something like that, there's a hero that this is an amazing hero. Can you play this? And there's a lot of pressure in that question because he's being asked, he's probably not as comfortable on it as Watson is. They practice it on carry, and he's like, can you play this? And he says, yes, I can. And you're not expected to carry the game because he's silver tier on IO. He's not an IO player. This is probably his first IO official ever. And so the onus is not on him. And so I think being able to be like, this is stressful, this is new, this is a hard experience for me. I am in an uncomfortable position, and trusting your teammates and your teammates trusting you, there's a lot there.
Yeah, I think that's why he deserves the recognition.
Okay.
Yeah, it does feel like we were watching CJ level up his IO gameplay in real time because the way that he was playing IO and using his wisps at the start and maybe not pulling the lane like you mentioned earlier on IO, that there are ways to increase your GPM in the early game. That wasn't happening, but as that game went on, those relocates at the very end where he saved Watson's Wind Ranger were very clutch. And I can see this being a hero that gives Yandex that injection of confidence where if they can pick it, flex it to carry and mid, and win games like this, we're going to see more of it, even if CJ isn't the most comfortable on this hero.
We were briefly seeing as well our carry-to-carry matchup, looking at all the stats. And more often than not, I saw those numbers. They were a little bit of a discrepancy, but not enough where it felt like one was outplaying the other until you go down the list and you start to see hero damage. There was a 20K difference. Here it is. 48,000 to 63,000. So almost a 20K difference in hero damage. And that's a lot to be said because the Lago's letting him live. The IO's letting him live longer. And say what you will about it.
Okay. Hold up. I gotta say. No. I feel like they had very different roles in this game.
Yeah.
Like, Mick is going in first. Literally every single move that Liquid did was off the back of Mick finding a good jump. And for like the vast majority of the game, he was doing that. So while, yes, Watson's hero damage is very impressive, they had slightly different roles in the games, and they have different avenues towards carrying it. So I don't think it's fully representative of how well Mickey also played.
Would you rather us compare Watson and Nisha? Is that more? Did they have more similar roles than in the game?
I mean, maybe to some extent, yes.
Okay.
But I think more so I just want to make sure that we don't... let's
There's different narratives.
Yeah,
Their paths diverged when we picked up the heroes, even though they're both carries. All right, I respect that immensely.
Yeah, I think it's honestly hard to give Mickey enough praise in this game because I think he massively overperformed, and I think this is what you expect from him and Nisha and this Liquid team when you're coming into a game when you expect less pressure on them, and I think you saw that throughout the majority of the series that I think the game rather, that they looked less pressured. It looked like they were playing a little more comfortably. Yannick was a little shakier. I could feel the tension in the game, the mistakes from both teams, but I think at the end of the day, it wasn't a game where Liquid was as confident as I expected him to be. I think both teams were making a buttload of mistakes, and I expected Liquid to make less, whereas I feel like by the end of the game, it was actually kind of comparable, how the number of mistakes made.
It did feel like there was a lot of back and forth and adjusting in real time and maybe doing too much sometimes on the side of Liquid, like trying to push a tower when you don't need to, maybe going in on an Enchantress because Wind Ranger is dead and suddenly Enchantress survives and the tides are turned. Like Liquid could have chosen to take it a little bit more slowly, but as these things are happening, I'm sure that they are going into this game too with the knowledge that that could have been their game, and I hope that they can shake it off.
I mean, I think if you're Liquid, you think we win this game 8 times out of 10. Like, I think like 90% of the game you feel like it went well, and you probably are going to be, I think the main point that you're going to talk about is the first Aegis when Niche TP'd on the mid tower, and he kind of dies, and then they all come in to try to like save the situation, and then they all die. I think that's like the main talking point after the game, where you're just like, if we just use the first Aegis better, this game is easy.
Yeah. I mean, even before that, we're talking about how Yandex want to build an unstoppable wall for themselves, and it felt like they were pushing into Liquid's side of the map, and it was ever increasingly more difficult for Liquid to find any space for themselves. But even in this fight, there's still silver linings for Liquid. There's still great early game for them.
Yeah, and Mika is going to come turn this fight. He's like, I got you guys. Is Watson overperforming? Is he coming? Smoked mid? Is he putting his team on his back? I can do it too. And I think this kind of game is so cool to watch because while there were a lot of mistakes being made, there were a lot of very confident skirmishes being taken that I think a lot of teams wouldn't have even had the balls to do on the main stage. They'd have taken it a lot slower, and that's not what we saw today. And something that I want to praise Liquid for, despite them losing, is that they changed up their game plan. In the first 25 minutes of the game, it felt like they were constantly jumping on Io and prioritizing him. And then at some point, they realized that he didn't matter so much as Watson did. And then every jump afterwards became on the Wind Ranger, and the game looked easier for them after that.
How do you make that call? How do you know that IO is no longer an issue? Because so many times, if you were to come across an IO in your pub, you want to burst him, right? He's the one that's healing up, most notably normally played in support as well, but he's the one that's healing up a core that's doing a lot of damage. So at what point are you making that decision, and what leads into making that choice that you don't have to prioritize him?
I think a lot of it is sort of actually looking at how the fights are breaking down and having this really deep understanding of how timings and things like this work. You could hear Boxy's comms in the middle of the game saying that we have enough damage to this guy. He has heart, but we need to kill one hero at a time. And I think the concept of killing one hero at a time is really important. It's something that a lot of teams value very highly. You only have so much damage, especially when you're playing against a lot of healing. You need to focus one guy and make sure he dies, and then you can go to the next guy. And so there's a lot of synergy and looking at your teammates, saying, who are we going to kill? And you see opportunities, and you take those opportunities. And so it's sort of a, like, noticing what your other teammates are doing, having this sort of vision, this peripheral vision almost for how are things playing out, and not being too tunnel visioned on one thing, having a little bit more of an open mind in terms of the fights.
Yeah, I think it's just understanding the difference between, like, in concept, when you play against Wisp, you should always kill the Wisp first. Right. DotA concept. But when you're really, really good at the game, you're able to recognize that we have enough damage to kill the Wind Ranger, and in essence, the Wind Ranger is the only thing killing us. So once the Wind Ranger piece is removed from the game, they all have to run. They have to scatter. We saw it a couple of times where, like, Wind Ranger died first, and all of them are just like, BKB, TP, run, like, try to get out any way we can. And I think Liquid seeing that and understanding that is just a high, like, very big representation of their skill.
Yeah, and knowing just how close that game number 1 was between them, walking back on stage for both Liquid and Yandex for game 2 in this best of 3 has a whole new meaning. Yandex were able to pull out something in the mid lane Liquid weren't necessarily ready for. It was a fantastic last pick by the side of Yandex, and whilst Liquid were almost able to get it over the line, unfortunately it doesn't for them. But that just means I think they're going to have to bring out more from the back pocket. There's going to be a little extra motivation, because instead you've been in this position before. You've been with these players, with Will as well, Blitz as the coach. So it's like, I can only imagine the motivation is even higher after losing a game 1.
I mean, I think it's always an interesting position that you're put in, because I think usually when you lose a game, you look at the draft and you're like, what could we have done better? But I think if you're Liquid, after this game, the conclusion is that our draft was good. And I'm really curious to see if they decide to play against the Wisp again.
Yeah.
Because I think the Wisp didn't look comfortable. While they managed to pull it off, I would say it didn't look comfortable, and I think if Liquid get the same draft again, the same situation, they will win.
Yeah, I think that's very true. And I think it's honestly the biggest story going into the next draft is, do you call the IO's bluff? I think...
And let it through is what you're
implying? No, I totally agree, because I think that's... That's a classic in these best of threes. If they try a new hero, they have a new strat, you lose to it. Do you respect ban that? Well, the issue with that is that throws off your other bans. So it may be easy to see game one and say, well, just ban the IO. It was obvious it was OP. Well, now you're leaving something else in that you didn't prepare for 24, 36, 48 hours beforehand, and that can throw another wrench in the wheels. And so maybe you're like, okay, we believe our prep. This game was good. Like Aiden said, we should have won this game in the same position. We would win. We trust ourselves. We trust our prep. We're going to run it back. I think that is the confident and the move that asserts aura. And going back and banning it, to me, is like, that wasn't the problem, and you've sort of come to the wrong conclusions after losing that game.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that game, if you're Liquid after that, you have to identify that the Wind Ranger was the issue. And while the IO did throw a wrench, I think the bigger wrench was flexing it to the mid lane. Because I do believe that Liquid came into the series prepared for the potential carry IO from Watson, and having that switch up at the very end is where they were caught off guard. So if anything, I don't think we're going to be seeing these 24 Wind Rangers come out if the IO is let through.
No, I fully agree.
Yeah, I'm curious, do you think it's harder to recover from a game like this compared to a game that you just get smacked down, or a game that you lose in the mid game? Like one that you're right there on the cusp and you lose it, do you feel like that hurts more or makes it harder to win the next one?
I think this kind of game, in my mind at least, it's good because it shows you that we had every chance to win and that we don't have that many problems to fix. Like when we played you guys in the finals a lot, it sometimes felt like there's 27 different issues. We'll try to address one, and then like when you fix this issue, there's another issue popping up over here.
Now you're up to 30 issues.
Yeah, exactly. And you're like, oh no, this was a bad fix, and we don't know what to do here. Whereas I feel like they can feel confident that their draft works. I don't think there's any player in that booth right now that's thinking like, oh no, our drafts aren't working. We need to change everything. So I think this kind of loss in that way is easier to handle. I think if you're an inexperienced team, it might be tougher that you got beat with your best stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, not having been put in that position, I can't comment from first-hand experience, but just based off
You've seen enough pro players crumble and stand the test of it, though.
Yeah, I've seen enough Dota, and I think in games where you come back from mega creeps, you're still really under pressure. Just like looking at the players from Yandex, they all seem really stressed out, especially DM and Soxa and CJ. They don't look happy. They don't look like, oh, that was awesome, guys. We're going to win game 2. Because when your carry overperforms like that, you also want to be able to rise to the occasion. You shouldn't only win Dota if your carry is putting on a generational performance, because it was a quiet game coming out of Largo, and it was a quiet game coming out of CJ.
Well, a game #1 draft with a lot of twists and turns. There was that IO that ended up being changed to the mid lane there. A Wind Ranger overall final pick for the side of Yandex was Phenomenal Impact. And whilst Liquid were happy with their drafts, everything that they could do, a call to try and end wasn't enough. But a game 2 is a reset. It isn't the end all or be end here. So we'll see how our draft for game 2 plays out.
Team Liquid versus Team Yandex. Game 2.
To overcorrect or not is the question that you put towards Liquid. Is the IO enough of a nuisance, enough of an anomaly to enter that first phase ban territory? Or you go, fair play, Yandex, you've had your fun, but this time around, it's not going to play out the same way. We're going to have the overall last pick, and we're going to be seeing Yandex open up the draft and potentially reveal what they're willing to let Liquid have as a counter pick.
Yeah, this will definitely change things, considering if Yandex wants the first pick, the Earth Spirit, then maybe they don't get the IO can get second phase banned. Liquid, since they are second pick, also have an extra ban, and so they have a little bit more choice in terms of what Yandex gets to play. So it's a slightly different situation, which may mean the first phase is totally different. Maybe Yandex just passes on the IO and says, we don't really want it from first pick. It's a second pick thing for us.
Yeah, and just to talk about something that we didn't mention yet, I do wonder about the decision that CJ had on his IO to never tether the Largo. Like, something was going on where it was the Wind Ranger every single fight with the tether, and they didn't take advantage of that heal amplification. And while it worked very well in that clutch team fight where he reloaded him out, it felt like a mistake.
Yeah, I think that's just as an experience on the hero. It's not understanding the concept of the draft necessarily. It's just like, I'll play it, guys. Like, this Wind Ranger will win us the game. I'll just play it, and it'll be fine.
Yeah, nerves in the moment. Sometimes something super basic like, hey, we have a heal sort of strategy here. I'm going to tether the guy that heals. You just forget. because you're thinking about how to press your buttons, and you die, and now you're like kind of clammy and you're nervous. These things mount up, and you lose focus, and you lose sight of simple things. And so I've had it happen to me before plenty of times. It's very human. And I think also it being a game one, you can write off some of this stuff a little bit, saying, okay, game one is game one. But now, okay, you've had a little bit to get used to that, to acclimate to the crowd, to the TI vibe and experience. You've got to bring a little bit more in game two.
So I think this is super interesting. They decided to ban Earth Spirit on their own first pick. And then Liquid took a bunch of time to consider whether they're banning the Wisp. I'm sure that was a conversation that was just had. Because I think banning the Earth Spirit like this is essentially saying, we're not going to first pick Earth Spirit, we're going to first pick Wisp if we get the opportunity. Okay, never mind.
Just kidding, it's a bounty hunter.
Or a bounty hunter.
Or a bounty hunter.
Very similar heroes.
Very similar heroes.
To be fair, this was a hero in group stages Yandex could do so much on, right? Saksa was leading the charge. The way he plays a bounty hunter, we've seen it before. It's always a nuance of a hero that you just hate coming up against as well. It just is the pain or thorn in the side, right? That's how painful it is to come up against. But I feel like there's a whole nother level when Yandex get their hands on it.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's a very Saksa hero. We talk about Saksa being someone who plays the map, who sneaks around, who sets up kills. Well, what better hero to do that than a guy who's planting wards deep, who's invisible, setting up on kills? I think it's a great point, and I think this hero very much fits Saksa and is good for Yandex in that Saksa is going to be able to make the plays, make stuff happen, and let other people connect, and that's a weird response.
Yeah, traditionally when you play against Bounty Hunter, you want a hero that can kind of follow him around and like stop him from having free reign. And Wyvern traditionally is more of a hero that likes to sit in his lane, just play the 2v2 out, and kind of win the game that way. So, in essence, Liquid are just not responding to the bounty. They're saying, like, we're going to build our own strategy. We don't care about what you're doing. We're going to build our own thing here. And, yeah, to extend on what you said, I absolutely agree. I think Sox is the main shot caller, and Bounty Hunter is one of those heroes that you get to plan ahead. You get to run into places that you normally wouldn't be able to run to because you're invisible, put a deep ward, and then you can have the conversation about when somebody shows here, we're going to smoke to it, or we're going to make this move. And I think that really enables him to be like the leadership voice that they need.
I do think an aspect of it as well, outside of what you mentioned, is that DM's hero pool functions very well with Bounty Hunter. And the one hero in particular that I want to talk about is Darkseer. With Clockwork being nerfed and Support Earth Spirit not being as popular now that it's mainly a mid and it's just not really a Soxa hero either, this is kind of the hero that you would want to pair with the Darkseer and do a lot of the moves that we saw with the Earth Spirit 4 at EWC, for example, like getting that Ion Shot level 3, TPing mid. And once you have DM on a hero like Darkseer, you're always going to be comfortable on Yandex because you know that regardless of how the game goes, you're going to have that ability to take that one teamfight initiation with Vakwell and potentially change things.
It's definitely a hero that fits DM extremely well. I also think Liquid is one of the best anti-Darkseer teams because Mickey likes to play these Expends, these Tinies. He has really good hero answers to Darkseer, which I think he would gladly pick into it. So it's interesting to see if they dare to go for it, even against Liquid.
Yeah, it's definitely an important dynamic in this draft, and I think Liquid is considering it, and so is Yandex, because Darkseer's also great against Wyvern. You've got magic damage through the shield, and also Wyvern likes sort of a controlled, calm fight, in that she gets to sit in the back and wait and look. I'm going to press heal on this guy, curse on that guy, and I get to press my spells in a nice manner. And Bounty Hunter's tracking you, he's seeing you, and causing some shenanigans there, and then suddenly Darks is there, he vacuums you in, breaks your positioning. Like, these types of heroes, things like those, or Puck, or Storm, stuff that makes Wyvern's fight awkward and uncomfortable, that's not what he wants. He wants to sit back in the fortress.
Yeah, I wonder how much of it is this Dota coming full circle, where like we've had supports buying first item Essence Distiller for like 5 months now, and then someone remembered, hey, Bounty Hunter gets it for free at level 6. I don't need to buy an Essence Distiller.
He also works really well with Essence Distiller, because you can like put it somewhere where you don't see any heroes, and then they walk into it, and then you get the track for free. So it actually has kind of cool synergies with the item too.
It was only one ban that Liquid had for themselves in the second phase, and so we're questioning what is a combo or something that the Bounty Hunter can set up strongly that they want to take out. Their answer is Necro and an instant pick of a Clockwork to open their phase.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because it's 2 supports, which is not something we super typically see. It is range plus melee, which is nice. Clock goes in for you, so Wyvern has a little bit more space to cast the spells, but it does mean that you have to pick 2 cores back to back, and it can be awkward to find synergies between cores because they're not laning with each other, and that is oftentimes the kind of synergies you pick together, is heroes that actually work together in the early game, and cores don't often do that.
There's the list. No, I agree. I also think we we touched on it in the pregame, how like what Liquid's been managing to do way better during TI compared to other events this year is they've managed to enable Ace, and that's mainly been through Boxy playing ranged heroes. And in both of these games now, they've kind of fallen back into like a little bit of old concepts. I think even in the previous game, Ace's game wasn't that good. He was not top of the net worth the way he wants to be. So, okay. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I got confused.
You thought that was something getting picked up for the side of Liquid?
I was like, what is happening? But no, okay, this makes way more sense.
You haven't heard of Clockwork Offlane?
I don't want to hear about
Not right now.
I do not want to hear about Clockwork Offlane.
I understand the hoodwink run back for Yandex because we talked a lot about the carry performance, but Malady also had a really good early game. Like, he was able to kind of make moves, hide in trees, kill after the Tormentor. Like, he had the confidence that we didn't see from him in a lot of the group stage games in that game one.
Yeah, absolutely. And now they've got potential flex on the IO again. So that's one of the problems whenever, one of the problems presented when a team picks two supports first on second pick is you have to show your core first. Well, they show a flex, so they didn't really show the core first. So now Liquid gets 0 lane counter picks on these 2 picks here, which means potentially on the last pick of this upcoming phase is they can get a hero that's really good against you in either lane or in game, and there's some danger there.
And Liquid have to be tempted to pick Darkseer with their Clockwork and their Ember now to take it away from Yandex. That makes it so that what you mentioned, Aiden, about the ranged hero synergy between Ace and Boxy, it enables this hero and gives him a lane.
Yep, also they've banned out Dawnbreaker and Underlord, and when I think of Ace during this tournament, those are like the first 2 heroes that pop up in my mind.
Oh.
I think for Ace, I think this is quite an uncomfortable position, right? Like, he doesn't have his ranged boy, his 2 favorite boys to play are banned out, and like you said, there's the Darkseer, right? Like, do you go for it? Is it something he's comfortable playing? It has good synergies with the heroes.
The time is ticking down, though. Like, I think it's a great point. I think he hates this position. He hates playing double melees. He doesn't like dragging waves or getting loose in the lane. This is the Darkseer. But this hero is also not that strong in lane. You have to pull waves. You're also saying IO gets a full free lane, because you can never, like, trap this guy in cogs. He's super fast. If Darkseer tries to run you, just run away. And so you've contested that, okay, the IO gets a free lane if you want. Now the enemy can, Yandex can counterpick the Ember Spirit mid. They can pick an offlane hero here. There's no, this pick doesn't present pressure per se. It just has nice synergy with Liquid heroes. Going back to your point of Liquid just, we're going to pick our heroes and we don't really care so much what you're picking.
Yep.
I do think Yandex put Liquid in the position where if they didn't take Darkseer, they would have picked it themselves as well for DM, like we mentioned. And this makes it so that this IO is a carry, by the way, and this is a mid-Slark. I just want to say, this is a mid-Slark versus Ember.
Calling it now, everyone!
And this is mid-Slark versus Ember, and this is IO carry versus Darkseer, because he's not at all bothered by this lane. And I would be surprised if we didn't see it happen this way.
I find this kind of funny, because we were in the green room during some other game, and I was like, Huskar's kind of weak this patch. So, like, what's like the Ember cheese? How do you cheese Ember? Because Ember always gets cheesed. And Quinn goes, it's Slark mid. I'm like,
and Unison Arrow's like, Slark.
Nah, bro.
Well, one person who has played that matchup before is CJ. In the groups, he played Slark. He got a win with it too. So it isn't this, oh, I'm going to try and have this flavor of TI, show the creativity. It worked. So now we're having 2 fantastic mids come out from CJ where he's really showing up on a main stage.
It was versus Ember as well that he played the mid-Slark, so he knows that it works. And this is when I like Yandex, how they draft around CJ, is if they pick him, counter-pick heroes. Not just like randomly putting in a hero that'll be good for the game. No, they give him something to dumpster the enemy mid laner.
Yeah, the Slark against the Ember is absolutely amazing. I think the one wrinkle here is Mickey is a very confident Ember Spirit player, and so there is a world where they put the Ember Spirit safe lane and they pick a new mid to either force the IO to go mid or to dumpster Slark. Slark against Ember is awesome. It's a great mid. It functions super naturally and well. But Slark with a losing lane for mid is about the most worthless hero you could ever find. And so I think you have to consider that, and it's definitely something you need to keep in mind.
How is Slark able to take advantage of Ember in the ways that we're not seeing other heroes be able to do in this patch?
A big part of it is he can just man-fight you in the shield. You're not trying to break the shield. You skill your third spell, which steals regen and movement speed, and you just hit the guy, and he presses shield, and you say, I don't care. And you keep hitting him, you steal his damage, and the trade gets worse and worse for him over time, whereas traditionally, Ember, the trade gets better and better as the Flame Guard damage stacks up. It's very efficient damage for mana. So he kind of breaks Ember's like main dynamic, which is abusing Flame Guard, and it only gets worse.
think the Mickey Ember Spirit point is very, very interesting, because I think it is something that they're capable of doing, but what would you say the answer to Slark mid is for Niche?
Any ranged hero that just hits him in the head, like it's a hero that has no nukes.
Yeah.
Right? He's all about, I'm going to hit you. And so if you're just a ranged hero, then Slark can actually never do any damage to you. He can't actually hurt your hero in any way. And so I think any ranged hero that just hits the guy, I'm not exactly sure off the top of my head, but like something like even like a Nature's Prophet, which is banned, but some guy that just bonk, 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 bonk.
Ideally, you want to be Lina, Nature's Prophet, or like some Necro, right? But they're all banned out.
Exactly.
What's the downside to maybe swapping it and having a Slark carry and a IO mid? Is Slark Darkseer just not really a lane that feels comfortable for the Slark?
If it were a Slark carry, it would be a response to Liquid's last pick if they thought that it wouldn't be comfortable on whatever happens. And to me, it looks pretty comfy. I mean, CD should play it. He should double down on this.
Okay, so you're saying we still want to see that Slark mid. Well, you're going to get what you wish for there. It is a Slark mid and an IO carry.
They haven't picked yet.
You can tell they're talking about it in the booth.
Yeah, there it is. It's the Ember safe lane.
It's the Mickey Ember, yeah.
Okay, so this mid lane sucks. It fits the exact archetype when you're just going to hit him in the head a bunch of times. But this Tidehunter now has a very free game. He's playing against Wyvern and Ember. He's going to press Anchor Smash, and he's not going to take any damage. I feel like that is troublesome because having Tidehunter with a really good game is one of the best heroes to have with a really good game.
And a big part of Tidehunter having a good game will change the way that Yandex play this, because now Sox is freed up. If Tide does not need help, this Bounty Hunter is going to be mid. He's going to be helping CJ Slark. He's going to be rotating. He's going to be making moves happen, and Sox is just happy with this.
I think the biggest thing for this game, though, is in the last game, I think Liquid conceptually answered the Wisp problem extremely well. They had high single target burst damage, and in this game, it's really not... It doesn't exist in the same way. I think it's going to be much harder for them to kill that one guy, to accomplish the concept that they did so well in game one. I think this time around is a lot harder with their heroes.
Is it also a different build for a carry IO? Do we see a different avenue get taken?
Usually Helm of the Dominator comes out before Aghanims, but typically it's just going to be Helm, Ag, Heart, the things that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, my biggest worry for Yandex this game is this mid lane. Like, Slark literally cannot do one single point of damage to Wind Ranger. He's 600 units away. How can you hurt him? And I think this lane can potentially get very out of hand and put Nisha in a position to say, hey, I messed up last time with some Aegises. I'm going to prove you all wrong. I'm still the GOAT. All right, one-on-one, never lost, okay? He's in a position to say that.
Okay, what if it's no longer a one-on-one? What if all the supports from Yandex come mid?
Okay, then all bets are off.
All bets are off if those rotations happen, but Nisha wanting to prove himself here, and Yandex wanting to prove that their draft is superior. The only way they can do that is with some words to Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Excel of the team Yandex. All right, give it to me real, Excel. Should you have won that game one? What was going on in your head during the last 5 minutes of that game?
I mean, it was a crazy game, and you don't judge winners, so you win, you win.
Okay, so then that's why you seemed confident still. You go for the IO, but you didn't go for it first pick. You waited, went bounty, they still didn't ban it, and then you were like, okay, now I'll pick IO. What was the reason?
There was just too many heroes we wanted, and we just decided the bounties. It's just different, and you don't want to be doing the same thing over and over again.
Yeah. Okay. I want to ask you about your entire TI experience. This is your very first TI, and I want to know what it's like getting into that booth. The door slides behind you. Stressful games like this. What's the experience like for you?
I mean, it's a great experience, especially when you're winning, and I'm super happy we made it to playoffs. Even though like a lot of people like put us in a very high seat, like they rate us and they expect us to do very well. I don't have like any expectations, and I didn't have advance the game, so group stage wasn't like the easiest one, but that's fine. We make it through, and now we play here, super happy.
The happiness shows. Excel, congratulations on the game one. Looking forward to how game two goes as we send it to our casters.
Thank you very much there, Tsunami and Axel. It is time for game two, the game about to begin. Folks, we had quite the game one.
I mean, how do you beat that game one? How do you beat that game one?
We'll see, we'll see. Already with the draft, we're getting some fun stuff. So, you know, it's a good start already. We're getting this switch up right. We're seeing Liquid pick the Ember mid initially, maybe even not, allowing the Slark through. Something that a lot of these other Ember pickers are not doing, right? It's always banned.
Yes.
They leave it in. So, of course, the mid Slark, it comes out. Then Liquid say, well, you know what? We weren't going to put it mid. But anyway, we're ready to play it safe lane, get something else. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, let's see how it goes.
Safe lane.
It's not something that's I've done often. It's always about dodging. It can work. It does have the darks here with the Ion Shell, right? You can see synergy with their draft, but it can be a risk.
But the lane, right?
Exactly.
It really, really can be a risk. Honestly, I feel like a lot for Liquid, it sort of was touched upon by the panel. You're looking at Nisha.
You're looking at 100%.
He's a Wind Ranger against a Slark. He's got a dumpster this lane.
100%, because even that top lane, right?
Yeah.
Ace playing the Darkseer into the IO. It's not the easiest way to the counter. IO's just going to chill. You have sustain. You play from a distance. Unless you make some massive mistakes, you should be fine. And Ember, a hero that tends to be designed about having level advantage.
Getting that solo XP.
Getting like super fast max flame guard, especially currently at the moment. So not going to be the case, and he is playing versus a potential, I mean, not a hard lane, you could say, because it's a double melee, the Tide and the Bounty, but the Tide is going to get away with the free lane. He's going to be able to just chill down here for the most part, unless he makes a big mistake. So let's see what Nisha can do.
I feel like, a
lot of pressure.
So much is on Nisha.
But he's got a lot to prove after that last game.
Not the cleanest of games.
No.
But, you know, looking at the group stage performances, Liquid, it kind of happens to them. I think pretty much all three of the series they won 2-1. They would always win. They would always lose the first game.
That is very true.
They always take time to adapt to their opponents. They've had that game one, and my goodness, quite a lot of back and forth moments to adapt to them.
True.
See if they can turn things around here in this game too.
Did feel like they adapted pretty well in that last game in terms of how they answered the IO Largo, but yeah, definitely not the case when they end up losing the game. As he said, you don't judge the winners, and they were the winners on the side of Yandex this time around. So
great game from them, and just them having the sort of the foresight to be able to close it in the way that they did. They held nothing back when they had that opportunity to get that win, and it was a fantastic one.
So something I could like to see potentially from Tofu is just give the Ember the levels. Don't play next to him. Don't soak the experience, right? If you're going to play this Wyvern Ember lane, just make sure the Ember kind of plays that solo
you do
type of
have
lane,
to.
right?
You've got to find some sort of way indeed to ensure that you are giving that Ember the lion's share of the experience.
Exactly. So I'd like to see something like that from Tofu. Sure, he might have to soak a little bit here and there, but I want to see a majority going towards Mikke. So I've seen actually this IO and Slark thing together, Owen. I can't remember if it was, I think it was Boom Boys perhaps, or maybe it was Yandex. I'd have to look again, my bad. But I know somebody ran it earlier in this tournament. It gets pretty insane, the HP regen you start to build up.
I think it was
similar,
GPK played.
I think it was, right?
So I think it probably was.
In a similar vein, sure, not in the same concept last time where the IO Largo kind of thing comes in, but these two together, when Slark gets the Shard too, heroes kind of just become unkillable. So we'll have to see how Liquid ends up dealing with that, because this time around, like Insania was mentioning, Liquid's draft design is quite different than last time about we're going to just destroy one target, explode them. You can't even really do that versus the Slark. He's going to get the Shard eventually. He's going to be able to get safe. So a bit of a different style that we have coming in from both sides, and we're going to see a pause coming.
And I think that's the thing as well, going back to that game one, you know, you talk about who was sort of the solid rock for Liquid. I feel like it was Mikke.
It was
quite
Mikke.
literally, on the Tiny.
Literally.
He was doing some fantastic work. And obviously on this game, being put into a position which just, as we said, we've seen it before, this Ember safe lane, but it's definitely not one of those things that's like, oh my goodness, the Ember safe lane, everybody watch out. He's going to absolutely dumpster the game. It's a lot harder for Mikke to be that strong rock this time round.
It is, but the important thing is, though, the Ember's not shut down, right? Because otherwise you send the Ember to the Slark lane, and it's going to be an Ember who has a pretty awful
they have to make this
game.
move.
So
absolutely. They have to make this move.
And I'm curious to see, too, that maybe if Mikke, I'm seeing the item queued up, it's not your traditional, but does he go Vessel from safe lane Ember versus IO and Slark? It's a good Vessel game. The argument is there for it because there's no Largo to lick it off this time.
But there is a
I don't know. There is, sure, but you're just going to use it on the IO. It's the IO carry, right? So I could see a world where he potentially does do it, but I don't know if he's guaranteed.
That's fair. And I'll tell you why it can work as well. Because obviously, you do have Nisha again on this hero in the mid. It's a Wind Ranger, quite like the Nature's Prophet.
He's the carry.
Build the right click,
exactly.
He's the carry. So absolutely can work. It's just a question of whether you can get anywhere close to a similar sort of timings on that pickup and on the levels as you would if you were the Ember mid.
Exactly. So yeah, I'm really curious to see how this is going to go down. It sucks. So we're seeing 11 last hits on the bounty. So he's gotten a lot of wards. I believe he killed some couriers as well too. So that's inflated for him at the moment. So as we see DM, a lane that he's put in a position to be able to farm in. Mikke is going to free farm, but same thing for DM in mid lane. The one that we have to look at, right? Because Nisha, it's just designed for him to just completely destroy the Slark.
He's doing well.
And so far, yeah, 16, 17, 7 to the 10 and 3, and Boxy now even making the move over to be even more annoying.
Yeah, they need this. Just do not let this Slark get away with any sort of start.
Don't let him play.
Yeah.
They're going to have potentially, like, I mean, honestly, he could become pretty dead weight pretty fast if he ends up getting pressured too hard in this game.
Because that's the thing, you know, would you rather be the team that's got a under-farmed Slark mid or a team with an under-farmed Ember safe lane? I'd rather be the one with the Ember, you know what I mean? So if they can punish Chira, it doesn't matter what goes on in Mikkei's game. And the thing is, obviously, at the moment, Mikkei's having a great game. So it's not even a concern that he's not getting farmed. He's top CS right now. So this approach from Liquid, definitely looking to test Yandex's approach with this mid Slark. Liquid, they've clearly come prepared with an answer.
And overall for the Ember game, if he does get the early Flame Guard max, looking at the magical damage of Yandex early, they could definitely have some difficulties breaking and burning that Flame Guard with him running them down.
They don't get through it quicker at all.
It's going to take time, right? The IO in particular is all that magic damage and the bushwhack that can come in, so see how that goes down. Watson, though, he also has free lane. We didn't talk too much about the IO, but the IO versus Darkseer, he's just going to free farm up there too, so the Dominator timing, it's going to be very fast. And let's see if this time also, where Yandex has the edge on the global, how much that's going to matter. Because last time Liquid, they could respond accordingly. Nature's Prophet Dawn, they can always respond to all of these global moves. This time around, they don't have that luxury. They have the Ember to match the mobility, but that's about it. So Watson's relocates could be pretty devastating.
Bit of a slow pace start in terms of kills. The mid lanes, we've got to keep our eyes on. Chira Jr. constantly being kept very, very low in this lane.
He's got the raindrop, so he's got ways to at least protect himself from some of these power shots, but Sox has got to come in at least to annoy Nisha.
He's doing it. I think that was what we've just had the stat up. I think that's the 5th courier in the 5 minutes. So
it's pretty insane how many he's been able to find.
When Sax is on his bounty, you do not want to be a courier.
Well, yeah,
we'll
I mean,
find you.
Looking at the game state right now, right? You see, it's 0-0, but the win range is completely free farming versus Slark, and it's actually Yandex with the gold lead because of those couriers.
Yeah, he's keeping it even with these courier snipes.
And he's even the room here now too, so gets the regen, will be able to prevent Nisha from just grabbing it. Sure, there's no bottle lane actually in this game. Yeah, this is a bit interesting. You usually don't see a team, I mean, both teams without a bottle hero. This is going to be one of those games with no bottle.
I talked about the bounty as well. I mean, I also talked about the 2 opening picks, right? We're seeing some teams, they love the bounty.
They do.
This is one of the teams that will do it. First pick material, I guess not a surprise because of the team. Overall, like, where do you place this hero right now? Is it as highly valued as some of these teams are valuing in your eyes?
It seems very good versus certain teams, especially too, because the map is just so massive. It's giving so much information, and I feel like some teams aren't responding as accordingly as I would have expected.
First pick Wyvern.
Like in the past, some teams, like, I mean, this isn't really the meta right now, but you could just go for these like pushing aggressive lineups, and Bounty does nothing into group up in most situations. So this game, he's into a Wyvern, and he's good versus the Wyvern. Mikkei, here comes the reload.
Yeah, Watson bringing in the extra numbers to make sure they can try and punish Mikkei before he hits the 6. Get that first blood. Saxa been doing these little moves with the couriers, he's got runes, now setting up for the first blood. This is why they do like to get this first pick for him. He becomes quite nasty.
He's truly owning these first 7 minutes. An insane amount of D wards as well, as we're seeing on top of those courier snipes, and even finding that kill onto Mikkei. Before he hits the 6, he was very close to having that finished up there. Still, the Slark case continues of the struggle.
Yeah. But this is if this game does sort of go down the way of, Mikkei, despite having the good farm, he's got the gold, but just obviously will not have the chance to solo XP, the solo levels. And if Chira Jr. is able to have more impact with the lack of farm that he's had in this mid lane on the Slark, I think, we'll kind of maybe learn a lesson of maybe the Ember safe lane is just that hard to pull off, that it's just not a situation where you want to end yourself in with a draft. And one of the reasons why we have seen, I want to say, the majority of the times where Ember's been picked, Slark has always been banned.
It has been. Just having Ember side lane, it's just not the same. Sure, you can still get the farm, but it's about the pressure that you apply. Ember is a hero that just applies so much pressure, and if he is playing from that slight behind, it can be very different. So we shall see how Liquid play around.
It's going to be a test for Liquid.
Yeah, truly.
And already game 1 was quite a test, and a test that they failed in the end.
that is true. And yeah, Watson, let's see how the pace that he can farm, because we do have to talk about Watson too. Literally as clutch as you could possibly ask for in this last game, completely carrying the game. This time playing the IO, he's a good IO player. He's very comfortable with it, plays with the Dominator, and he's already set up for success here. Absolute free farm. He's playing into Darkseer too, who Darkseer versus IO, the wall does nothing. This is a pretty pathetic wall game when you look at it on paper. Usually Darkseer's picked because the wall can be pretty good. But
and a nice easy rotation over towards the stacks where they find Ace, and they're going to be able to finish off a few of these big creeps and ancients as well on top of that.
Hey, Sox's early game so far here, pretty pristine.
And Mikkei with the build, Goes for the arm.
It's going Radiance.
For the arm Radiance. So he's dreaming big.
Dreaming big, and it's an item overall that not too many heroes actually purchase.
That's
right?
You're not picking a carry really in this meta outside of what may be a Spectre, even that we haven't seen that much. And it's going to farm. Yeah, that's true. I guess it is Lifesteal that's the only that you're really picking in that safe lane to farm the Radiance. So
it takes a long time to get the Radiance at times. And like we're saying, and like we're indicating, Ember usually a hero that wants to dictate pace. So if you're playing that slow pace, we'll see whose design ends up feeling better and who actually comes away with at least this mid-game. Because you're going to just give Watson now, he's going to get a free agony. Yeah. There's no pressure on him whatsoever.
Because Nisha, he's on the mid, he wants to farm. He's going this Maelstrom, obviously, on the Wind Ranger. So it's a fair bit of greed here from Liquid.
They could get punished for it. There's a lot of team fight. There's a lot of things that can come together very quickly from the side of Yandex. And DM, a hero that we don't see picked too often because it can just get punished in this current turret meta, he's gotten away with the lane completely.
Sax is nearly getting away with the courier snipe. In fact,
another
will. Surely, are they going to be able to kill him for this? He's going to have the Shadow Walk back up.
Their catch is really not the best until they have the hook shot.
He really is doing so much.
Oh, he is so
in this first 10 minutes, Sax are the MVP by far.
Oh, yeah.
For what's been going on across the map in favor of Yandex.
That's dangerous, too, as a first pick. Being able to have this type of effect in the 10 minutes is pretty crazy. Top also now, Ace. And he speed himself away, still has the surge active, should be able to.
Chase, yeah, a little bit too far for Saxa to try and set up to buy time for Malady and Watson to get in.
He'll get the Dom creep though, and in the meantime too, Saxa did block the Ancients while he was in that vicinity too, so no extra farm for the Darkseer. 2K lead from the side of Yandex, just playing that economy game, and the Slark, he's only 700 behind the Wind Ranger, Owen.
He has absolutely gone through this lane good enough.
Good enough, indeed.
And Nisha, we saw him try. He was putting the pressure on. Honestly, this was just very good safe plays from Cheerio, making sure he never fed in the matchup. And he didn't try and overstay his welcome, didn't push for CS that he wasn't going to be able to get.
And the bonus,
he's played it very carefully.
All this bonus gold from the bounty, too, absolutely adds up, right? As you said, I think, what, was it 6 or was it 7? Courier kills and Kibble, I hate myself for it, but it was something around that. So, yeah, he's been giving so much extra gold, so much extra information.
They just need time. I'm looking at Liquid. They got an Ember trying to farm a Radiance.
They're going to farm.
Mid-Wind Ranger obviously wants his Maelstrom. I feel like they're hoping that Yandex isn't going to do something that Yandex is almost certainly going to do, that Yandex is going to come running at them. The Diffusal Blade, if Chiro Jr. gets a good timing on this Diffusal Blade,
it's a great game.
The setup they have between any of them, right? If Slark, Bounty, Tide, Hoodwin go in, Watson's going to be relocating on top of him. They're going to feel a lot of early pressure, Liquid.
Tofu is going to have to be in pretty prime position, it feels like, in that mid-game with no curse to kind of turn these aggressive moves that can come in, because the team fight, it's very strong from Yandex when it comes together with the IO in particular. Sure, Liquid has responses of team fights, it's just we'll see what Mikke can do until he gets Radiance, because before Radiance, he's going to be a bit underwhelming.
I don't think
die in 1 pound.
I mean, I don't think he's going to want to turn up at all.
And that could be dangerous, right? If he doesn't show up to some of these early fights versus the IO could take over. So,
and even when you have the Radiance on the Ember, it's not like, whoa!
No.
It will eventually feel good, but
you'll farm fast.
The Radiance alone, you're still going to die.
You're very vulnerable.
But you need time.
They'll be able to burn heroes quick, though. Ion Shell, Radiance, Flame Guards. You can see what they want to do here, so we'll see if that ends up working for them, though. But yeah, Yandex, I feel like they're cruising right now, especially Watson. The timing's going to come pretty soon here.
This Diffusal Blade is only about 700 gold away. And really did get through the lane nicely, Chiro Jr.
And good versus pretty much everybody. Good versus everybody that the Liquid has. This time, Saxa
try for a deny, won't get it. Nisha gets the kill.
3 heroes, 2 cores to rotate to deal with Saxa's obnoxious pressure that he's doing, and Wall was used just to push him away here. I mean, Saxa's just giving info. The base fort that he placed earlier, scouting things out, sniping these couriers. I think Yandex they have literally map hack essentially at the moment right now. They know everything that Liquid's doing because of the way he's playing.
I'll tell you what, in terms of control, they've got some quite annoying options, right, Yandex. They have the Pounce, and then also the Anchor from the Tide this game. It kind of ruins all 3 of their cores, right?
I think he should really, I think maybe as a first item. I was considering
that good
this game on the Tide. After having this wraps, essentially, could just go for it.
I think DM might think about that, yeah. It's going to be very effective against Liquid's cores.
Liquids overall just don't have the easiest ways to gank, right? This is just going to be a lot of farming. So we'll have to see if their plan ends up working in this. And that Clark, he is caught up completely with the Wind Ranger. Literally same goal.
Yeah. Actually able to get involved in some more action there, top against Box.
It's going to accelerate fast, it feels like.
It really
I don't know how
is.
Liquid's going to deal with this Aghanim.
I think that really is the question. There's no way they forgot about the Slark being able to be picked against the Ember. This has to have been the plan from Liquid, right? That they were like, haha, we're going to do the Ember safe lane and going to beat you. You think it might have been a slip-up?
Yeah, they did a last-minute pivot. Yeah. The way that they dropped. Oh, Curse will connect. We'll get Soxa brought down, but they'll lose their Shrine. Watson will be fine to get out as well, too, with the re-relocate. Boxy is looking for him potentially on the re-relocate, but not something you can go for here without the Wind Ranger.
Not an easy kill. They need that extra damage.
Quiet game from Nisha, who said just farming, going for Maelstrom.
Relic's done. Okay, crossing that first hurdle, but Chira Jr. with the defusal, he's going to start to be quite annoying. He's going to be all over the map, getting these pickoffs.
Him and the bounty can really try just...
and they're going to
they can ruin the supports pretty hard.
And they're going to get the money.
They are.
With sort of track potential from the bounty. It's tough times here for Liquid.
It's going to be a dangerous couple moments here until they do have the Radiance on the Ember to see what they can actually do to deal with this pressure from Yandex. Yandex, they got everything they wanted and more in this lane.
Oh, absolutely.
Because of how this Slark is done.
This first 15 minutes, Yandex, they're feeling like this one is very much in the direction of being in the bag.
3K lead at the moment here. DM, as we see, he's still queuing up the Blink first. They might just want that to be able to jump the back lines, but already making an aggressive move bottom. Counts.
But the Ravage into the Makasau and the sharp shot. It is easily enough.
I think he actually ended up missing the pounce there, but ended up not mattering.
He did miss the pounce. He did miss the pounce. Just sort of the mana burn with the right clicks.
Okay, Boxy, can he get a connection here onto Chira? He's got
Shadow Dance. He is out of this. I don't think they've got anywhere to chase him afterwards. And if anything, Liquid's got to be careful. You don't want to be running into this. This Slark's scary.
And this Heiwa can come in at any moment.
Oh yeah, Watson's at the ready if the call's sort of made.
I mean, Watson's getting too much freedom, Owen. He's going to be level 15 very soon. I mentioned it the last game, how strong the 15 team.
Where does the pressure from Liquid come from? Nisha's not going to be putting pressure on.
That's why I thought
December's not going to be putting pressure on.
That's why I thought he might do even though it sounds super weird, just doing the Vessel from the safe lane from the Ember, because I thought he was going to play faster, but not the case right now.
Yeah.
This is tough to see these next moments for Liquid, how they're going to be able to deal with the pressure that comes in. Watson, 15's about to hit, and the damage is insane when you do have this talent this early, and he's got the save. I do want to see Chira even potentially getting the shard a little early on the Slark too, since the IO is going to be so massive. All you have to do is just protect him.
Yeah, I mean, that would completely ruin any opportunity. Ooh,
mid!
Would he get kills if he goes for it?
Off the mark with the Bushwhack might actually save Nisha's life.
That's going to throw a blood grenade out the side. Chira Jr.'s here. The Cold Embrace will come into play. The Shuriken bounce, the curse has to be used to hold Chira Jr. back and will allow them to turn towards him. Chira Jr. does get taken out. Watson's going to turn up to the fight. They're able to take out both Boxy and Nisha here with Watson present.
A lot of damage from Watson.
They do not have the damage to bring Watson down. A remnant over from Mickey, but Watson's already out. And Mickey, he gets finished off by Bounty.
Oh my goodness.
3 dead on Liquid, maybe even 4 Tofu. Will be able to get the Cold Embrace up underneath the tier 2 tower.
Oh, and this is insane. It's 8K lead. Watson comes in, cleans up, gets out. Chira gives his life, but he's like, I don't care. I set up for the dream for us. Track kills aplenty.
And Sax, he treats himself to a 17-minute Blink Dagger on the bounty.
My goodness.
They're having a lot of fun this game, Yandex. I reckon this one must feel fantastic to play right now in the booth here on the main stage.
They don't even have the Radiance yet for the Ember. Mickey now 0 and 3. Even though they moved him out of the mid lane, he's suffering just as much as if he would have been there.
Yeah, game 1 was quite the back and forth spectacle. This
one's looking could be decided pretty quick with the way, because IO, when you do get ahead like this, it's very hard to play versus because of how much they can pressure the map. Chira,
he's fine. He's got a bounce.
Into the dog.
He's got a shadow dance. Maybe they kill him though. Let's have a look.
Chira,
they might get him. They need to get him. They will get Malady.
They should have Chira.
Sure, he's going to have a pounce in a second.
Surely they finish him here.
There's no way he gets out. They get it. All right, they needed that Liquid.
They did.
They needed that big time.
Mickey did not get the last hits though, so does not have the Radiance yet, but will have it finished up soon. But a pretty slow one that's coming out here for him. Soxa getting into very sneaky territories, by the way. Another base squad that he's placing, so more couriers.
This is one of the things you can do when you get the blink early on these sort of heroes.
You not only are able to know like where you can snipe these couriers, but you know where Liquid's going to want to play, because you'll see where the couriers are going, so you get full information. You're going to get so much out of this.
And do you ever expect that ward, or it's one of those things that maybe you see in the replay, and the next game, if he does it, you're checking it out. But this game is going to live the whole
duration. Live the whole duration, unless they buy a gym, which maybe they will do if they do feel that pressure from the bounty so much.
All right, there we go. So Radiant's
done.
It's done here for McKay on the safe lane Ember.
But Watson, level 16, and he's got a BKB on top of the Aghanim. So a clear separation of almost 2 items. Ace
trying to surge away, but the bushwhack comes in beautifully from Malady.
The damage from these spirits with the 15 talent is insane at this point when it's this early.
Chirajuni gets the pounce into the Ravage from DM. They're locking McKay down. He's got the 1 charges.
He's healing.
He's not going to be able to get away though. He came up the slide. I don't think he had any more remnants out to jump to. So he's gone. They lose 3 heroes again on Liquid. They just cannot fight Yandex right now. Yandex are far too strong.
Nisha can't get into these fights either. He is having an incredibly quiet game.
Very quiet game.
For being that mid-wind ranger versus the Slark, he's not finding much of anything.
They needed so much more from him this game, and it's not happened so far.
It's a 12K lead at 19 minutes with an IO lineup. And look at his net worth. It is insane how much he's getting out of the map here. And it's not just him, too. It's not just the cores. These supports, because they're getting all these kills, too. They're very rich. Malady's got a vest. He's got the Distiller. He's got the Crest. Pretty crazy how much farm they're able to find here. And you can see that Liquid, they're having to just use, like, Winter's Curse to just hold the Slark back. Sure, they got the kill on him before because they did hold him back long enough, but how are they going to deal with Watson? He's going right-click now. So this is the build we've seen from Watson, also from Safe Lane, too. He's actually even done the Maelstrom before the Aghanims a couple games. He's going to have it done, too. So the farm's going to continue to accelerate. And to point out, too, is this amazing Mjolnir game. You're playing versus Flame Guard, Ion Shell. The Mjolnir is going to go crazy in the fights.
And they get Chirajuni. Put him in the cogs.
He's got back up.
He's going to come in and try and help out. Chirajuni's surviving.
A heal.
He's living proud. He knows he's going to be able to turn on Mickey's out of bounds.
Too much.
The double kill. Once it keeps him alive. It might be early days, Fox, but this has got to be painful for Liquid to play. They are getting completely destroyed. And this is looking like one of those ideas that you kind of have in a pub game. You're like, it's all right, boys. I'm going to take Ember safe lane, Farmer Radiance, and then you're like, wait, what?
It's looking like you just got to, I mean, you got to go for like the high ground base kind of, but your map is just completely desolated. Yandex, they're playing this to utmost perfection. This is going to be one of the most farms IOs I think I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
16K net worth.
21 minutes in.
He's not only getting enabled with kills, he's getting the tracks.
They get Saxa.
We'll find one.
They drop a wall down, they're able to finish him off. Every now and then, they get a little something, but they need so many things. They're down 17K at 21 minutes.
And this is even before Cheer Jr. has the shard, too. He was able to survive during the majority of that. He doesn't even have the depth shroud yet to protect. So on top of, if he does want to go for that, then he probably will just never die again if he does have the IO near him. So for Liquid, you got to just play for mass team fight, get the BKB online, at least for Nisha, and hope that they can overcommit onto you. But it is such a deficit.
We go. This is, it's a desperate move, but they've got to make these desperate plays in this position. The smoke comes out, this goes wrong. This game looks irrecoverable.
I mean, Chira just scouts it immediately. Got the ulti. Looking to reset.
There, DME just comes in and gets the 4-man Ravage. Watson's ready to come across. He's ready to fight with the BKB. He's just trying to go for the focus fire. Watson is so tanky. They just do not have the damage to touch Yandex. Boxy's dead. Nisha chased down by DM. He's going to get the whim run off turn with the shackle, but the final right clicks at the time, kill him off. Ace trying to get Malady, won't even get him. Watson's in with the tether to heal Malady up. 4 dead on Liquid, and nobody dead on Yandex. Mickey, he's also going to get caught bottom. They're going to get the team wipe.
Another kill for DM. 5 track kills.
When you see, the Tide just finishing off your mid-win Ranger with a right click, the carry Ember Spirit with a right click. I think you know it's over.
Yeah, it's looking pretty over. 20 minutes, 22 minutes, 21,000 lead. They're pretty much hitting that 1K.
Is this the biggest stomp we've had in terms of kind of gold lead per minute?
It's
22, 1,000 gold a lead coming up. 1,000 gold a minute lead, just coming up to 23 minutes. This is just an approach to the game gone horribly wrong for Liquid. And really just sort of begs the question, if this was the plan, did they think that they didn't need to ban the Slark because they had this alternate switch around strategy? Did they think this would be you've only got to imagine that they did think so, but it has not been the case. It's just getting completely walked over by Yandex.
The pivot that you did in this game is 0 and 6. Right? The Ember Spirit that got moved out of that matchup is actually having the worst game out of all the cores. They are just completely shutting him down.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a beautiful approach from Yandex, and a lot of credit has to be given to Saksa. This early game, this first 10 minutes, he devastated the game plan from Liquid.
Couriers dying everywhere, information being given all around, and just information right to ensure that Chira Jr. didn't die during the laning stage.
Exactly.
He knew when he could kind of approach the lane in the mid, get what he could, when to back away, and get through this laning stage without dying at all in that matchup against Nisha's win rate.
And it truly is just looking so difficult to see how they can bring down the IO. As you saw there, Nisha focus fired, and he literally just ran right.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
No, and this is pre having those actual like big healing items, the heart or the satanic. He's got all the damage. Essence rings, of course, we did see save them back to back there, Chira and him, I think, in one scenario. But yeah, it's just so limited for what Liquid can do on the map. They don't really have the damage at this point to deal with the sustain that comes in, and they're just so tanky too. DM, we haven't even said how, I mean, you kind of did, right? I mean, beating the Ember, beating the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, he's finished over the right place.
That's indicative of how good a Tidehunter game it truly is in this one. About to have, I mean, getting closer and closer to the Ags finished up. They're really just getting everything on the map here. Ags finished up for the Slark. Even more control now for the quote-unquote elusive heroes on Liquid.
Ready with the setup.
BKB's there for Nisha.
A little deep. Fox is going to be in the backup, and they won't push it too far here. Yandex, they'll respect the reaction. Nice
vacuum.
Vacuum.
Is there
wall.
damage?
There should be at least a kill Malady right there. They could kill the Hoopwing.
Shackle and Watson.
And he gets the Io. There's a lot of damage. He's up front, but BKB's up.
They'll get it.
They get it.
Wow. That was insane.
Huge kill here for Liquid. The takedown. Finally take on the Watson. Money going the way of Ace. Gets a lot of money for that one.
Hey, Boxy coming in very clutch.
Right.
Those cogs back to back to back hitting him, preventing from the BKB to get used at first. Wow, biggest kill they've been able to find in this game. I'm impressed they were able to even do it at this point.
Yeah, I think, Yande's going to be surprised themselves that they could lose Watson in that situation. It's something.
It's breathing.
For Liquid.
Much needed kill for Mickey to get the space to try to get the BKB himself too. He just can't farm anywhere safe. The empty blinks in front of him.
A 5 pound for Ace now, thanks to that gold burst that he just got from ending that streak of Watson.
Very nice shackle, as we did see from Nisha there too, being the answer there for the IO for a moment. Punchback, it doesn't change too much, of course, of the game state. It still is one of the most substantial leads that we've seen this early.
Yeah. I mean, but
the punchback.
In our last game, we saw Yandex win a game against Mega Creeps. That's not something that happens often.
That is true.
Liquid are able to turn this. This is going to be sort of the similar level of impressiveness against Saxa.
Another big kill. Cheer up. We'll find Tofu in the back lines. Liquid turned this into more kills rallied around Ace, because Ace, he's being the rock for the team a bit here, right? He's got the Shibas, he's got the pipe, he's got some of the answers here, at least versus all this magical. They got to play around those vacuum combos, see if they can get the coordination to try to bring down some of these targets. Again, they can back up. They don't really have to force things, to be fair.
No,
they can get the Satanic for Watson. They were just trying to apply as much pressure as possible and got punished for it. They still have the availability to go for Tormentor. They can set up for these Roshans, and I think that'll be the case for Yandex. Liquid, a lot harder for them to fight around those terms of Yandex. If Yandex is going in with 2 heroes versus 5, then Liquid can perhaps respond.
Yandex ready to bring the action to them with the Blink Ravage ready again here for DM.
Chira on the hunt here. I'm shocked he hasn't bought the shard, actually. Maybe he is just waiting to see if he does get some luck. Mickey, he gets caught in the pounce.
So Ravage sucks things up into the pounce and the bushwhack. Not a chance.
I just don't know how Mickey ever comes back in this game, Owen. 0-7, and it's just a game where Ember feels hard countered. Perhaps it's going to be all on Nisha and Ace, but you need this Ember to do something, it feels like. I don't know if the Wind Ranger and the Darksuit can do it enough.
DM afraid of nothing.
Truly not. Gets the Yules off as the Surge goes off, so Ace in trouble.
With the pounce onto Ace, Watson's relocated over as well. He's able to take out Tofu at the back of the fight. Ace going to try and run away, but he's caught by the leash. That'll be the 3 of them dead. Back to getting the gold lead growing on track here for Yandex.
Track money. Level 2 track also starting to build up there. He has the shard on the bounty hunter too, so even more pressure on the map on top of what Sox has already been able to apply this game. Now he can invis his buddies, go for even more dive plays. Nisha has to be so careful here.
Oop, Foxy.
Hello.
Was afraid that Saxa would get some sort of setup onto him. Tried to hook shot over in case he needed to be there by his side.
These supports are very likely to overtake.
I mean, they're massive.
Honestly,
both of them.
This could be a game where they have like 5 5 heroes in the top 7, right? There could just be the Ember and the Wind Ranger getting surpassed, and it's just the Darkseer up there if they don't get something rolling together. And Yandex, it is going to be that Roche call next, and they've played a little safe. Full Satanic for Watson. You have to have like a 5v1 to bring down this IO, it feels like now at this point. They did do it before, but that's kind of what it was, right? They did have the 5 on top of him.
How quickly he farms, not just only gold, but XP as well.
Oh, and now he also
23.
He also now has the 15 talent from the bounty that could potentially be thrown on him. You get the damage reduction, the 30% damage reduction.
Yeah, you're not killing this IO. Unless he's left completely on his own. The Witch that situation earlier when he was in the triangle, they weren't really set up around him. They could kill him then. Okay, killing him in a team fight looks to be impossible for Liquid, but Liquid, they're ready to try the impossible.
It's double BKB timings. They're going to try. At this deficit, let's see what they can connect with.
See Saxa.
EM's in.
Saxa's got the ultimate protection sound. Mikhail's going to commit here with the BKBs. Look to try and finish off at least the bounty. Look at the vacuum falls down. And once the big falls down to half HP, it needs to commit to the focus fire. The curse as well will lock down the 2 of them. But they've lost Tofu.
That's the BKB.
The match comes to an end. It's DM. He waited for it perfectly. Comes in with the Ravage to slam down yet another team fight in Yandex's favor. Ace.
That was the BKB fight for Liquid, and they only find the supports.
And they might just get Ace as well. He's got Alf to the side. Another kill for Watson. Another team fight in the bag for Yandex as they continue to very much enjoy this game too.
And Chira probably enjoying things too. He's like, guys, I got the pick Slark. They moved the Ember, and I'm still owning. 6-2 and 11. Has the Mage Slayer, has Axe, has all the timings. Is completely reducing anything Liquid wants to do in this.
I mean, and this is huge right going forward in the competition. It very much sends a message of if you pick Ember,
you better ban the Slark.
You have to ban the Slark.
Oh, yeah.
You're not going to be able to lane the Ember against it, and by the looks of it, you're certainly not going to be able to make a lane switch up and try and run the Ember safely.
Okay. Might get caught here. Shadow Walk stun. Yules.
Let's catch him on the way down. They don't.
Still have the Remnant down.
Watson.
There, Watson now.
Looking to take more on his own. He has got BKB and Satanic ready to press. BKB and a tether alone is enough. He zooms away.
So far. Chira in position to protect him. Is Chira by Shard? Okay, I guess he's not going to do it. I thought he was going to get it, but he feels like he doesn't need it. He just wants to go for his own items this game. Feels like Watson doesn't need that protection. This is crazy net worth on this IO. We knew how insane this hero was going to be coming into this tournament. Some of these players are truly showing how strong it is.
Yeah, getting to pick it up as their second pick as well after the bounty this strong.
I didn't think that they were going to get it again.
Especially because they have this flexibility. We saw game 1 from Chira, and then game 2 on Watson.
And Watson about to hit 25. He can go for the attack tether target this game since he's got the Slark. And with this build, yeah, absolutely. There we go. This damage is going to be absolutely ridiculous with him and Chira hitting targets. And for Liquid, I mean, it's got to be some type of like 5-man burst.
What is the comeback situation?
They don't really have physical damage is the issue. Their damage comes quite slowly versus this IO at this point with how far behind they truly are. They need to just somehow miraculously win a team fight to get some type of gold back coming their way. But it would be pretty miraculous if they could. Bottom, the catch again.
Very dead.
Doesn't even bother popping the BKB there.
Try and stop things on the Saxa.
DM you can't touch.
He's got Ravage as well ready when it's necessary. Saxa will get taken out. DM has to wait out the BKB from Mickey. Not to commit anything too heavily.
Get the Yules. We'll be able to find Boxy here on the way down. And DM just walks through them. The cores really do feel unkillable on the side of Yandex at this point. Sure, you can get down these supports at some times, but he got a bounce. I think he got a track off too, so it did get that extra gold for the team. Roche can look to back up for that one soon. Oh, regen also for DM. It's just not. I'm like trying to think of it's just not really. There's no timings. All the timings for Liquid are just shot. There's not any big gains that they have in these next few moments. They got a Kaya on the Ember Spirit. That's not going to change much of anything. The Wind Ranger too. I mean, the Daedalus, maybe if they weren't so far behind, could have a bit of more of a difference maker, but there's just so much that Yandex has at this point to deal with it. Could look to close it out now in these next few moments with this Aegis. Full MKB for Watson.
And next, they're looking ready to put an end to this series. Smoke up here around the Aegis, ready to run straight at Liquid.
No BKB still for Mikke, 2 for 20 seconds, so a free catch if they do see him. Saksa?
We'll spot him out.
He's Higgy.
Should be here to help out. They're going to hook shot over the wall.
Backline.
Let's jump onto Mikke. Mikke's just dead at the beginning of the fight.
No BKB for him.
He's gone. Indeed, the BKB was still on cooldown for about 10 seconds. They do get Saksa in return. The Ravage from DM comes out, puts a stop to Nisha's attempted TP out. Malady with a follow-up bushwhack. Nisha's gone. The mid and the carry dead. And more. Tofu picked off up on the high ground.
I don't know how much more of this they want to take on Liquid.
This has got to hurt big time.
What an approach from Yandex. Coming off of that last game with the momentum into this one. Saksa leading the charge in the first 10 minutes, but the rest of the team leading it afterwards. Sheeran Watson having a beautiful game this time. All three cores having pretty flawless performance this time around for Yandex. It's time to close it out.
Certainly is Yandex. They're not going anywhere now. They're inside the base. A very hard-fought game one that's simply rewarded them with quite a smooth victory it looks to be here in game two. 35k ahead, 35 minutes in. Yandex looking very, very cool in this game too.
They had the clutch factor in game one. This game, they don't need the clutch factor as much. They're just running through it. 2 racks is claimed. Liquid will still hang on, but it's truly just hanging on by a thread at this point. Nearly 900 GPM for the IO. They're going to smoke out, look for a last hurrah. There is no Ravage available. They've got their BKB, so they're going to try something, but
all right,
let's see if they can kill a core, Owen.
So if they turn this, it will be even more impressive than the Mega Creep comeback we saw in game one from Yandex.
Yeah, actually would be.
It would. Let's see what they can do. Liquid smoking up, ready to give it their potentially final shot here in game two.
Hey, this would be the biggest comeback of all time, to be honest with you. 36k, 35 minutes with this type of draft, with this type of things, yeah, it's tough to see how they can kill a core even at this point. Yandex ready to close it up. Foxy stepping outside for some vision.
On their end. You see the chance to jump Foxy. Sharpshooter coming in, it will dodge it with a hook shot over towards Nisha.
They're all getting tracked up. Saksa did find a place to put a sneaky ward in the base again, Owen, so they have full information of Liquid as well. Hasn't been D1, and yeah, I mean, it's to be expected to see that win probability in this game.
Having to put the PKB there just to get out. And it was only the Slark alone that was threatening him. There you very much feeling that 100-0.
Might even be higher than 100.
If it could be, it would.
This clean execution, truly. Overwhelming blink. DM treating himself to a luxury item as well. Making Liquid suffer a little bit more in this game, it feels like. 25s.
They can go for here. 1 minute left on the Aegis.
The insane thing, too, is that Watson still has quite a bit to grow. He's level 26, he can still eat the Aghanims, get the Daedalus, replace the Dom. He still has ways that he can just continue to get even bigger versus this, as he's doubling the net worth of the cores on the side of Liquid. Truly super impressive here. And yeah, just showing this Ember side lane ain't gonna work versus us.
It certainly isn't.
Jump forward, Ravage.
The base, Ravage is there, they get the jump straight away on the Wolf Tofu and Ace. Ace will fall. Foxy taking apart a few right clicks from Shira Jr., the 3 of them dead. On Liquid, and outside of the base, Saksa is caught a 4. Nisha's gonna go for the BKB TP out, he'll make it back to the fountain.
Just barely. Time to see how fast these buildings drop with the IO tether.
Mikke's going to TP out to try and cut some of the creeps, but then he has the remnant back.
Here we go. Watch the push. Look at that IO.
DM's already in with a jump right up towards the fountain again, ready to stop. Bullying both Mikke and Nisha back.
He's vulnerable at this point.
Come with the bite.
Maybe the fountain can kill him.
Back with the cogs.
Let's see if the fountain can.
Still kind of tanky, DM. He's walking this one off.
Nope, he's fine.
Doesn't get lower than half HP there, DM. He's fine. Foxy. Catch on Saksa, can they at least get a bounty up to kill? A Yules comes out, Saksa finds guard for himself, Shira Jr. jumps over towards East, the corner Aris comes out, won't save him.
They can't go support.
Dead for 70 seconds. DM continues to hold them. Just stuck inside the fountain. They'll finally tap out. They've had enough. GG's called. Yandex stomping this game 2. And with that, taking the series 2-0, knocking Liquid down to the lower bracket.
An absolute stop, really, at this point.
I think it's one I think we've seen throughout the group stage into this main event. This was just completely outdrafted and completely outplayed on both fronts here, folks.
100%. Outclassed, outplayed in every possible way. As we said, it was up to Nisha in this game to shut down the Slark, kind of make the space happen for... It didn't happen at all. The Slark came out of the lane. Sure, he was behind, but very quickly caught up. Saksa finding all these couriers, setting up for all this information. It was a dream for Yandex this game, truly. They got to play versus a side lane Ember here on the main stage.
Yeah, and something that it has worked out.
It has,
but
not
I
versus the
feel
Slark.
Over kind of all the patches and the games that we see of Dota 2 over the years, it just never has really been something that's reliable.
It's definitely not.
It was a big risk. A risk that they felt forced to go for, of course, here in this situation, not wanting to put it against the Slark, but definitely things to be learned here, I think, from Liquid in this game too, and I think from a lot of other teams watching that maybe were also considering this as an option against a team like Yandex that can run such a safe Slark mid from Chira Jr. to counter these sort of melee mids.
And maybe in some scenarios too, maybe it's not this end-all be-all hero for most teams, but Saksa Bounty Hunter,
it does so much.
It does way too much. He really devastated that early game for them. Like you said, what was it, 5 or 6 couriers? I can't even remember, by like the 6-minute mark, truly set them up for success and just to snowball this game.
Yeah. Now Liquid, I'm sure they're going to be able to pick themselves up in the lower bracket. Sure. You know, this game too is definitely going to hit them pretty hard, but some pretty clear things that they can sort of step away from this one and say, all right, we know what it not do, we know what it change. And their high is still very high. We saw in the group stage coming into this, they look strong, but they're going to have to pick themselves up from quite a hard hit here from Yandex. Yandex 2-0, moving on in the upper bracket, knocking Liquid down. We're going to be able to head over to the stage, I believe, for some words from Malady.
掌声和欢呼声送给 Yandex。站在我旁边的是来自 Team Yandex 的 Malady， 以及我的搭档非常非常酷的 Tsunami。
Malady, everyone is very excited in the arena after that game number 1. Game number 2, not quite as exciting, but what was that game 1 experience like for you?
Malady 第一场比赛实在是太精彩了，整个现场所有观看直播的观众都为之沸腾。第二场比赛可能没有第一场比赛那么精彩，但是依然这个 BO3 还是非常的精彩。想问一下，第一场比赛你打下来感觉怎么样呢？
I don't know about first game, but we played it very bad. But somehow Liquid even played even worse than us. I hope you guys are entertained.
我不知道第一场比赛发生了什么，让我说的话，我们第一场比赛打得非常糟糕，但是不知道为什么 Liquid 好像比我们打的还不在状态，还要再差一点。我们两个战队打的都不是很好，但是我希望观众朋友们你们看得开心就足够了。
We are very entertained, Malady, especially after that series, but that's not what we were expecting from your team, because we saw you guys during the group stage. It was a little shaky, and this match was a rematch. You guys turned it around. What did you do in the time off between group stage and playoffs?
这两场比赛其实跟我们想象中的不太一样，因为在小组赛当中，我们感觉 Yandex 好像有一点不在状态，甚至有点危险。但是今天的这场淘汰赛 BO3， 你们和你们的旧对手在小组赛就迎面过的 Liquid 战队再一次对决，但是你们却赢下了这场比赛。想问一下，你们是怎么做到的呢
For these 3 days, we were playing scrims non-stop. We were playing pops as well. We were having sim talk, and we tried to fix our mistakes.
我们休息的这3天没有干别的，就是不停的打训练赛，不停的打天梯。我们只有一个目标，就是我们不能犯同样的错误。我们经过了很多队内的讨论和开会，所以最终我们今天的状态会看起来不太一样了。
My last question, Malady. You have been playing competitive Dota since 2019, but now this is your very first TI.
2019年到现在 ，Malady 一直在打职业，而今天上海是他的第1年 TI 哦。
What is the experience like? All these people watching you across the world right now, excited for the plays that you make. How is it finally living up to your expectations?
请问在上海在 TI 2026打比赛，在这样的一个不一样的场馆里、不一样的观众面前，你觉得怎么样？你的体验是什么样的？和你预期当中是否一样呢？
I feel very excited. I really appreciate every last moment of this TI. This has been my dream, my whole life. And thank you, China. Thank you for this crowd. I really love and enjoying this.
我其实内心非常的激动，在这里打比赛，我能够感觉到我仿佛融入了这里，然后我感觉到现场的每一次为我们的欢呼。打 TI 是我的梦想，是我这辈子所追求的。能够在这里感觉现场的观众，他们实在是太棒了。我感谢中国，感谢现场的粉丝，谢谢你们。
Whatever entertainment it felt we were lacking in game number 2, Malady made sure we got it in that interview there. And yeah, the shock that Dove had there, it's so right. Not a lot of people expect Malady to be a debutant when it comes to TI. To walk out on the stage, to have a showing in a game 1 like that, to be able to close it out in a game 2 against Liquid, so dominant in their group stage, you wouldn't expect it of someone who's never taken to the TI stage, to the TI main stage before.
Yeah, I'm so happy for him. I'm so happy that he's gotten to play this TI and that they've been doing so well that he's able to show what he's really made of. A player that was grinding in pubs and tier 2 teams for a long time before he actually made it onto the scene that makes tournaments, that gets to compete at these huge lands. And you can hear the emotion in his voice. He's a pretty stoic, like, sort of stable, stoic guy. You don't get a lot of emotion from Malady typically. So hearing that in his voice there, I'm just really happy for him, and I'm really proud of them for how they played in this game, because this was an immaculate, incredibly impressive game.
Yeah, it's just extra reaffirmation what this tournament means to the teams, what it means to the players. They can play and win all year, but nothing is like competing at TI and lifting the Aegis. And it's just such an incredible thing to see someone as cool as a cucumber as Malady look that emotional and that excited. And even in this series, his hoodwink was very stable. He did make a joke about that game 1 being which team played worse, but he had a lot of key moments there that enabled them to win Insania.
This guy is unbelievably based. I can't. He's honestly one of the funniest people to have interviews with, because I think he genuinely just says exactly what he feels.
Yeah.
Because I think after a game 1 like that, a lot of pro players will draw that conclusion. As viewers, it's amazing to watch. But as a pro player, game 2 is what you want to play for. This is what every game, this is what you're trying to set up.
Yeah.
And after game 1, you feel like we played garbage, and then his even more garbage. You know, I think that is exactly how he feels, and he just says it, which is really refreshing and really cool.
No, it's great to hear. We like someone that's able to be so candid with us, to show that honesty as well. But yeah, game number 2, whilst it didn't feel as impactful with the ending of the craziness of game number 1, you have to give props to Yandex. We didn't think that this slot would necessarily have the impact as early as he did, considering how much Liquid adjusted in their draft to ensure that they had that better mid-to-mid matchup against him.
I think a lot of that is attributed to DM on Tidehunter having a free lane, which then frees up Saksa on the Bounty Hunter to just eat that early game. He was moving around, he was being a nuisance, and while Nisha's Windranger was dominating CJ on that mid lane, Saksa was sniping his couriers, he was taking his runes, he was being a pest wherever he could be, and that was the little push he needed on CJ to come back from that laning stage.
Yeah, it's also very much a game for Liquid where you're not okay sitting around and trading farm, because there is a timing coming down the pipeline that you cannot stop. And we saw it this game, right? Yandex is kind of chilling for 10 minutes, sniping couriers, and then at some point the Ags is online, is go, 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 go. And you have to recognize that it's not a game where you can sit around and find some way to speed the game, but it's very hard off of draft. I think Yandex changed things very well from the first game and altered stuff, because this game was, it was night and day.
I feel like in the first game, Liquid designed a draft that was meant to beat Wisp. IO. It was meant to beat IO. And yeah, okay, crazy. 7 kills is insane. And people actually don't realize this, how much this affects your game. But when you're playing lanes in high-level Dota, being able to ferry region to yourself is everything. Side lanes don't work unless you're able to ferry region. If DotA went back to only having one courier, side lanes would not be the same. People would not be picking these heroes, they would not be playing these matchups, so that is actually an incredibly impactful stat.
It's not even just necessarily the laning phase that gets altered with couriers getting killed, but it's item timings of their cores that get delayed when their courier dies. It's also wards being ferried out for their supports. That happened a number of times that we'd see Tofu's courier die, Boxy's courier die, wards gone. That's it. Your observers and your sentries, they're all limited numbers. They're on a timer, and you don't get them until your courier respawns. That really sucks when you're coming up against a bounty hunter that thrives on you not having any vision.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point because they were getting out GPM'd and they felt the pressure of that IO and how early he got his Ags. But on top of that, they were losing in vision, not just to Bounty Hunter and Slark being natural vision heroes and Slark being able to deward throughout the game, but not being able to combat it in any capacity. If Bounty Hunter's running free on the map and you can't place sentries and try to counterplay, it's just a very slow losing battle.
Yeah, and on top of all of that, there's the mental factor, I think, of having your chicken sniped is that you sort of...
Courier for people who don't know what a chicken is.
I apologize. Some of them are chickens. It sort of breaks the normal formation of a Dota game. You're bringing items out, and there's, you know, things happening forward, in a forward direction toward the enemy. But now there's stuff like in your base, and you're turning around all the time. Like, where is he? I can't find him. And this... It really messes with your head, I think. It can make you lose focus of what the actual goal is.
I think it also ties back to the draft. I think we have to touch on it, because I think in Game 1, Liquid did such a good job of creating, like, this anti-wisp draft. And then in Game 2, they we're trying to create, like, a draft where they're just, like, we do our own thing again, because we could do it in Game 1. But the way they did it just did not work. Like, this Wyvern into Bounty Hunter could not respond at all. I feel like it didn't, it didn't address it. And it was a big problem for them. Bounty had so much space because of it.
I think something else that was just so pivotal in that you're talking about when it comes to draft is, yeah, Game 1, Liquid had more answers. This time around, they were so reactionary. We ended up seeing a Mickey Ember Spirit, and whilst it was really hype to see in the draft, it wasn't so hype when we got to see it play out. And Purge is going to pinpoint exactly all the reasons why it didn't live up to some of the Mickey hype we've been having.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, the lane swap that they did was very, very necessary in this game, but there's some negatives to it that a lot of players have experienced before. You need your mid hero to ideally not get stomped in his lane, which they would have if Ember was mid, but you also need to make things happen on the map, and Wind Ranger isn't the easiest hero to gank with, so that's one of the downsides that they had to deal with. And on top of that, farm speed is also a really relevant thing. This affected Mickey a lot, and with his Ember Spirit here, he's basically using his third skill to do AoE damage on the creep wave, and he's instantly using his ulti to jump to a neutral camp. So he's farming at max efficiency that he can get at, but until he gets another item, he's just simply not going to farm as fast as other carries, even though he's doing a good job here. At the same moment that he's farming like this, watch how Io is farming on the other side of the map. He's got a Helm of the Dominator, he's got his Spirits maxed out. The difference is that his farming skill, Spirits, are going constantly, and the AoE is bigger, much bigger. So between the Spirits and his Helm of the Dominator, he is clearing creep waves and neutral camps and stacking them and clearing them again at a much, much bigger speed. So he's getting more farm faster, which means that no matter what, he's going to have more net worth. And the other downside is based on the rest of the lineup, with Bounty Hunter roaming the map, they've got better kill potential. This is one of the downsides to the Ember Spirit being in the safe lane. He can't go get things done because he's getting less levels. He was splitting his experience, and he wasn't as much of a pressure on the map. So he's just now at 15 minutes, just about finishing Radiance, where his farm speed will go up, but right before that happens, a great gank by Yandex. So he's just behind. If we take a look at the net worth here, this experiment just was okay. He's sitting all right net worth, but at some point he is going to get out farmed by his opponents and definitely out team fought when the tracks come into play.
Thank you so much, Purge. It is just one of those things where you would love to see an experiment of a response to what was a Slark mid workout, but at the end of the day, this Ember can only do so much when it's coming up against a Tide, when it's coming up a Yandex that finally feels full form, the Yandex that we've expected throughout the year. But we're going to move our attention towards what is going to be our final series today, because we still have two more teams in our top 8 that we haven't had a chance to look at or really talk about. It's Falcons up against Enigma Galaxy, and what a clash this is. It's so interesting knowing some of the behind the scenes, the interactions. I know Amar has so much respect for the side of Enigma Galaxy, but also just a roster that no one knew what to expect coming into TI qualifiers, because that's how Enigma Galaxy had to get here.
Yeah, I think Sumail is such a TI darling with his story of winning his first ever TI, being the youngest player to ever win a TI, that every time he makes it to the playoffs or the main stage at TI, it's something to watch. Like, this player inspires so much optimism and like awe at his skill that you can't help but root for him.
I feel like he is that TI guy. I think every single TI, he performs like nothing you've ever seen before. I think his first TI with EG, obviously, but even like moving forward, like his tiny performances during like TI 8 or 9, I can't remember which one it was, just like absolutely pops off when he gets to the main stage. And I know he loves playing in front of a crowd. I've heard him talk about this like, so like that is the one thing he loves the most about Dota. He doesn't really enjoy playing pubs. He doesn't really enjoy the grind, but he loves being in front of a crowd.
I mean, this is his evolution as a player. You come in, TI5 in 2015, you win it. We've seen display after display for himself until we saw him at TI10 coming in as a carry, 7th, 8th. Then he misses out on 3 TIs, but finally he's sitting back into that carry role. That's the big thing that people who, might not be aware of what Nigma's trajectory is we've seen a role swap from Sumail yet again.
Yeah, he shifted and changed a lot as a player over time. I think in the beginning he was very much, I don't talk, I play mid, I do what I want, stay away from me, don't talk to me, I'm the boss. And I think he's become much more sacrificial and a player that's much more for the team and is willing to do things to highlight others. And I think he is highlighting other players in this team, right? He's playing a role that's not the star of the show, right? People think of the star role, they think of mid oftentimes. He's passed away from that and said, okay, I'll give that on to another player. I'm a more seasoned veteran at this point, and he's helping other people.
Is carry where mid laners go to retire, Quinn?
Well, not for me, but maybe for others.
I mean, yeah, we got a new stand-in in Lorinov for the side of Nigma Galaxy. It's just insane to think that we have a long-running lineup like Falcons, 3 years together up against a roster like Nigma Galaxy. Only 2 months, 2 weeks before TI qualifiers, they were formed, but both of them taking to the stage, seeing who's going to come out on top.
Galaxy.
That was their group stage record. They had a dominance no one expected to be able to make it into the main stage with a roster as young as 2.5 months. It really begs the question, are they able to keep that going for themselves, or can a veteran Falcons break that streak? Than any other defending TI champs have in the last 4 years. They've already achieved so much, but is it enough for themselves? Are they satisfied? Is this 5-man, the longest we've ever had in Dota history, going to be satisfied with a top 8? I just can't imagine, Mira, that they're going to be the ones that walk away from even this best of 3 happy if it's the best they get.
I mean, these players are in it to win it. Like, when you look at that, this team, there are so many Aegises, like, on each player, of course, from their win last year, but even before that, from Tundra's win, where Snay and Skeeter got it. Aoi, their coach, is a 3-time TI winner, twice as a coach, 1 time as a player. They're not here to just say, oh, we've done well, we've made it very far. They're here to win again and break records.
I feel like it's win or last if you're Falcons. Nothing else matters.
Oh, like mentally, you mean?
Yeah. It's first place or you're last. It's all the same. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, whatever, 8th. It's all the same. It's first or last. That's it.
Yeah, they've all been to so many TIs. They've experienced every result between all of them, right? These are very veteran players. One of the most veteran teams, I think, when you look at the total of them. And so they've experienced everything there is to experience. But you know what they want? They want the shield again. They want to be the 2-time again. I think you see that in these players. They want first. They don't care about some other stuff. They've experienced everything there is.
I would agree with that very quickly, except for Malrine. When you think about it, his TI attendance is with Falcons. They got 4th in a year that they were winning everything. In a year that felt shaky for them, they got 1st. And now I wonder, this year is sort of emulating what happened last year, where we weren't really sure if Falcons form. We weren't really sure if there was going to be those heroes for them, that strength and that confidence in their players to be able to go on and achieve victory.
I mean, I think for them, they really have had the whole all of your heroes from last year are nerfed. You have nothing. None of your heroes that you won TI with are available to you.
Start from scratch.
Yeah, and they're like notoriously not a team that does that, right? They play their own stuff. So I think they're presented with one of the biggest challenges here at TI, which is find a new way to do it. And like I think we talked about it before, but Skeeter won TI twice, and he played Medusa in both winning games. So like they don't have like that. They're I don't think of them as that team.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to change your playstyle when especially when you're built in a very specific way. I think they're a team that is characterized by structure. They like doing the same way. They like team fighting the same way. They're picking the same heroes and building something very solid that they can run back over and over again because it's just fundamentally sound. They have great ideas from Aoi, who is honestly just the GOAT of coaching in this game. He is so incredibly accomplished and intelligent. When you talk to this guy, he just oozes Dota. And so I think this Falcons team they've built on that.
Was there a little bit of salt in the wound, Insania, when Snay won TI last year and he took your record of being the oldest player to win TI?
When I won, I thought that's not going to get broken for a while.
No way, really?
I did think that. I'm like, I'm going to keep this for a while.
Yeah,
and then he went and did it like the next year.
Yeah, you had less than 12 months.
I was cheering for Ame hard in that final, let me tell you. I was a big Ame fan in that final.
What about yourself, Mira? Seeing this Falcons again already taking those steps that defending champions haven't really been able to take for themselves in the last few years of our TI?
It's very cool to watch happen if it does, because they've already broken records in so many different ways. I think at some point they were the most dominant team in Dota history ever in terms of their first places in 1 year. Maybe there was like contention there with Gaming Gladiators at some point, but
we won't ask the panel which era was better.
That's probably good.
But if they were able to do it one more year, I would be in so much awe. But I'm very curious about a dynamic that's happening here. Is that at EWC 1 month ago, both of these teams, Falcons and Nigma, topped their group. Nigma went like 9-1, and I believe Falcons went 8-2 in their respective group. And then there was a 5-day break for both of these teams before they played again. And they got eliminated. They bombed out. And I do wonder what the effect of a break this long is going to look like, because it seems like these teams like to get the ball rolling and they like to consistently be playing. And some teams are favored by long breaks, but I don't think that's the case here.
It's a tricky dynamic for sure. I think they've all experienced it because a couple of the TIs in recent years have had bigger breaks, and so I think in some ways it's a skill you've had to build. Like it is just an aspect of tournaments. It's not you play every day anymore, and so I think for them, if they feel like they're weak at doing that, to me that's just an oversight as a player or a team that I think you need to be good at this. You need to be able to scrim and practice on those down days and to keep the momentum rolling, feel the energy still, because there just will be breaks. It's how Dota works these days.
It brings back the question of what's behind the curtain, right? We've only gotten a limited amount of sample size from Nigma Galaxy with this modified Swiss bracket. They were 4-1. They didn't have to worry about going into the elimination round or anything like that. And these are some of the other records that we're talking about for Falcons. No 5-man roster has done 3 TI appearances together with no roster changes in between. So they've had some stand-ins amidst with the Lorinov and Sumail as well, but to have no legitimate roster changes for themselves and 3 TI appearances.
It's honestly incredibly impressive. I had a long run playing with the same guys, like me, Mick, and Boxy were together for years and years, and something that happens, and I think people can relate to it in their relationships, where like you just start getting annoyed about small stuff that like
bickering. I think we call it.
What is it called?
Bickering,
yeah. And you start bickering about like random stuff that really doesn't matter, and you get on each other's nerves, and you've seen you've probably seen like these guys have seen Snaking run and die in the stupid way. I promise you, 47 million.
Why Snaking, huh?
I just took him as an example. And yeah, it's just, you've seen it so many times that you can't help but like get annoyed by it. And to be able to get past that and still show up and still be such a strong team as they've been throughout these 3 years, I find to be incredibly respectful.
Yeah, it's actually amazing. As much as Dota is a game about ideas and strategy and knowing all the heroes and the gameplay, it's a very emotional game. You spend a lot of time with these players, more time than you do with anyone else, friends, family, the like. You spend so much time together, and to be able to put all that aside, all the little frustrations that you build up with people, any person over time, and say that we're going to build on this thing together, we're going to push towards a goal, and do that for 3 years on end, longer than anyone else, I think is it's incredibly impressive. Like, it's hard to even state how awesome this is to watch as someone who also played on a team with people for a long time. Like, there is a very, you're bound together when you play this game. It's hard, it sucks a lot of the time, but you do it anyway because you want the goal, you want that Aegis in your hands, and so I have so much respect for these guys.
And that love and pride that you talked about, we saw it in that tweet that was brought up a minute ago. Amar just tweets the accomplishments of his own team. He just brags wherever he can. And I know that a lot of people clown on him for it, but I actually think it's a very beautiful thing to take pride in what it is that you do and feel confident in that, because it is confidence that carries you through TI. It is the ability to cooperate and be prideful in the situation that you're in and know that you can always do better. Because it was Amar's confidence last TI that allowed them to do some pretty crazy things, like pick Ursa offlane in an elimination game.
Yeah, and he's a star player of this team for a reason. I think a lot of people see his pub shenanigans and the all chatting and all this, but when you talk to the other people on his team, you talk to people that know him, he is an amazing teammate. He works hard, he watches replays, he accepts blame, and he lifts other people up and is a confidence-inducing player, and you want that. You want someone who comes to main stage, he's going to lift other people up and say, hey guys, we got this, and people are going to believe it. It's not fake, it's not something you're just saying. He means it, and you can tell that he means it.
I do think that that is a clear difference as well. Amar is someone that can bring up other players, that can instill confidence in other players, but Amar isn't a player that you can instill confidence in for himself. He needs to have it, right? He is that player that when he believes in himself, everything will work. If it doesn't, it's hard to change that for himself, and I'm hoping when we see him tweet things like that, when he celebrates the small things that maybe people don't necessarily praise as much, that is that little bit of ego showing through a bit more, showing that we are that team that will do what no one else has been able to.
Yeah, I mean, I personally can't think of any time I've interacted with him where he has not been confident. Like, I'm sure it exists, right? But he's not going to show his competitors, and he's not going to show the people that he plays against. Like, you always feel like this guy is going to be one of the hardest matchups I have. I think in recent years there are very few players that have reached the mechanical skill peak that he has.
Yeah.
I think when you talk to pro players and you like really look at the details on his gameplay, you can tell how sharp it is. It's a level that is, I think, there is no other offlaner that competes with it right now, and not really throughout the last couple of years.
Amar being the linchpin for Falcons in their offlane, Male having only recently moved, and I know he has done it in his career before, but only recently, 2 weeks before TI qualifies, moved to the carry role. How does he stand the test against someone who is comfortable in his role? Being someone and a player that has flip-flopped here and there, had mixed performances, and we ourselves don't know what is going to show up on the day.
I feel like when it comes to confidence battle, like you could not pick two better people. Because Sumail, no matter like how
we need an ego meter.
Like, no, that ego meter would break.
Like, it's immovable, unstoppable force type deal.
It genuinely is, and like, I mean, this guy he moved to carry recently, and we actually had the pleasure of talking to him on our podcast, where he mentioned like he thinks carry is like the easiest role, and like he could play on any top team, and he could not play carry, and he would just cook anyway. He believes that's the level of confidence that he moves into a new role.
Wow.
I mean, that is the kind of confidence that you need, even if it borders on delusion sometimes. That's what the best players in the world at any sport or any esport have, is faith in themselves, regardless of what the results may be, and the ability to keep trying. And it's funny because I remember watching his evolution as a carry, even through this last month, where there was a situation where Nigma at EWC had a PL picked against them, and they had last pick, and they just didn't really have anything that they could pick outside of potentially Sven, and then all of a sudden it's a carry invoker, and it looked awful. But the fact that you can call for a carry invoker and give it a try anyway, and have your ideas come through into the carry role from the mid, I think is an asset for teams. We saw it in the past with Liquid when Mike switched to carry from mid, and how that affected his hero pool.
Yeah, he's always got some tricks up his sleeve. Sumail is, I mean, it's just such a fun player to watch, and I think the parallel of him and Amar is so true. Like, they are, I don't know, Amar is like the new generation of Sumail in a lot of ways. The confidence, I think, is the most similar thing, and I don't know if there's ever been a player quite like Sumail besides Amar in terms of that confidence. I was walking by Amar in lunch today, I said hello, and he said, I would first pick Necrophos, and I said,
good night.
all right, brother, you do you.
You love it. They're just putting everything out there that they possibly can. But we should also acknowledge the fact that when Sumail has moved to carry, it leaves a void in the lineup of Enigma Galaxy. I know he departed the team prior to that, but to welcome him back in a new role, you have to have the question of, is the person who's replacing him in mid living up to those standards? Lorinov takes that role, and I could very happily say that is someone who lives up to expectations, who will follow very easily and fill those shoes of Sumail and mid.
Yeah, Lorinov is one of those star players that never really got on a star-studded team, and it felt like that's been his position for a while now. We've called him a mercenary. We've talked about his mercenary buffs because every time he joins a team, whether it's as a stand-in or for the first few months, you can really feel his impact on his teammates because they're overachieving, he's playing incredibly, and their ideas shift for that time. And then after a while, it kind of just stagnates a little, and then we don't hear from Lorinov for a while. I wonder if this will be the case here, but as we can see, his results as a stand-in are pretty ridiculous. Yeah, there's a little bit of Falcon sabotage there. Maybe they saw the future.
He knew it was coming.
He's like, I gotta keep him low because I'm gonna beat them at TI. But with Aurora, his history as a stand-in, getting a first and a second is pretty absurd.
And yourself, Quinn, very quickly, you've also stood in for Falcons. Do you feel like Lorinov's walked away with much info on them for today's matchup?
Possibly so. They're not a team that keeps it close to the chest. They're honest, they're open, and I mean, I think they're ready. They're both ready to play here.
It feels like a familiar matchup, despite the fact we haven't actually seen these two teams come up against each other very often. Whether you want to coin it as an ego battle, whether it's a draft battle, all I know is we're in store for one of the best of threes here for our first day of TI 15.
Enigma Galaxy versus Team Falcons. Game 1.
We've already had two of our lower seeded teams come into today and create those upsets. If you're looking at this matchup, maybe you're wondering which team I'm referring to here. Falcons come in as the lowest seed up against a dominant group stage Enigma Galaxy who went 4-1. And so I wonder, is their group stage performance going to be another one that Enigma fans are unfortunate to put their copium into, or is it going to be this display of consistency?
I feel like Lorinov has genuinely revolutionized this team. I think this team has been stuck in the same sort of patterns that won TI7. It's crazy to think that, but it's kind of like followed that kind of play style of like high tempo, we're going to try to pressure the map, we're going to overwhelm our opponents with moves, which just hasn't really worked. And I feel like ever since Lorinov has stepped into this team, they've become a lot more of a macro team. They're playing a lot more for their farm, they're playing more for scaling, they're kind of stabilizing their game a lot more. And I think this idea of Enigma as like a chaotic team that tries to run around as 5 and create all these moves, it's gone. They're not that team anymore.
Yeah, and that's further amplified by a lot of the really close games they had during group stage. They played for very long. A lot of their battles were gruesome, and they made some really big comebacks too against Team Spirit in particular. Both of those games were hard fought and not easy, and that's not the Enigma of old. The Enigma of old was the one with the lead throwing it away.
Yeah, I think this team needed someone with strong resolve, because I think Enigma's a team that's very easy to get roped into what everyone else is saying. People are saying, go, 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 and you go too, and you get roped into that. And Lorinov says, no, I'm farming my camps, I'm getting my gold, and I think in a lot of ways, he's the true carry of this team. Sumail is playing mid from the sideline, and Lorinov is playing carry. He's getting the gold. He's being the rock that they need, because they go crazy a little bit, and they've got someone to come back to who's still got high net worth. The game is still okay. We're still solid.
That's absolutely been the case, because if you look at Sumail's hero pool, he's been thriving on stun heroes and setup heroes, and it works because Lorinov is so greedy, and Devi as well. From the offlane, you can just put him on a last pick timber saw or something like that, and he can put the game on his back.
Well, we're not looking at last picks just yet. We're looking towards what has been the opening phase for both Falcons and Enigma Galaxy. Falcons with the first pick go for the centaur there. It was completely ignored in our previous series, despite being a hot commodity in the group stages. And Enigma Galaxy go for the newer trend, a Nature's Prophet that has definitely shown what it's capable of as a hero today.
I think Falcons have this idea that they don't need to ban Lina if they first pick Centaur, because they're just going to play it on mid if Lina gets thrown mid, and he's just going to skill retaliate and farm, and it's not going to matter. And I've seen mid Centaur look kind of boring and underwhelming, but for Falcons, it makes sense conceptually. They want the offlane to mid flexes. That's always been their style.
I also feel like we talk about like Collapse for Team Spirit being the best guy to buy a blink and stunning people. I feel like Malrine is that guy from there.
Yeah.
Give him a strength hero that's tanky and you can just blink and stun someone and be able to like create these moves. He will do it.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's an incredibly hard balance to strike. And I think he hits it, he's somehow farm, but also is everywhere stunning you. I don't think anyone has ever done it like him from mid, actually. Maybe I think back to S4 or something, but not since S4 can I think of another mid that has played tempo in the pure essence of the way a Malrine does it. The Nature's Prophet, I think, is interesting response to Centaur in that, in a lot of ways, Stampede is very good against Nature's Prophet because you just run at this guy. He doesn't like people getting on him. He has no escape mechanisms. But at the same time, these trees are very strong right now. They do a ton of damage to heroes. So there's a world where you can beat this guy up in lane, and sure, he Stampedes every once in a while, but you can play so fast, open up the towers, while Centaur is playing this new, slower farming build with Helmet Dominator into Heart. You're kind of AFK for 20 minutes.
I think it's also a hero that Sumail kind of likes. It's an active carry. It's a hero that he can get involved with. So if he wants to play it on the safe lane, it allows him to like have that pacing and that tempo that he wants to be able to set. So Lorinov can take a little bit more of that passive macro role on their team.
Yeah, and the flex is open for them too because they have run it mid before and won with it.
Yeah, there's definitely an option for them. And I also like when you see the Centaur, you pick these two fighters. Like the fact that this hero is slow, I think is one of the biggest things about this hero. The build has drastically changed. This hero scales insanely well. He's not some blink bot that he used to be. He's kind of a carrier from the offlane, and so picking two really fast heroes in response, heroes that are low cooldown, high tempo, I think that is conceptually what you want against this guy because you want to speed the game up and abuse the fact that they've got two carries.
Also, speaking of concepts, I feel like it's important to touch on Falcons. They follow this idea of like, we want to create a draft where none of our heroes die. They always look for these very tanky heroes. They try to find ways to play the game without dying, I think. Like, they want to have heroes that are hard to kill. And you see here, they're further trying to do that. You have the Shadow Demon that has Disruption for a save. You have Mirana, which is a very tricky support to kill. Snaking likes to push out a lot of creep waves, and he likes to be very aggressive on the waves. So Mirana's a great hero for that. You can get away pretty easily. And I feel like for Nigma, they're going to have to try to break that. It's kind of a similar thing we saw in the last game with like the damage issues that Liquid had. I think Falcons are going to try to create the same thing.
While we are waiting for Nigma Galaxy's pick, by the way, I think a worthy mention is the Dazzle ban. More often than not, bans just fall to the wayside. It isn't so much as enticing or an exciting ban, but this Dazzle one is because it is so bread and butter for Nigma Galaxy in their 8-game win streak that they ended up getting in group stage.
It's very much a GH specialty hero, and the thing about GH teams is that he is so respected by his enemies that if you look at Falcon's bans, there are 4 of his heroes that are banned on here. It's his 5 Dazzle, his 5 Vibrant, his IO, and his Coddle. And they're not afraid of the potential IO flex. It is GH usually on this IO. They're terrified of him. Even all of these years later after his TI win, he's still getting target banned. What the heck is that?
He is built different. He's also just always ranked 20 or 30 for like 10 years. I don't even know how it's possible. And that is crazy.
That's an Elder Titan. Okay, so Elder Titan, when I think of this hero, I love playing it. It's amazing. So fun.
Even in this patch?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not. I actually, when I was reading the patch notes, I was like, this hero kind of has some stuff, but he just doesn't really make sense in any of the games. Because he has this aura that reduces magic damage, like magic armor, and amplifies essentially whatever magic damage you deal, makes it better. So generally you want to run it with some sort of spirits or some sort of heroes where like you can make that guy super strong. And you want to play it against heroes that don't have high mobility. And in this case, I feel like it's very hard to land the stomps, and you don't really have a clear hero to amplify at the moment. So it's a really interesting pick. It's a GH classic though, I will add that.
It is. It's also, like, I think it's taken advantage of by this Huskar in a lot of ways. You've got 2 melee supports, both of which are not very good at coming and killing the mid hero, and that is what's best against Huskar. You want stuff like Hoodwink, or stuff that scales really well, like a Shadow Demon who can get Ags and take off his passives, who doesn't heal. You want to kill this guy and offer threat on him, because your mid lane is going to have a hard time, whatever it is, and you're going to get shut down. And so now they have 2 supports that are sort of stable and don't really do those ganks. Then there's, you know, the Malrine Huskar, and he's the best player at this hero by, it's not even close. It's unbelievable how good he is at this hero compared to everyone else.
Don't let ATF hear you say that though.
It's true. I think Amar would hype his boy up and agree with me too.
You think so?
I think so.
You think you'd give him the crown?
Nah, maybe not. Not with Huskar.
Close, almost though.
I mean, he was beating mid Vipers with Huskar. Like, if you're winning against Vipers as a Huskar player, you're elite. You're the cream of the crop, for sure. And in this game, it feels like he's going to have free reign to just farm. Like, any kind of move that's made on him, as Quinn mentioned, will be hard, but there's also the counterplay from his SD plus Mirana combination.
Don't let the Huskar win rate fool you, okay, everyone? This Huskar has been first picked, like opening draft pick, many times through group stages. It gives a lot of heroes, a lot of potential for Team Sukarno to come up with a recipe for success against it. So the win rate, whilst yes, looking very dire.
I think you can't look at it at all. Because like
ignore it, throw it out the window.
There's Huskar and then there's Malrine Huskar.
Yep.
It's in a tier of its own.
Yep.
And I will say he has bled during this tournament.
Oh yeah,
he
definitely
has actually lost. And I feel like I don't know the exact stats for this, but he does not lose on Huskar. Generally speaking, I feel like he just never loses on the hero. So I think they also, this is a different position, right? They get to pick it fourth, they get to see the support matchups, they get to see everything. So it's not like he's playing it into a draft that's fully constructed to beat him.
Yeah, it's a very, very different scenario. And I'm curious to see what they counterpick it with. Huskar's biggest strength, as everybody knows who's ever laned against it, is his laning is disgusting. I think there's borderline no heroes in the entire game that can beat him in lane. And so really your goal is to just survive. What can live through the lane? Nature's Prophet is something that people have tried in the past to lane against Huskar. I don't think it works. He kind of just kills your tree super fast, and then what comes shortly after is he kills you. So you need something else. Lina is banned. It's one of the classic responses. Viper is the best one by far. Both of these are out. And so what does Lornov have in his pocket to actually deal with this? Because it's a lot harder than you'd think, even when you see him.
What about Sniper? Or is it too hard to play as versus SD Murano? They're going to move to the mid lane too easily.
Yeah, it's not only that, but it's also the Centaur. You're playing against Stampedes. It's so much like you have to play perfect to be able to play Sniper. And I think Mallory would also make you even win the lane. But it is like one of the heroes that can lane.
So one of the things that's gotten, like Huskar's gotten weaker over the past year is that he's not as dominant of a scaler as I feel like he was back when Malrine used to just beat everybody with it no matter matchups. The scaling of the hero has gotten worse. So like, I think you have angles now where you can try to play some lanes to draw but have a better scaling situation. But again, for me, it ties back to the supports. You have Elder Titan who kind of wants a spirit. This hero really thrives off of like amplifying a storm or an ember or having something like that to play with. And Darkseer kind of falls into the same category. And Huskar is just like, nah, you can't do that. You can't do that against me. So for Nigma, I think this is a really tricky pick. You have to try to find something that makes your draft tie together.
Yeah, the one game that Malrine lost with Huskar this tournament, he lost to Tops and Windranger, so potentially they're looking at that and saying, okay, that could be decent. Now, you will not win the lane, but you have good answers for him in the mid game, right? You press focus fire on the guy and you just shoot him and he can't shoot you back. So there's a lot of, there's good dynamics there apart from the lane. But it's tricky for Nigma because they want a melee hero to enable their Darkseer. They want, like you said, they want that spirit, so they're being forced to grief their own draft so they can lane.
Falcons created a huge draft issue for them too by picking this Sven as well, because there's nothing for the Sven in Nigma's draft. There's no BKB piercing disable. It's a very strong lane against Darkseer because he can just cleave through the waves, and it's going to have an incredible BKB timing where he's not threatened by anything, and they're going to be able to take every objective. So it's, do you answer the Sven or do you answer the Huskar? And Nigma have said, we're just going to pick a hero, we're going to pick a carry-to-carry matchup that can scale, and Lorenov's just laning against Huskar.
I don't know if Falcons are just baiting me into like thinking it, but they're not picking who's on Centaur or Huskar right now, even though they know Simeo's playing Lifestealer.
Oh, you're right.
And Lorenov is picking Nature's Prophet. I could be getting baited here.
No, it's very possible. This is not a bait. They're considering it.
Yeah?
The Lifestealer Elder Titan will get obliterated by Huskar in lane.
But what's the Centaur Nature's Prophet matchup then? Are you willing to sack
They
that
did
one?
it. You're good call.
Wow.
I think Centaur does well against Prophet, I think.
Yeah, I think you'll draw at a minimum. You have potential to even win the lane because he's hitting you and you just retaliate him back. You're so tanky, so much regen. Mir talked about it earlier in the draft, but Malrine is willing to play this hero. He is sort of the stun goat from mid. This is an interesting twist and one that I think could really heavily punish Nigma early. These lanes, there's a lot of potential to get run over early, and when Falcons runs you over early, they tend to keep their foot on the pedal.
Yeah, even though there's that scaling issue you brought up, Insanio, with Huskar, is it enough that from the off lane, we won't necessarily hit that timing? We could still see so much of what he is good at for a hero shine?
I think we touched on it in the previous series. When you play mid, you have to have some sort of tempo, and now he can just happily click creeps forever, because that's what you do on the off lane. So I think it kind of, he's going to fix the scaling issue by being given more time to just hit creeps, where he doesn't have to tempo, he doesn't have to find these moves. Malrine's going to do it from the Centaur. So I really like what Falcons picked up.
Yeah, I think while this switch up of having the Nature's Prophet mid is good for Nigma, I think that the scaling is still not good enough. even though Nature's Prophet is going to be able to farm where he wouldn't have versus Huskar, I still think Sven's going to have free reign in this game, and the Shadow Demon Mirana are going to move very freely as well. They're going to be making a lot of moves, getting a lot of early game kills.
So how do we see an avenue potentially for Enigma Galaxy to have a foot in the door, to be able to take advantage of a potential downfall of Falcons?
I think Lornov needs to overperform in this lane, and we need the stars to align a little bit, because I think Falcons have done a really good job here, and we need some magic.
Well, some stars are aligning. It might not be necessarily in the draft, but someone who curated that draft is Tsunami and Kuro.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm joined by Kuroki, where Falcons, they're throwing you a lot of curveballs. So first, they pick up a Huskar, and then they say, oh, it's actually an off-lane Huskar, and it's a mid-lane Centaur. How's your team dealing with that?
We're ready for that.
Oh, really? Okay, how about just the Huskar itself? Were you ready for that?
I hope so.
So then was the idea send Lauren off mid-Nature's Prophet, and then either one we'll deal with? Either it's the mid-Huskar or the mid-Centaur?
Yeah, we're ready to match the Huskar, and hopefully it works out.
Okay. I want to ask you about your momentum into this tournament. So, group stage, you guys did exceptional, and then I think that 2-0 against Team Spirit really convinced everyone that this Enigma roster knows what it's doing extremely well. We were here last year, though, and the journey ended in top 8. So I'm wondering, how's your confidence levels from last year compared to this year?
I think we got top 6.
Top 6, you're right, my bad.
All right. We're confident, but whatever comes, we're just grateful to be here, very happy. Yeah, just enjoying life.
Is there any extra motivation with Sumail, suppose that this might be my final TI?
Well, let's see if it's truly his final TI.
Let's see, and let's also see how this game 1 goes. Good luck, Kuroki.
The reigning champions, Team Falcons, return to another TI. Here they are the longest running roster in Dota history. And here, in what could be their last tournament, they look to make history once again. Only 3 TI champions have returned the next year to be able to claim a podium finish, and none of them are from the modern era. Falcons looks to change that, Avery.
The irony is they're against one of the guys who did it early on in Sumail. TI5, TI6 EG. He's one of the last remaining players from a double podium finish. He knows what it takes to get there. He also knows how difficult it is. We're looking at 10 years since his first TI win, in perhaps his last run, so he claims, to try and get the second ring that he wants so badly. There is so much history in this match. So many brothers who have played with each other between these squads, right? Sumail's longest running teammate is against him in this match with Crit. ATF, he just said brothers against brothers on the stage. He played with Enigma Galaxy in the season before. These guys know each other so well over so many games, so many years. You better hope that knowledge pays off.
I love the Amar-Sumail matchup. You know, like Amar in the game has already said, you know, this is the first time we played on stage together. They didn't get to do it when they were teammates. You know, they never got that opportunity. They didn't have that success. But now, as opponents, they do get that chance. And two members who have also gravitated to the carry role at some point in time in their career. Amar did have that stint where he was playing carry, said it's easy to be carry. Sumail very recently says it really doesn't take much to play carry in modern Dota nowadays. Well, they're going to put that to the test.
Give me the lane. I will say one of those stints was not like the other. You know, we're not going to name names, but you're hoping you come out on the better side of it, because a lot of players have moved to that carry role and had it be unsuccessful for them, right? It's not as easy as it looks. This role is never as easy as it looks. And Sumail is trying to prove himself in a different way.
Halo.
Squad that he has worked
Lantai nilai
a long time on. This Enigma squad has just been together for so
Nonton
long.
dia ya?
I think back to how long GH
Apa?
and Kuroki
Nonton dia
have
nggak?
been together. You know, there was a time where I remember Eternal
Wah,
Envy
malas
wanted to
aku.
pick up
Udah kalah
this
semua
young
itu.
Hubstar GH. He was a
Prediksinya gagal semua itu.
Naga player back in the day. And we said, like, is this guy
Iya, karena nggak
that
nonton
good?
itu,
And guess what?
makanya
Kuroki picked him
apa?
up instead, and they won TI
Nggak
that year.
bisa
So,
kau
yeah, this guy
takar
is that
mereka
damn
di mana.
good. He's still a menace, still getting so many
Susah hanya
fans
Liquid
for his
kalah
hero
itu.
pool. It's
Iya, aku Liquid
disgusting.
kalah sih. Salah sih
You can
prediksi.
never count these guys out there.
Ya, Ember
Always
last pick
poised,
goblok.
always ready to deliver.
Ember
And
carry.
it's a new squad with some new faces.
Nge-throw dia tadi udah
ready
banyak
to
juga
prove
kok.
themselves on the
Saya
biggest
balik
stage
anjir.
in the world.
Nggak comeback.
This is going to be a match.
Yang
Especially up
pertama
against
ya?
Falcons. You already
Iya.
look at this game one
Yang kedua
draft.
lebih ngeri lagi
There
nge-throw-nya.
is so much meat to
20
get
menit
through in
kelar.
this Falcons lineup. So many tanky heroes. So many 3, 4K HP pools are going to come out in this game with a Moonlight Shadow behind them, with a Disruption behind them. You need to be able to output games to do that. You need to get through the lane stage. We're already seeing double lane swap now. You put the Centaur mid, trying to get this Huskar Lifestealer matchup. No, Sumail, he's a mid player. You go mid. I'm going to play mid Lifestealer. That's right. That's the flexibility you have right here.
All right, so where do... So Enigma Galaxy wants the matchup mid that they got.
Yes.
But our panel already talked about, like, Huskar is not a bad matchup against Furion, right?
I think it's better for him mid, though. I think in the side lane, you're splitting the XP. You don't want to necessarily put the Huskar on the side lane unless you know he's going to dominate that lane really hard. He's not going to dominate the Furion here.
Ini match terakhir kalau nggak
salah.
Habis ini paling aku kopi baru gas sampai jam 6.
So you have to be a little more careful up here as well.
Baru besok lagi dia lagi dah.
Want this to happen, basically. I guess the one upside is I'd say the Centaur's a better mid than Lifestealer. Lifestealer's not doing anything for you out of the mid lane. No. He's just farming. He's gonna maybe switch lanes at some point. You could get a faster infest online.
Yeah. I mean, we have seen some of these Lifestealers from the carry role go for that early infest onto a creep and make a move with it. Maybe there's some play that a Lifestealer could make. Snaking, a little bit of trouble here. Starstorm, but that's going to be a vacuum back into a First Blood as Omar gets the block for Defy to line up the hit.
That's super nice. First Blood on a Darkseer, extra gold, going to push you into that Helmet Dominator. I was just about to say, if you get levels on the Darkseer, maybe this Lifestealer can make some extra moves in this game. Like, there's some really nice early synergy there. Ion Shell plus Surge. Suddenly, Sumail could just run in there, or he runs in with the creep, Infest Bomb out. You get shelled, you get Surge. There's a lot more to the fight for this Lifestealer than just him on an island. And you always have that Furion to connect on top. I mean, we got to mention at the start of the series, has Lorna had the highest potential of any mid player at this event? Some of the games this guy has carried. He's the greatest stand-in of all time, and now a permanent member of the squad is just ridiculous. So if he gets a 4-0 by those stars, he starts cooking.
Oh, 50.
This game's going to be tough for
50. Ya,
and it does look like Enigma Galaxy is already getting the better of the lanes. If you like the lane switch up better for Enigma Galaxy, and we already see them getting a First Blood for Darkseer and getting the extra golden experience, then you gotta favor them for this early game, right?
I like the switch up. I think they got the better of it. Kuroki was very confident in that interview. I don't think they were caught off guard. I think they were well aware of this potential swap. You always need to think about flex heroes, which is basically their entire pool, right? These guys hold 9 records for like the most played heroes in professional Dota across their hero pool. They have the record for the most level 30 heroes. If you're not aware of it by now, you should have been.
Yeah.
And this is that flex potential they always have. So I think Enigma were ready for it. I like the lane swap. The only downside for them is they don't get that super fast solo level Furion out of mid, which I think is a little scarier for how they like to play. But it's perfectly fine here to play this hero in the safe.
Yeah, I was about to say, a mid Lifestealer like Shirley Falcons are happy with a slow mid hero that's not going to be running over their side lanes. If the game goes slow, it's usually Falcons' favor.
Harusnya bisa dipencet sih ini, Great Cliffnya Sven ini harusnya kill 2-nya tuh bisa dipencet.
Core potential, you know, 5 or 6 slots across all 3.
Jadi Warcry kan shortnya Warcry, tambah satu lagi shortnya, kita potong pohon, can cast Great Cliff to cut the tree gitu lah, biar bisa nangkap monyet, penghudwing, keluar dari NP anjing, pedang sebesar itu, potong Rosen pun bisa belah 2 itu, potong topeng Juggernaut pun belah 2 bisa itu, masa potong pohon nggak bisa anjing.
Harusnya gitu sih logikanya. Mau orang tuh gak kepikiran ya.
Nanti bilang sama itu, Sir Action Slacks itu. Kalau dia yang ngomong sama Gaben, didengerin Gaben dah. Ayan itu kan dari dia itu konsepnya, sama Likan itu dari dia itu. Lain yang apa? Lion yang bisa pukul. Habis finger dia langsung mukul jadi melee. Terus Likan yang Wolf Bite itu dari dia itu konsepnya tuh. Dia bilang sama Gaben, mau Gaben, mau WK, Wear Cream itu, Wear Cream, Wear Crime, apa namanya. Dia sering ngasih pengumuman itu dari Gaben tuh.
But the poison still takes him out alongside the burning spears. That's just too much damage over time.
Very close trade. You got an early Ash Legion shield.
Aduh, nah ini kan.
Should have won you this trade, but the boots plus Prolink on Amar, he's just able to get the chase down, and he calls him old.
Oh, Maureen has already taken to his teammates Amar's old chat. Falcons, well known for a bit of BM, young and playing Zent mid. Yeah, that's actually an appropriate response. Like, what are you doing playing Centaur mid? Back in Sumail's day, he was playing 16 years old playing Invoker mid in Storm Spirit.
Not the flashiest hero.
No.
You know, I don't know if I would ever imagine Sumail being the player to be called old on the TI.
Yep.
That makes me feel really old.
Yep.
If you're watching that. But he does have a point. Players now.
Yep. Not just when it comes to his career and how long he's been playing Dota. TIs, but it's actually feeling the age. That's why he's, you know, thought about retirement for this TI. Though he has said very clearly, if he wins it, you gotta go for the third.
I can't imagine Dota without Sumail, so we'll keep seeing him around. Goodbye, CS leader. Trying to do a little back laning. That'll be chase time. They do not want this to happen. You do not want an ultra farm Darkseer in this game who can provide some utility and boost up these other two cores.
Gotta be careful, there's some more duo. Got him up the disruption after the surge. That leaves Divine nowhere to run. He's just gonna try and get the neutral deny, vacuums the neutral to him. Try and get the tentacles. It would have been a really sick play, but Crit still gets the last hit.
Got to take advantage of the space elsewhere if you're Enigma Galaxy. They're going to try and punish Amar a little bit top, but the TP comes through from the Centaur.
Yeah, Centaur's actually going to go for it. Stampede running down Lornoff. This is not what they expected whatsoever. A two-man stomp from Maureen to set up the kill. They kill Lornoff together.
That was a sick read from Maureen. And this is what the panel talked about. He's arguably, you know, the best stunner tempo creator from mid we've seen in a long, long time. The stats back it up. This guy makes the most out of weird situations you just don't expect. That is not a TP kill Enigma Galaxy are even thinking of. You see the supports go bottom. You're thinking you have free reign on this top lane, and all of a sudden it's a Centaur counter ganking you out of mid. Yep. Okay, you know, you got to write that one off and just move on.
And what's Sumail's response? He's a mid-life stealer. Like, what are you expecting him to do? Counter TP?
Call him old in the chat. That's about all you got.
Punya Harpoon ya. Si Harpoon ya.
Definitely set this Tyrion back.
Masa harus beli harga 4.800 baru bisa
Forest core by far. He's had some pressure put on him. He's had to lane against the Huskar. He's going to have to find a way to recover off of the team fights. Try to get this Nature's Wrath up as soon as possible. This is the biggest thing. You debilitate the Tyrion levels. Wrath comes online later. He farms his way back a little later. He can't boost up the other lanes as quickly. You buy yourself so much extra time in this game.
Yeah, Crit is being an absolute nuisance. He's not even letting Lornoff hit some of those neutrals behind the tower.
So annoying. Disruption into the Wrath. Now you have to waste.
Even threatening to kill him with the Shadow Poisons. Now, it's probably not going to be enough here, Crit. Ooh, it was actually pretty damn close, but unable to finish the job, and Lornoff gets some much-needed experience, even as his jungling is slowed down. He is a level and a half behind Amar.
A little bit of a gap has opened up. He's also just buying a lot of space for, again, 3 cores on the side of Falcons that are all farming. Helmet Dominator's going to be done here for the Centaur. The Sven's free farming bottom, and that Huskar has an empty lane top. So you're just a lot of lane freedom here to Falcons. Conceding a lot of this laning phase, and you're going to have to make it elsewhere.
Well,
take it mid tower for the amp damage.
Yeah, he's no Dragon Knight, but because of the amp damage rune, he is chipping away at that mid tower, so...
I'll be really curious to see if he tries to make moves or join anything early with this mid lifestealer. It seems super awkward to do. You can maybe make that creep infest play.
And imagine it goes wrong, right? You slow down your Radiance, you're going to be like, oh man, I've just compounded the issue here.
I think you might just want to treat it as if you're a Necrophos or something.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to play my game, get a Radiance, and then we can maybe start doing something and I can bring people back to this game. Yeah, especially if he's given an empty lane bid. It's pretty hard to turn down empty solo XP plus runes.
Yeah, he's like, where are you at, Maureen?
He's creeps mid. That's where he's at.
Yep.
Dragging waves.
Trying to stop these Helmet Dom creep shenanigans.
So slippery, so annoying, man.
Omar with the surge, Ion Shell going after Amar.
That's close.
Trying to close that gap, unfortunately doesn't quite connect.
Trying to get this Huskar before the arm link comes out. Nice idea.